Chapter 747. The emperor smiled. Yan Maoqing skillfully mingled Zhu Ping'an's examination paper among 3 esteemed works and turned to present all 4 manuscripts to Yan Song. Since you are so eager to seek the limelight, I shall indulge you and allow His Majesty to peruse your composition. Such a piece extolling the Buddha would surely provoke the emperor's ire towards its author, Zhu Ping'an. The thought of Zhu Ping'an's ambition backfiring and leading to his reprimand brought a wry smile to Yan Maoqing's lips. Yan Maoqing's disdain for Zhu Ping'an stemmed from multiple grievances. During the previous imperial examination, Shifan had preemptively signaled his intentions, and Yan Maoqing had hoped to recommend Ouyang Zishi, the son of Yan Song's brother-in-law, as the top scholar, thereby securing a favorable position before the venerable Yan Ge. However, Zhu Ping'an unexpectedly emerged to usurp not only the top scholar's title, but also the highest honors, leaving Yan Maoqing in a precarious position with Yan Song and Yan Shifan, and extinguishing his prospects for overseeing the lucrative salt affairs of the 2 provinces, Liangzhe and Huai, as well as Changlu and Hedong. He had long coveted the salt administration, and last year had presented a splendid opportunity, which Zhu Ping'an's meddling had thoroughly spoiled. Moreover, Zhu Ping'an's lack of respect towards his mentor, demonstrated by his meager offerings during festivals, further fueled Yan Maoqing's dissatisfaction. The incident involving Zhu Ping'an's memorial had also left a sour taste in his mouth. A more direct grievance pertained to the Taizong treasury. Yan Maoqing had a significant connection to the treasury. Being a man of considerable avarice, he had, for years prior, taken advantage of a change in treasury officials to ensure his cousin, Zhao Dingtian, was appointed as an officer there, along with arranging positions for 3 of his nephews. This connection had substantially augmented Yan Maoqing's annual income, transforming the Taizong treasury into a veritable golden goose that must not be disturbed. Currently, Zhu Ping'an was the sole treasury inspector remaining, and while Yan Maoqing doubted Zhu Ping'an's ability to uncover any discrepancies, an additional layer of security was always prudent. Should Zhu Ping'an fall from grace with the emperor, it would render him incapable of overseeing the treasury, thereby safeguarding Yan Maoqing's interests. Thus, it was with calculated intent that Yan Maoqing inserted Zhu Ping'an's work among the esteemed compositions. As for the potential repercussions of recommending Zhu Ping'an's paper, Yan Maoqing felt no apprehension. He had long since weighed the risks. On one hand, Zhu Ping'an's paper would serve as a foil, highlighting the merits of the other submissions. He had also noted that Yan Shifan's Ghostrand article had been delivered to Yan Song by a young eunuch. With Zhu Ping'an's work as a backdrop, Yan Ji's masterpiece would undoubtedly shine brighter, and in such a scenario, Yan Ge would not fault him for his initiative. On the other hand, the emperor had issued directives earlier that morning to broaden the channels of discourse, emphasizing that all manuscripts, regardless of quality, should be submitted for his examination. Yan Ji's request for Yan Maoqing to sift through the papers aimed to present only the finest to the emperor, with the hope of improving His Majesty's mood. Once the emperor's spirits were lifted, the remaining manuscripts could be submitted without concern for their quality or whether the emperor would choose to read them. Thus, Yan Maoqing was entirely unperturbed. After handing over the 4 volumes of examination papers to Yan Song accepted them without even glancing at them. Having just reviewed one of the selections made by Yan Maoqing, he found the writing commendable, which left him with complete trust in Yan Maoqing's curation of the papers. Yan Song placed the 4 volumes handed to him by Yan Maoqing beneath his own papers, along with those of Su Jie and Li Chunfang, and entrusted them to a young eunuch for delivery to the Emperor Jiajing's palace. As Yan Maoqing watched the young eunuch carry the papers into the palace, a subtle smile crept across his lips at the thought of Zhu Ping'an's impending fate. In the ensuing time, Yan Maoqing continued to sift through the examination papers while attentively listening for any commotion from within the inner palace. Just as the young eunuch entered the palace, Huang Jin hastily approached and took the papers from the eunuch's hands. "Oh heavens, I beseech you, grant this batch of examination papers some merit." Huang Jin silently prayed as he clutched the papers, making his way towards Emperor Jiajing, hoping fervently that there would be no further disappointment. The emperor had gone an entire day without sustenance, and if he were to fast any longer, his health could not withstand it. "Your Majesty, these are the examination papers sent from the outer court. Please do peruse them," Huang Jin announced as he knelt before the esteemed emperor, presenting the papers with both hands. The meditative emperor, upon hearing these words, slightly opened his eyes and glanced down, nodding ever so slightly before expressionlessly instructing, "Set them down." On this day, The outer court submitted 4 batches of examination papers, each of which the emperor reviewed, and each brought disappointment. Thus, when presented with the latest submissions, he displayed little emotion. Your Majesty, the top 2 volumes are new works by Lord Yin and Lord Su. Huang Jin, having served alongside Emperor Jiajing for decades, was adept at discerning his every reaction and thus made a point to mention something that might pique the emperor's interest. Huang Jin succeeded. Upon hearing his words, the emperor's interest was momentarily sparked, as he realized that the only papers he had found tolerable that day were those authored by Yin Song and Su Jia. Oh, Wei Zhong and Zisheng have composed another piece. I shall take a look, the emperor mused. He reached for the 4 volumes from Huang Jin's grasp, leaving the remaining 4 untouched, and waved his broad sleeve, saying, Huang, you shall review the rest for me. Your servant obeys. I am indeed fortunate, Huang Jin replied gratefully, his face radiating delight. The emperor cast a glance at Huang Jin, shook his head slightly, and then began to peruse Yin Song's examination papers. After a moment's glance, the emperor emitted a thoughtful sound, his complexion appearing somewhat healthier. Hearing the emperor's contemplative hum, Huang Jin felt a surge of anxiety, nearly dropping the papers in his hands as he looked up in concern at the emperor. Wei Zhong's work indeed takes a novel approach, the emperor remarked as he continued to examine Yin Song's papers, offering his critique. Is the emperor smiling? Upon raising his gaze and catching a glimpse of the subtle curve at the corner of the Jiajing emperor's mouth, Huang Jin momentarily doubted his own eyesight, rubbing his eyes repeatedly to confirm that the emperor indeed smiled. A sliver of light pierced through the dense clouds that had shrouded his heart all day, revealing a beam of sunshine. The emperor truly smiled. Oh, esteemed Minister Yan, you have indeed accomplished a great feat this time, living up to the emperor's trust and favor. Huang Jin silently bestowed a multitude of praises upon Yin Song. Oh, celestial deities, your grace has finally manifested. I shall soon bow and offer incense in gratitude. Witnessing the smile on the emperor's lips, Huang Jin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He had longed for this moment throughout the day, and it had finally arrived. Chapter 748. The Emperor's Wrath, the Emperor's Smile. Huang Jin felt as if the entire palace had been illuminated, as if the rain had finally ceased, giving way to clear skies. Truly, Yin Golao is remarkable. The emperor's smile emerged after merely a glance. If the emperor were to gaze a while longer, his spirits would surely soar. Filled with hopeful anticipation, Huang Jin lowered his head to peruse the essays in his hands, yearning to encounter a piece of fine work that might further elevate the emperor's mood. Young Master Zhu has also submitted an essay? Huang Jin unfurled the 4 volumes before him, and suddenly discovered that the 3rd one bore the name of Zhu Ping'an, a reader at the Hanlin Academy. Recalling Zhu Ping'an's previous works, which had tantalized the appetite with their exquisite poetry, Huang Jin's interest was piqued. This lad possesses both talent and wit, undoubtedly. This submission would differ from others. With this thought in mind, Huang Jin bypassed the first 2 volumes and directly opened the 3rd, eager to explore Zhu Ping'an's composition. Should Zhu Ping'an's writing prove commendable, he would not hesitate to assist him in his ascent. With hope blossoming within him, Huang Jin opened Zhu Ping'an's essay, and the first line struck him. Kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. Coughing in astonishment, he inadvertently lost his composure, causing the volume in his hands to snap shut, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. My heavens! Kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. Is this truly penned by Zhu Ping'an? Could it be that someone maliciously submitted this under his name? Huang Jin glanced at the cover, recognizing the handwriting as unmistakably Zhu Ping'an's, whose script was amongst the finest of all the ministers. He was certain he would not mistake it. Yet kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. How could Zhu Ping'an commit such a glaring error? Huang Jin remained in a state of shock, unable to regain his composure. The cough and his stupefied expression captured the attention of the Jiajing emperor. What is amiss? The emperor inquired curiously, turning to Huang Jin. And nothing. Huang Jin stammered, shaking his head vigorously, clutching Zhu Ping'an's essay tightly, merging it with the other 3 volumes, while forcing a strained smile to mask his earlier indiscretion. Allow me to see what piece has so stirred my Huang companion, the emperor said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he extended his right hand toward Huang Jin. My dear Lord Zhu, do you realize the grave misfortune you have brought upon yourself? The emperor has finally managed to lift his spirits, yet here you are, bowing before the Buddha for 3,000 years. Should the emperor catch sight of this, all of Lord Yan's esteemed efforts would be rendered futile. Huang Jin now finds himself ensnared in a predicament, caught between two equally unfavorable choices. If he presents this to the emperor, he fears that the sight of Zhu Ping'an's prostration before the Buddha might incite further anger, yet to withhold it would be to defy the emperor's sacred decree, a transgression that could amount to treason. Unable to give or withhold, Huang Jin devised a clever ruse. Retrieving the second volume of the examination papers and respectfully offering it to Emperor Jiajing. The third volume. Jiajing did not accept it. Gazing at Huang Jin with a languid expression, uttering a soft, "Oh, look at this foolish servant. Even the examination papers are mixed up." Huang Jin slapped his own chin in a gesture of apology and, feeling disgruntled, presented the third volume of Zhu Ping'an's papers once more with utmost reverence. Emperor Jiajing received the examination papers, casting a knowing glance at Huang Jin, yet he did not expose Huang Jin's subtle intentions. Meanwhile, a chill of dread washed over Huang Jin as he felt beads of cold sweat form on his back. On one hand, it was the emperor's penetrating gaze that instilled fear. On the other, it was the apprehension of Zhu Ping'an's writing, which began with the phrase about kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. What more might follow? The common folk, with Maitreya Buddha in every home and Guanyin in every household, had already soured the emperor's mood for an entire day. How could you, a scholar steeped in the classics, write such a lament? Sigh. How furious the emperor would be upon reading this. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Huang Jin knelt anxiously, every fiber of his being taut with tension, mentally bracing for the tempest that might ensue. The sound of the examination papers being opened echoed in the chamber. Huang Jin, kneeling before Emperor Jiajing, perked up at the sound, knowing that the emperor was perusing Zhu Ping'an's work. His heart raced uncontrollably, the blood coursing through his veins as if propelled by a pump, and his breath caught in his throat. The next moment, a deep, nasal sound of contemplation from Emperor Jiajing nearly sent Huang Jin's heart leaping from his chest. A storm was brewing. Oh, my dear Lord Zhu, what on earth were you thinking? Knowing full well the emperor's sorrow over the decline of Buddhism and Taoism, how could you pen such a lament? Look at the emperor now. Huang Jin felt 1,000 grievances towards Zhu Ping'an, hoping only that the emperor's fury had lessened in the meantime. After the emperor's contemplative sound, Huang Jin's heart remained lodged in his throat, trembling with trepidation. The chamber fell silent for about a second. Hee. The emperor's light chuckle echoed in Huang Jin's ears once again. Upon hearing this, Huang Jin felt as though his heart would burst forth from his throat. He was suddenly engulfed in a chill, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. My heavens, the emperor is laughing in his anger. In Huang Jin's view, such a reaction signified that the emperor had reached a point where his ire had morphed into laughter. It is evident how utterly inadequate Zhu Ping'an's writings must be, provoking such ire from the Emperor Jiajing. In Huang Jin's memory, instances of the emperor exhibiting exasperation mixed with laughter are rare. When His Majesty ascended the throne, the old ministers such as Yang Tingyi insisted that the Ministry of Rites welcome him with the etiquette befitting a crown prince. This was one occasion. During the protracted ceremonial disputes lasting 3.5 years, there were perhaps 1 or 2 more. After the emperor's position became secure, few dared to incite such wrath in him again. Aside from an incident 2 decades prior when he inscribed on the pillar of Wui that Su Jie should never again be mentioned, there have been almost no similar occurrences. Yet now, we find ourselves with another. Huang Jin felt his heart falter yet again, silently cursing Zhu Ping'an. In the ensuing moments, he heard the emperor chuckle twice and once scoff with a shake of his head. Heaven knows the tumult within Huang Jin's heart upon hearing such laughter. When the emperor's final scoff resonated, it felt as though thunder had erupted above him, leaving him lightheaded and nearly collapsing to the ground. My dear Lord Zhu, you have truly stirred a tempest. Look at how you have vexed the emperor to such an extent. Since serving Emperor Jiajing, he had never witnessed the emperor so exasperated yet laughing in response. Previously, a mere chuckle would suffice to ignite his anger. Now, how many times has he laughed in exasperation? Chapter 749. Zhu Ping'an's audacity knows no bounds. How long is the journey from paradise to hell? For Huang Jin, it is merely a matter of a few breaths. Just moments ago, when the emperor lightly chuckled at Yensong's memorial, Huang Jin felt as if the storm had passed and the world was exquisitely beautiful. Yet now, as the emperor gazed at Zhu Ping'an's memorial and laughed thrice, it plunged Huang Jin into despair. As he trembled in anticipation of the impending tempest, His frustrations towards Zhu Ping'an reached a crescendo. How blind he had been, having once held such high hopes for this young man. Now, Huang Jin wished he could pry open Zhu Ping'an's mind to discern what he was thinking when he submitted such a ludicrous piece, kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. The silence that followed the emperor's scoffing was palpable, as Huang Jin quaked in trepidation, waiting for the storm to descend. Once, there was a tale of two individuals living in a building. The one below could only find peace and slumber upon hearing the sound of boots being removed from above. One night, he heard only one boot fall, and thus spent the entire night in restless anticipation of the second. At that moment, Huang Jin mirrored the anxious figure awaiting the second boot's thud. After a few more seconds of agonizing suspense, the awaited second boot finally struck the ground. "Zhu Ping'an, your audacity is remarkable," came the emperor's languid remark from above. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Huang Jin felt an overwhelming sense of agreement. Indeed, the one who could pen a memorial of such audacity was not merely bold, but possessed a foolhardiness that defied reason. What followed would undoubtedly be the emperor's tempestuous wrath. The question remained whether Zhu Ping'an could withstand the fury of the sovereign. Familiar with the character of the Jiajing emperor, Huang Jin contemplated. However, the ensuing events took Huang Jin by surprise. There was no wrathful decree resulting in the death of 1,000,000 subjects. The young Zhu Ping'an had penned a commendable piece initially, but the latter part bore an excessive tone of hostility. Yet, considering his youth and impetuosity, he required further refinement and tempering. The Jiajing emperor chuckled and scolded lightly, handing Huang Jin the essay manuscript of Zhu Ping'an, his spirit remarkably rejuvenated, dispelling the lethargy that had enveloped him earlier that day. "Commendable?" Huang Jin thought incredulously. "Further refinement? Your Majesty, are you certain you are referring to Zhu Ping'an's manuscript? Kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years, and this is deemed merely commendable? If further refinement is necessary, would he not then be kneeling for 30,000 years?" Huang Jin, overwhelmed by the emperor's words, was engulfed in confusion, as if a flock of crows had passed overhead, even questioning whether the Jiajing emperor had been befuddled by Zhu Ping'an's writing. Upon receiving the manuscript from the emperor, Huang Jin boldly lifted his gaze. What transpired next was astonishing. He beheld the Jiajing emperor, radiant and full of vitality, a stark contrast to the earlier despondency. Huang Jin was utterly astounded. The scene was so surreal that he could scarcely trust his own eyes. When the emperor had reviewed Yan Maoqing's manuscript, there had been merely a slight curvature at the corners of his mouth, the gloom still lingering, albeit with a hint of healthy color. Yet now, the emperor's smile was unmistakable, a broad arc of joy replacing the previous shadows, his demeanor vibrant and invigorated. Could it be that the emperor was akin to Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms? During that era, Cao Cao, afflicted with a malady of the head, found himself revitalized after reading a scathing memorial by Chun Lin, which left him drenched in cold sweat. The affliction that had resisted both medication and acupuncture seemed to vanish, prompting him to leap joyfully and proclaim, "This has cured my illness." Was it possible that Zhu Ping'an's manuscript possessed similar effects, invigorating the emperor to such an extent? However, the genuine smile and spirited countenance of His Majesty did not suggest he had merely found relief from anger. From Huang Jin's understanding of the Jiajing emperor, he knew His Majesty was not of the temperament of Cao Cao. The emperor could be fierce even towards the empress, let alone a mere Zhu Ping'an. Especially in recent years, after consuming elixirs, the emperor's temper had grown even more volatile. This was decidedly abnormal, extraordinarily so. With a heart full of questions, Huang Jin approached the situation with unprecedented caution. Reverently, he accepted Zhu Ping'an's manuscript from the emperor's hands, his own trembling as he slowly opened it. "Before the Buddha, I kneel for 3,000 years. The opening line of the text was precisely the first sentence that Huang Jin had just encountered, and upon reading it, his heart involuntarily leaped to his throat. "Not seeing my Buddha, I feel compassion." Upon reaching the second line, Huang Jin's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, gradually sank a few notches, for this line carried a hint of transformation, providing him with a modicum of reassurance as he continued to read. "Is it not dust that obscures the Buddha's eyes, but rather the absence of offerings?" Upon encountering this line, Huang Jin's heart finally settled comfortably within him. For this line marked a significant turning point, clarifying Zhu Ping'an's perspective on Buddhism. To suppress, one must first elevate. Zhu Ping'an employed this tactic with remarkable abruptness. initially raising Buddhism to great heights before bringing it crashing down. Indeed, the higher one is elevated, the harder one falls. Haha, this Zhu Ping'an truly deserves a reprimand. Had he written in this manner from the start, it would have spared the scholars unnecessary anxiety for so long. If the Buddha is not greedy, why do people offer him worship? If the Buddha does not crave vanity, why do people kneel before him? Upon reading this line, Huang Jin could not help but want to vocally commend Zhu Ping'an for his brilliance. This statement was remarkably astute, truly befitting of a top scholar. With an unparalleled perspective and a pen wielded like a sword, striking directly at the heart of the matter. It is indeed a compelling argument. If the Buddha is not greedy, why demand offerings and the crafting of golden statues? If the Buddha does not seek admiration, why insist on reverence? Having possessed talent from a young age and lofty aspirations throughout his life, while others may possess a treasured sword, I wield a pen like a blade. This poem of the prodigy perfectly encapsulates Zhu Ping'an. Previously, Huang Jin had not deeply appreciated the ancient saying that a scholar's pen is like a sword. But at this moment, he recognized the profound truth behind it. The scholar's pen is indeed akin to a sword, and even more formidable in its impact. Chapter 750, truly a top scholar. I have the Buddha in my heart, yet the Buddha does not possess me. Enduring the myriad sufferings of the world. I ask the Buddha. The Buddha says all is predestined. I smile. If you cannot assist me, what use is my worship of you? Upon reading this, Huang Jin envisioned a youth who had strayed into Buddhism, debating with the Buddha, lost yet returning to the right path. He shook his head with a dismissive smile, brushed off the dust from his attire, rose proudly from the meditation mat, and laughed heartily as he departed, leaving Buddhism as merely a passerby. The Buddha speaks of universally saving all sentient beings, yet no one has witnessed such salvation. The Tao teaches one to cultivate oneself. Yet it is precisely in times of hardship that it extends a helping hand. In chaotic times, the Buddha seals his gates, turning a blind eye to worldly affairs, while the Tao leads the masses down from the mountains to offer aid. In times of peace, the Buddha universally saves all beings and enlightens the world, while the Tao retreats into the mountains, contemplating the principles of the way. Upon reaching this passage, Huang Jin could not contain the excitement that illuminated his face. A profound sense of benevolence bubbled in his throat, eager to escape his lips. This was written so exquisitely, truly allowing one to release pent-up frustrations. Delightful. It brings immense satisfaction to the reader's heart. This section begins with a comparison between Buddhism and Taoism. The Buddha speaks of universally saving beings, yet fails to do so, while the Tao advocates personal cultivation, yet steps forward to assist in times of need. This juxtaposition highlights the Buddha's eloquent words devoid of action, while the Tao, though less verbose, accomplishes much. Thus, the merits of Buddhism and Taoism are clearly delineated. Subsequently, Zhu Ping'an further elaborated on the contrasting approaches of Buddhism and Taoism in similar circumstances. During times of turmoil, Buddhism remained aloof, while Taoism emerged to alleviate the suffering of the world. In periods of peace, Buddhism boldly proclaimed its mission to save all beings, seeking to reap the rewards of prosperity, while Taoism humbly concealed its merits, retreating into the mountains. This stark comparison illuminated the noble integrity of Taoism, while simultaneously exposing the ugly hypocrisy of Buddhism. Zhu Ping'an truly lived up to his status as a top scholar. His prose was nothing short of exquisite. It is no wonder that the emperor, upon reading it, was lifted from his gloom, brimming with renewed vigor. This piece is not merely a literary masterpiece, but also a remedy for the emperor's troubled heart. Foreign sects corrupt the hearts of the people, exploiting their resources. They must be eradicated. We see not the Buddha saving souls, but rather gilded figures. They must be destroyed. We witness not monks in solemn meditation, but rather bald men adorned in gold and silver. They must be punished. Ho! You dare spread deceit within the Taoist sanctum, propagating the malevolent doctrines of foreign sects? Do you truly believe there is no one in our land to oppose you? Let the Taoist push down your temple and shatter your golden idols. Restore to our land a clear and righteous world. Upon finishing this section, Huang Jin finally understood the emperor's earlier remark about the writing being acceptable, but the latter part being excessively harsh. Indeed, this section conveyed a certain bitterness, reminiscent of an impassioned youth caught in a fervor. However, Huang Jin was entirely certain that while the emperor publicly criticized Zhu Ping'an, he secretly admired him. Yes, Zhu Ping'an's tone was indeed rather severe, lacking in the elegance typically expected, resembling the outbursts of an unruly child rather than a reasoned scholar. Yet, at this moment, the Jiajing emperor was precisely inclined to such fervor. To illustrate, consider a scenario where your wife encounters a conflict with a colleague and returns home in a huff. Upon learning of the situation, what should your response be? A. Like a judge, you clarify the responsibilities and rationally analyze the situation with your wife. B. Without hesitation, you stand by your wife's side, condemning her colleague for their behavior, asserting that it is unacceptable for someone to provoke your gentle and kind spouse. You may even threaten to confront her colleague at their workplace to make them understand the consequences of their actions. If you chose A, well done. You are a rational and just individual, capable of discerning right from wrong. However, what good does that do? Your wife is upset and hurt. What she truly needs in that moment is not a rational arbiter. If you select A, you will undoubtedly find yourself on the couch that night. Option B may appear crude and unreasonable, filled with accusations and threats, yet this is precisely what a woman often requires in such moments. Whether she is right or wrong, she simply needs you to stand unequivocally by her side. If you choose B, she may verbally chastise you for being rough and barbaric, yet deep down, she will feel a sweetness akin to honey, her anger dissipating quickly, and she will not truly expect you to confront her colleague. When a woman is angry, it is futile to reason with her. Instead, one must soothe her. Once her ire has subsided and she has regained her composure, then it is appropriate to engage in rational discourse. The current Emperor Jiajing exemplifies this. For although he verbally criticizes Zhu Ping'an for his excessive ire and the need for refinement, Zhu Ping'an's bold denunciation of Buddhism has undoubtedly left an indelible impression on the emperor, marking him as an ally in the emperor's eyes. The first half of Zhu Ping'an's composition showcases an admirable blend of eloquence and logic. However, the latter half lacks in artistry, resembling the outbursts of a shrew, as he both chastises and strikes at Buddhism. This may appear to be a significant flaw, yet in Huang Jin's view, Zhu Ping'an's strategic maneuver is nothing short of brilliant. Serving as a pivotal highlight of the piece, Huang Jin understands the emperor's sentiments toward Taoism, recognizing that Jiajing was born in the prince's residence of Anlu, Hubei, a region central to Taoism. The emperor's father and mother were devout followers of the faith. Among his 4 siblings, only the young Emperor Jiajing survived, while the others perished in infancy. To safeguard his son, the emperor's father took the young Jiajing annually to Wudong Mountain to pay homage to the deity Xuanwu, thereby etching a deep connection to Taoism in the emperor's heart. The day following his 15th birthday, as he worshipped Xuanwu, he received word of his cousin, the Emperor Ming Wuzong, passing without an heir, and the news of his own ascension to the throne. In Jiajing's eyes, it was the blessings of the Xuanwu deity that transformed him overnight from a prince into the heir apparent. Thus, the emperor's inextricable bond with Taoism was firmly established. While the emperor could openly embrace Taoism and denounce Buddhism, he could not do so overtly, for a wise ruler must possess the poise befitting their station. However, Zhu Ping'an's vehement denunciation of Buddhism struck a chord with the emperor, articulating sentiments he had long harbored yet dared not voice. How could the emperor not feel a surge of vitality and clarity in such a moment? Therefore, Huang Jin perceives Zhu Ping'an's seemingly flawed latter half as a masterstroke, the very essence of the piece, and a crucial remedy for the emperor's inner turmoil. Chapter 751. Abundant confidence as the sun descends towards the horizon. It resembles a spirited maiden, shyly retreating behind the palace walls after encountering her beloved, concealing its blinding brilliance and revealing only a blush upon its face, becoming unexpectedly tender. Nestled within the western garden, the Hall of Longevity boasts a roof adorned with shimmering glazed tiles, which, under the lingering rays of the setting sun, glimmer like gold upon the surface of a vast golden sea. Although the sun was setting, casting a warm glow, the outer hall of the Wanshou Palace was adorned with several exquisite octagonal lanterns, reminiscent of the Changxin Palace lanterns, held by kneeling palace maids. The craftsmanship of the maids was remarkably lifelike, and the lanterns were illuminated by a special smokeless and dust-free fuel, a mixture of animal fat and kerosene invented by Shun Kuo during the Northern Song dynasty. Surrounding each octagonal lantern were 6 luminous pearls, evenly refracting light and illuminating the entire outer hall of Wanshou Palace. In this brilliantly lit hall, the chief minister Yan Song, along with his deputy Su Jie and Li Chunfang, found their spirits gradually lifting. They held an optimistic view regarding the second piece of poetry submitted, especially Yan Song, whose serious demeanor throughout the day began to soften, revealing a gentle smile akin to that of a benevolent elder. Yan Song expressed his satisfaction with the poetic work penned by his son Yan Shifan, deeming it the finest of the day's submissions in both intent and eloquence. Su Jie and Li Chunfeng also shared a sense of optimism. Hua Ting, I observe that your second piece is strikingly conceived, surpassing the first by a considerable margin. Yan Song remarked with a smile, confident that it would surely resonate with the emperor's heart. You flatter me, esteemed minister. If we are to discuss conception and craftsmanship, your work is a masterpiece, far surpassing mine. Su Jie replied with a chuckle, humbly redirecting praise back to Yan Song. Following Su Jie's words, Li Chunfeng and others echoed their admiration for Yan Song's composition. Yan Song, in a display of humility, smiled and shook his head. With a newfound confidence in the submitted works, Yan Song felt much of his anxiety about Emperor Jiajing dissipate, allowing him to divert his attention to other matters. Hua Ting, I recently heard from Wen Hua that you intend to recommend Nie Bao for a position at court? Yan Song inquired, stroking his beard and narrowing his eyes slightly at Su Jie, his tone casual and devoid of reproach. I was just waiting for an opportunity to discuss this matter with you, Su Jie replied with a gentle smile as he rose to refill Yan Song's teacup. Yan Song, with one hand poised to steady his cup, watched Su Jie pour tea, nodding appreciatively with his ever-kind expression. Ha, speaking of which, do not mock me, esteemed minister. Strictly speaking, I ought to address you as master instead, Su Jie jested as he settled down in front of Yan Song after pouring the tea. Oh, Yan Song feigned ignorance. Perhaps you are unaware, but although Nie Bao and I lack a formal master-disciple title, the bond is quite real. When I was young and entered the county school in Huading, the county magistrate was indeed Master Nie. He imparted knowledge to us students on numerous occasions, and I often sought his guidance. I have heard him speak of you, esteemed minister. He mentioned that during the imperial examination in the 12th year of the Zhengde reign, you were the chief examiner, his mentor. Thus, in strict terms, should I not refer to you as Grand Master? Su Jie concluded with a light-hearted recounting of his relationship with both Nie Bao and Yan Song, even bowing in a gesture of respect. You, Hua Ting, Yan Song chuckled, shaking his head. Su Jie's modest demeanor further eased the tension in Yan Song's heart. How did Nie Bao mention me to you? Yan Song inquired. Although Nie Bao was a student of Yan Song, the latter held a certain disdain for him, primarily due to Nie Bao's unwavering integrity. During his time in the court, he often expressed his discontent with certain officials and prevailing circumstances, frequently impeaching others and consequently making many enemies. This not only brought trouble to Yan Song, but also resulted in several of his subordinates being impeached by Nie Bao. Initially, Yan Song appreciated this local student and offered him support, but over time, his admiration turned to disappointment, and eventually, he grew to dislike him. Master Nie has mentioned that he is from the same hometown as the esteemed elder and is a student of the elder. After passing the imperial examination, he has received considerable favor from the elder, Su Jie replied. Foolishness. Am I the sort who favors my acquaintances? I merely saw a glimmer of talent in him and offered a few pointers, Yan Song said, narrowing his eyes slightly and feigning admonition. Of course, I am not unaware of the elder's character. My recommendation of Master Nie is not merely due to our relationship. It is primarily based on his achievements. During his tenure in office, he accomplished much and garnered remarkable results. Several officials in the court have recommended him, and Yu Zhen has recommended him 3 times. Additionally, 8 officials who have visited Master Nie's place of service have recommended him in the form of memorials, as was conveyed to me by Mei Si Yuan, Zhao Wenhua, Yan Song's adopted son. Furthermore, in the 21st year, when the northern chieftain Altan led tens of thousands to invade Shaanxi, my border troops either fled or avoided battle. Altan's forces advanced as though they were in uninhabited territory, and even Lord Wang Wanda, stationed in Datong, abstained from combat. The only place in Shaanxi that successfully resisted the chieftain's invasion was the Pingyang prefecture, where Master Nie was stationed. The emperor has decreed that all officials, regardless of rank, shall serve a maximum of 6 years, and those who are exceptionally capable shall be promoted. Master Nie's assessment period has arrived, which is why I am keen to seek an opportunity to consult the elder regarding this matter, Su Jie stated with formal decorum. Yan Song remained silent, lifting his teacup and taking a gentle sip. In truth, it is not a matter of recalling Master Nye to the court, but rather considering recommending him as the governor of Shuntian, Su Jie added. There is no rule against it, yet since Nye Bao is my student, I must avoid any perception of favoritism. This matter requires careful contemplation. We shall discuss it further at my residence another day, Yin Song replied, nodding slightly and acknowledging Su Jie's recommendation of Nye Bao. How could I not comply? I fear I may owe the elder yet another meal. Su Jie responded with a smile, a fleeting glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. With the matter satisfactorily resolved, Yin Song and Su Jie resumed their low-voiced discussions about other topics, occasionally whispering with Li Chunfang and others. Naturally, during their hushed conversation, everyone remained attentive to the movements within the inner hall, akin to confident, exemplary students awaiting the teacher's assessment of their examinations. Among the group, Yan Maoqing was the most observant of the inner hall's activities. However, it was not his own submission he felt confident about, but rather the work submitted by Zhu Ping'an. Kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years, he chuckled. Such an unprecedented and remarkable piece left a striking impression, and Yan Maoqing could not have been more confident. Chapter 752. The TSA Yan Maoqing had been attentively monitoring the movements within the inner palace. Unlike ordinary individuals, Yan possessed an exceptionally keen sense of hearing, markedly superior to that of the average person, approximately one-third better. While the typical person could perceive sounds from a distance of 5 meters, Yan could discern noises from 6 or 7 meters away. This remarkable ability was a secret he had never shared with anyone. Ordinary sounds in the inner palace were not particularly discernible to him. However, he could grasp high-decibel noises with a certain degree of clarity. Initially, he heard nothing as he strained to listen, but perseverance bore fruit. After a brief period, he faintly caught the sound of the Jiajing Emperor's laughter. The Emperor laughed. This was indeed auspicious news. They had been summoned to the Wanshou Palace precisely for the sake of the Emperor's smile, alleviating any concerns that someone's blunders might cast a shadow over the Emperor's mood. With a thoughtful expression, a smile crept onto Yan's lips. He continued to listen intently for any sounds from the inner palace, though there was a lull in the noise. After a short while, he sensed that the Emperor was conversing with eunuch Huang, though the words remained indistinct. Despite Yan's enhanced hearing, it was not as acute as that of a dog. After what felt like several breaths, he once again faintly heard the Emperor's laughter, which seemed to be more than just a single chuckle. Yet, the derisive snicker of the Emperor was clear enough for Yan to perceive, as its volume surpassed that of their dialogue. Upon hearing this snicker, Yan's mind immediately drifted to Zhu Ping'an's essay kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years, compelling him to lean toward the inner palace, straining to listen further. Following the laughter, silence again enveloped the inner palace, leaving Yan somewhat disappointed and uncertain. Could it be that the essay was not the source of the amusement? Having served alongside the Emperor for many years, Yan had a profound understanding of the Jiajing Emperor's temperament. If it were indeed Zhu Ping'an's work, given the Emperor's disposition, a mere snicker would hardly suffice. However, his lips soon curled into a smile once more as he vaguely caught the audacious phrases emanating from the inner palace. Thus, Yan was convinced without a doubt that it was Zhu Ping'an's essay in question. Who, if not Zhu Ping'an, could be so bold as to present kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years at such a critical juncture? Had Zhu Ping'an's mind been clouded, attempting to garner the Emperor's attention in such an eccentric manner, it was likely that while he might attract the Emperor's notice, he would also incite the Emperor's ire. Moments later, a commotion erupted from the inner palace, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. A small eunuch rushed out, his face etched with urgency. Upon seeing the eunuch emerge, the gazes of Yan Song, Su Jie, and all those in the outer palace converged upon him. Upon witnessing the anxious expression on the young eunuch's face, and recalling the recent commotion from within the inner hall, a sense of foreboding gripped everyone's hearts. Could it be that this time's composition had once again failed to win the Emperor's favor? Coughing lightly, Yan Song approached the young eunuch with concern etched upon his features. Pray tell, what urgent matter has prompted such haste? In response, the young eunuch bowed and replied, Esteemed Minister, I have been commanded to summon Zhu Ping'an for an audience. I beg your understanding for my urgency. With that, he hastily resumed his hurried steps, as if something of utmost importance awaited him. The mention of summoning Zhu Ping'an left Yan Song in a state of bewilderment. Why was the Emperor so eager to call for Zhu Ping'an? Su Jie, standing nearby, also paused momentarily, stroking his chin in contemplation. Wasn't Zhu Ping'an currently inspecting the Taicang treasury? Why the sudden urgency? Could there have been an incident at the treasury? Or had Zhu Ping'an presented a composition today that captured the emperor's attention? Considering Zhu Ping'an's talents, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he might have submitted a piece worthy of commendation. Su Jie held a favorable view of Zhu Ping'an. However, the young eunuch's anxious demeanor left him uncertain. Ordinarily, if Zhu Ping'an's work had indeed pleased the emperor, there would be no reason for such distress. Among those present in the outer hall, confusion reigned, save for one individual, Yan Maoqing. From all he had seen and heard, he was utterly convinced that Zhu Ping'an's piece, a kneel before the Buddha for 3,000 years, had stirred significant trouble. The emperor's summons indicated a potential inquiry into Zhu Ping'an's actions. How the tables had turned. As the hour for dismissal approached, with no provisions made for the evening and no orders for night duty given, most officials, apart from those tasked with poetry and composition, began to leave. Zhu Ping'an, however, lingered. After submitting his work through Eunuch Li for the emperor's review, he chose a conspicuous spot in the hall, remaining within the palace, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon returning from the palace, Eunuch Li spotted Zhu Ping'an. Has the court adjourned, yet Zhu Darren does not depart? He inquired, harboring doubts that Zhu Ping'an intended to wait for Emperor Jiajing's mood to improve before requesting an audience. I am rather fatigued from a day's ride. I will sip some tea to refresh myself before heading home, Zhu Ping'an replied, raising his half-filled teacup. Was he indeed waiting? How long might that take? A mere cup of tea might not suffice. Even a pot might not be enough. Eunuch Li was skeptical of Zhu Ping'an's words, believing he was merely waiting for a favorable moment to have his request submitted to the emperor. Yet, as evening approached, even if the emperor were to be in good spirits, he would still need to dine and rest. What time would there be to summon a lowly sixth-rank official? If he were to disturb the emperor's rest with a petition, Director Huang would surely have his hide for it. I would never sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Lord Li had firmly resolved that even if the emperor were in a good mood, and even if Zhu Ping'an were to offer a bribe, he would not submit a request for an audience with the emperor. Within the halls of Wui Pavilion, many officials had yet to depart, all possessing great confidence in the articles they submitted, eagerly awaiting the outcome. They contemplated that if their compositions captured the emperor's favor, they would be among the first to know, thus facilitating rewards and summons. Should they miss this opportunity for recognition and audience due to their absence from Wui Pavilion, it would haunt them for a lifetime. Among those in the hall were Lord Wang and Lord Zhang, who belonged to this category of officials. As they waited, they noticed Zhu Ping'an leisurely sipping tea at the adjacent table, provoking their disdain. They deemed his demeanor excessively greedy. They were aware that Zhu Ping'an had composed his article in the span of merely a cup of tea. An article crafted in such haste could hardly merit the emperor's commendation. It would be far wiser for him to return home and rest. Finally, the two officials sharing an office with Zhu Ping'an completed their articles and emerged to submit their work to Lord Li, who would compile and present it for the emperor's perusal at the Longevity Palace. As they passed through the hall and glimpsed Zhu Ping'an leisurely enjoying his tea, their expressions reflected even greater incredulity and disdain than that of Lords Wang and Zhang. Unlike them, Lord Wang and Lord Zhang had not seen Zhu Ping'an's article, but they had witnessed him kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. With such a piece, he dared to hope for the emperor's praise? How naive. Just as Lord Li was gathering the remaining 5 articles submitted from Wui Pavilion to present at the Longevity Palace, he was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Suddenly, they saw little Zhang, a eunuch serving the emperor, rushing towards them in a panic. The eyes of the gathered officials brightened instantly. They recognized little Zhang as the one who often announced rewards and edicts from the emperor. His arrival at Wui Pavilion could only signify that an article favorably received by the emperor originated from their midst, perhaps even from one of them. Exchanging glances filled with excitement, Lords Wang and Zhang rose to their feet, eagerly clasping their hands in greeting to little Zhang. Quickly, little Zhu, the emperor summons you. Upon his arrival, little Zhang's gaze fell upon Zhu Ping'an, seated prominently, and his face lit up. Without acknowledging Lord Li or Lords Wang and Zhang, he hurried to Zhu Ping'an, exclaiming as he grasped the lapels of Zhu Ping'an's official robe, urging him to the Longevity Palace. Zhu Ping'an. It was indeed Zhu Ping'an? Lords Wang and Zhang were struck dumb, their ears ringing as if a thunderclap had echoed above them. They could scarcely believe their ears, their eyes wide with astonishment, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. It was unfathomable. He had merely spent the time it took to drink a cup of tea to write that article. What justified this? Zhu Ping'an's two colleagues in the same office were initially taken aback, their expressions akin to that of stunned silence. Soon, however, they recalled Zhu Ping'an's saying about kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. Unlike the envy and resentment that Lord Wang and Lord Zhang displayed, their eyes reflected a sense of pity. Zhu Ping'an had encountered a formidable obstacle. Alas, the youth, in his impatience, had evidently collided with a wall. Nearby, Eunuch Li's expression differed from theirs. He was simply shocked, albeit with a slight blush. Zhu Ping'an had composed an article in the span of a cup of tea and had garnered the emperor's favor. Just moments before, he had been sipping tea, believing he was waiting for the emperor to be in a good mood to request an audience. The ancient tales of Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong over warm wine and the lords rallying against Dong Zhuo came to mind, each one stunned and bewildered. Today, it was Zhu Ping'an, with his warm tea and literary prowess. As an observer, Eunuch Li felt somewhat akin to those lords, simultaneously relieved that he had refrained from voicing his thoughts. Chapter 753. Examination. A series of footsteps outside drew the attention of those within the outer hall of the Wanshou Palace. Soon, Eunuch Zhang, tugging at Zhu Ping'an's sleeve, appeared in a hurried manner. Upon entering the Wanshou Palace, Zhu Ping'an had barely the time to salute the officials in the outer hall, not even managing a greeting before being pulled into the inner hall by Eunuch Zhang. The onlookers in the outer hall regarded Zhu Ping'an's summons with myriad expressions. Yan Maoqing, observing Zhu Ping'an's retreating figure, smirked slightly, murmuring to himself that one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. The emperor believed in the Tao, and Zhu Ping'an extolled the Buddha. Today would be his undoing. Once inside the inner hall, Zhu Ping'an immediately spotted Emperor Jiajing, seated in meditation on a mat, with Huang Jin standing nearby. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an, Huang Jin offered him a warm smile. "Your Majesty, Zhu Ping'an has arrived," Eunuch Zhang announced softly upon entering the inner hall. As soon as Eunuch Zhang's words fell, Zhu Ping'an knelt respectfully, performing the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows to pay his respects to the emperor. "I, Zhu Ping'an, Cabinet Secretary, Hanlin Academy Reader, and Taitsong Inspector, pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor." After completing his bow, Zhu Ping'an lowered his head and remained prostrate on the ground for approximately 2 seconds before hearing the emperor's voice resonate above him. "Zhu Aiqing, rise." The emperor, assisted by Huang Jin, lifted himself from the mat and sat upon the dragon throne, speaking leisurely. "I thank your Majesty for your grace." Zhu Ping'an replied with a deep bow, rising with utmost respect and humility. "Aiqing, do you know your transgressions?" Just as Zhu Ping'an had regained his footing, the emperor narrowed his eyes, gazing at him with a cool demeanor, posing a detached question. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an fell to his knees once more, a chill running down his spine, goosebumps prickling his skin. Yet he quickly composed himself, shaking his head innocently. "I am unaware. As the saying goes, one who commits no wrongdoing fears not the knock of ghosts. Having done nothing to breach the law, he felt no guilt." "Unaware?" The emperor Jiajing, with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, posed a rhetorical question before his voice took on a more solemn tone. "I commanded you to inspect the treasury of Taitsong. Why, then, have you come to present an essay to me? Do you presume that I am an emperor who cannot discern the urgent from the trivial?" Upon realizing the reason behind this inquiry, Zhu Ping'an felt a wave of relief wash over him. He raised his head, wearing an expression of feigned grievance, and explained, "I dare not, your Majesty. Your wisdom and martial prowess are unparalleled. You are a sage of the ages, not a foolish ruler. Nor am I one to abandon my duties. From the hour of the rooster in the morning until the hour of the dog in the afternoon, I have been diligently inspecting the accounts at Taitsong. It was only upon my arrival at the Western Garden at the hour of the dog that I became aware of the matter regarding the essay when I presented my request to see your Majesty. Arriving at the Western Garden at the hour of the dog, does that not imply that you have only just arrived?" The emperor narrowed his eyes, glancing at the markings on the bronze hourglass within the palace, raising an eyebrow in skepticism at Zhu Ping'an's response. "Indeed, your Majesty, I have just arrived." Zhu Ping'an affirmed sincerely with a nod. "What kind of wisdom is this?" The emperor Jiajing, observing this, could not help but jestingly reproach Zhu Ping'an. Although Zhu Ping'an's flattery was somewhat clumsy, there was a certain charm in its awkwardness. Though he felt embarrassed, it elicited laughter from others, contributing to a lively atmosphere. "Huh. The top scholar has only just arrived, and yet has composed such a piece titled Kneeling Before the Buddha for 3,000 years? I just heard from little Li of the Huaidian that you completed it in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Even Xiao Zhi of the Three Kingdoms needed 7 steps to compose a poem. This is almost like listening to a strange tale, truly unbelievable. Huang Jin, observing the situation, spoke with a smile, recognizing that there were certain remarks the emperor could not make, but he could. I too was inspired in the moment, and thus wrote swiftly. I would never dare to compare myself to Xiao Zhi's talent. Zhu Ping'an humbly countered, shaking his head. Huang Jin, the governor of the Eastern Depot, and also in charge of the ceremonial office, held a position far superior to that of Zhu Ping'an. Thus it was entirely appropriate for Zhu Ping'an to refer to himself as a subordinate. Xiao Zhi was also inspired in the moment. There is no need for you to be modest, top scholar, Huang Jin said with a smile. Zhu Ping'an replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Composing while warming tea? This is amusing. Let us pour a cup of tea for you, dear Zhu, so that I may observe how you compose while warming tea. The Emperor Jiajing remarked, gazing at Zhu Ping'an. Master Tao has gone to Mount Tai to establish the Yuanyu, and the gate of the mountain still lacks a couplet. If you manage to compose it well while warming the tea, I shall pardon you. Should you fail, I trust you understand the consequences of deceiving the emperor. Soon, a young eunuch brought a cup of tea and placed it before Zhu Ping'an. I thank your majesty for your graciousness. I shall do my utmost. Zhu Ping'an replied with a bow, though internally he felt a sense of disbelief. The notion of composing while warming tea was not his own. He had not set such an expectation. However, he was not worried about writing couplets, having spent so many years studying in ancient times. Crafting couplets was no challenge for him. Moreover, during his travels in modern times, influenced by tales of immortals, he had visited several free Taoist temples and memorized many couplets, which would suffice to navigate this trial. It would be wiser to use existing couplets. Those displayed in modern Taoist temples are surely carefully selected, showcasing the finest artistry. In the span of a brief tea break, the couplets written by oneself are undoubtedly inferior to those meticulously selected from the Taoist temple. Yet, which one should be chosen? With eyes closed, Zhu Ping'an delved into contemplation, envisioning the various Taoist temples, and the couplets seemed to parade before his mind's eye. The Emperor Jiajing did not rush him, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Zhu Ping'an with keen interest. Huang Jin appeared to harbor great confidence in Zhu Ping'an, his gaze imbued with unwavering assurance. After pondering for over 10 seconds, Zhu Ping'an recalled a couplet he had seen in a Sanqing Palace Taoist temple in Hebei. Once he had settled on his choice, he refrained from rushing to express it, instead continuing to meditate with closed eyes, adopting a pose of deep contemplation. A degree of modesty was essential, especially at this moment. If he wrote too swiftly, what face would he present to the ministers in the outer hall? Furthermore, the emperor was both proud and sensitive. It would not do for him to outshine His Majesty. Thus, as Zhu Ping'an remained in thought, the seconds passed slowly. Scholar, if you do not write soon, the tea will grow cold, Huang Jin gently urged after a moment. Just a moment, I have it. Zhu Ping'an feigned impatience, and after a brief pause, he portrayed a look of inspiration, picking up a brush and dipping it in ink before inscribing on the rice paper. The Tai Chi distinguishes the realms, Qian as father, Kuan as mother, possessing immense powers, united in the 3 pure ones, rescuing the common folk of the 4 continents. The 2 principles divide into yin and yang. Yang belongs to heaven, yin belongs to earth, manifesting boundless magic, transcending dragons and tigers, achieving the status of a golden immortal through countless tribulations. As Zhu Ping'an wrote each line, Huang Jin repeated it aloud. Although the time surpassed expectations, the cooled tea could still be deemed satisfactory. All things considered, this time. You may be excused, the Emperor Jiajing remarked, though inwardly he was immensely pleased. The concluding phrases, rescuing the common folk of the 4 continents and achieving the status of a golden immortal through countless tribulations, struck a chord in the heart of Emperor Jiajing, who was greatly satisfied, as his very purpose in establishing the Yuanyue was to rescue the common people, and the pursuit of becoming a golden immortal resonated deeply with him. Chapter 754. I am ashamed. I thank your majesty for your great kindness. Zhu Ping'an bowed deeply, his posterior raised in reverence toward Emperor Jiajing. Ashamed? I see no shame in you, the emperor remarked with a glance at Zhu Ping'an, followed by a playful rebuke. Enough, rise. lying there is bothersome. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Ping'an expressed his gratitude once more before standing, his face a portrait of appreciation. Huang, please have this young man's humble work dispatched at once to Master Tao. Lest we delay the Yuanyue ceremony, the emperor instructed softly, turning to Huang Jin. Your servant obeys, Huang Jin replied with a nod. Stepping toward Zhu Ping'an to fold the recently penned couplets, handing them to a young eunuch with whispered instructions, then patting his shoulder. The young eunuch accepted the couplets, bowing his head and retreating from the inner hall. Now, speak. You have come from Taizong to seek an audience with me for what purpose? Emperor Jiajing inquired. Reclining against the dragon throne, his half-draped robe cascading elegantly as he gazed at Zhu Ping'an with a nonchalant demeanor. Zhu Ping'an clasped his hands and was about to respond. But before he could utter a word, his stomach betrayed him with a series of unmistakable gurgles. The inner hall, already sparsely populated, was rendered even more silent by the presence of Emperor Jiajing. A single hair falling to the ground would have been audible. Thus, Zhu Ping'an's stomach's rumbling resonated clearly throughout the chamber. The unique acoustics of the hall even allowed the sound to echo. To Zhu Ping'an's dismay, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. How could his stomach be so uncooperative? He had not even felt particularly hungry, yet it chose this moment to make its presence known. Was this not a breach of decorum before the sovereign? This incident, trivial yet potentially serious, could have been taken to heart, although Emperor Jiajing was unlikely to react harshly. Nevertheless, Zhu Ping'an felt an acute sense of awkwardness, his face turning a shade of green as heat surged through him. What was a source of embarrassment for Zhu Ping'an was, to Huang Jin, akin to celestial music, having gone an entire day without food and water. Huang Jin was troubled about how to persuade Emperor Jiajing to partake in a meal. Upon hearing the sound from Zhu Ping'an's belly, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. To Huang Jin, this gurgling was a timely cue, as if the heavens had delivered a pillow to a drowsy soul. Your Majesty, do listen. The scholar's belly seems to be staging a rebellion. I fear that if we do not appease the honorable scholar's hunger, we may soon witness the unfortunate event of our first starving scholar in the great Ming dynasty. Huang Jin jested, addressing Emperor Jiajing with a chuckle. Such impropriety, Zhu Ping'an thought, his embarrassment deepening, contemplating whether he might just hang himself in despair. I cannot allow myself to be branded a foolish ruler, Emperor Jiajing laughed. Shaking his head, he then instructed Huang Jin, arrange for the meal to be served, and ensure my famished minister has a place at the table. Let us dine here. Furthermore, instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare meals for the ministers waiting outside as well. Soon, the ministers in the outer hall heard a young eunuch announcing in a high-pitched voice, the emperor has decreed. Serve the meal. Following this, other eunuchs echoed the announcement, calling forth the feast. What is happening? Why is a meal being served? Why has Zhu Ping'an not been punished? Is there some mistake? In the outer hall, Yan Maoqing stood dumbfounded, as if he had witnessed the sun rising in the west. His thoughts were utterly disarrayed, feeling as though he were grappling with the absurdities of existence. The evening meal had been prepared well in advance and kept warm over a low flame. No sooner had the announcement been made than dozens of neatly attired little eunuchs formed 2 lines, their sleeves adorned with white, carrying 7 dining tables of various sizes and bearing numerous gilded food boxes and lacquered trays. They entered the hall in an orderly and silent manner, moving with the grace of skilled practitioners. The little eunuchs arranged themselves neatly in the inner hall, kneeling at the dining table before Emperor Jiajing while presenting the food boxes. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, Huang Jin had specifically instructed that today's evening meal would be far more extravagant than usual, bringing forth a sumptuous array of 66 dishes, including 36 hot dishes, 16 cold dishes, and the remainder consisting of pastries, snacks, and fruits. Set the table, Huang Jin commanded. The young eunuch, clad in white sleeves, meticulously opened the food boxes, arranging an array of exquisite delicacies on the dining table. Plates brimming with fragrant dishes were presented one by one before the Emperor Jiajing. Each dish was accompanied by a silver token, a precaution against potential poison. As the eunuchs served the emperor, Zhu Ping'an knelt at a nearby table, which stood empty before him. Initially, Zhu Ping'an had no intention of looking. Yet the enticing aroma of the imperial feast proved irresistible, and his genuine hunger compelled him to sneak a few glances as the eunuchs served the dishes. Spicy rabbit, live shrimp on ice, sautéed lamb tripe, goose web, steamed fish, winter bamboo shoot and duck soup, silverfish feet, and many other delectable yet unnamed dishes filled the table, creating a visual feast that was utterly captivating. His hunger intensified with every aromatic waft, leading his stomach to audibly protest. "Do not trouble me with reminders. Go. Send a few dishes over to him, lest I bear the ignominy of starving a minister," the emperor chided with a chuckle, gesturing for the eunuch to serve Zhu Ping'an. "Your servant is deeply grateful for your benevolence," Zhu Ping'an replied with a bow of thanks. Soon, a lavish spread of over a dozen dishes, 8 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, a soup, a plate of pastries, and 2 plates of fruit, was laid before him. This was indeed extravagant. Had not His Majesty just requested a few dishes? Surprised, Zhu Ping'an looked up to see Ouyang Zishi, who was attending to the emperor, smiling kindly at him, a clear expression of appreciation illuminating his face. "The top scholar is the hero of the day. You must be well taken care of," Ouyang Zishi remarked with a gentle smile before whispering instructions to the nearby eunuch. For Zhu Ping'an, who could read lips with ease, Ouyang Zishi's whispers were crystal clear. After the dishes were arranged, Ouyang Zishi raised his voice slightly to call for the lid to be lifted. Thus, the young eunuch removed the silver covers from the dishes, each dish being tasted by a eunuch to ensure safety from poison. Only after a few minutes of this inspection, with all confirmed safe, did Ouyang Zishi bow before the emperor Jiajing and announce, "The meal is ready. Your Majesty may dine." At last, the moment to feast had arrived. The emperor, seated in silence, cast a discerning glance over the table. Ouyang Zishi, possessing exceptional perceptiveness, swiftly repositioned the dishes to align with the emperor's gaze. The emperor extended his chopsticks to sample the food. At long last, this moment has arrived, Zhu Ping'an thought, having waited eagerly. The emperor's first bite was a signal. As a loyal subject, he dared not eat before His Majesty. The dishes, which had nearly cooled during the serving and tasting, were finally ready for consumption. Once the emperor took his first bite, Zhu Ping'an eagerly lifted his own chopsticks to indulge in the delightful array of culinary offerings. Silence enveloped the table as they ate. No words were exchanged, and their movements were refined, with cutlery and dishes making no sound, all of which Zhu Ping'an executed flawlessly, albeit with swift and efficient precision. As Zhu Ping'an indulged in the culinary delights before him, he found himself lost in a state of blissful oblivion. In no time, the pile of winter bamboo shoots and deer tendons before him had vanished. Emperor Jiajing had scarcely taken a few bites before he looked up to find both plates in front of Zhu Ping'an completely empty. The emperor, momentarily taken aback, observed Zhu Ping'an devouring his meal with great enthusiasm, savoring every bite, with a hint of grease at the corner of his mouth. Without a glance, he deftly wiped away the oil with a handkerchief and seamlessly brought a slice of sautéed venison to his lips, as if one could witness the moment the meat was torn apart by his teeth. Seeing Zhu Ping'an relish his food so heartily stirred the emperor's own appetite, compelling him to indulge more than he had intended. He had even consumed an additional bowl of rice. Ouyang Zishi, who was attending to him, was nearly moved to tears with joy, thinking to himself, "My champion, you have truly accomplished a great feat today." Having served closely by the emperor's side, he understood the dynamics of the situation all too well, and his gaze towards Zhu Ping'an brimmed with admiration. He even contemplated how he could further support Zhu Ping'an and speak favorably of him in the emperor's presence. He mused that should the emperor ever lose his appetite again, summoning Zhu Ping'an for a meal would surely be more effective than any miraculous remedy. Chapter 755. The imperial gift of elixir. By the time Zhu Ping'an exited the inner hall, the outer hall was devoid of any attendees. Ministers like Yan Maoqing had returned to their respective lodgings, leaving only a few eunuchs and palace maids waiting. "Scholar, we must cultivate a closer relationship," remarked the little eunuch Zhang as he escorted Zhu Ping'an out of the palace. After Zhu Ping'an received the emperor's commendation and rewards, the little eunuch's demeanor towards him had undergone a complete transformation. Initially, he had shown Zhu Ping'an no warmth. However, after Zhu Ping'an had gifted him a red envelope, his attitude softened considerably. Now, he treated Zhu Ping'an as if he were a long-lost brother. As long as Zhang did not find him unworthy, Zhu Ping'an would welcome this newfound camaraderie. Holding a delicate sandalwood box in his hands, Zhu Ping'an replied amiably. His impression of the little eunuch was far from favorable. He viewed him as a fickle character, one who could enhance one's fortunes but would never extend a hand in times of need. Untrustworthy, indeed. Unlike Feng Bao, who was one of the few eunuchs with integrity, Zhu Ping'an remained cautious of Zhang. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of maintaining good relations with such individuals, as one could never predict when they might be of use. Zhu Ping'an had no intention of offending him, thus displaying a facade of warmth. Why would I disdain the scholar? I fear you might look down upon me as a mere eunuch, Zhang chuckled, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Not at all. In every profession, excellence can be found. Why should you belittle yourself, esteemed eunuch? Zhu Ping'an responded earnestly. He then proceeded to regale Zhang with his earlier discourse to Feng Bao, inquiring, "Do you know who authored the monumental historical work that chronicles the relationship between heaven and humanity, encompassing the changes of past and present, and stands as a singular testament to history? Who, I wonder, improved the art of papermaking, allowing civilization to be passed down through the ages? Who ventured through treacherous waters and sailed to distant lands, showcasing the might of the great Ming dynasty?" It must be said that such rhetoric is positively overflowing with energy, particularly for the eunuchs. Historically, the perception of eunuchs has been largely one of disdain, derision, and ridicule, often resulting in predominantly negative evaluations. However, the figures cited by Zhu Ping'an, though physically incomplete, achieved feats unparalleled in history, accomplishments that many a complete-bodied man could scarcely aspire to, forever immortalized in the annals of time. The authenticity of these examples enhances their persuasiveness and emotive power. Does the scholar refer to the esteemed Sima, the illustrious Kai, and the venerable Zheng? Young eunuch Zhang found little resistance against Zhu Ping'an's assertions. Thus, why should eunuchs belittle themselves? Zhu Ping'an tactfully acknowledged this with a gentle nod and a smile. He. Then I shall take the scholar's auspicious words to heart. Young eunuch Zhang replied with a smile and clasped hands. As they continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the palace gates, where young eunuch Zhang bid Zhu Ping'an farewell, advising, "Scholar, it is best to consume the elixir bestowed by the emperor while it is still warm. Thank you for the reminder, eunuch. Once I return home, I shall partake of it with my wife." Zhu Ping'an expressed his gratitude with a bow. Outside the palace, Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo, upon seeing Zhu Ping'an emerge, hurriedly approached with their horses. "Young master, what do you hold in your hand?" Lu Dedeo inquired curiously as he mounted his steed, his gaze fixed on the sandalwood box Zhu Ping'an carried. "You are quite the chatterbox," Lu Mu scolded. "I am merely curious," Lu Dedeo chuckled foolishly, scratching the back of his head. "Hee, this is the elixir granted by the emperor," Zhu Ping'an replied, holding the reins with one hand while shaking the box lightly with the other. Inside the box were 2 elixirs, bestowed upon Zhu Ping'an by the Jiajing emperor after dinner. In accordance with tradition, in recognition of Zhu Ping'an's recent writings and couplets. Initially, the emperor intended for Zhu Ping'an to consume one on the spot. However, upon observing the murky, metallic substance in his hand, Zhu Ping'an lacked the courage to swallow it, and instead feigned a desire to share it with his newlywed wife. Fearing a reenactment of the tale of Chang'e, the emperor, moved by Zhu Ping'an's heartfelt sentiment, graciously awarded him an additional elixir to take home for both to partake. Heaven knows how sincere the tears at the corners of Zhu Ping'an's eyes were as he expressed his gratitude for such royal favor. "What? An elixir?" Upon hearing this, Lu Dedeo's face registered astonishment, his mouth agape. "Young master, is it truly an elixir? If it is bestowed by the emperor, then consuming just one could extend one's lifespan by a decade." Zhu Ping'an, rendered speechless by the remark, thought to himself, "Have you been listening to too many myths? Do not entertain thoughts of longevity. The prospect of consuming such a heavy metal compound is terrifying, and over time, it would surely lead to poisoning. However, it is indeed understandable, for as native subjects of the Ming, it is no surprise that they harbor such superstitious beliefs. Young master, I have yet to encounter tales of consuming elixirs to attain immortality. Rather, I frequently hear the adage that medicine can be 3 parts poison." Lu Mu, unlike the brash Lu Dedeo, possesses a pragmatic disposition. He often recalled the words of the barefoot doctors who roamed the village, thus ingraining the saying within his mind. Unable to suppress the urge, he reminded Zhu Ping'an of this wisdom. How could that be? The celestial Chang'e ascended to the moon after consuming an elixir, did she not? Young master? Lu Dedeo retorted. Well, it seems you truly believe that, Zhu Ping'an mused, regarding Lu Dedeo as little more than a child weighing 200 pounds in that moment. With a chuckle, Zhu Ping'an declared, "Let us return home." He laughed lightly, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and tugged on the reins, steering towards the residence of the Marquis of Huai. Discussing elixirs in the streets was ill-advised, given the omnipresence of the court's guards. Should such musings reach the ears of the malicious or even the Emperor Jiajing, he might find himself accused of heresy regarding elixirs. A burden too great to bear. Half an hour later, within the rain-listening pavilion of the Marquis of Huai, a dark and mysterious object lay before them. Li Shu and her maid, Baozi, resembled two curious children as they opened the precious box bestowed by Zhu Ping'an. Inside, they found two dark, egg-sized pills. These are the elixirs bestowed upon me for my literary contributions to the emperor. Zhu Ping'an shrugged nonchalantly. Elixirs? Baozi's astonishment mirrored that of Lu Dideo. Her eyes wide and mouth agape. Could they not bestow something of actual worth? Li Shu scoffed, disdainfully turning her nose up at the emperor's gift, disinterested in the elixirs. That evening, the rain-listening pavilion acquired an additional item for reverence, a box that would be offered incense morning and night. I shall not consume them. Offering them is permissible, and no one can object, she thought. Chapter 756. Roll up your sleeves and get to work. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The residence of Yin Song in the western garden remained aglow with brilliant lights. Within the study of his quarters, a table was set before Yin Song and Su Jie, who sat opposite each other. The table bore an exquisite spread of 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a pot of warm wine. Before the Buddha, I have knelt for 3 millennia, yet I have not witnessed the compassion of the Buddha arise. Perhaps it is the dust that obscures the Buddha's vision. Or perhaps it is the absence of offerings made. If the Buddha is not greedy, why then do mortals pay homage? If the Buddha does not crave vanity, why do mortals kneel in reverence? Yin Song mused, one hand holding a writing prompt while the other lightly tapped the table in rhythm, softly reciting his thoughts. Upon finishing, he smiled at Su Jie and remarked, Hua Ting, you have an exceptional student. I hear that Zihu composed this eloquent piece against Buddhism in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. His literary agility may well outshine even Yuan Wei. The esteemed minister exaggerates, Su Jie replied, rising to pour Yin Song a cup of wine. Observe the latter part of his work. Filled with cries for violence and a rustic, uncultured air, where is the refinement of a scholar in that? Though he held Zhu Ping'an's writing in high regard, Su Jie pointed out its shortcomings. Moreover, Yuan Wei is also my student. In my view, should we measure literary prowess, Zihu still has a considerable distance to cover to match Yuan Wei. Were Yuan Wei present today, Zihu would be overshadowed entirely. Chuckling, Su Jie added, esteemed minister. As the night grows cooler, a cup of wine to warm the body is most fitting. After pouring the wine, he raised his cup in a toast to Yin Song. Although Yuan Wei was a student of Su Jie, hailing from his esteemed tutelage, he possessed a proud and arrogant disposition, looking down upon Su Jie and holding him in contempt. Instead, he forged a closer bond with Yin Song and Yin Shifan, as well as with the Yin faction, cultivating relationships that were as sweet as honey. As it stands, only a nominal relationship remains between Yuan Wei and Su Jie. Nevertheless, Su Jie continues to bestow praises upon Yuan Wei in the presence of others, though his true sentiments remain a different matter altogether. In Huiting, you seem to be somewhat partial. In my view, Ziho is not inferior to Mao Zedong. From my perspective, Ziho's piece A Kneel Before the Buddha for 3,000 years can stand shoulder to shoulder with Mao Zedong's The First Offering of the Black Tortoise of the Luo River, with its exquisite craftsmanship surpassing it by a margin. Yin Song, having sipped a cup of wine, stroked his beard and shook his head while gazing at Su Jie, making such remarks. For the ministers during the reign of the Jiajing Emperor, Qingci writings were not merely compositions, but served as a bridge for communication with the emperor. Hence, figures like Yin Song and Su Jie were particularly invested in Qingci. At this moment, Yin Song, observing Zhu Ping'an's A Kneel Before the Buddha for 3,000 years, felt a twinge of regret for the talent, akin to Cao Cao's admiration for Zhao Zilong on the battlefield of Changban. The moon hung bright, and the stars were sparse. The night sky was as clear as a wash. The two prominent cabinet elders of the Ming Empire engaged in discussions of state affairs and personal matters over drinks, continuing until late into the night before they each returned to their quarters to rest. Early the next morning, as dawn broke and the guards at the Taitsong Silver Treasury changed shifts, 3 horses were spotted galloping from afar. Good morning. Zhu Ping'an dismounted and retrieved a cloth bundle from his horse, subsequently leaving the steeds in the care of Lu Mu, known as Lu Dideo. while he approached the gate alone and greeted the station guards with familiarity. "Good morning, Sir Zhu." The guards, already acquainted with Zhu Ping'an, saluted and opened the gate for his entry. "Thank you," Zhu Ping'an replied with a slight bow as he stepped inside. For some inexplicable reason, the guards observed Zhu Ping'an's silhouette entering the Taicang silver treasury and sensed something peculiar about him today, although they could not articulate what was different. If forced to pinpoint a detail, it might simply be a feeling. Normally, when observing Zhu Ping'an's figure, one might envision a harmless cat leisurely strolling into a courtyard. But today, he resembled a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Perhaps it was due to a restless night. The guards rubbed their eyes and, upon looking again, found nothing amiss. Zhu Ping'an arrived earlier than usual, and the staff at the Taicang had not yet begun their duties. Upon entering the Taicang, Zhu Ping'an navigated with ease, clutching his cloth bundle as he turned left and right until he reached the room where he had reviewed accounts the previous day. He took out the key and unlocked the door. The room appeared unchanged from the time he had left, yet Zhu Ping'an was acutely aware that it had been disturbed. He had previously placed a few strands of hair in several concealed spots, including boxes and account books, and now they had vanished without a trace. Clearly, someone had entered the room after he departed yesterday afternoon, rummaging through the desk, boxes, and the account books within. Zhu Ping'an was entirely unsurprised by this turn of events. Believing that they would not discern anything, yesterday I took away the double-entry bookkeeping ledger for review, leaving behind only the materials intended for their perusal. Zhu Ping'an tidied his desk, retrieving a stack of pre-prepared blank double-entry ledgers from his pocket and placing them on the table. Subsequently, he recalled and extracted the meticulously organized account books from the box, arranging them neatly to one side. He then took out 50 unorganized double-entry ledgers and laid them on the desk. With sleeves rolled up, he set to work with determination. After preparing the ink, Zhu Ping'an immersed himself in organizing the account books. Having spent the previous day sorting through them, he found today's task exceptionally smooth, progressing page by page. By the time the townsfolk of Taicang began to report for duty, he had already completed 3 volumes. "Here comes the 4th," Zhu Ping'an murmured to himself as he reached for the next ledger. Almost immediately, as he opened this 4th book, footsteps echoed from outside. "Master Zhu, I have come on orders to assist you with the accounts," a soft, blood-stained voice announced from beyond the door. Zhu Ping'an looked up to see 10 individuals standing neatly outside, led by a eunuch whose delicate features resembled those of a woman, reminiscent of Chen Kuan's portrayal of Yu Huatian in The Assassins. The eunuch wore a black hat devoid of wings and donned a white official robe. Draped with a black cloak, a scarlet sword sheathed at his left hip, and a badge inscribed with the words Eastern Factory hanging at his right side. Despite his effeminate demeanor, the eunuch exuded an unmistakable aura of bloodshed, clearly a person accustomed to violence. Behind him stood 9 uniformed guards from the Eastern Factory, expressionless and equipped with waist knives. "May I inquire your name, sir? I shall greatly rely on your assistance in the coming days." Zhu Ping'an smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Zhanggu Yi, 100 household from the Eastern Factory. The factory supervisor, Huang Gong, has instructed me to heed your commands in all matters," the eunuch replied with a gentle smile. "How could I dare impose? In this audit of Taicang, I shall depend heavily on the support of 100 household Zhang and your esteemed colleagues," Zhu Ping'an said, bowing respectfully to Zhanggu Yi and the guards outside. "You are too courteous, Master Zhu. We shall remain on duty outside. Please proceed with your auditing, and do not hesitate to call upon us should you require assistance." Zhanggu Yi smiled softly, and then instructed his subordinates to stand guard outside the room. As the appointed hour arrived, Zhu Guanku, Zhao Longzhong, and Zhao Longzhong, along with others from Taicang, arrived at the warehouse in jovial spirits. After Zhu Ping'an's departure yesterday afternoon, they had returned to scrutinize the room where he had conducted the audit, only to discover that aside from the frog perched on a lotus leaf painting from noon, Zhu Ping'an's auditing results consisted solely of a blank sheet of rice paper inscribed with the characters A, B, C, and D. Thus, they had spent a carefree evening at the Jinfeng Tower and leisurely returned to Taicang after enjoying breakfast there that morning. Upon returning to Taicang, Zhang Guanku and his companions were informed that Zhu Ping'an had arrived early that morning. They regarded this news with indifference. What significance did it hold if he came early? Whether he arrived at dawn or dusk mattered little for the mundane tasks at hand. However, their nonchalance dissipated upon learning that personnel from the Eastern Depot had also taken residence in Taicang. guarding the courtyard where Zhu Ping'an was auditing accounts. Instantly, they felt a sense of urgency and hurried to Zhu Ping'an's courtyard. Halt! As they approached the entrance, yet before reaching Zhu Ping'an's chamber, they were met with an impassive barrier. Do you not recognize us? We are officials from Taizong, here to inquire about the progress of Master Zhu's audit, Zhao Longzhong asserted. Stepping forward. Stop! The Eastern Depot officer blocking their path reiterated coldly, brandishing his sword menacingly, its blade glinting dangerously in the light. Zhao Longzhong's temper flared. How could a mere subordinate from the Eastern Depot dare to reprimand him, a distinguished physician? The audacity was intolerable. Just as Zhao Longzhong seemed poised to erupt, Zhao Longzhong deftly intervened, restraining him. This truly is a case of the floodwaters overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, Zhao Longzhong interjected with a smile, addressing the officer with a false familiarity. This is Zhang Guanku from Taizong. We are all officials from the same region. We kindly request permission to meet with your superior. As he spoke, Zhao Longzhong discreetly slipped a red envelope into the officer's hand. The term officer used by Zhao Longzhong differs from modern usage. It was a respectful appellation for the Eastern Depot personnel. The highest authority within the Eastern Depot was referred to as the factory chief, with several ranks beneath him, including the officers responsible for various tasks. The structure was elaborate, with numerous divisions and a hierarchy that involved many individuals. I am tasked with guarding this area, and apart from the Taizong Treasury inspectors, no others are permitted to approach, the Eastern Depot officer replied, casting a dispassionate glance at Zhao Longzhong while remaining unmoved by the bribe, his hand resting firmly on his sword. Zhao Longzhong's hand lingered awkwardly in place, a forced laugh escaping him as he withdrew the envelope. Might you summon your superior? I am an old acquaintance of Lu Qianhu from the Eastern Depot, and perhaps your superior is also familiar with him. At this moment, Zhang Guanku stepped forward, his voice imbued with the authority of a superior. Please do consider my request. Almost immediately after his words, the Eastern Depot officer Zhang Gu arrived leisurely from within the courtyard, his black cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, while the scarlet scabbard of his sword hung steadily at his side, seemingly affixed to his waist. Zhang Gu and Zhao Longzhong caught sight of Zhang Gu from a distance, their faces turning pale as they internally cursed the Eastern Depot for sending this person. Who is that young lady with the sword? Zhao Longzhong glanced at Zhang Baihu, his eyes suddenly brightening as he whispered to Zhao Longzhong, "What are you doing?" "That's the blood sword." Upon hearing this, Zhao Longzhong's expression shifted dramatically, as if confronted with a formidable beast. He quickly pressed a hand over Zhao Longzhong's mouth, wishing he could sew it shut. Zhao Longzhong's face turned ashen, and he instinctively took a step back, reassuring himself that they were at a safe distance, hoping Zhang Gu wouldn't hear him. Zhang Gu, known as the Blood Sword, seemed to possess extraordinary hearing, casting a glance at Zhao Longzhong and smiling with an unsettling grace. This smile sent a shiver down Zhao Longzhong's spine, causing cold sweat to bead on his back and nearly leading to an involuntary response. The Blood Sword. Zhang Gu is one of the most notorious executioners of the Eastern Depot, having earned his fearsome reputation through the bloodshed caused by his sword. The term blood sword signifies that every time Zhang Gu unsheathes his blade, it is guaranteed to draw blood, without exception. Zhang Gu adheres to a principle of three no's in his killings, which do not refer to a prohibition on murder, but rather indicate that he makes no distinctions regarding the worthiness of his victims, their social standing, or their age and gender. The nobility and influential figures who have perished at his hands number at least 80, if not 100. His infamous reputation is well known throughout the Eastern Depot, where it is said that he possesses unparalleled killing skills, capable of peeling skin from a person in one piece and performing a slow execution with up to 800 cuts, prolonging the victim's life in the process. 8 years prior, during the Renin Palace coup, palace maid Yang Jining and others conspired to harm Emperor Jiajing, but failed and were captured. All 16 palace maids, including Yang Jining and Yang Lianxiang, were executed by slow slicing, regardless of their role in the plot. The primary executioner of the chief offender, Yang Jining, was the young blood sword. It is rumored that the favored consorts implicated in the coup, such as Consort Chao and Wang Ning, also met their end at the hands of the blood sword, summoned by Empress Fong to carry out their execution. However, such matters belong to the inner palace and remain shrouded in secrecy, their veracity difficult to ascertain. Nevertheless, the blood sword's infamy is well-founded, and in the capital. The mere mention of his name can silence children's cries at night. Thus, encountering the blood sword instilled trepidation in the hearts of the officials from Taizong. I am Zhang Gu from the Eastern Depot, here by imperial decree to assist in the inspection of Taizong's accounts. Aside from the inspector, no outsiders are permitted near the ledgers. Do any of you gentlemen have any objections to this? The blood sword approached with an unsettling smile, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Guanku and the others. The blood sword's smile, rather than bringing comfort, only deepened the unease among Jia Langzhong and his companions. And no, we simply came to observe. Is there anything we can assist with from Taizong? They stammered, coughing and shaking their heads in feigned humility. Chapter 758. Unleashing all firepower. What on earth is Zhu Ping'an thinking, summoning the Eastern Depot as harbinger of death for protection? Has he uncovered something significant? The group from Taizong encountered difficulties at the blood sword and did not even catch a glimpse of Zhu Ping'an. They had no choice but to return to Zhang Guanku's office. Upon entering, Lu Siku could not suppress his grave expression, filled with concern. Lu, why are you fretting again? Hasn't the inspector visited us every year? And has any issue ever arisen? Zhao Longzhong clapped Lu Siku's shoulder forcefully, wearing an air of indifference. However, don't you find it strange that there are so many visits from the Eastern Depot? They wouldn't come for no reason. They must have discovered something, Lu Siku lamented, his worries only amplifying as he paced restlessly, feeling a chill at the thought of the blood sword's sinister smile. Dear Lu, you are being overly anxious. Who manages the accounts in Taizong? Surely you know it's the renowned ghost Hanzhong. Every ledger he handles has never shown any discrepancies. Even if the entire capital's accountants were summoned to scrutinize them for days on end, they would find no fault, the money treasurer remarked, shaking his head in amusement at Lu Siku's concerns. Indeed, Lu, you overestimate Zhu Ping'an. You accompanied us yesterday, and he didn't even touch the abacus. I doubt he knows how to calculate, let alone audit accounts. He probably can't even comprehend the ledgers, otherwise he wouldn't have spent the entire day inspecting them without leaving a single record, another treasurer chimed in, dismissing the fears. As they laughed, Lu Siku's worries began to dissipate under their assurances. Nevertheless, caution was still warranted. Jia Longzhong, you are well informed. Please inquire about why the Eastern Depot has suddenly come to Taizong, Zhang Guanku instructed gently, leaning back in his chair after the laughter subsided. The menacing reputation of the blood sword necessitated Zhang's prudence. Zhao Longzhong, known for his social finesse and connections, was a member of the Yan faction and had many acquaintances within the court, making him the most reliable source of information in Taizong. I suspect the inspection team has diminished, leaving only Zhu Ping'an as the lone survivor. Perhaps there are fears he might abandon his post, Zhao Longzhong remarked with a smile. Indeed, Zhao, you make a valid point. I believe the Eastern Depot is here to monitor Zhu Ping'an, fearing he might choose to flee. Another voice echoed in agreement. After Zhao Longzhong finished speaking, the treasury officials and others in the room responded with laughter. In their view, the East Factory's elaborate visit to Taizong must have been prompted by the recent establishment of the Taizong inspection team, which had already faced numerous setbacks. Some officials were mourning their losses, others had suffered strokes, some had received disciplinary punishments, and a few had even fallen from their horses. Only Zhu Ping'an remained, and the higher authorities were evidently concerned that he might abandon his post, thus dispatching personnel from the East Factory to intimidate him. Reflecting on this reasoning, the group found it plausible. One must not be complacent. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. However, without understanding the enemy and knowing oneself, victory is uncertain and defeat is inevitable. Zhang Guanku shook his head slightly, took a sip, and quietly recited. Being a cautious individual, Zhang Guanku felt uneasy about the unexpected visit from the East Factory. Although he had seen Zhu Ping'an's accounting results yesterday, which had eased his worries considerably, a lingering sense of unease remained, the reason for which he could not articulate. Rest assured, I will make inquiries, Zhao Longzhong nodded, then cupped his hands to the others before turning to leave. After Zhao Longzhong exited, Zhang Guanku instructed Qian Sikue to summon the accounting clerks, including Gue Shouzhong, to reconfirm the ledger issues. He then asked Lu Sikue and others to closely monitor any developments regarding Zhu Ping'an, although they could not approach the courtyard. Observing from a distance would still provide some insight. Once Zhang Guanku issued his commands, everyone promptly set to work, as their personal interests were at stake, and they were unusually attentive. Observing their diligence, Zhang Guanku nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of reassurance. While the others dispersed to carry out their tasks in Taicang, Zhu Ping'an had already made significant progress with the account audits. With personnel from the East factory stationed outside, Zhu Ping'an felt emboldened to unleash his full capabilities, accelerating his auditing speed by more than 30% compared to the previous day. The meticulously organized ledgers piled up thickly on the table, while only a mere 10 volumes remained in the second box. Under the scrutiny of the double-entry bookkeeping system, any discrepancies in the ledgers could not evade detection, revealing their deceitful nature. Today's examination uncovered a greater number of problematic accounts than the day before, roughly estimating. Zhu Ping'an identified a shortfall exceeding 3,000 taels of silver within just that morning. These parasites, stealing from within, elicited a low curse from Zhu Ping'an with each discovered deficit. It seemed that regardless of the era, corruption remained an inescapable issue. Greed leads to downfall, an irreversible fate. The collapse of the Ming dynasty was inextricably linked to these parasites. As time passed, Zhu Ping'an's pace quickened further. By midday, he had already scrutinized nearly 1/3 of the third box's ledgers. Outside, the East factory guards, including the blood sword, silently observed Zhu Ping'an through the window. Gradually, their gazes towards him transformed into genuine respect. Upon their arrival in Taicang that morning, they found Zhu Ping'an engrossed in his account audits. He had not taken a moment's respite, consistently poring over ledgers while simultaneously inscribing notes onto an incomprehensible chart, occasionally scribbling unintelligible calculations on scraps of paper, seemingly engaged in computation. However, it was curious that he had not employed an abacus during the audit, which piqued their intrigue. Throughout the process, Lu, the treasurer of Taicang, and others brought tea and snacks to the courtyard, delivered by the eunuchs of the Eastern Depot. Though these eunuchs did not allow Lu and the others to enter, they still ensured that Zhu Ping'an received refreshments, for one cannot work without sustenance. Yet, Zhu Ping'an did not partake in any of the tea, pastries, or snacks sent from Taicang. When thirst struck, he simply retrieved a gourd filled with water from his cloth bag, which he had brought from home. At midday, he also took out 2 oil cakes accompanied by a pile of pickled vegetables from his bag. One must never harbor malicious intentions, yet one must always be cautious of others' intentions. History is replete with examples of officials meeting untimely ends through poisoning or sabotage during audits. And Zhu Ping'an had no desire to become another victim. Chapter 759, Astonishment and Countermeasures. Shortly after noon, Dr. Jia returned to Taicang, his demeanor grave as he headed directly to Manager Zhang's office. Soon, the prominent officials of Taicang were summoned to the room by Manager Zhang. Upon hearing the news brought by Dr. Jia, the officials were left agape, struggling to believe the astonishing revelation. Previously, they had speculated that the Eastern Depot was sent to monitor Zhu Ping'an to prevent him from fleeing like the other officials of the Taicang inspection team. However, they were taken aback to discover that the agents of the Eastern Depot were actually summoned by Zhu Ping'an himself. This startling reversal left the officials in a state of disbelief, leading to a flurry of speculation. Had Zhu Ping'an truly lost his senses, requesting the Eastern Depot to surveil his own actions? What was his true motive behind such an elaborate scheme? Could it be that he intended to involve the Eastern Depot in the audit to ensure his own protection in the event of any discrepancies arising? Surely he could not have uncovered any issues. The accounts of Taicang had been meticulously crafted by the likes of Ghost Hand Zhang, and even the most seasoned auditors from the capital could not unearth any problems in a month's time. How could this inexperienced youth, unfamiliar with the workings of an abacus, possibly discern any irregularities in just one day? It was inconceivable, utterly unfathomable. Might it be that Zhu Ping'an was merely putting on an elaborate charade, seeking to extract some advantage from them? Yes, it seemed plausible. As Master Zhang suggested, a rural, impoverished individual seeking to gain status through the civil service would surely be motivated by the allure of wealth and honor. Zhu Ping'an's actions certainly suggested a voracious appetite for gain. The officials of Taicang expressed their varied opinions, some skeptical while others remained vigilant, harboring doubts and concerns regarding Zhu Ping'an's peculiar behavior. To speak candidly, if one wishes to prolong the night without dreams, let us decisively take action and deliver Zhu Ping'an to Zhao Longzhong, who is known for his ruthless demeanor. With a menacing expression, he gestured with 2 fingers across his throat, mimicking the act of slitting it. However, that is unthinkable. The bloodshed would be insufferable, and with the eastern depot's watchful eyes. How could we proceed? Furthermore, should Zhu Ping'an meet his demise within the confines of the warehouse, we would be unable to escape the repercussions. Yet, outside the warehouse, he is undoubtedly vigilant, always accompanied by 2 formidable bodyguards. These 2 guardians are not to be underestimated. While waiting for Zhu Ping'an, they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with several soldiers from the divine mechanism camp, revealing that the soldiers, despite their training, were no match for them. As Zhao Longzhong finished speaking, a treasurer from the warehouse voiced his dissent. He had witnessed Lu Dideo and Lu Mu sparring with the soldiers of the divine mechanism camp and recognized their exceptional skills. The divine mechanism camp is among the elite forces of the Ming dynasty, and the fact that trained soldiers were easily overpowered by Lu Mu and Lu Dideo attests to their prowess. Ordinary individuals would find it impossible to approach them, and attempting an assassination with more than 10 assailants would resemble a small-scale battle. Such commotion in the imperial capital, under the emperor's very feet, would undoubtedly attract scrutiny, no matter how meticulously concealed. But what if poison were employed? Zhu Ping'an is but a glutton reincarnated. During his last meal of stewed chicken, he nearly licked the plate clean. People require sustenance. Surely, Zhu Ping'an cannot forsake food, given his appearance resembling a famished beast. If we were to prepare a few exquisite dishes laced with poison, it would surely send him to the afterlife. An official, friendly with Zhao Longzhong, proposed the idea of poisoning Zhu Ping'an. Stop right there. If we were to poison Zhu Ping'an with food sent from our warehouse, how could we absolve ourselves of blame? Absolutely not. The assembly of officials shook their heads, deeming this suggestion even more implausible than Zhao Longzhong's. Of course, I considered this possibility. But what if it were a chef from the warehouse with a grudge against Zhu Ping'an? The first meal Zhu Ping'an had in the warehouse was prepared by this very chef, who had faced Zhu Ping'an's scorn for the unpalatable fare, leading to a seething resentment. Moreover, there lies a crucial point. Zhu Ping'an had taken advantage of his position to wrong this chef by stealing his betrothed. Thus, the chef, in a fit of rage, might resort to poisoning Zhu Ping'an. The motives, witnesses, and evidence would be abundantly clear. It would be a private vendetta between Zhu Ping'an and the chef, with no ties to us in the warehouse. The official who had initially proposed the idea smirked slightly, a confident smile spreading across his face as he elaborated on his suggestion without haste. Is that so? When did Zhu Ping'an develop such a profound conflict with our chef? I was unaware. Did he not previously praise the food? Someone inquired, visibly surprised. I too am uncertain, but that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in what the chef will assert after Zhu Ping'an is poisoned. The truth will be whatever he claims, with no witnesses to contradict him. The proposing official chuckled, exuding confidence. As long as they can afford sufficient funds. It is not merely a matter of finding a scapegoat in the form of a single chef. Even 10 chefs could be procured. Indeed, I find it feasible. Although it may seem morally reprehensible, when heaven presents a path they refuse to tread, and hell offers no entrance, yet they willingly venture forth. The blame lies solely with them for wading into these murky waters. This path is one they have chosen for themselves. The phrase "a dead friend" is preferable to "a poor priest" reverberated in the air, as numerous individuals expressed their agreement with the official's recent proposal. However, in the following moment, Lu, the treasurer, dispelled their notion with his words. It is unworkable, Lu asserted, shaking his head at the proponent of the suggestion. Why? The official inquired. This morning, Lord Zhang instructed me to keep a watchful eye on Zhu Ping'an. I stationed myself in a nearby room, peering through the back window, and observed that Zhu Ping'an is exceedingly cautious. He refrains from touching anything we send from the treasury, be it tea, snacks, or food. He has not partaken in a single morsel. As if he has long anticipated our intentions, Lu explained, shaking his head once more. Upon hearing Lu's account, Lord Zhang, who had proposed the notion of poisoning Zhu Ping'an, sighed and relinquished his idea. In my opinion, resorting to violence is a short-sighted strategy. Whether Zhu Ping'an can uncover the truth remains a separate issue. However, the act of murdering an official of the court is undeniably a grave offense that would invite relentless scrutiny. Even if we possess irrefutable evidence absolving the treasury, we would undoubtedly be the first suspects in the eyes of others. I concur. Zhu Ping'an's elaborate schemes are merely in pursuit of wealth and promotion. For a destitute rural family, even a mere crumb that slips through our fingers would represent unimaginable wealth for him. Eventually, as we hold leverage over him, Zhu Ping'an would become nothing more than a dog under our command, another echoed. Indeed, that is a valid point. The discussions among the members of the treasury gradually shifted from the eradication of dissent to the allure of enticement and assimilation, eventually resonating with a shared understanding. In the afternoon, the esteemed Dr. Jia and Treasurer Liu, among others from the treasury, lingered outside Zhu Ping'an's estate, attentively observing the activity within, eager to be the first to know when Zhu Ping'an would emerge. They attempted to gain entry into the courtyard, but found that the East Factory guards were exceedingly vigilant. Not even a bird could hope to infiltrate the premises, leaving them to wait outside for Zhu Ping'an's appearance. Time passed slowly, as the sun descended. Casting a warm hue across the sky, the guards gradually returned home, yet there was still no sign of movement from Zhu Ping'an's estate. There were no indications that Zhu Ping'an intended to depart. Another half-hour elapsed, and the last glimmer of sunlight reluctantly faded beyond the horizon, giving way to a somber twilight that enveloped the land. As darkness approached, one might wonder if Zhu Ping'an's keen eyesight would still serve him. Perhaps he had dozed off in his chamber once more. Dr. Zhao stomped his foot, squinting at the dimly lit courtyard, and muttered under his breath in irritation. It is quite possible. When we visited him yesterday, he was sleeping soundly on that small bed, drooling like a pig. The treasurer, familiar with Dr. Zhao, chuckled softly in agreement. However, just as their words faded, the room where Zhu Ping'an was auditing accounts suddenly lit up, the dim candlelight spilling through the window. How could he possibly light candles at this hour? Dr. Zhao exclaimed, his eyes widening as he rubbed his hands together, his teeth clenched in frustration. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the sky swiftly. At this point, Zhu Ping'an had nearly completed his examination of the 5th box of account books, with only a dozen remaining. Thus, he lit 2 candles, intending to finish reviewing these last few books before returning home. After over half an hour, the darkness deepened, as if a jug of ink had been poured into a basin of clear water. Just as Dr. Zhao and the others grew impatient, they heard the creaking sound of a door opening. Looking towards the courtyard, they saw Zhu Ping'an stepping out from the room, expressing his gratitude to the guards, including the blood-dripping sword. Rest assured, Sir Zhu, we shall ensure the safety of the account books while you are here tonight. Zhanggu, the captain, responded with a respectful bow. The guards stationed in the courtyard also saluted Zhu Ping'an, acknowledging the diligent official who had remained indoors, engrossed in his work. In their eyes, such dedication was a rarity among officials tasked with monitoring the capital's dignitaries, social elites, and scholars. I appreciate the efforts of Captain Zhang and all of you. Once the inspection of the granary is complete, I shall recommend your commendations, Zhu Ping'an expressed, bowing in gratitude to Zhang Gu and the other guards. He promised to report their contributions once the auditing was finished. As long as the account books were examined successfully, half of the auditing task would be accomplished. And this success relied heavily on the East Factory guards' protection of the records. Zhu Ping'an was not one to seek personal glory, yet acknowledging their efforts was merely a matter of course. Why not extend a hand for a favor that could be easily granted? Moreover, such an act would encourage the East Factory guards to be more diligent, yielding multiple benefits. Zhu Ping'an's words had a significant impact. Although Captain Zhang did not care much for the accolades, the other East Factory guards' eyes lit up at the mention of commendation, their hearts filled with anticipation. They were the lowest-ranking guards, often referred to as bands, and while they had their own means of gaining favors outside of work, there was a saying that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Similarly, a guard who does not seek promotion is not a diligent one. They yearned for advancement, aspiring to rise from mere guards to head officers, which would grant them greater power and opportunities for profit. While their duty was humble, being associated with the granary inspection elevated its significance. With such merit, a little silver could go a long way in securing promotions. Thus, the guards felt invigorated, becoming increasingly attentive to their duties, their eyes sharp and alert, as if equipped with radar, ensuring that not even an ant could approach the room housing the account books. After bidding farewell to Captain Zhang and the others, Zhu Ping'an stepped out of the courtyard. Alas, where is my esteemed Lord Zhu? Your diligent account auditing appears exceedingly arduous, spanning from dawn until dusk. Truly, you are a paragon for our kind. We observe your efforts with admiration and empathy, wishing we could assist you in this laborious task. Indeed, your unwavering dedication is an exemplary model for us, the people of Taicang. This is a testament to your tireless commitment. As the day waned, the likes of Dr. Jia and Dr. Zhao, who had been waiting outside, rushed forward to greet him warmly, their demeanor radiating enthusiasm. Even Dr. Zhao, who had been grumbling moments before, now wore a smile like a sun-kissed flower. Not at all, esteemed officials, you flatter me excessively, Zhu Ping'an replied, fully aware of the warmth from the Taizong populace. Ziyu, cease your modesty. If all officials of our Ming dynasty were as dedicated as you, our people would indeed be fortunate, Dr. Zhao remarked with a smile. Tugging at Zhu Ping'an's sleeve and inviting him earnestly, you have spent the day auditing our accounts, and we are immensely grateful. We have prepared a modest feast. Please do not decline. One should not accept rewards without merit. Esteemed officials, you are far too gracious. I merely fulfilled my duties, Zhu Ping'an replied with a gentle smile, attempting to decline the invitation. Preposterous. A gentleman does not place himself in perilous positions. Given your unusual behavior today, you must harbor suspicions. Who knows if there might be trickery in the food? I do not wish to take such risks, he continued, deflecting the invitation with an air of caution. Is it that you look down upon us? Dr. Zhao retorted, his eyes narrowing in mock indignation. What are you saying, Dr. Zhao? How could Zhu Ping'an ever look down upon us? Dr. Jia interjected, rebuking Dr. Zhao and then turning to Zhu Ping'an, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ahem, Doctor. Zhao speaks true. However, the situation is as follows. While perusing the accounts, I found myself somewhat hungry and had already partaken of my dinner within my quarters. Regrettably, I possess but one stomach. Otherwise, I would not have declined, Zhu Ping'an explained, his voice laced with sincerity. Apologies, I have already dined, he concluded, looking earnestly at Dr. Jia and the others, conveying a sense of longing. Not to worry, we shall save it for next time. Dr. Jia seemed to have anticipated this, chuckling lightly, and continued to tug at Zhu Ping'an's sleeve. We had forgotten that today you were auditing accounts. Thus, we remembered there are Taizong customs we have yet to share with you. These customs pertain to our daily income and expenditure and merit a thorough explanation. Chapter 761. 4 ounces of balance. Dr. Jia, Dr. Zhao, and the others cordially invited Zhu Ping'an to the office of the Treasury Overseer, eager to elucidate the customs of Taizong. With Liu and Zhang, the Treasury officials, chiming in, it became difficult to resist such heartfelt hospitality. Inviting him in front of the Eastern Depot officials, they surely would not dare to act malevolently at this moment. Simultaneously, Zhu Ping'an was keen to discern their true intentions, and thus, he followed them to the office of the Treasury Overseer with a half-hearted reluctance. Ah, Ziyu has arrived. Come in, come in. As Zhang Guanku heard the commotion outside, he greeted with a warm laughter before Zhu Ping'an had even stepped through the door. His enthusiasm evoked the spirit of Cao Cao, who famously welcomed Su Yu with open arms during the Three Kingdoms period. Such warmth from you, Master Zhang, is beyond what I deserve, Zhu Ping'an said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. After several exchanges of courtesy at the threshold, Zhu Ping'an finally entered the room with Zhang Guanku and others, where they settled into their respective seats. Zhu Ping'an found himself seated opposite Zhang Guanku as the evening sky darkened outside, illuminating the room with 3 oil lamps that were kindled to brighten the space. Are you familiar with the customs of Taizong, Ziyu? Zhang Guanku sat upright in his chair, his demeanor relaxed, his gaze steady upon Zhu Ping'an, reminiscent of an endless sea. He spoke softly, akin to a revered scholar, unaware of the customs. Zhu Ping'an expressed his eagerness to learn more. He shook his head, adopting a posture of inquiry. Zhang Guanku glanced at the physician Jia, who understood the unspoken cue, nodded slightly, and with a smile, drew Zhu Ping'an's attention. It is quite natural for you, Ziyu, to be unfamiliar with the customs of Taizong, having only recently arrived. Let us first discuss the matter of 4 taels of balance, Jia said with a cheerful demeanor. What is 4 taels of balance? Zhu Ping'an inquired with curiosity. Well, Ziyu, having spent several days in Taizong, you must have observed the laborious efforts of the treasury guards as they transport silver. While we may not toil physically, our minds are heavily burdened. You see, during the annual collection of taxes and the conversion of salt duties into silver, staying up late is a common occurrence for us. Consider the various contributions from the provincial administrations and local jurisdictions: silver from taxes, fodder, silk, cloth, currency, grains, wax, ship supplies, commercial duties, deed taxes, salt levies, penalties, military provisions, and more, totaling over 20 categories. It is indeed a monumental task, and we often find ourselves laboring night after night, Zhao remarked, fatigue evident in his expression, subtly lamenting their plight. With such a serious preamble, Zhu Ping'an surmised that the ensuing discourse would likely veer into less serious territory. As Zhao elaborated on the concept of 4 tails of balance, Zhu Ping'an inwardly scoffed at the customs of Taizong. Locally, recognizing our hardships, there is a tradition whereby each year, when contributions of silver are sent to Taizong, an additional 4 taels are offered for our consolation. We have repeatedly declined this. Yet it has become a long-standing custom between Taizong and the localities. Despite our objections, we are compelled to adhere to this practice. The extra 4 taels are typically divided, with 2 allocated to the treasury guards and the remaining 2 to treasury officials and inspectors, a convention colloquially known as 4 tails of balance. As Jia slowly articulated this custom, it appeared they were resigned to comply out of necessity. After hearing this, Zhu Ping'an maintained a stoic expression, yet a tempest of indignation surged within him. As he scorned Jia and the others, every 100 taels of silver, an additional 4 taels are levied. The Taizong collects approximately 2 million taels of silver annually, which means that from this singular item, they extort over 80,000 taels each year. What an immense burden this imposes on the common folk. How much is that in a year? Zhu Ping'an inquired, pursing his lips with a calm demeanor. It's not much. It amounts to over 80,000 taels of laborious earnings in a year, Zhao Longzhong replied dismissively, shaking his head. Not much. Over 80,000 taels is not insignificant. Converted to RMB, that is over 48 million. A 4th-rank official only receives a stipend of a little over 140 taels annually. The silver you acquire through this customary practice is enough to cover the annual salaries of 500 to 600 4th-rank officials. How many 4th-rank officials are there in the entirety of the Ming dynasty? Not many, he chuckled. This clearly indicates that their methods of accumulating wealth extend well beyond this single instance, suggesting their gains far exceed those 80,000 taels. Laborious earnings? What have you done? Merely your duty, and you consider this toil? Is it not akin to picking money off the ground? Zhu Ping'an's perception of the greed and shamelessness of Zhao Longzhong and his ilk reached a new zenith. Traditionally, the inspectors dispatched each year were officials from the department. However, with Zihu diligently overseeing Taizong this year, it is likely that higher authorities will no longer send departmental officials to inspect the silver vaults. Consequently, Zihu might receive around 10,000 taels from those 80,000 taels, which, while not substantial, serves as a consolation for his diligent inspection efforts. Zhao Longzhong raised his head, grinning as he looked at Zhu Ping'an. 10,000 taels? At this, Zhao Longzhong's face fell, revealing dissatisfaction. Look at your ambition. Zhang Guanku, who had been monitoring the situation, shot a glare at Zhao Longzhong, effectively silencing his forthcoming remarks. Under Zhang Guanku's stern gaze, Zhao Longzhong withered, mumbling a protest and sealing his lips. Internally, he bristled with discontent, questioning why Zhu Ping'an should receive 10,000 taels. In previous years, inspectors had been allocated only 4,000 to 5,000 taels for this item. Now, suddenly giving Zhu Ping'an more than double that amount would mean a reduction in their own share. 10,000 taels, Zhu Ping'an mused in astonishment. How easily you are swayed. Heh, Zhu Ping'an, is it so simple to buy your loyalty with a mere 10,000 taels? Observing Zhu Ping'an's astonishment, Zhao Longzhong's smile broadened. And Zhang Guanku too exhibited a smile. Is this customary practice known and approved by the higher authorities? If they are aware and have consented, then I may accept it. If not, I shall not accept a single coin. Zhu Ping'an scanned Zhao Longzhong, Zhang Guanku, and the others with a discerning gaze, slightly shrugging his shoulders. Well, this has been the practice for over a century. It is considered a rule of Taizong. If Zihu refuses to accept it, would that not disrupt the established order? Zhao Longzhong earnestly counseled. Why is it that my integrity compromises the established order? What sort of rule is that? Zhu Ping'an smiled wryly, clasping his hands in apology. Zihu does not comprehend the customs. I beg the esteemed gentleman to forgive. However, one cannot expect rewards without merit. Inspecting the treasury is a duty inherent to Ping'an, and it is a task that can be accomplished within a few days through normal routines. There is no need for the relentless overtime that some of you have endured for months on end. Therefore, I am utterly ashamed to accept this sum of money. Chapter 762. Routine touches the heart. Zhu Ping'an rejected without hesitation, leaving Zhang Guanku and others utterly taken aback. Just moments ago, upon hearing the mention of 10,000 taels of silver, They had thought Zhu Ping'an was overwhelmed by the staggering amount, believing he had succumbed to temptation. Yet now, with his serious demeanor and unwavering refusal, they were left astonished, especially Zhao Longzhong, who had just been indignant about the prospect of distributing 10,000 taels to Zhu Ping'an. To now hear him adamantly state that he could not possibly accept it was utterly shocking. Zhao Longzhong's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Is he mad? Refusing 10,000 taels. Zhao Longzhong stared at Zhu Ping'an as though he were a fool. But then a flicker of joy crossed his mind. If Zhu Ping'an was foolish enough to decline this sum, it meant he might receive a larger share for himself. After their initial astonishment, Lu Siku and the others began to feel anxious. If Zhu Ping'an accepted the money, everything would be fine. Accepting the silver would mean he was colluding with them, and they would no longer have to worry about audits. But now that Zhu Ping'an had firmly rejected the offer, presenting himself as a paragon of integrity, Lu Siku and the others were understandably distressed. Was the bait insufficient? It seemed Zhu Ping'an had quite the appetite. Ahem, aside from the customary 4 taels, we have many other traditions at the Taizong, such as the welcoming gifts. Zhao Longzhong coughed lightly and smiled slightly, continuing to outline the next customary practice to test Zhu Ping'an. The welcoming gift. Zhu Ping'an remained unperturbed. Indeed, this welcoming gift encompasses both the greeting and festival gifts. Every new official appointed to Taizong, including the inspectors like Zihu Ru and us Taizong officials, is entitled to a welcoming gift. The treasury has prepared 7,000 taels of silver for each incoming official, and during the following year, for the Spring Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival, there will be an additional 7,000 taels for each festival. Altogether, this welcoming gift amounts to approximately 28,000 taels annually. A smile lingered at the corners of Zhao Longzhong's lips as he spoke clearly, indicating that as long as Zhu Ping'an nodded, he would need to do nothing. Just from the welcoming gifts alone, he could receive 80,000 taels in a year. Why should this be? Zhao Longzhong's breath became heavier. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. 28,000 taels meant he would receive several thousand taels less. As long as Zhu Ping'an did not speak up, the silver from the treasury could be yours to divide. With that 28,000 taels, one could easily find someone to eliminate Zhu Ping'an several times over. 28,000 taels. Converting to modern currency, that approaches 20 million RMB. Indeed, many provincial-level officials embroiled in corruption today are implicated in sums around this magnitude. Truly, a grand display. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, deepening his understanding of the sordid practices in Taizong. The welcome gifts presented to him were offerings from the various silver houses below. One might wonder why these institutions would willingly part with such substantial sums. These financial entities are not naive. On the contrary, these merchants are exceedingly astute. Their generous contributions to the officials of Taizong are undoubtedly a means to secure returns manifold from the region. Local taxes, including tax on silver, commercial taxes, deed taxes, salt taxes, and grain transport fees, are often consolidated by these silver houses before being sent to the treasury. Thus, they reap exorbitant profits from this arrangement. The silver they deliver is often manipulated, presenting 200 or 300 taels as 400 or 500, or substituting lower quality silver, say, silver with only 90% purity, claiming it to be sterling silver with 99% purity. Consequently, these silver houses can remit less silver than they ought to, and over time, their profits far exceed the bribes they offer, yielding returns tenfold or more. The officials in the treasury, having received these generous gifts, naturally turn a blind eye, leaving the national treasury and the common people to bear the brunt of the loss. My role is merely to inspect Taizong. What concern is it of the silver houses? No merit, no reward. Such money I cannot accept. Zhu Ping'an shook his head, resolutely rejecting the offer once more. It was evident that this money was beneath the surface, tied to clandestine dealings that harm both the nation and its people. How could he possibly accept it? Once again, if he were to take this money, how could he continue to oversee the treasury in Taizong? Zhu Ping'an was neither a saint nor inflexible, yet there are certain sums that must never be accepted. The wealth of the people is something he would not touch, not even with a faint caress. A gentleman values wealth, but only through just means. Zhu Ping'an's earnest refusal left the officials of Taizong in a state of agitation. Even the avaricious Zhao Longzhong began to feel anxious. 28,000 taels of silver. coupled with the previous 10,000, amounted to nearly 40,000 taels, a significant sum indeed. To anyone, this was no trifling matter. Zhao Longzhong did not believe Zhu Ping'an was rejecting the offer due to its meagerness. This amount, even for the esteemed Shifan, would be considered substantial enough to secure a lucrative position. Zhu Ping'an's steadfast demeanor appeared to instill a sense of unease and apprehension in Zhao Longzhong. The ever-smiling Zhao Longzhong was struggling to maintain his cheerful facade. Coughing softly, he continued to tempt Zhu Ping'an. Ahem, Zihu, there are several customary practices in Taizong, such as military gifts, meal allowances, and familial contributions. The day is growing late. If we do not depart soon, our families may begin to worry. These customs, I hope you will consider discussing with us on a later date. For now, I shall take my leave. Esteemed officials, please stay. Without waiting for Zhao Longzhong to finish, Zhu Ping'an rose, offering a courteous bow to Zhang Guankue and the others, a profound bow, before turning to leave. The atmosphere in the room darkened as they watched Zhu Ping'an's retreating figure. Damn it! How audacious! Damn it! I employed someone to assist with this ungrateful wretch. After Zhu Ping'an had walked away, Dr. Zhao slammed the table forcefully, his face contorted with rage as he muttered a curse. Why are you shouting? Are you afraid the Eastern Depot won't hear you? Zhang Guanku glared at Dr. Zhao with a sullen expression. Zhu Ping'an has no sense of propriety. Dr. Zhao grumbled resentfully under his breath. Could it be that Zhu Ping'an has truly uncovered something? Lu Siku once again voiced his apprehension about this matter. Do not let your nerves fray. I do not believe that someone who cannot even master a single abacus could uncover anything from the accounts crafted by Ghost Hanzhong. He is merely posturing, seeking to leverage the situation for his own gain, Dr. Zhao asserted, feigning calmness. Indeed, what you say is quite reasonable, Sir Zhao. When I observed Sir Zhao mention the sum of 28,000 taels, Zhu Ping'an's eyes practically sparkled. This Zhu fellow is indeed greedy, with an insatiable appetite. Several officials nodded in agreement. Chapter 763. Late return, young master. Are you well? Today, you have left the office over half an hour later than usual. And the sky has already darkened. Outside the gates of the Taizong Silver Vault, Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo anxiously awaited, for at this hour, Zhu Ping'an would typically have emerged long ago. Today, however, he was delayed by nearly half an hour, leaving them worried outside, unable to enter. Upon finally seeing Zhu Ping'an emerge, they rushed forward to take the reins of his horse. It is nothing. I merely lost track of time while checking the accounts and forgot to send word to you, causing you concern. This is my fault. Zhu Ping'an explained with a smile while leading the horse. Do not say such things. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo quickly replied, shaking their heads. What could possibly be wrong with me? Oh, by the way, you should be cautious in the future. If the people from Taizong offer you food or drink, kindly refuse. I fear they may have ulterior motives. Zhu Ping'an advised Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo on their way back to the residence of the Marquis of Liangzhe. Hee, young master. You may have issued your warning a bit late, Lu Dedeo chuckled. What is it? Could it be that the Taizong people? Zhu Ping'an paused at the remark. When you first arrived in Taizong to inspect the accounts, the young lady had already instructed us, saying that while you were auditing Taizong, the locals would surely engage in some underhanded tactics. She urged us to be wary of them, not to accept even a single coin or a sip of water from Taizong, unless it was specifically ordered by you. Rest assured, young master. Lu Dedeo replied with a grin. Oh, it turns out Li Shu had anticipated this and given prior instructions. Zhu Ping'an sighed with relief. At the same time, he felt somewhat embarrassed. When Lu Dedeo mentioned being late, he had worried that Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo might have accepted bribes from the Taizong people. It seems that my self-cultivation is still lacking. I must pay more attention to my personal refinement and not judge others with a petty mindset. If I cannot trust such simple, grateful saviors as Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo, whom can I truly trust? Fearing that the night may bring further complications, I must expedite the auditing of the Taizong accounts. It is likely that I will also be delayed tomorrow, Zhu Ping'an informed Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo. Oh, my dear sir, do take care of your health, for only with strength can one accomplish tasks. Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo nodded in agreement, with Lu Mu further reminding Zhu Ping'an to pay heed to his well-being. It's merely a matter of a day or two, fret not. Zhu Ping'an replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Under the dim moonlight, the trio galloped swiftly towards the residence of the Marquis of Liangzhe, soon vanishing into the thick night. Upon reaching the Marquis's abode, the moon hung hazily in the sky, surrounded by a multitude of stars. In the main hall of Tingyu Pavilion, a lavish feast awaited, steaming and exuding an enticing aroma. Seated at the table was a beautiful maiden, her lips a vivid red and her teeth pearly white, puffing her cheeks in displeasure, none other than Li Shu. Noticing Zhu Ping'an's entrance, she tilted her delicate neck, gazing at the ceiling with a dramatic roll of her eyes, letting out a huffy sound. What a delightful aroma! It seems fortune smiles upon me. Zhu Ping'an exclaimed upon witnessing the sumptuous spread and the pouting Li Shu. Yet, his words were met with nothing but a disdainful grunt and a pair of rolling eyes. Li Shu, puffing her cheeks, ignored the tardy Zhu Ping'an, as if his words fell on deaf ears. It was then that Baozi, the little maid, spoke up on behalf of her mistress. My lord, I truly should not speak, yet your late arrival has greatly worried the young lady. The dishes have been reheated thrice. Who worried about him? It was rather peaceful without him, Li Shu retorted, her doe-like eyes glaring reproachfully at Baozi, her cherry-red lips forming a delicate pout. After her outburst, she tilted her exquisite face toward Zhu Ping'an, her eyes rolling back in mock exasperation. Even when angry, her beauty was captivating. Beneath the candlelight, Li Shu's delicate visage was more radiant than any modern celebrity Zhu Ping'an had ever encountered. Her complexion was smooth and fair, reminiscent of creamy sheep's milk, so translucent that Zhu Ping'an dared not gaze too long, fearing he might inadvertently mar her beauty with his stare. Zhu Ping'an had intended to explain, but upon catching a glimpse of Li Shu, he found himself momentarily entranced. It was only when she let out a playful huff that he returned to reality. Ahem. I lost track of time while inspecting the ledgers, he coughed, attempting to mask his earlier distraction with a clumsy excuse, briefly elaborating on his task at the warehouse. Is the ledger more important than me? Li Shu replied lightly, her tone teasing. Of course, you are paramount, Zhu Ping'an answered without hesitation. For such a question had but one answer. Then why return so late? Who are you trying to deceive? Li Shu lifted her charming face once more, playfully chiding him. I wish to expedite the ledger inspection and complete my duties swiftly, so I could spend more quality time with you. Zhu Ping'an concocted a reason, seeking to justify his tardiness. As before, I remain unfooled by your smooth talk. Li Shu pouted her delicate cherry lips and playfully scolded. Yet her eyes finally regarded Zhu Ping'an with earnestness. Observing Li Shu's playful demeanor, Zhu Ping'an continued to coax her for a while until he successfully won her over. If you consume all this food, I shall believe you, Li Shu said, her large, glistening eyes fixed upon Zhu Ping'an. A mischievous smile dancing at the corners of her cherry lips, her sparkling gaze reflecting the flickering candlelight within the room, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. I assure you, I could devour the entire plate, Zhu Ping'an declared solemnly before indulging heartily in the meal. Oh, do you truly consider yourself a glutton? Eating to your heart's content is one thing, but if you overindulge, my mother-in-law will surely scold me, Li Shu chided with feigned concern, devoid of any genuine anger, as Zhu Ping'an relished his meal. It was in this moment that Zhu Ping'an grasped the profound humor of a modern jest. On the day of their wedding, his mother-in-law had advised him, should my daughter throw a tantrum and act unreasonably, inform me, and I shall teach you how to handle her. Today, his wife was indeed being unreasonable, so he called his mother-in-law for guidance. She responded, does she seem like someone who would engage in reason? Do not reason with her. You must coax her. Indeed, women require coaxing. Reasoning must also be approached with gentleness. Chapter 764. An unusual toad. The next day, darkness enveloped the outside world. With the morning star still high in the sky, Zhu Ping'an had already set out with Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo, riding towards the silver treasury of Taicang. This time, Zhu Ping'an carried a day's worth of provisions in his backpack and had 2 gourds filled with water hanging at his waist. Additionally, he wore a silk armor, a request from Li Shu that she insisted he don that morning before he could leave. This silk armor had been specially requested by Li Shu from his second brother days prior and had only just arrived in the capital via swift courier from the south. In the morning, Li Shu was adamant that Zhu Ping'an put on this silk armor before he could depart. This silk armor was not as miraculous as described. It was merely processed silk through a unique method involving numerous steps that preserved its softness while enhancing its durability. Hand-woven, it was exceedingly lightweight, almost imperceptible when worn, and remained undetectable to outsiders. Additionally, wearing it in summer offered a cooling effect. Compared to golden silk armor, The silk armor was somewhat less effective against slashing weapons, yet it could significantly reduce the impact of such strikes, mitigating damage and preventing fatal injuries. Furthermore, it excelled in protecting against arrows, much like the silk garments worn by Mongolian cavalry during the era of Genghis Khan. The reason that Mongolian soldiers don a silk garment close to their bodies is not due to a desire for ostentation or decadence, but rather because they appreciate the resilience of silk. Clad in silk attire serves a protective purpose. Should an arrow strike, the silk threads would ensnare the arrowhead, allowing it to be gently extracted by merely pulling on the threads, thereby mitigating the injury inflicted by the projectile. Similarly, Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo carried provisions and water for their journey. In addition, Lu Mu had a sword slung at his waist, while Lu Dedeo bore a hefty curved blade upon his back, with each man concealing 6 or 7 throwing darts within their belts. After heeding Zhu Ping'an's warning the previous day, both men were well prepared for self-defense and remained exceptionally vigilant, discreetly shielding Zhu Ping'an in their midst as they traveled. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful, and they arrived safely at Taicang. Upon reaching Taicang, dawn was just beginning to break, with the first light still brewing just below the horizon. Zhu Ping'an entered Taicang alone, making his way directly to the accounting room. The personnel from the Eastern Depot had divided into 2 shifts, steadfastly guarding the area outside. They were taken aback by Zhu Ping'an's early arrival for the audit, and their respect for him was notably elevated. As the light of day had yet to fully emerge, Zhu Ping'an lit an oil lamp and began perusing the account books by its glow. Based on the pace of the previous day, he estimated that he could complete the audit by the end of today and half of tomorrow. The account books revealed that as one delved deeper, the instances of falsified entries and deficits became increasingly frequent. For instance, the first book he examined today contained nearly 200 tales more in discrepancies compared to the one he reviewed 2 days prior. After finishing this volume, the eastern sky began to blush with the dawn. As the first light emerged, Zhang Guanku and Zhao Longzhong arrived at Taicang, an entire hour earlier than usual, with the intent of intercepting Zhu Ping'an at the entrance to discuss the customary practices of the treasury. Report, sir. The Inspector Zhu has already arrived at Taicang half an hour ago, the treasury guard informed Zhang Guanku in response to his inquiry. Damn! Zhao Longzhong exclaimed vehemently, slamming a box of tea leaves to the ground in frustration. The others shared his discontent. Zhang Guanku cast a glance at Zhao Longzhong and replied sternly, if there's something to discuss, let us do so behind closed doors. What else with this commotion at the entrance? I'm just annoyed. This Zhu is getting too full of himself, Zhao Longzhong muttered. Yet he obediently followed Zhang Guanku to the latter's office within the treasury. Once inside, the door was shut, and they commenced a clandestine discussion aimed at devising a strategy against Zhu Ping'an. After considerable deliberation, they reached no definitive conclusion. Despite Zhu Ping'an's sudden dedication to the audit, they remained confident in the integrity of the account books crafted by the esteemed accountants in the capital, believing that Zhu Ping'an would not uncover any discrepancies. Lu Sikue, who has always been timid and apprehensive, was ultimately persuaded by the crowd. His previous concerns regarding whether Zhu Ping'an would uncover any discrepancies were largely attributed to his inherent character. However, after the assembly presented irrefutable evidence that Zhu Ping'an was inept with calculations and incapable of auditing, Lu Sikue became convinced that Zhu Ping'an could not possibly identify any issues within the accounts. In order to solidify their position, Zhang Guanku issued instructions to Liangzhe and other well-connected individuals to prepare lavish gifts for visits to influential officials within the Ministry of Revenue, thereby facilitating their connections. He then directed Zhang Sikue and others to employ a dual approach of both carrots and sticks, discreetly advising the treasury guards and clerks of their shared interests. They were all in the same boat. Should anyone dare to voice dissent and jeopardize their collective interests, they would face the consequences. The results were evident, as numerous officials within the Ministry of Revenue subtly nodded in agreement. The entire Taicang region became united against Zhu Ping'an, for they all depended on the same pot of rice. With aligned interests, they naturally banded together to confront this unconventional individual. While the people of Taicang unified their thoughts and, under the leadership of Zhang Guanku, fortified their resolve, Zhu Ping'an remained wholly engrossed in his auditing, oblivious to the machinations around him, save for the occasional sneezing fit. Like the previous day, Zhu Ping'an toiled over the accounts until the sun dipped below the horizon, only then putting away his ledger and brush. He was left with merely a third of the accounts remaining. His progress exceeded expectations, and he anticipated completing the task by the early hours of the following morning. In contrast to the previous day, as Zhu Ping'an exited the courtyard, he found it devoid of Zhang Guanku and Jia Langzhong. He had expected them to once again detain him and expound upon customary practices, but was pleasantly surprised by their abrupt withdrawal. This was indeed fortuitous, as it spared him from further exhausting discussions after a day spent poring over the accounts. As the moon waned and the sun rose, a new day commenced. True to Zhu Ping'an's predictions, he promptly reorganized nearly 3 years' worth of Taizong's accounts into a double-entry bookkeeping format. The fabrications and deficits he uncovered were staggering, far surpassing his expectations. Upon completing his audit, Zhu Ping'an kept the double-entry bookkeeping records and final statistics securely hidden, handing over the nearly 3 years' worth of accounts to the agents of the Eastern Depot, who were tasked with delivering them to the Western Garden for archiving. Once Zhu Ping'an and the Eastern Depot personnel departed, Zhang Guanku and his associates eagerly entered the accounting room. The room was entirely empty, save for a single sheet of rice paper left on the table. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was familiar because they had seen this paper before, notably the depiction of the lotus leaf and frog, which had led them to privately mock Zhu Ping'an as the frog inspector. It was unfamiliar because this rice paper, which originally bore the line sitting alone by the pond like a tiger in wait, nurturing one's spirit beneath the green shade, now included 2 additional lines. Completing the poem, spring arrives, and I do not speak first, which insect dares to make a sound. As spring arrives, I remain silent, pondering which creature dares to make a sound. Upon reciting this thought, a chill unexpectedly envelopes my back, as if a thorn has lodged itself in my heart. The expressions of Liu and the others shifted, their hearts trembling. How could a mere frog exude such an air of majesty and audacity? Are we to interpret his designation as the frog inspector as a mockery of our own insignificance? Liu, who had just begun to feel at ease, found himself inexplicably unsettled once more. Chapter 765. A distinctive judging the news of Zhu Ping'an completing the audit of the Taizong Silver Vault's 3-year ledger in just 3 days soon spread, as the Eastern Factory personnel escorted the records to the Western Garden. This was hardly a clandestine matter, with the ledgers delivered to the Western Garden. It was evident that the audit had been concluded. Could it be that Zhu Ping'an finished examining 3 years' worth of accounts in merely 3 days? Surely this must have been a superficial glance, a mere skimming of the surface, wouldn't it? It is inconceivable, whether alone or with 5 inspectors present. It would take at least half a month to thoroughly review such extensive records. How amusing it is. Are you jesting with me? Even the children of the neighboring village would not believe it. How could one possibly review 3 years of ledgers in just 3 days? Indeed, I find it plausible. Consider this, my esteemed Lord Zhang. If Zhu Ping'an were to conduct a sampling audit, selecting dozens or even over 100 ledgers for examination, one might argue that although it is somewhat generalizing, it could still be defensible. Sampling. My dear Lord Wang, how could you utter such a notion? This is not a scholar's inquiry to his pupils. Employing sampling methods for auditing the Taizong Silver Vault is nothing but a way to brush aside the matter. As the Eastern Factory's blood sword reported to Director Huang Jin, the ministers stationed at the Western Garden had already heard of this news. With little else of significance on that day, they gathered in small groups under the pretext of discussing essays and memorials, engaging in hushed conversations. Most of them spoke with a tinge of acidity and criticism. Just 2 days prior, they had poured their hearts into composing their own essays, dedicating an entire day to their creation, only to find that Zhu Ping'an's work, crafted in the time it takes to sip tea, received a banquet from the Jiajing Emperor as a mark of favor. Even those who had cultivated their composure for decades could not help but feel a flicker of envy. Moreover, Zhu Ping'an's completion of the Taizong Silver Vault's audit in just 3 days was inherently a subject of controversy. The ledgers from the Taizong Silver Vault, escorted by the blood sword and others, were sealed in a palace not far from the Western Garden, where the attendants observed the transport of over 10 large chests filled to the brim with accounts. How could Zhu Ping'an alone possibly have finished reviewing such a vast amount of material in merely 3 days? While the ministers at the Western Garden engaged in their discussions, Huang Jin reported the news of Zhu Ping'an's audit completion to Emperor Jiajing, also presenting the poem Ode to the Frog that Zhu Ping'an had composed. Upon hearing the news of Zhu Ping'an's completion, the emperor was initially taken aback, almost doubting his own ears. Huang Jin reported to Emperor Jiajing about Zhu Ping'an's diligent accounting efforts, detailing how he rose early and returned late, working tirelessly. The emperor, not fully aware of the number of ledgers in the Taizong treasury, felt his initial surprise dissipate upon hearing of Zhu's commitment. As he listened to Huang's report, he picked up the 7 ancient poems on frogs with keen interest. Indeed, it is rare for young Zhu to depict the frog with such vivid charm. This humble creature exudes such grandeur under his pen. It seems Zhu has faced considerable disdain at Taizong, the emperor mused. After perusing Zhu Ping'an's work, a faint smile crept upon his lips as he stroked his beard and turned to Huang Jin. This old servant is unaware, but I have heard that when young Master Zhu began his audit, he only penned the first 2 lines and sketched a frog resting on a lotus leaf, which was said to be quite lifelike. The subsequent lines were added only after he completed his examination. Huang Jin replied with a bow. Oh, I must see how this formidable frog appears. The emperor expressed his curiosity. Allow me to summon it at once, Huang Jin said, bowing deeply. There's no hurry. What is the outcome of Zhu's audit? The emperor waved his hand, setting the poem aside, and inquired softly. Young Master Zhu has yet to report the results. But I have heard from the subordinates that he was filled with righteous indignation, repeatedly exclaiming great rat, vowing to eradicate it. Huang Jin reported, lowering his head. Huh. It seems the frog has spotted its prey. Excellent. It appears there are indeed many pests in my granaries, the emperor scoffed, sweeping his sleeve with vigor. His right hand resting on the back of the dragon throne, the wide sleeves of his robe fluttering before settling down. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Huang Jin hurriedly knelt and urged. Rise, Huang. It is not you who should kneel, but those great rats and pests in the storages. The emperor gestured for Huang to stand and speak. It matters not that I kneel, but I implore you, Your Majesty, do not jeopardize your health. Huang Jin, still on the ground, expressed concern. Truly, the first favored servant by Emperor Jiajing speaks such words that soothe the heart, he thought. Very well. Bring me the memorials submitted today, the emperor instructed, shaking his hand as he commanded Huang Jin to fetch the documents from the cabinet. Huang Jin then rose, carefully presenting the memorials with both hands before placing them on the emperor's desk. As the emperor perused the documents, his brow furrowed in displeasure. These northern barbarian chieftains are relentless. Today they invade Xuandu, tomorrow they assault Datong. The cabinet must draft a decree to suspend the Datong horse market as a warning. If the northern barbarians show no shame and continue to encroach upon our borders, I order that all border horse markets be strictly prohibited. I shall remember this. Huang Jin nodded, bowing deeply. After reviewing the first memorial, the Jiajing emperor continued to delve into the subsequent documents, perusing 3 more in a row. He expressed a degree of satisfaction with the internal cabinet's drafted recommendations, essentially approving them. However, upon reaching the 5th and 6th memorials, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Pondering for a moment, seemingly speaking to himself, yet also conversing with Huang Jin. Reducing rent pales in comparison to waiving it entirely. Though I am not Yao, Shun Yu, or Tang, I possess an understanding of the people's livelihood. In my youth, during my time in the Chengtian prefecture, my late father also guided me through the various aspects of the populace's existence. The Chengtian prefecture referred to the Anlu prefecture in Huguang, which was the fiefdom held by the Jiajing emperor before he ascended the throne. In the 10th year of Jiajing, to honor the emperor's dragon-ruled domain, namely his birthplace in Anlu, he emulated the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang by elevating his place of origin, Hao prefecture, to a prefecture, similarly transforming Anlu into the Chengtian prefecture. However, the Jiajing emperor went a step further, naming the prefecture Chengtian to be on par with the capital cities Shuntian and Nanjing Xingtian, while also expanding its jurisdiction to encompass 5 counties and 2 prefectures, thus establishing Chengtian prefecture. After contemplating thus for a moment, the Jiajing emperor solemnly instructed Huang Jin to direct the cabinet to draft a decree to waive the land rent for drought-stricken fields in Jiangxi's Nanchang, Linjiang, Jian, Ruizhou, Yuanzhou, Fuzhou, Ganzhou, and Nan'an prefectures. Additionally, he ordered the same exemption for the flood-affected fields in the northern provinces of Daming, Baoding, Hejian, Shund, and Guanping. Heaven has no favoritism. It often aligns with the virtuous. The emperor's compassionate heart cherishes his people as though they were his own children, always considering their welfare. The common folk truly are fortunate to have a sovereign like him. Huang Jin, filled with emotion, portrayed a scene of the common people kneeling in gratitude to the Jiajing emperor, sincerely praising his monumental act of waiving land rent due to drought and flood. He skillfully calibrated his demeanor, his expressions genuine and unforced, which greatly pleased the Jiajing emperor. Chapter 766. Return to Taizong on June 20th. Under the brilliant glow of the morning star, a propitious day for construction was at hand, as the first rays of dawn timidly broke the horizon. A gentle coolness accompanied the arrival of daybreak. Summer mornings invigorate the spirit, and Zhu Ping'an, along with Lu Mu and Lu Dadio, set out early from the Liangzhe Marquis' residence, making their way towards the Qintian monitoring office. With the sun just beginning to rise, their horses trotted lightly along the path. The grayish-blue courtyard, winding stone streets, moss-covered brick walls, and bustling breakfast shops came alive in the capital's morning. The leaves of the willows lining the road unfurled under the morning light. Upon arriving at the Qintian monitoring office, which had yet to open, Zhu Ping'an and his companions decided to enjoy breakfast at a nearby eatery. The enthusiastic waiter, donning a white towel, warmly welcomed them inside. They ordered 3 bowls of sweetened mung bean milk, a plate of side dishes, and a basket of fried dough sticks, settling at a table by the roadside. Each bite of the fried dough stick, followed by a taste of the side dishes and a sip of the mung bean milk, filled them with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Conveniently, just as they finished their meal and stepped out of the shop, the doors of the Qintian monitoring office began to swing open. Lu Mu and Lu Dadio awaited outside, while Zhu Ping'an entered the Qintian observatory alone, registering his name. The gatekeeper guided him to meet Zhang Siming. Infinite Celestial Lord, Zhang Siming, with a visage reminiscent of a plump Mithria Buddha clad in a gray-white Taoist robe, greeted him with a beaming smile, his fingers forming a mystical seal. It is only natural for me to be here today, as it is the day for the changing of the treasury gate, Zhu Ping'an silently mused, a smile gracing his face as he stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Haha, I have come to trouble you again, Master Zhang. Not at all. Not at all. Please, Scholar Zhu, take a seat for a moment while I have someone prepare the ritual implements, and we shall proceed to the Grand Treasury. Zhang Siming replied with a cheerful shake of his head. I appreciate your efforts, Master Zhang. Zhu Ping'an expressed his gratitude with a bow. Scholar Zhu, you need not be so modest. I have yet to thank you for your recent work, kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. This peace has swept away the shadows over our Taoist community, allowing us to hold our heads high. This singular work surpasses the efforts of countless Taoists in spreading our teachings, Zhang Siming remarked, waving his hand in dismissal. You flatter me, Master Zhang. I am acutely aware of my own limitations, Zhu Ping'an replied earnestly, shaking his head. Haha, Scholar Zhu, do not be so humble. This sentiment is shared by many. In fact, several esteemed individuals at Wui Hall have suggested that your work may even surpass Yan Maoqing's The Auspicious Tortoise of Luoshui. Zhang Siming observed Zhu Ping'an with a smile. I do not believe that to be the case, Zhu Ping'an said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Yuan Wei's couplets are renowned, and his flattery is unmatched. Indeed, several dignitaries at Wui Hall have expressed similar opinions, Zhang Siming noted, still smiling as he regarded Zhu Ping'an. Please, do not say that, Zhu Ping'an interjected, shaking his head. Yuan Wei is quite self-important and has always viewed me with disdain. If he were to return from his inspection of the borders and hear such claims, it would undoubtedly lead to further animosity between us. I am aware of history. Yuan Wei's poetic talent is exceptional, and he enjoys the favor of Emperor Jiajing. His rise through the ranks is unprecedented, though he is merely a reader at present. Within a decade, he will ascend to the position of Grand Guardian of the Crown Prince, Minister of Rights, and swiftly enter the cabinet, ranking alongside the likes of Li Chunfeng, Yan Na, and Guo Pa as a premier minister of poetry. Being at odds with such a promising yet narrow-minded individual is hardly advantageous. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Siming instructed someone to pour Zhu Ping'an a cup of tea and requested him to wait briefly while he went to prepare the ritual implements. After the passage of 2 cups of tea, Zhang Siming returned to inform Zhu Ping'an that the ritual implements were ready, and they could depart for the Grand Treasury. As Zhu Ping'an stepped out with Zhang Siming, he beheld the array of ritual implements prepared by Zhang. Incense, candles, paper money, vermilion, brushes, talismans, peachwood swords, bells, black dog blood, sheep's blood, and cow's blood, among other items. Accompanying Zhang Siming to the Grand Treasury were 2 other Taoists from the Qintian Observatory. whose ethereal demeanor contrasted sharply with the more robust appearance of Zhang Siming, showcasing their professionalism. According to Zhang Siming's introduction, these two Taoist priests are also officials of the Qingtian Supervisory Bureau, holding the rank of the 9th grade in the Wuguan Supervisory Office, selected from renowned Taoist temples. Zhang Siming traveled in one carriage while the other two priests occupied another, casually observing the ceremonial implements. As Zhu Ping'an approached Zhang Siming's carriage, ready to mount his horse, he spotted the bloodied sword standing outside the main gate of the Qingtian Supervisory Bureau, accompanied by over 20 Eastern factory guards, each leading a horse. The bloodied sword stood expressionless, erect before the gate, clad in a white official robe, draped in a black cloak. With a crimson long sword suspended at his waist, and an Eastern factory insignia hanging from his belt. Behind him, the Eastern factory guards, also cloaked in black, formed two lines, their right hands resting on their blades, standing silently like statues, exuding an air of chilling authority. Zhang Siming, who had been smiling, could no longer maintain his cheerful demeanor upon seeing the bloodied sword and the Eastern factory guards. Every passerby on the road avoided the area, holding their breath and swiftly taking detours. Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo, waiting outside, were equally apprehensive, leading their horses across from them, unable to meet the gaze of the bloodied sword and his companions. During their time in the village, they had often heard tales of the Eastern factory and the Jinyui's fearsome reputation, associated with various tortures and merciless killings, instilling dread in the hearts of common folk. Even Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo, who were rather bold, would find that most ordinary citizens would have fled in terror. "Good morning, Zhang Baihu and esteemed officials," Zhu Ping'an greeted as he alighted from the carriage. "Good morning, sir. I have come at the Emperor's behest, ready to heed your commands." "We shall follow your instructions without question," Zhang Baihu replied, bowing with a gentle smile. "By your command, we shall not dare to defy." The rows of Eastern factory guards echoed in unison. This morning, Emperor Jiajing had ordered Huang Jin to dispatch a team to await Zhu Ping'an's instructions, with the bloodied sword being part of this contingent. Zhu Ping'an, delighted by this news, recognized the advantage of having the Eastern factory's presence for intimidation and bowed to Zhang Baihu and the others, expressing his reliance on their assistance today. Thus, the group set forth with great momentum towards Taicang. Chapter 767. Zhu Ping'an and the dogs are not admitted as Zhu Ping'an and his party made their way to Taicang. Within the listening to rain pavilion of the Liangzhe Marquis' residence, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Miss is infuriating. A young girl, with a cherubic face, her cheeks flushed with indignation, hurried into the listening to rain pavilion, clutching her skirt and pouting her lips. Her face reddened in anger. Her lips pursed as if to hold a bottle of oil, while her twin hairpins bobbed like butterfly wings with each step she took, and the pink tassels at her waist fluttered in her wake. The girl swept into the room like a whirlwind. In a room, a stunningly beautiful young lady with bright eyes and pearly teeth sits gracefully at her writing desk. With her snow-white hands, she holds a wolf-hair plum blossom brush, meticulously transcribing the Diamond Sutra. The characters inscribed on the rice paper are not only neatly arranged but also imbued with a touch of elegance and spirit, as if infused with a whisper of ethereal energy. While copying the scriptures, the exquisite maiden murmurs to herself, "This merit has already acquired all wisdom, subduing all adversities and misfortunes. I wish to dedicate the virtues of this transcription to Brother Zhu, hoping he conducts his inspection in Taicang smoothly, safely, and well." The Diamond Sutra is a renowned classic in Buddhism, formerly known as the Heart Sutra of the Diamond Perfection of Wisdom. Its essence is to utilize the indomitable wisdom akin to diamond to dissolve all troubles and karmic obstacles in life, ultimately achieving eternal bliss. This scripture is often employed for blessings and safety. In ancient times, this practice was highly regarded, especially by the mistresses of households who diligently copied scriptures to pray for peace and protection. Such scenes are frequently depicted in dramas, where numerous concubines or princesses transcribe scriptures or embroider them as gifts for the empress's birthday, seeking her blessings, often receiving her commendation in return. Suddenly, a plump young maid bursts in, fuming and exclaiming how infuriating the young lady is, shattering the serene atmosphere of the exquisite maiden's scriptural meditation. "What nonsense about life and death are you spouting?" Yet she feels a familiar itch. The exquisite maiden lifts her delicate face, casting a disapproving glance at the plump maid and reproaching her with annoyance. I beg your pardon, miss, but they have truly gone too far, the maid replies, sticking out her pink tongue in remorse, then pouting her cheeks, exhibiting a look of indignation. The plump maid is none other than the chubby little maid Huar, while the exquisite maiden is, of course, Li Shu. Speak, what is it? Li Shu inquires, setting down her brush and rubbing her sore arms from writing. It's all about Baiyun Temple. Huar sulks, her little lips pursed, seemingly incensed by the mere mention of the temple's name. What has Baiyun Temple done to provoke you? Li Shu raises an eyebrow, extending her delicate hand to massage her forehead. Yesterday was the day of Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva's enlightenment, and several renowned temples in the capital held grand Buddhist ceremonies, Baiyun Temple being no exception. It also hosted a ceremony on that day, inviting the esteemed monk master Wenshu to deliver teachings, along with a temple fair, attracting a multitude of participants, thus becoming a grand event. Baiyun Temple is located in the West District, not far from the Liangzhe Marquis' residence, known for its flourishing incense offerings, frequently visited by the lady of the Liangzhe Marquis' family for blessings. The ladies of the noble families are known for their generosity, and the same can be said for the Liangzhe Marquis. Long ago, they established a cordial relationship with the nearby Wei Duke's residence, the founding Duke's household, as well as the Liangzhe Marquis, the Dingyuan Marquis, and the Lingbai Marquis, all of whom are esteemed guests of the Baiyun Monastery. In return, the monastery extends its hospitality. Whenever these illustrious families visit to pay their respects and seek blessings, a designated area within the temple is reserved exclusively for them, allowing them to worship without the intrusion of outsiders. Days prior, Baiyun Monastery had informed the steward of the Liangzhe Marquis about an upcoming grand prayer assembly, and the steward promptly relayed the news to the inner quarters. Naturally, such an event could not be overlooked. The matriarch of the Liangzhe Marquis mentioned it in passing, prompting the Marquis to organize the concubines and young ladies of the household to collectively donate a sum of 100 taels of silver for incense offerings to the monastery, in addition to providing a perpetual lamp and a precious vase of holy water, praying that the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva would bestow peace and longevity upon the family. Li Shu also contributed her share of 20 taels of silver through her aunt, and privately offered an additional 50 taels for a perpetual lamp. There exists a unique privilege at Baiyun Monastery. Families who sponsor a perpetual lamp may place hand-copied Buddhist scriptures beneath it, invoking blessings for themselves or their kin, while the monks recite scriptures before the lamp regularly to consecrate it. The scriptures that Li Shu meticulously copied were intended to be placed beneath the perpetual lamp for blessings, as freshly transcribed texts are deemed most auspicious. Earlier that morning, she instructed Mama Lu and her maid Baozi to visit Baiyun Monastery and check the placement of the lamp. Once her scriptures were completed at noon, she would have Mama Lu place them under the lamp. I must have been blind to trust them, Baozi remarked, puffing out her cheeks in discontent, harboring a deep resentment towards the monastery. What? Did Baiyun Monastery not provide the perpetual lamp? Li Shu's delicate features turned cold. Not at all, Baozi replied, shaking her head. Li Shu's expression softened slightly, but she shot a warning glance at Baozi, saying, "What is it? Speak plainly. If you continue to speak in riddles, I shall have to deal with you." "My lady, you do not know," Baozi began. "When I accompanied Mama Lu to Baiyun Monastery today, those foul monks had the audacity to erect a large sign at the temple entrance, which read." Baozi's small mouth pouted indignantly, her face flushed with anger, and as she spoke of the sign, her fists clenched in frustration. However, she hesitated when it came to revealing the content of the sign, glancing at Li Shu with uncertainty. "Speak," Li Shu commanded, her eyes glistening with curiosity as she glared at Baozi. The sign stated that Zhu Ping'an and dogs are not permitted to enter, Baozi replied through gritted teeth, her small fists tightly balled. Earlier that morning, when Baozi and Mama Lu approached Baiyun Monastery, they had not initially noticed the sign. It was only when they reached the entrance, drawn by a gathering of people discussing animatedly, that Baozi's keen ears caught the mention of Zhu Ping'an, prompting her interest to investigate further. Upon glancing at the inscription on the sign, the young maidservant's face turned a shade of deep fury, as if she yearned to dismantle the dilapidated Baiyun Temple on the spot. Chapter 768, I am displeased. Unable to contain her indignation, she sought out the bald monk at Baiyun Temple to confront him. They claimed it was the so-called eminent monk, Wenshu, who had ordered it. What kind of eminent monk permits such nonsense? They alleged that her master was inciting violence and had descended into the depths of the Avicii hell. As the maidservant recounted this, her cheeks flushed crimson with rage, and her delicate frame trembled in fury. In truth, the sign at Baiyun Temple had only been erected the previous evening. During a puja ceremony led by the eminent monk Wen Shu, many devotees had gathered, and the event unfolded smoothly. However, after the ceremony concluded, as Wen Shu and the temple's abbot discussed Buddhist teachings over fruit tea, one of the temple's stewards remarked that a nearby Taoist temple had recently witnessed a surge in devotees, drawing many who wavered between Buddhism and Taoism, as well as some Buddhist followers, to partake in their celebration of the Taoist sage's enlightenment. At this juncture, a monk suggested that the turmoil was incited by Zhu Ping'an's essay, Kneeling Before the Buddha for 3,000 Years, which resonated with many of the monks. This piece had inexplicably spread throughout the capital in recent days, particularly within religious and literary circles. However, the eminent monk Wen Shu was unaware of this. He had been in seclusion, preparing for the puja. This was indeed the first time he had heard of Zhu Ping'an's essay. Upon hearing the steward's comment regarding the Taoist temple's flourishing incense, attributed to Zhu Ping'an's work, Wen Shu found himself perplexed. Amitabha, he mused. Kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years, by its very title, suggests a young man with a compassionate heart. With palms pressed together, Wen Shu uttered a Buddhist invocation and offered a thoughtful remark. How could he not be curious? The title of Zhu Ping'an's essay, Kneeling Before the Buddha for 3,000 Years, implies an immense devotion. How could it be deemed the source of turmoil for the Taoist temple's prosperity? The monks of Baiyun Temple, upon hearing Wen Shu's words, appeared as if they had swallowed a fly, their discomfort palpable. Ultimately, the abbot, with hands in prayerful gesture, shook his head with a wry smile. Amitabha, Master Wen Shu, you are unaware that the essence of kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years is entirely different from its appearance. I have practiced meditation for over 50 years, yet even I find this essay to stir the dust upon my Bodhi mirror. Oh, the eminent monk Wen Shu, intrigued by these words, felt a deeper confusion. This essay had even unsettled the abbot's meditative focus. Alas, the master perceives it clearly. The abbot, with a bittersweet smile, retrieved a crumpled piece of rice paper from beneath his cushion and presented it to Wen Shu. Let us see what this kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years truly entails. Wen Shu accepted the paper with a steady hand, adjusting his posture as he expressed his keen interest in Zhu Ping'an's work. Kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. Yet I have not witnessed my Buddha's heart of compassion arise. Dust may obscure the Buddha's vision, yet it is merely a reflection of unoffered incense and offerings. If the Buddha is not avaricious, why then does he require the reverence of mortals? If he shuns vanity, why do his followers prostrate themselves before him? As Master Manjushri read aloud, his voice resonated with a magnetic allure, honed through years of devotion to the Dharma. In the initial phrase, a serene smile conveying the equality of all beings graced his countenance. However, as he progressed to the subsequent line, that smile faded, and with each passing word, his voice diminished, his emotions heightened, and a flicker of trepidation crossed his features. As he continued, shaking his head in agitation, he passionately commented on the tumultuous times. The Buddha, retreating into solitude, neglects worldly affairs, while the Taoist sage emerges to alleviate suffering. In times of peace, the Buddha extends compassion to all beings. In contrast, Taoists withdraw into the mountains to ponder the absurdities of doctrine. The corruption of foreign sects degrades the spirit and exploits the faithful. Such transgressions must be eradicated. No longer do we witness the Buddha guiding souls, but rather a gilded facade. This must be extinguished. The monks, once devoted to their vows, now don golden adornments. Such shamelessness cannot be tolerated. How dare you, bald-headed monk, spread heretical teachings in the sacred domain of the Taoist sage? Do you truly believe there are no voices to challenge you in the Middle Kingdom? Behold, the sage shall dismantle your temple and shatter your idols. Restore clarity to our land. Upon reaching this climactic passage, Master Manjushri could no longer recite, his expression grave and filled with righteous indignation. Amida Buddha, the heavens are indifferent, and all beings suffer amidst the lusts of the earthly realm. I willingly embrace the depths of turmoil. Zhu Ping'an, with his fervent calls for destruction and demolition, reveals himself to be ensnared by the abyss of malice. To prevent further entanglement in this malevolent path, and to shield our monastery and its faithful from unforeseen calamities, I propose that all temples deny entry to Zhu Ping'an. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Amida Buddha, let this infamy rest solely upon my shoulders. Master Manjushri, with a countenance radiant, uttered a sacred name, embodying a serene detachment from worldly disputes. Well said, praised the abbot of Baiyun Temple, likening Master Manjushri's actions to those of the Buddha, who once fed an eagle with his own flesh. The abbot held Master Manjushri's actions in high esteem, recognizing that Zhu Ping'an's writings had already begun to cast a shadow over Buddhism in a matter of days. The Taoist temple across the way had seen a significant increase in offerings and followers, though the immediate impact on Baiyun Temple was not yet evident. The abbot foresaw the long-term implications. This article had only circulated briefly, confined to the capital. However, if it were to spread widely, the repercussions for Buddhism could be profound. Should such fervent, incendiary writings go unchecked, the outcome could be dire, leading to a loss of devotees and potentially jeopardizing the very essence of Buddhist fortune. This impassioned rhetoric is particularly adept at misleading the masses, who often lack discernment. As for the potential consequences of Zhu Ping'an's actions, it is rumored that he is an educated man and a minor official, likely restrained by various considerations, unlikely to resort to physical altercations like a common ruffian. At most, he may issue a manifesto or engage in heated debate. However, should he be provoked into a discourse on the nature of Buddhism and Taoism, it would be a most fortuitous development. In the realm of debate, Buddhism has never known fear. The religion places great emphasis on the value of discourse, with many of its profound teachings being grasped through mutual dialogue. The centuries-long contention between Buddhism and Taoism culminated in an unequivocal defeat for the latter in previous dynasties. During the 8th year of the Yuan dynasty's Xinzong reign and the 18th year of the Ziyuan era, Taoism suffered defeat in 2 debates, leading the court to order the burning of Taoist scriptures on both occasions. Consequently, Taoism waned, while Buddhism flourished. Should Zhu Ping'an engage in debate, it would effectively diminish the influence of his writings and further ignite the resurgence of Buddhism. Thus, a sign reading "No entry for Zhu Ping'an and dogs" was placed at the entrance of Baiyun Temple. The abbot and others at Baiyun Temple devised their plans meticulously, yet they overlooked one fact. Zhu Ping'an is a man of letters, but not everyone shares that distinction. Upon hearing the account from the little maid Baozi, Li Shu raised her delicate brows, her dark eyes clear as autumn waters, and with her slender hands covering her cherry-like lips, she erupted into a peal of laughter. However, there was no warmth in her voice. Rather, it exuded a chilling air, akin to a crimson plum blossoming amidst the wind and snow. What a remarkable monk! What a picturesque Baiyun Temple! Go and instruct Wang Shower to gather more people to smash down the gates of that wretched Baiyun Temple and inscribe this poem upon the Grand Hall, she commanded. With that, Li Shu took up her brush and penned a poem on rice paper. The dragon departs for the eastern shore. Days wane as shadows stretch to the west. Respectful one is absent today, as shattered stones mingle with flowing sand. Miss, are we truly going to smash the door? What reason shall we provide? Won't it cause trouble for the young master? Baozi inquired. Am I not displeased? Is that not a sufficient reason? Li Shu's cherry lips curved into a beautiful arc. Could this lead to trouble for the young master? Baozi pressed again. Trouble? Huh. Perhaps my act will even promote your young master. Li Shu's dark eyes sparkled with a radiant gleam. Baozi appeared perplexed, questioning how such actions could lead to promotion, pondering if the miss had lost her senses in her fury. What about the scriptures? If we smash the temple doors, how shall we seek blessings? Baozi considered another point. We shall cease copying the Buddhist texts and instead transcribe the Tao Te Ching, delivering it to the Taoist temple for blessings, Li Shu replied, her smile enchanting and beguiling. Chapter 769. The gates. The sun had risen high, with not a cloud in the sky and no breeze upon the ground. The trees drooped lazily, their branches heavy, while cicadas on the boughs sang fervently, expending all their strength. The dogs of Taizong lay in the shade, tongues lolling, listlessly observing a group of intruders, barking a few times before losing interest. Zhu Ping'an, along with officials from the Qintian Supervisory Office and the Eastern Depot, had just arrived in Taizong when Mr. Zhang, the head of the Treasury, approached them with pleasantries, followed closely by officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works. Before Zhu Ping'an could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself surrounded solely by the personnel from the Eastern Depot. Zhang Siming from the Qintian Supervisory Office led 2 officials from the Wuguan Supervisory Office, while Mr. Zhang, head of the Treasury, guided the rest of the Taizong officials, all of whom clasped their hands and hurried forward to greet them. What struck Zhu Ping'an as peculiar was the sheer number of visitors. An unexpected multitude had arrived from both the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works. Over a dozen dignitaries from the Ministry of Revenue graced the occasion, including the seasoned official Sun in Kuei, along with an excellency, a physician, 3 officials from the Ministry of Revenue, and several clerks and scribes. The Ministry of Works sent an even larger contingent, led by the Right Vice Minister Yan Shifan, with more than 7 or 8 additional officials compared to their counterparts from the Ministry of Revenue. In addition to these officials, there were even more attendants, utilizing 3 large yellow oxen to pull specially designed carts bearing the heavy iron gates. The depth of the wheel ruts alone suggested the substantial weight of the gates. "Please, Mr. Yan," offered Sun in Kuei. "After you, Mr. Sun," replied Yan Shifan with a smile. Despite the higher official rank of Sun in Kuei in this hierarchical feudal society, Yan Shifan walked alongside him, both exchanging pleasantries as they entered the grand doors of Taizong. Upon their entrance, officials from the Astronomical Bureau and Taizong rushed forward to greet them, each one jostling for the chance to pay their respects. Zhu Ping'an chose to remain on the periphery, offering a respectful salute to Sun in Kuei, Yan Shifan, and the other dignitaries. Shortly after the arrival of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, the assistant of the Imperial Guard, Huai, appeared with several guards in splendid attire, followed by a few censors from the censorate and 2 officials from the Ministry of Rites, along with several from the Honglu Temple. Gradually, more officials continued to arrive. In no time, the Taizong silver treasury was nearly overflowing with attendees. The local officials hurried to arrange numerous chairs in an open area not far from the treasury for the visiting dignitaries to sit and observe the proceedings. Observing the throng of officials, Zhu Ping'an could not shake off an inexplicable sense of conspiracy lurking in the air. Yet, regardless of the multitude, it would not alter the amount of gold and silver within the treasury. Surely, the influx of visitors could not replenish the treasury's deficits. Puzzled, Zhu Ping'an decided to dismiss such thoughts. As long as he remained steadfast in his duties, he would disregard the winds of fortune or any underlying plots. He simply needed to focus on fulfilling his own responsibilities. With all eyes upon them, the ceremony to replace the grand doors of the Taizong silver treasury commenced. Zhang Siming from the Astronomical Bureau, accompanied by 2 officials from the 5 offices, solemnly undertook the task of determining the door's location. In truth, this was merely a formality, as the original site had been established by a previous director of the Astronomical Bureau. Altering the location would be tantamount to slapping their own faces. Thus, Zhang Siming and his colleagues consulted their compass and muttered incantations, ultimately reaffirming the original site. This was the domain of the mighty Piao, capable of consuming malevolent winds, ensuring that no misfortune would befall the gate established here, while the Piao was a harbinger of wealth, attracting fortune from all directions without loss. It was a rare and auspicious location, ensuring the treasury's eternal prosperity. After Zhang Siming's divinations, he pronounced his profound conclusion with an air of authority. Then, the officials from the Ministry of Rites and the Honglu Temple collaborated with the Astronomical Bureau to set up an incense altar in the open space before the gate, offering tributes and lighting incense and candles to beseech divine protection for the treasury of Taizong. Following this, 2 officials from the Astronomical Bureau ignited talismans and sprinkled black dog blood, performing a series of rituals. Afterward, the groundbreaking ceremony could commence. 2 craftsmen from the Ministry of Works arrived, marking a doorway with ink lines. Subsequently, at the suggestion of the officials from the Astronomical Bureau, the Ministry of Household submitted a request to Sun in Kuei, and the Right Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works, Yan Shifan, turned the first shovel of earth. The remaining work was carried out by laborers, guided by the officials from the Astronomical Bureau, who dug 2 deep pits on either side of the doorway. The stone carvings of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise brought by the Ministry of Works were buried in these pits, positioned according to the cardinal directions, to invoke the protection of these divine beasts over the Taizong treasury. After the divine beasts were interred, gold and silver coins were placed beneath the threshold. Following this, the assembled officials performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows, after which Zhang Siming from the Astronomical Bureau removed the seal from the old gate of the Taizong treasury. Firecrackers were set off, red couplets were pasted, and red decorations were hung. The The craftsmen from the Ministry of Works directed dozens of laborers under a rudimentary hoisting structure, calling out commands as they dismantled the old gate and installed the new one. As the iron gate of the Taizong treasury was set in place, a group of unwelcome guests arrived at the entrance of the Baiyun Temple. Yet another wave of devotees, and they brought numerous items. How fortunate. However, the welcoming monk's smile withered almost instantly, replaced by a mournful expression. The monk realized that these uninvited guests were not only unwelcomed, but also lacked any decorum. Upon reaching the entrance, they began to vandalize, first tearing down the sign that read Zhu Ping'an and no dogs allowed, and then proceeded to attack the gate. The newly replaced gate, installed just before the ceremony, was reduced to a mere frame in the blink of an eye. It was utterly insane. They did not even spare the frame, launching rotten eggs, decayed vegetable leaves, and spoiled fruits at it. After the barrage of foul eggs and vegetable scraps, one individual used a mop dipped in ink to scrawl on the wall, inscribing, "The Buddha is born from the heart, with the heart containing the Buddha. All seen is the Buddha, with the heart filled with filth. All seen transforms into filth." After desecrating the entrance, this group of lawbreakers attempted to invade the temple. Two welcoming monks hurried to intercept them, fearing further destruction within the sacred space. Fortunately, this group refrained from vandalizing inside the temple, showing no malice towards the faithful, but rather directed their intent towards the Great Hero Hall. With a cacophony of graffiti, by the time the temple's protective monks arrived, they only witnessed the retreating figures of the intruders, along with a dragon and phoenix-inspired scrawl adorning the door of the Great Hero Hall. The dragon departs to the eastern shore. Time obscured, the west grows dim. Respectful one is no longer here. Shattered stones flow like quicksand. What does this mean? Who are they? Brazenly displaying such audacity in broad daylight. Indeed, what does this poem signify? Monks and devotees who rushed to the scene, gazing at the graffiti on the Great Hero Hall, were left perplexed. The abbot of Baiyun Temple, arriving late, examined the scene for a moment, shook his head, and sighed. This is an allegorical poem. A temple beset by dogs. Once a monk revealed the answer to the riddle, the assembled monks were filled with indignation. They immediately recalled the sign that barred Zhu Ping'an and dogs from entering, coupled with the disrespectful remarks made by those departing regarding their young master, which had displeased their lady. Thus, they unequivocally identified Zhu Ping'an as the instigator of today's events. The Inspector Li, a friend of our monastery, would surely advocate on our behalf. This matter could not simply be overlooked. The steward of Baiyun Temple was consumed with righteous fury. Chapter 770, a name made renowned throughout the land, Part 1. With the change of the treasury gate, Taizong can now rest easy. Indeed. This is an ironclad gate. Even if bandits were to invade Taizong, they would find themselves powerless before it. Zhu Daren's actions merit immense merit. As the craftsmen replaced the treasury door, several officials, whom Zhu Ping'an did not recognize, eagerly gathered around him, unexpectedly warm in their greetings and congratulations. In no time, Zhu Ping'an found himself encircled by 7 or 8 officials, unable to extricate himself. While these officials surrounded Zhu Ping'an, Zhang, the treasury manager of Taizong, and Jia, the physician, approached Yan Shifan and whispered for a moment before quietly departing. Shortly thereafter, Jia and Zhao, among others who had come to observe the ceremony, discreetly left the crowd and emerged in a secluded area of Taizong. Observing Zhu Ping'an's demeanor, it was clear to me that he intended to inventory the treasury's gold and silver immediately upon finishing the gate replacement. Sun Guanxing, the assistant minister of works, glanced over the officials of Taizong and spoke. Sun Guanxing, a favored confidant of Yan Shifan and one of Taizong's vested interests, received thousands of taels from Taizong annually. Indeed, reflecting on it now, Zhu Ping'an's request to change the treasury gate seems to hold deeper intentions than mere glory-seeking. The Minister of Revenue, Zeng Disheng, nodded solemnly. It was rumored that when Zhu Ping'an audited the accounts, he specifically sought an audience with the emperor and summoned personnel from the Eastern Depot. What could be his aim? My right eyelid has been twitching persistently. Other officials echoed their concerns, their faces betraying unease. Rest assured, gentlemen, each year officials come to audit Taizong, and every time we have emerged unscathed. This time will be no different, Jia reassured the officials with a slight smile. How is Taizong preparing? Sun Guanxing inquired. Do not worry, my lord. As in previous years, the inventory of gold and silver will be conducted by our Taizong officials and treasury guards. Our officials and guards are seasoned and well-trained, ensuring no errors will occur. As for the amounts, he chuckled lightly, they will precisely match the figures in the ledger. Without the slightest discrepancy. Zhao replied with a knowing smile, clearly indicating that the inventory conducted by Taizong's officials would mirror the ledger accurately, leaving no room for error. In light of the recent treasury lockdown, Manager Zhang was concerned that the officials and guards might become rusty in their duties. So he had specifically gathered them yesterday to review the regulations and prepare for the inventory. Zhao Longzhong added a remark, subtly implying that they had already briefed the officials, treasury guards, and accountants yesterday, ensuring that today's inventory would proceed without issue. But what if Zhu Ping'an insisted on entering the treasury for an inspection? The Ministry of Revenue, Longzhong pressed on. Hearing this, Zhao Longzhong and Zhao Longzhong from the Grand Treasury could not help but chuckle. If Zhu Ping'an were to enter, we would have no choice but to present him with the regulations of the Grand Treasury, which stipulate that anyone entering or exiting the Silver Treasury must disrobe, permitted to wear only a pair of undergarments, and submit to inspection. Would Zhu Ping'an be able to comply? Indeed, one must uphold their dignity, especially for scholars, who are particularly concerned with propriety, honor, and shame. The saying goes, one's body and skin are bestowed by their parents. To undress in public is akin to being stripped and paraded through the streets, a profound humiliation. Should a scholar be exposed in such a manner, he would likely be so mortified as to dash headlong into a pillar. It is acceptable to be killed, but not to be dishonored, especially for officials, whose reputation is paramount. A good name can lead to promotions and camaraderie, while a tarnished reputation spells the end of one's career. In a public setting, who could bear to undress, wearing only undergarments? Would one still have any sense of shame or desire to continue in office? You wish to enter the treasury? Very well. Disrobe. You would be drowned in spittle, pointed at, and shamed. Why have so many officials been invited to witness this occasion? Officials from all 6 ministries, various offices, the Eastern Depot, the Imperial Guard, and the Hanlin Academy are present. If something intriguing were to occur today, it is certain that by the next day, half of the officialdom would know, and by the 3rd day, the entire bureaucracy would be discussing it. After hearing the words of Zhao Longzhong and others from the Grand Treasury, Sun Guanqing and Zheng Dichen could not help but laugh, their prior unease evaporating. Furthermore, even if Zhu Ping'an could indeed enter wearing only undergarments, such attire could still conceal items. If the treasury's gold and silver did not match the records, that would be of no concern to us. The blame would fall squarely on Zhu Ping'an. It must be noted that before Zhu Ping'an's inspection, the treasury's wealth was intact. Why then, after his audit, would there be a discrepancy? Thus, should the gold and silver tally be accurate, all would be well. If there were a shortfall, the fault would lie with Zhu Ping'an, not us. As they continued their conversation, Zhao Longzhong and Zhao Longzhong shared a sinister laugh, their eyes narrowing into slits. It would be best if Zhu Ping'an refrained from entering the treasury. This way, the officials from the Grand Treasury would conduct the inventory, ensuring that the figures aligned with the records. Should Zhu Ping'an insist on entering, it would not matter. If the numbers matched, all would be well. If discrepancies arose, it would indicate that Zhu Ping'an had secretly misappropriated funds. In any case, the situation was foolproof. With such assurance, there was no need for concern. Hearing this, the officials present at the ceremony felt a sense of ease, smiles gracing their lips, as the clouds of anxiety lifted, leaving a clear and bright outlook. Subsequently, the esteemed Zhao Longzhong conferred with Sun Guanqing and others regarding specific details, such as instructing all present not to depart after the gate of the treasury had been replaced, and how to engage with Zhu Ping'an when he spoke. Once their discussions concluded, Zhao Longzhong and his associates returned to the front of the Silver Treasury to continue observing the proceedings. The officials surrounding Zhu Ping'an, upon noticing the return of Zhao Longzhong and his companions, ceased their idle chatter with him. As the officials began to disperse, Zhu Ping'an remained in a state of bewilderment, initially believing that these officials had gathered to extract information from him. Instead, they engaged in awkward conversation, discussing topics ranging from the treasury gate to the analects. And even the quality of longevity peaches served at the upcoming 80th birthday celebration of the venerable Wang, the former Minister of Personnel, a most absurd situation indeed. Zhu Ping'an silently derided the oddity of it all. Sensing an unusual occurrence, he grew wary and feigned nonchalance while discreetly observing the departing officials. It was then that he noticed the recently returned Zhao Longzhong and his entourage. leading him to deduce that the earlier officials had encircled him merely to provide cover for Jia Longzhong and his colleagues, thereby avoiding him. This suggested that Jia Longzhong and his companions were likely conspiring on how to address the situation with the treasury. If he were in their position, what course of action would he take? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Ping'an smirked slightly, apologizing inwardly for the disappointment he was about to cause them. As the craftsman completed the installation of the wrought iron treasury door, 2 hours had elapsed, and the sun had already ascended to the 10 o'clock position. Zhu Ping'an had previously petitioned for the replacement of the treasury door to facilitate the sealing of the silver treasury, thereby eliminating any potential for deceit by Zhang Guanku and others in Taizong. With the new treasury door now in place, the silver treasury could no longer remain sealed, necessitating an immediate inventory of the Taizong silver treasury to preclude any opportunity for malfeasance. Thus, at the very moment the craftsman finished the installation of the new door, Zhu Ping'an resolved to commence the inventory of the Taizong silver treasury. Rising from his seat, he whispered a few words to the bloodied sword of the Eastern Depot, who promptly signaled to the guards of the Eastern Depot to form 2 lines and stand at the entrance of the silver treasury, barring all unrelated individuals from entry. The officials present, observing the unfolding situation, quickly grasped that Zhu Ping'an intended to conduct an inventory. Zhang Guanku and his associates exchanged glances and, without a word, approached Zhu Ping'an. Among the officials observing the ceremony, 2 notably young men sat in a corner, seemingly avoiding the company of Shifan and positioning themselves at a considerable distance. One of them, bearing the credentials of the Duke of Yu, introduced himself as the right chief clerk of the Duke's residence, donning a black cap with the netting pulled low. Although he appeared relatively youthful, his beard was notably lush and bushy, giving an incongruent impression. Despite holding the rank of a 5th-grade official, he exuded an air of furtiveness, his robust beard contrasting sharply with his overall demeanor of caution and fragility. Another individual also held the credentials of the Duke of Yu, revealing that this person was a 9th-rank companion from the Duke's historical office, appearing no older than 14 or 15, exuding an air of youthful innocence. A delicate ring of fuzz seemed to have been intentionally left on their lips, yet despite this, their fair features could hardly be concealed. They resembled a girl masquerading as a boy, though in this era, such appearances were not uncommon. A refined and handsome companion could serve as a scholarly aid in ink preparation or act as a maid, enhancing the scholarly ambience. This was hardly a strange occurrence. Perhaps the Duke of Yu had a penchant for such diversions. Matters concerning the prince's privacy were typically left unprobed by the astute residents of Taizong. The 2 officials from the Duke's residence were not present merely to observe the proceedings. They had ulterior motives. Armed with the Duke's edict, they sought to address the 3 years' worth of overdue annual stipends from the Taizong treasury. However, upon presenting the Duke's decree, they were met with a casual dismissal from Dr. Zhao of Taizong, who cited regulations stipulating that only an official document from the Ministry of Revenue could authorize the disbursement of funds. The right historical officer of the Duke's residence argued based on precedent, but Dr. Zhao, citing the replacement of treasury doors and pressing official duties, effortlessly brushed aside their claims. Dr. Zhao and his associates had long been hinted at by Yan Shifan to deliberately withhold the Duke's annual stipend, the reasons for which remained unknown to Dr. Zhao. He merely followed orders as suggested by Lord Yan. Enraged, the young lady exclaimed, "What insolent lackeys! They claim to manage our household, yet refuse to dispense the stipends owed to our master." The 9th-rank companion of the Duke of Yu inadvertently revealed her identity with her melodious, youthful voice, tinged with a hint of arrogance. The terms such as steward, master, and stipend unmistakably indicated her status as a member of the royal family. Clearly, she was a little princess from the imperial lineage. "Your Highness, lower your voice." The right historical officer of the Duke hastily covered the little princess's mouth while glancing around. Noticing that the crowd was captivated by Zhu Ping'an's actions, he let out a sigh of relief. From the words of the right historical officer, it was evident that his own identity was also significant. Undoubtedly a member of the royal family. "Elder brother, I am simply standing up for you. They dare to withhold your stipend. These vile lackeys should be brought to justice. Let them face the consequences." The little princess huffed indignantly. "Ning'an, how many times must I remind you? You are not a child anymore. Cease your cries for violence. As a young lady, you must remember to embody virtue and grace. Otherwise, how shall our father find a suitor brave enough to marry you?" The right historical officer of the Duke replied with a weary expression. The right historical officer of the Duke, more accurately the esteemed Prince Zhu Zihao, was one of the last surviving princes of the Ming dynasty and the elder among them. Theoretically, following the death of the crown prince Zhu Ziyu 2 years prior, he should have been appointed as the crown prince in accordance with the principles of primogeniture. Regrettably, the third son of the emperor has yet to be designated as the crown prince, and there are no indications of such an eventuality. On the contrary, due to the lack of affection shown by Emperor Jiajing towards his mother, concubine Du Kong, along with his own character and abilities, this prince finds himself in disfavor with the emperor. The last time he encountered his father was during the New Year celebrations, where he merely received a few admonitions. In stark contrast, Emperor Jiajing evidently favors his younger brother, the fourth prince, Prince Jinggong Zhu Zheizhan, who is merely a month his junior. Before the prince stands a young girl, disguised as a boy, who is none other than his beloved sister, the emperor's most cherished, Princess Li He of the Ming dynasty, who is currently the eldest princess, as the former Princess Chang'an and Princess Sairu have both passed away in recent years. Princess Ning'an is the second daughter of the emperor's favored concubine, concubine Xiao Duan, whose eldest daughter is Princess Chang'an. Concubine Xiao Duan was the emperor's most beloved consort without exception. However, a decade ago, during the turmoil of the Rennin Palace coup, Empress Feng seized the moment of the emperor's distress to falsely accuse concubine Xiao Duan and, under a fabricated edict, had her executed in a most brutal manner. What is unattainable is deemed the most precious. The emperor's enduring longing for concubine Xiao Duan shifted his affections to her two daughters. Following the untimely demise of the eldest daughter 2 years prior, all of the emperor's affection was transferred to Princess Ning'an. Thus, it can be said that Princess Ning'an is the most favored among all princes and princesses, which has led her to develop a rather willful and capricious disposition. "Brother," Princess Ning'an exclaimed, stamping her foot with fervor, her large eyes glaring at Prince Yu. Her unwavering gaze compelled him to wave his hands repeatedly, conceding, all right, I shall cease. Brother, I believe your kindness has rendered you susceptible to their insolence. If it were up to me, we should report to father and have them summoned to the woman for punishment." Sensing her brother's capitulation, Princess Ning'an lifted her chin in triumph and, with a pout, suggested, "If we trouble father with such trivial matters, he will surely deem me weak and ineffectual." Prince Yu shook his head vigorously in disagreement. Chapter 772, Fame Established in a Day, Part 3. When Zhang, Jia, and Zhao arrived, Zhu Ping'an approached them with a warm smile, greeting each one enthusiastically before addressing the matter at hand. "Since I have been ordered to inspect the Taicang treasury, quite some time has elapsed. I lack the requisite knowledge and ability to delay further. Today, as the gate has been changed, let us commence the inventory of the treasury." "Not at all." Zihu was being overly modest. "If even Zihu claims to be lacking, what face do we have to stand here?" Zhao Longzhong remarked with a smile, patting Zhu Ping'an on the shoulder. He then raised his voice in deliberate praise. "Let it be known that Zihu is the youngest top scholar of our Ming dynasty. Moreover, without delving into other matters, just consider that Zihu completed the audit of 3 years' worth of accounts, encompassing several large boxes, in a mere 3 days. I am confident that no one else could achieve this, not even the most seasoned accountants in the capital." The voice of Minister Jia resonated loudly, capturing the attention of all the officials present, including the quietly conversing Prince Yu and Princess Ning'an, who ceased their murmurs to gaze forward. Upon hearing Minister Jia's remarks, the officials exhibited a range of expressions, many marked by disbelief. Was it truly possible that Zhu Ping'an had completed an audit of the Taicang treasury's accounts for 3 years in merely 3 days? Such a notion seemed ludicrous. With a multitude of ledgers to peruse, even a meticulous examination page by page would require at least 2 days. How could one individual possibly accomplish this task in such a short span? It was an evident absurdity, a mere facade of diligence. The saying goes, a novice is unreliable in action, and Zhu Ping'an's audit of the Taicang treasury appeared to be nothing short of a farce. Under Minister Jia's deliberate guidance, the assembly of officials formed a generally unfavorable impression of Zhu Ping'an, including Prince Yu and Princess Ning'an. So, the rustic figure was indeed Zhu Ping'an? He seemed rather simple-minded. Yet here he was, boasting without a hint of preparation. I had previously seen the treasury ledgers myself. They filled an entire large box each year, let alone the vast Taicang treasury. How could he possibly verify them in 3 days? He was not a deity. It was unfortunate that father had praised him just yesterday. Alas, even father had been deceived by his naive exterior. Thankfully, I have discerned his true nature today, and I shall certainly inform father upon my return. Princess Ning'an stood on her toes, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Ping'an, her cheeks puffed in indignation. She felt a sense of injustice for Emperor Jiajing, believing that Zhu Ping'an had duped him with his unassuming demeanor. Listening to Minister Jia's remarks, Prince Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. He had previously heard from Gao Gong that this year's top scholar was a young man of similar age, and he had harbored considerable interest in meeting such a promising talent as Zhu Ping'an. It is worth noting that the last prodigy, Yang Tingyi, had only been 19 when he achieved his degree, while Zhu Ping'an had surpassed him by nearly 4 years. Yang Tingyi was a venerable mentor to 4 emperors and an eminent statesman. Thus, Zhu Ping'an seemed even more worthy of anticipation. However, the reality fell short of expectations as Zhu Ping'an revealed himself to be rather unsteady in character. No wonder Gao Gong lamented when discussing Zhu Ping'an. Prince Yu couldn't help but shake his head slightly, feeling a profound sense of loss as if he had forfeited a valuable opportunity. Zhu Ping'an possessed keen hearing. Even if he had not caught every word, the expressions on the officials' faces conveyed their negative sentiments towards him. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, showing no inclination to justify himself. The pressing matter at hand was the inventory audit, and any misunderstandings would naturally resolve themselves when the truth emerged. There was no room for personal grievances to impede the auditing process. Thus, in response to Minister Jia's intentional steering of the conversation, Zhu Ping'an merely shook his head slightly and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "Minister Jia, you jest. Let us commence the inventory audit." Zhu Ping'an's calm demeanor left Minister Jia somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated a youthful exuberance, yet instead found Zhu Ping'an remarkably composed, seemingly unaffected by his own words. Resolutely focused on the audit, he chuckled softly. "Of course, let us commence the inventory." Jia Longzhong smiled lightly, nodding, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossing his eyes. As Zhu Ping'an was about to turn toward the Taizong silver treasury, Jia Longzhong playfully halted him, saying, "Why trouble yourself, Zhu? Just leave it to the treasury guards and Lu Tongwan. Come, Lu Tongwan, lead the guards inside for the inventory. Ensure it is done with utmost diligence. Every single coin must be accounted for. Indeed, such tasks are best left to the treasury guards. You can oversee from outside, Zihu," Zhao Longzhong chimed in. As their words faded, Lu Tongwan emerged, accompanied by over 20 treasury guards. Lu Tongwan was the official responsible for inspections at the silver treasury during Zhu Ping'an's previous visit. A minor official without rank. Please, esteemed officials, do not laugh at my naivety. I have rarely encountered silver in my lifetime, and I welcome this opportunity to broaden my horizons, Zhu Ping'an remarked, flashing a bright smile at Zhao Longzhong and the others. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words and observing his cheerful demeanor, Princess Ning'an, who was watching from a corner, could not help but roll her eyes in disdain, huffing softly and muttering, "So he is merely a petty, avaricious man." Meanwhile, Prince Yu's expression darkened. "Zihu, it is not that you are forbidden entry. It is merely a regulation of Taizong that those entering the silver treasury must remove their garments," Zhao Longzhong replied, seemingly prepared for Zhu Ping'an's inquiry, offering a reassuring smile. To enter the treasury, one must don only a modest pair of shorts. While it may be of little concern for the treasury guards, the same cannot be said for you. In the next moment, however, Zhao Longzhong's words faltered, his expression transforming into one of sheer horror as he gaped, his mouth agape, eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "Oh heavens! What are you doing? Wait, I have not finished speaking. Why have you already started undressing?" Before Zhao Longzhong could complete his sentence, Zhu Ping'an had already begun to disrobe with remarkable speed. In a swift motion, he unfastened his belt and pulled off his official robe, accomplishing the task in less than a second. Being summer, his attire was already minimal, and shedding the official robe left him with only a pair of white trousers. Yet, in the next heartbeat, as he bent down to pull, those white trousers too were honorably relinquished. The entire disrobing process took perhaps 2 seconds. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Zhu Ping'an stood completely unclothed. "Indeed, what you say, Master Jia, is quite correct. I have perused the regulations, and this should suffice, yes? Lu Tongwan, why are you dawdling? We still require your guidance." In a state of utter undress, Zhu Ping'an remained unfazed, his composure surpassing even the most nonchalant demeanor. He exuded an air of tranquility that belied his nakedness, as if donning a new garment for the scrutiny of others. With arms outstretched, he turned in front of the esteemed Dr. Jia, then reached skyward to wave at Lu Tongwan, calling out casually before striding purposefully towards the treasury door, seemingly oblivious to the shocked gazes around him. His audacious display jolted the onlookers from their stupor. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. Goodness, what have I just witnessed? That bare-bottomed figure, flaunting an indecent appendage. Could it truly be Zhu Ping'an? How scandalous! Such disgraceful behavior. What a blemish on the dignity of scholars. How could one of our own descend into such depravity? Even the common folk possess a sense of shame, refraining from exposing themselves in public like this. Among the officials present, several elder statesmen were incensed by Zhu Ping'an's appearance, their faces reddening with fury as they struggled to contain their outrage. They longed to confront him, demanding to know what had become of the teachings of the sages he professed to revere, wondering if he had cast them aside entirely, becoming less than the humble rustic who would never dare to appear unclothed in public. Dr. Jia finally regained his composure as Zhu Ping'an spoke, though his lips quivered in disbelief. Internally, he was besieged by a torrent of expletives. What do you mean by that? I had merely suggested the removal of clothing. Yet here you stand, entirely bare. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhao remained in a state of stunned amazement, unable to fathom the audacity of Zhu Ping'an's actions. Initially taken aback by the act of disrobing, he was now rendered speechless by the shocking display of Zhu's endowment. Zhao had always considered himself a man of considerable stature, yet he found himself questioning the very essence of life as he compared Zhu Ping'an's attributes to his own. Zhang Guangqu's expression turned ashen, his astonishment palpable as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. His mouth agape and eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, he inhaled sharply, as if witnessing an unimaginable event. The notion that Zhu Ping'an could be so brazenly exposed was utterly beyond his belief. In the midst of this chaos, Shifan, observing from the sidelines, initially stood in shock before a bemused smile graced his lips, finding the unfolding drama rather amusing. The officials observing from the sidelines appeared utterly stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, their mouths agape as they regarded the naked Zhu Ping'an, their expressions reflecting an unprecedented shock, followed by an uproar. However, the most astonished of all was the little Princess Ning'an, who, had she foreseen such an unfolding of events, would undoubtedly have refrained from attending. Indeed, she would not have even set foot in the gates of Taicang today. Yet, there are no ifs in this world. Moments ago, she had been disdainfully criticizing Zhu Ping'an as a boastful charlatan, scrutinizing him from every angle. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation transformed dramatically. Zhu Ping'an, with astonishing swiftness, had stripped himself bare, leaving Ning'an in disbelief, unable to register the sight before her eyes. What on earth is Zhu Ping'an doing? Where has his clothing vanished? In her astonishment, Ning'an did not even have the presence of mind to close her eyes, witnessing the pure, unadulterated Zhu Ping'an. She was so taken aback that she forgot to blink. The upper part of him was flat, unlike herself or the maidens who served her in the palace. But what was that cucumber-like object below? Was it a maness? This visual shock made Ning'an's heart race, her face flushing crimson. It was the still dumbfounded Prince Yu who finally reacted, as if scalded, hastily extending his hands to shield the little princess's eyes, allowing her to regain her composure from her astonishment, which quickly morphed into a blend of humiliation, anger, and rage. Oh dear brother, I must report this to our father. That rascal Zhu Ping'an deserves 1,000 tortures. With a determined stomp of her foot, Ning'an turned sharply, presenting her back to Zhu Ping'an, her eyes brimming with hot tears of indignation as she muttered curses through gritted teeth. It's all your fault for bringing him here, brother. You've caused me this humiliation. That wretched Zhu Ping'an dares to be so shameless. I wish to personally exact vengeance upon him. However, Prince Yu interjected, but dear sister, if we are to speak strictly, Zhu Ping'an did not intend for this. He was unaware of our presence here. Otherwise, even with the courage of 10 leopards, he would not have dared such an act. Nevertheless, regardless of this justification, Prince Yu resolved not to let him off lightly. Hastily, he stood to comfort Princess Ning'an, for she was their father's most cherished daughter. Should their father learn that he had taken Ning'an out of the palace, exposing her to such indecency and tarnishing her reputation, he would likely harbor murderous intentions toward you, already discontent with him for being ineffectual. Thus, It was imperative to stabilize the princess and ensure that neither their father nor their fourth brother learned of this incident. Unbeknownst to Zhu Ping'an, he had unwittingly embroiled himself in a tremendous scandal while others scrambled to mitigate the consequences of his actions. Striding boldly towards the silver treasury's entrance, Zhu Ping'an, completely unclad, appeared as confident as a proud rooster. Lu Tongwan was singled out by Zhu Ping'an. He glanced at the dazed Zhang Guanku and the others, then at the fearsome figure known for his bloodied sword, and could only muster the courage to dispatch a guard, following Zhu Ping'an towards the silver vault. Upon reaching the entrance of the vault, Zhu Ping'an halted, waiting for Lu Tongwan and his companions. Lu Tongwan and the guards, stripped down to mere modest shorts, stood at the door. Meanwhile, on the eastern factory's side, 5 guards were also ordered to shed their clothing down to similar attire, accompanying Zhu Ping'an into the vault. At the entrance of the silver vault, another officer was present to inspect the entrance. Following protocol, he examined everyone before declaring them permitted entry. The heavy doors of the vault creaked open slowly. As the grand doors of the Taitsong silver vault parted, there was no blinding gold or silver within. Rather, in stark contrast to the bright daylight outside, the interior appeared somewhat dim. At first glance, one might think they had stepped into a prison. However, once inside and adjusted to the light disparity, the darkness was not as oppressive. Upon entering, they were greeted by a narrow corridor, flanked by walls with candles, each as thick as a wrist, flickering at intervals of 2 steps. Further in lay various storage areas, filled with stacks of boxes. Upon opening these boxes, one would find orderly piles of silver ingots, glimmering under the candlelight, dazzling to the eyes. Theoretically, each ingot was supposed to have a fixed weight, and each box was to contain the same number of ingots, ensuring consistent weights across boxes. Thus, by merely counting the boxes, one could ascertain the total amount of silver in the vault. Nevertheless, Zhu Ping'an insisted that Lu Tongwan and the guards open each box and meticulously weigh the silver. Before weighing, Zhu Ping'an took the liberty of checking the scales, confirming his own weight matched the figure from his previous visit to the Liangzhe marquis residence. Instilling confidence that the scales of the Taitsong silver vault were unaltered, Zhu Ping'an organized the guards into 3 groups, one to open the boxes and extract the silver, another to transport and weigh it, and the last to return the weighed silver to the boxes. Each group of guards was assigned an Eastern factory officer to supervise. Representing the Jiajing Emperor, their presence lent credibility to the entire inventory process, akin to an official notarization. Upon weighing each box, Zhu Ping'an and Lu Tongwan recorded the figures, each monitored by an Eastern factory officer. After weighing a box, the officer supervising the 3rd group affixed a numbered seal, pre-prepared by Zhu Ping'an, numbered from 1 to 300, indicating how many boxes had been weighed, thus simplifying the final tallying process. The first storage area contained 30 boxes of silver, among which 8 boxes had noticeably inferior quality ingots, clearly not pure silver. Zhu Ping'an took special care to mark these 8 boxes with a question mark on their seals. To signify distinction, a question mark was added at the end of the recorded numbers. By the time they finished inspecting the first storage area, it was already noon. Outside, meals were delivered, and Zhu Ping'an instructed his men to eat in shifts. However, he abstained from dining himself, fearing that the food might be tampered with. Additionally, he had deliberately eaten a hearty breakfast that morning to ensure he could inspect the storages on an empty stomach during lunch. After the midday meal, the efficiency of the inventory significantly improved. The second storage area mirrored the first, containing 30 boxes of silver, yet this one had 10 boxes with inferior quality. The third storage area also held 30 boxes of silver, but astonishingly, 15 of them were of substandard quality. By approximately 4 in the afternoon, Zhu Ping'an and his team had finally completed the inspection of all storage areas, including the silver and gold vaults, totaling 172 boxes of silver and 87 boxes of gold. Once the inventory was concluded, they could exit, although the data required further organization outside. The exit from the silver vault was even more stringent than the entrance. Individuals were permitted to leave one by one, and the officials at the door conducted thorough inspections with great diligence. The guards at the door squatted down, extending their arms to showcase their sides, then bent their legs and jumped twice, clapping their hands above their heads while imitating the quacking of a duck. After this performance, they shouted and leaped over a long bench to demonstrate that they were not smuggling any silver. The officials then meticulously searched the guards' modest attire before allowing them to exit. One by one, after an indeterminate number of inspections, as an official bent down to check the shorts of the next departing individual, he was suddenly taken aback by the sight of a cucumber swaying before him. What on earth? Naked? Such a shock to the eyes. The official nearly choked in disbelief, but then recalled Zhu Ping'an's earlier state of undress before entering the vault. Lord Zhu, please. The official promptly bowed and gestured for Zhu Ping'an to exit the vault. Zhu Ping'an, unbothered, stepped out, having not donned even a pair of shorts, thus rendering the final inspection unnecessary. Upon exiting the vault, he swiftly made his way to the changing room to don his official attire once more. He was not one to flaunt his nudity. His earlier disrobing had solely been for the inventory process, and naturally, he needed to dress afterward. By this time, most of the officials who had attended the morning ceremony had departed, with Prince Yu and Princess Ning'an leaving early. Only a dozen or so officials remained outside. After dressing in his official robe, Zhu Ping'an emerged from the changing room, followed closely by his ever-present companion, Bloodsword, who remained steadfastly at his side. Ah, Zhu, have you finished the inventory? Zhang Guanku and the others outside looked at Zhu Ping'an with complex expressions. Yes, the data has been recorded, but the final statistics have yet to be compiled. Could our accountant from Taizong please come out to assist in organizing the data? Zhu Ping'an nodded slightly, then displayed the rice paper filled with numbers in his hand, pointing to Lu Tongwan, who had just stepped out and held a similar set of data. Once Lu Tongwan changed his attire, accompanied by the likes of the blood droplet sword and other officials from the Eastern Depot, Zhu Ping'an proceeded with Zhang Guanku and others to an office within the Taizong Silver Treasury. Soon, 5 seasoned accountants from Taizong, including Ghost Han Zhang, were invited into the room. After entering and exchanging formalities, Ghost Han Zhang's gaze settled on Zhu Ping'an, scrutinizing this young 6th-rank official of the empire with an air of arrogance and disdain. This was the confidence of one at the pinnacle of the accounting hierarchy. While Ghost Han Zhang acknowledged that he could not rival Zhu Ping'an in crafting 8-legged essays, he possessed 1,000 reasons to take pride in his expertise in accounting and statistical data, believing that he could easily outpace Zhu Ping'an with just one hand. Once the accountants arrived, Zhu Ping'an did not elaborate further. He simply instructed Lu Tongwan to present his compiled data to the accountants, who would assess Lu's figures while Zhu would verify his own. The 2 sets of data were identical, and after the calculations were completed, they would cross-check their results for consistency. Chapter 775. Arrogance. Rest assured, Lord Zhu, the organization of data falls squarely within our responsibilities as accountants. However, are you truly capable of compiling a set of data all by yourself? Perhaps we should assign 2 or 3 accountants to assist you, Ghost Han Zhang said, narrowing his eyes into a slight smile, raising his graying eyebrows as he addressed Zhu Ping'an with a gesture of respect. Yet, beneath the surface, he held a deep-seated contempt, secretly mocking Zhu Ping'an's audacity to tackle the task alone while expecting 5 accountants to work on a single set of data. Thank you for your kind offer, but I can manage it myself, Zhu Ping'an replied with a subtle smile. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, the smile on Ghost Han Zhang's face froze, a sensation akin to having a breath caught in his throat, leaving him in discomfort. This young man named Zhu was exceedingly arrogant, despite Ghost Han Zhang's good intentions. Zhu displayed a lack of appreciation for kindness. Such hubris, to boldly assert that he could handle it alone. How presumptuous. Very well, if Lord Zhu insists he can manage, then we naturally have no objections, Ghost Han Zhang retorted with a cold laugh, bowing his head. Good. Since there are no objections, let us commence. Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement. Zhang Guanku and Jia Longzhong cleared 2 large tables within the office for Zhu Ping'an and the 5 accountants to compile their data. The tables were positioned closely together, leaving approximately a meter of space in between. Zhu Ping'an seated himself at the southern table to work on the data, while Ghost Han Zhang and the other accountants took their places at the northern table, facing each other. Jia Longzhong arranged for 6 abacuses to be brought in, providing one for Zhu Ping'an and each of the 5 accountants. After receiving the abacus, Zhu Ping'an casually fiddled with it before setting it aside, indicating no intention to use it. Upon observing the scene at the adjacent table, the renowned Guisho Zhang contemptuously curled the corner of his lips. He instantly discerned that Zhu Ping'an was utterly unfamiliar with the abacus, a clear novice in the realm of calculation. The manner in which Zhu Ping'an fiddled with the counting beads was nothing short of childish, riddled with glaring errors. Any adept practitioner of the abacus would never manipulate the beads in such a manner. Huh. Zhu Ping'an, from your recent attempts at using the abacus, I have already identified 5 significant mistakes. Is this all you can muster? You audaciously presume to compile data single-handedly? How utterly ludicrous, Guizhou Zhang declared, his eyes narrowing with a mocking intensity. Open your eyes wide, Zhu Ping'an. I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a master of the abacus. With a subtle smile, Guizhou Zhang's demeanor shifted as he focused intently on the abacus. His expression became solemn, as if the abacus were the sole object of his attention. An imposing aura enveloped him, reminiscent of an unparalleled martial arts master, radiating an undeniable presence that demanded respect. With a swift motion of his right hand, he sent the abacus soaring, while his left hand seamlessly pressed down upon it. In an instant, the air resonated with a rapid succession of crisp sounds as the beads struck the crossbars, akin to the harmonious notes of a melodious composition. In the blink of an eye, both hands deftly maneuvered the abacus, culminating in a display of grandiosity. Yet, when the abacus settled upon the table, it emitted not a single sound, akin to a master of light-footedness gliding upon snow, illustrating Guizhou Zhang's profound mastery over the instrument, achieving a sublime unity of calculation and execution. Once the abacus rested on the table, the beads were meticulously aligned on either side of the crossbar. Not a single one displaced. This meant that in that fleeting moment, Guizhou Zhang's hands had transformed the previously chaotic arrangement into perfect order. Indeed, Guizhou Zhang lived up to his name. This singular display left us in awe. The officials familiar with the abacus, along with 4 other accountants, were utterly captivated by Guizhou Zhang's remarkable dexterity, showering him with admiration. Zhu Ping'an, too, was taken aback by Guizhou Zhang's astounding speed, and he couldn't help but smirk, thinking such speed would outshine even the most seasoned contemporary gamers. If Guizhou Zhang were to exist in modernity, his rapidity could easily propel him into the realms of professional esports, whether in piano playing or competitive games such as League of Legends, Dota 2, or Honor of Kings. Noticing Zhu Ping'an's astonished expression, Guizhou Zhang's lips curled into a satisfied smile before he recited in a masterful tone. In the realm of the 7 suns, 2 rose apart. Tenfold wisdom converges into one profound truth. Across the vast seas, calculations abound, while the myriad of teachings busily engage the beads. The trivialities of daily life intertwine with the grandeur of state affairs. A deft hand manages the expanse of heaven and earth, rendering the infinite wisdom of the past and present. The abacus, though seemingly diminutive, holds boundless potential, capable of illuminating the vastness of the world at a mere snap of the fingers. As Zhang, the accountant, aptly noted, this small instrument encapsulates profound principles. As Tao Zongyi stated in Records of Farming in the Southern Village, when initially introduced, the beads are known as les penjus, indicating they move without manipulation. After some time, they are referred to as suanju, meaning they move when prompted. Eventually, they become floating shu, symbolizing a state of stillness, remaining motionless despite being touched. The level of mastery achieved by Accountant Zhang is truly humbling for us all. The other accountants eagerly chimed in, engaging in a mutual exchange of professional admiration. Zhu Ping'an cast a glance at them, then calmly lowered his head, retrieving ink, brushes, paper, and an inkstone to begin compiling data. How can one calculate or gather statistics if they lack the basic skills? Pretending to engage with ink and paper, how absurd. Upon witnessing this, Guizhou Zhang shook his head with a cold snort, exchanging glances with the other accountants and nodding in agreement, prompting them to commence their own calculations. The office was soon filled with the rhythmic clicking of abacuses. Guizhou Zhang, a paragon of the accounting realm, deftly manipulated the abacus as if it were powered by an engine, employing advanced techniques such as simultaneous movements and rapid calculations with astonishing ease. His gaze fixed on a number, while his hands deftly produced the result on the abacus. The other 4 accountants, though not as swift as Guizhou Zhang, kept pace, competing among themselves, eager to showcase their skills in front of the officials, employing all their unique techniques. In stark contrast, Zhu Ping'an appeared rather unremarkable, clearly outmatched in presence and momentum. To onlookers, he seemed merely to be fixated on the data, occasionally scribbling indecipherable symbols on the rice paper with his brush. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhu Ping'an bent over the rice paper, inscribing a few numbers, and upon finishing, he set the brush down on the inkstone and crossed his arms. observing the flamboyant abacus performance of Gui Shouzhang and the others. Gui Shouzhang, catching a glimpse of Zhu Ping'an's actions from the corner of his eye, couldn't help but smirk wider, mocking the fact that even the pretense was now abandoned. How laughable! Where was that arrogance from earlier? Does your face not ache from the embarrassment? Zhang Guanku and the other accountants shared a knowing smile at Zhu Ping'an's apparent resignation. Chapter 776. Shock and derision seeing Zhu Ping'an, arms crossed and dumbfounded, staring at Gui Shouzhang's abacus. Jia Longzhong couldn't suppress a smirk, rolling his eyes in amusement. Oh, so he has given up. Where did that previous bravado come from? A person who cannot even operate an abacus dares to assert they would compile the data alone? Of course, this outcome delighted Jia Longzhong, for it meant that the statistics from the Taicang accounting department would reflect the results of this inventory. The figures from Taicang's accounts were evident. The records indicated precisely what the statistics would reveal. Thus, Jia Longzhong chuckled inwardly, secretly reveling in the situation. While maintaining a facade of concern for Zhu Ping'an, he even offered Zhu Ping'an an escape route, suggesting that after such a lengthy session in the storeroom, he must be weary and should take a moment to rest before continuing with the data compilation. Bring some tea for Lord Zhu to soothe his throat and allow him a brief respite, he instructed. Hearing this, the members of the Taicang team exchanged knowing smiles. The other observing officials could hardly suppress their chuckles, for it was evident that the exhaustion was not from fatigue, but rather from an inability to master the abacus. They had simply resigned themselves to failure. Meanwhile, the adept Zhang, known as Ghost Hand, cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Ping'an and chuckled, deliberately accelerating his movements by threefold, elevating the difficulty to double its original challenge, thereby enhancing the spectacle. His hands danced in a mesmerizing interplay. The left hand employed the technique of the butterfly through flowers while the right hand executed the instantaneous flick, the speed of which was astonishing, rendering his hand's trajectory nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The beads on the abacus transformed into mere phantoms, a true virtuoso of the art, utterly captivating, akin to the performance of a divine melody. Such remarkable skill is unattainable for many, a testament to innate talent rather than mere words. As Ghost Hand Zhang unveiled his prowess, the crowd erupted in applause, simultaneously mocking Zhu Ping'an for his arrogance and overestimation of his abilities. Indeed, look at Ghost Hand Zhang, whose mastery of the abacus is nothing short of extraordinary, exhibiting the poise of a true master. Then, cast your gaze upon Zhu Ping'an, who, after merely a few attempts, faltered and resorted to scribbling nonsensical symbols before conceding defeat. They were convinced that even if Ghost Hand Zhang were to use but one foot to operate the abacus, he would surpass Zhu Ping'an's 2 hands tenfold. Upon hearing the praises of the crowd, a radiant smile bloomed on Ghost Hand Zhang's face. His movements growing ever more rapid and intricate, the beads racing between his fingers as if they were propelled by the winds, nearly sparking as they met. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired, just as the words of the esteemed Jia Longzhong had barely left his lips. While the spectators continued to sneer and applaud, Ghost Hand Zhang's smile faltered, his expression suddenly turning ashen, as if struck by a thunderbolt. His previously fluid motions thrown into disarray, causing him to misplace a bead with a resounding clatter, which fell to the ground. What? How is that possible? You cannot have finished already. Ghost Hand Zhang could scarcely believe his ears, his countenance paling, the aura of mastery dissipating in an instant as he stared, dumbfounded, at Zhu Ping'an. The other accountants gasped in astonishment, involuntarily halting their actions, their eyes fixed on Zhu Ping'an in disbelief. In that moment, the room was filled only with the sound of collective gasps, the only other sound being the lingering tremors of the fallen abacus. Cough. Zihu, you must be jesting, remarked the physician Jia, clearing his throat and chuckling awkwardly at Zhu Ping'an. Indeed, spurred by Jia's suggestion, the crowd gradually emerged from their astonishment. Yes, Jia was correct. Zhu Ping'an was merely joking, for he scarcely knew how to operate an abacus. How could he possibly complete the calculations? Moreover, it had barely been a short while. Not even enough time to enjoy a warm cup of tea, and he claimed to have finished? How boastful! The adept Zhang, known for his extraordinary skills with the abacus, was still merely at the outset of his calculations, aided by 4 seasoned accountants. And here was Zhu alone, asserting he had completed his work in such a trivial span of time. Were you perhaps dreaming, or still half asleep? Huh, do you think we are blind? You merely scribbled some incomprehensible symbols and declared it done. Whom do you intend to deceive? What was that nonsensical scrawl you just conjured? Did a deity possess you and assist in your data collection? That might be the only somewhat plausible explanation. After a brief silence, the room erupted into laughter. A cacophony of mirth. I am not jesting. I truly have completed the calculations, Zhu Ping'an insisted, shaking his head earnestly. Yet, no one believed him. Instead, the laughter grew louder following his solemn declaration. Pray tell, esteemed sir, what results have you derived? Zhang, the adept, retorted, shaking his head with a scoff. His arms crossed in mockery as he scrutinized Zhu Ping'an for answers. Having been discomposed earlier by Zhu's words, he was now intent on regaining his dignity at Zhu's expense. The nearby accountant, chuckling and shaking his head, bent to retrieve the fallen abacus, handing it back to Zhang, while whispering that Zhu could hardly have produced any results. Zhang nodded, accepting the abacus, his gaze never straying from Zhu Ping'an. It would be prudent for us to verify the results once you have completed your calculations. We wouldn't want to hinder your progress, Zhu Ping'an replied with utmost seriousness, shaking his head as he folded the paper containing his answers and placed it in a corner of the table. Zhang let out a derisive laugh, unimpressed by Zhu's words, convinced they were merely an excuse concocted by Zhu. The others shared this sentiment, viewing Zhu as nothing more than a pretender, puffing himself up without substance. In the midst of the crowd's ridicule and disdainful gazes, Zhu Ping'an remained unperturbed, his composure unwavering. He met Zhang's gaze boldly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, raising his right hand to point at the abacus in Zhang's possession, gesturing for him to continue with the calculations. Continue your charade. I am eager to see how you will conclude this, Zhang scoffed, slamming the abacus onto the table, his hands moving swiftly over the beads like a tempest. The dual dragons play with the pearl. The bow is drawn from both sides. Yet another visual feast descends upon us. Zhu Ping'an, while admiring the performance of the renowned Guisho Zhang, gently shook his head. It is undeniable that Guisho Zhang's skills in the abacus have reached an extraordinary level. But mathematics that has advanced for centuries cannot simply be caught up with mere speed. Noticing Zhu Ping'an's disapproving gesture, Guisho Zhang's expression darkened. So you, who have abandoned the abacus and lack proficiency, have taken to posturing, have you? The observers within the room, upon witnessing this exchange, could not help but chuckle and shake their heads. To them, Zhu Ping'an was merely flaunting his ignorance in the presence of a master of the abacus, akin to wielding a sword before the legendary Guangong. What qualifications did one who could not even manipulate an abacus possess to express disapproval? They decided to wait and see how this would unfold, their expressions a mixture of ridicule and anticipation. Your tea, my lord, announced a servant from Taicang as he approached Zhu Ping'an with a cup of tea. Thank you. Ah, exquisite tea, Zhu Ping'an replied, extending his left hand to accept the steaming cup, inhaling its aroma lightly before allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. He then placed the cup on the table. Though he felt a twinge of thirst, he opted to refrain from indulging in any food or drink while the inspection was still underway. Indeed, it is fine tea. Why not indulge in a sip, Lord Zhu? One official remarked, lifting the lid of his cup, taking a hearty gulp, and then turning to Zhu Ping'an with a questioning gaze. Please, take your time. Ping'an is not thirsty, Zhu Ping'an replied, moistening his dry lips, gesturing respectfully with his hands, and offering a faint smile. May you perish of thirst, fool, the official sneered, casting a derisive glance at Zhu Ping'an's parched lips while deliberately taking another sip of tea in front of him. Liangzhe, observing Zhu Ping'an, narrowed his eyes slightly. After Zhu Ping'an declared he had completed his calculations, a quarter of an hour passed, half an hour in total, before Guisho Zhang, employing both hands in a flurry of calculations, finally ceased his movements. He deliberately shifted his body to turn his back to Zhu Ping'an, using his form to obscure Zhu Ping'an's view as he picked up a brush and recorded the statistical results on a blank sheet of rice paper. After a brief moment, the other four accountants also paused their manipulation of the counting beads, exchanged discreet glances with Guisho Zhang, and similarly turned their backs to Zhu Ping'an, shielding him from their sight as they transcribed the results on the rice paper. Esteemed officials, we have completed the tally, Guisho Zhang announced, bowing respectfully to the officials, including Zhang Guangku. Excellent. Well done, Zhang Guangku acknowledged with a nod, then turned to Zhu Ping'an. Since Zihu has also completed his calculations, Let us compare the results. Zhu Ping'an nodded, reaching forward to unfurl the rice paper before him, revealing the numbers inscribed upon it. Guoxiu Zhang and the other 4 accountants approached, laying their sheets of recorded numbers before Zhu Ping'an, exposing the figures inscribed there as well. Zhu Ping'an's sheet displayed 2 lines of text. The top line reads, "Current silver in the treasury, 1,237,250 taels." Following this line, a number is enclosed in parentheses, 938,000 taels. The subsequent line states, "Current gold, 316,500 taels." Also followed by a number in parentheses, 325,500 taels. The figures within the parentheses, as noted by Zhu Ping'an, indicate the quantity of substandard silver in the treasury, implying that the actual silver stored amounts to 1,237,250 taels, of which 938,000 taels are of inferior quality, not pure silver. On the rice paper displayed by Ghost Hand Zhang, it is inscribed, "Current silver, 2,112,200 taels, current gold, 720,000 taels." The data recorded by the other 4 accountants aligns with what Ghost Hand Zhang presented, all stating, "Current silver, 2,112,200 taels. Current gold, 720,000 taels." Indeed, the records from the several accountants are identical. Current silver, 2,112,200 taels. Current gold, 720,000 taels. A hearty laugh erupted as the observing officials noted the discrepancy between Zhu's records and those of the other accountants. They chuckled. It appears only Lord Zhu's statistics diverge from the rest. As they verified Zhu Ping'an's figures against those of Ghost Hand Zhang and the other 5 accountants, laughter ensued. It seems Lord Zhu might have miscounted, perhaps overlooking half the numbers. They jested. Given how swiftly Lord Zhu computed, one would expect accuracy. Yet he arrived at a figure that, while somewhat close, is still significantly off. Alas, Lord Wang, your standards are rather lenient. This discrepancy amounts to several 100,000 taels. Other officials chimed in, joining in the merriment. Look at his data. He even used an odd arc-like symbol to encapsulate a number. How amusing. Perhaps by writing an extra digit, his chances of being correct have doubled. In ancient times, parentheses were not recognized, and the onlookers mistook Zhu Ping'an's use of parentheses for nonsensical symbols, prompting further ridicule. As the 6 sheets of rice paper unfurled simultaneously, a chorus of laughter erupted within the room, resounding for quite some time, with 5 individuals presenting identical statistics and only one differing. It was evident that the singular outlier had erred. It was improbable that 4 could miscalculate, leaving only one correct. Indeed, if 4 individuals had erred, arriving at the same result would be exceedingly unlikely. Thus, the observing officials naturally concluded that Zhu Ping'an had made a mistake, his inability to use an abacus, coupled with the hastily scrawled arcane symbols, rendered any accurate computation implausible. However, in stark contrast to the onlookers, Zhang Guanku and other senior officials from Taizong, including Zhao Longzhong, appeared utterly astonished upon witnessing the data presented by Zhu Ping'an. Their faces instantaneously drained of color, transforming into a ghostly pallor as they stood frozen, staring blankly at the scroll of rice paper unfurled before them, resembling wooden mannequins. Despite the sweltering summer heat, their hearts felt as though shackled by a heavy stone, dragging them into an icy abyss, enveloping them in an unsettling chill. Surely, esteemed Zhang, you too have been rendered speechless by Lord Zhu's statistical findings. A nearby official chuckled, nudging Zhang Guanku's arm and gesturing toward the scroll, a bemused grin plastered on his face. Indeed, Zhang Guanku and Zhao Longzhong managed a strained smile, though it was less than flattering. Zhao Longzhong, recovering from his stupor, nearly blurted out an exclamation, only to be discreetly restrained by a sharp tap from Zhao Longzhong, who was all too aware of the stakes involved. While the others remained oblivious to the underlying details, they were acutely aware of the true nature of Taizong, which they regarded as their own treasure trove, a veritable cash cow. They knew precisely how much silver had been funneled into and out of Taizong, as well as the current reserves of both silver and gold. Though the arcane figures scrawled by Zhu Ping'an were beyond their comprehension, the actual silver and gold amounts he documented matched the physical inventory of their treasury down to the last decimal. It was truly astonishing. How could Zhu Ping'an have calculated this in less time than it takes to brew a cup of tea? As Guoxiu Zhang unfurled the scroll, His gaze remained fixed on Zhu Ping'an, intending to disrupt the moment and expose what he perceived as Zhu's pretentious facade. Impossible, this cannot be. Yet, upon scrutinizing the numbers Zhu had revealed, his initial response was one of disbelief. As he prepared to mock, his voice faltered, choked like a duck caught by the throat. Uttering only a single note before retreating into silence, utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened in incredulity, as if struck by a thunderclap, shaking his head in disbelief. Resembling a madman in his bewilderment, the figures Zhu Ping'an presented mirrored, with astonishing precision, the outcome of Zhang's painstaking calculations, conducted through various methods and culminating in the use of an abacus. The sole distinction was that Zhang had not recorded the calculated number, but rather noted the figures derived from the Taizong ledger. How could this be? This was unfathomable. Guizhou Zhang could hardly trust his own eyes. Unable to grasp the reality that a person who did not even know how to operate an abacus could arrive at such accurate data in less than 1/10 of his own time. The sensation was akin to an adult witnessing an infant effortlessly topple a burly man with a single punch, an eerie reality that defied belief. Yet, the facts remained undeniable. 123,750 taels of silver and 31,600 taels of gold. Zhu Ping'an, without even the need for an abacus, effortlessly calculated the figures with a mere flick of his hand, achieving results that matched those painstakingly derived by Guizhou Zhang, who toiled for tenfold the time and effort, without a single error. In his domain of expertise, he found himself bested by one he held in disdain, who, with an almost humiliating nonchalance, had effortlessly overturned all his assumptions. Guizhou Zhang had previously mocked Zhu Ping'an, relying on his nearly supernatural accounting skills, particularly his prowess in arithmetic, which he believed was unparalleled in the Ming dynasty. No more than 5 could rival him. Owing to this remarkable ability, although he was not an official himself, he garnered considerable respect from the local officials of Taizong, including Zhang Guanku and others. Even the brash Zhao Longzhong treated him with deference. Over time, this has inflated his ego, leading to his condescension and ridicule of Zhu Ping'an. Yet now, the numbers inscribed on Zhu Ping'an's rice paper struck Guizhou Zhang like a series of stinging slaps to the face. It dawned on him that it was not Zhu Ping'an's inability to use an abacus that was at play, but rather his complete independence from it. He could compute with astonishing speed and precision, surpassing the efficiency of an abacus manifold. If one possessed such skill, would they still bother to learn the abacus? Reflecting on his earlier mockery of Zhu Ping'an, Guizhou Zhang felt an overwhelming shame, wishing fervently to shrink away like a mouse, burrowing into a hole and never re-emerging. Aren't you the top scholar? Shouldn't you be diligently studying the 4 books and 5 classics, or mastering the intricacies of arithmetic? The other 4 accountants were no better off, staring in disbelief, as if confronted by a ghost in broad daylight. Behold, the figures computed by Lord Zhu have left these esteemed accountants utterly astounded, remarked the onlookers, who were oblivious to the situation. Although Zhang Guanku, Zhao Longzhong, and Zhao Longzhong among the Taizong elite laughed, their faces grew increasingly pale, a chill creeping up their spines, as if they were encased in ice. In a mere span of tea time, Zhu Ping'an had accurately and rapidly compiled the inventory data without an abacus. He surpassed the combined speed of Guizhou Zhang and his 4 esteemed colleagues by at least tenfold. Zhu Ping'an's extraordinary arithmetic capabilities left them profoundly shaken, compelling them to ponder a previously unthinkable notion. Could 3 days be sufficient for Zhu Ping'an to thoroughly review the ledgers of Taizong over the past 3 years? His recent performance left them with no doubt about this possibility. Zhu Ping'an's exceptional numerical acumen might have already unveiled insights hidden within the account books, prompting a chilling contemplation that left them drenched in sweat. Ahem, what is the matter? Is it that Ziho has erred so grievously? Look at the astonishment on each of your faces. Zhao Longzhong coughed lightly, stepped forward, and patted Guizhou Zhang and the others on the shoulder, squinting with a slight smile as he emphasized the erroneous character in his tone. Under the subtle reminder from Zhao Longzhong, Guizhou Zhang and the other accountants regained their composure after being momentarily stunned by Zhu Ping'an's remarkable calculations. Indeed, Master Zhu has erred, they asserted confidently. Our 5 abacuses yield perfectly accurate data, confirming our correctness. It is Master Zhu who has faltered. Exactly so, echoed Guizhou Zhang and his associates, firmly declaring that Zhu Ping'an had made a mistake. Yet, Does a multitude necessarily equate to correctness? Oftentimes, the truth resides with the few. Zhu Ping'an cast a glance at Gui Shouzhang and offered a faint smile, stating with undeniable authority, "Let us calculate once more, together. I shall verify each digit alongside you." Upon concluding his statement, Zhu Ping'an respectfully addressed Zhang Gu, saying, "Master Zhang, please separate these 4 accountants into pairs for verification. I will work with this accountant surnamed Zhang, and for each figure, we shall sum and cross-verify. This digit-by-digit summation method, though time-consuming, would surely reveal any discrepancies." "Rest assured." "My lord," Zhang Gu nodded, gesturing for several Eastern factory guards to swiftly isolate the accountants, placing them into 2 empty rooms. "Please proceed." Zhu Ping'an extended his right hand towards Gui Shouzhang with a smile. Adding 2 numbers is a straightforward task. Even the slowest of the officials present could discern any errors. Furthermore, Zhang Gu selected 4 capable Eastern factory guards to assist in the calculations. Under the watchful eyes of many, even if Gui Shouzhang and his associates intended to make mistakes, they could not. As time passed, the sun began to set, and the final verification results were unveiled. A total of 1,237,250 taels in silver and 316,500 taels in gold, matching Zhu Ping'an's initial calculations down to the last detail. Could it be that Zhu Ping'an was indeed correct? As the results became known, the officials in the room collectively gasped, rendered speechless by the revelation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a young official in court attire, none other than Zhu Ping'an, rode swiftly towards the palace gates, closely followed by over 10 Eastern factory guards. After concluding the data verification, Zhu Ping'an promptly tucked away the figures and galloped towards the Western Garden to seek an audience with Emperor Jiajing. Upon arriving at the gates of the Western Garden, Zhu Ping'an dismounted and knocked on the door. At that moment, the gatekeeper was none other than Gong Chao, who had been promoted from the laundry bureau by Feng Bao. Having seen Zhu Ping'an enter the palace on several occasions, he greeted him warmly. "My young Lord Zhu, what brings you to seek an audience with His Majesty at this hour?" "The Emperor is currently dining and taking his medicine. Seeking an audience at this time is against protocol. I suggest you wait until tomorrow morning for a more favorable opportunity," Gong Chao kindly advised Zhu Ping'an, recognizing his intent. Zhu Ping'an offered a slight bow, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. "Master Chao, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. I dare not delay. I must act swiftly and pragmatically. I beseech you to communicate with the inner court, and I shall bear all consequences alone." "How significant is it?" Master Chao inquired with curiosity. "It pertains to the very foundation of the nation," Zhu Ping'an replied with solemnity. "Please wait a moment, young Lord Zhu. I shall convey your message immediately," Master Chao said, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Without further hesitation, he turned and entered to relay the message. "I appreciate your efforts, Master Chao," Zhu Ping'an expressed gratefully, standing outside the palace gates in anticipation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow painted half the sky in hues of crimson, casting a warm light upon the western palace walls, which blazed with a fiery red. He waited for what felt like an eternity, long enough for his legs to grow weary. The creaking sound of the door opening resonated like celestial music in Zhu Ping'an's ears. Master Chao emerged, wiping the sweat from his brow and gasping for breath. "Young Lord Zhu, you may enter," he announced. "Thank you, Master Chao." Zhu Ping'an noted the perspiration on Master Chao's forehead and his labored breathing, realizing he had hurriedly rushed to deliver the message. As he stepped inside, he nodded in appreciation. "Young Lord Zhu, you are too kind. Please proceed without delay." "We must not keep His Majesty waiting," Master Chao urged with a smile, shaking his head. Zhu Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly made his way inside. The palace was adorned with gilded beasts upon the ridges, jade-scaled pillars, and lush greenery flanking the royal path, where vibrant flowers bloomed amidst the striking red walls and golden tiles, all resplendent in glory. The passage was unobstructed. Ordinarily, one might expect the scent of cosmetics to permeate the palace. However, the Western Garden was distinct, filled instead with the fragrance of incense. If one were to judge solely by scent, they might think they had entered a temple. As he approached the entrance of the Hall of Longevity, Zhu Ping'an meticulously gathered his thoughts and adjusted his official robes before stepping inside. Just as he lifted his foot to enter, a sudden gust of fragrance enveloped him, followed by a collision with an individual rushing out in haste. "Princess, slow down. Watch out for the 2 maidens in the courtyard," A voice called out. But it was too late. By the time they shouted, the two had already collided. Caught off guard, Zhu Ping'an was knocked back a step by the impact. The other individual, shorter than him and with their head down, struck their forehead against Zhu Ping'an's shoulder, leaving a bright red mark that threatened to swell. Ouch! Who dares to block the path of this princess? A girl, no more than 13 or 14, clad in palace attire, exclaimed in pain. Her delicate hand pressed to her forehead as she glared at Zhu Ping'an, indignant. Is it really a princess? A rather rough one at that, Zhu Ping'an thought to himself, suppressing his internal monologue. Though he was being scolded, he could only bow his head and perform a formal apology. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, Your Highness. I am at fault. It's you, the exhibitionist? Zhu Ping'an, still with his head bowed, was taken aback by the sudden exclamation from above. He could only respond with a look of disbelief. Is this princess unhinged? What exhibitionism could she possibly mean? His official robes were impeccably neat, after all, and this was their first encounter. I do not comprehend, Zhu Ping'an lamented silently, his expression one of utter confusion. Originally, the emperor had dispatched me back to Fengyang Pavilion due to your insistence. Just wait. You shall see. The princess's voice resonated with indignation, followed by a haughty snort as she dramatically swept her sleeve and departed with an angry flurry of footsteps. I was filled with trepidation. Zhu Ping'an, rendered speechless, mused that this princess must indeed be deranged, so inexplicably vexed. Your Highness, please take care, two palace maids hurriedly called out, chasing after her. Once the footsteps faded into the distance, Zhu Ping'an lifted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the three retreating figures, and shook his head in disbelief as he made his way back into the palace. As for the threat posed by a princess whose visage he had yet to behold, Zhu Ping'an dismissed it entirely, suspecting that the deranged princess had mistaken him for someone else. How could a flagrant exhibitionist be he? Such matters were typically confined to the secluded depths of the palace, and having only entered a few times, he had barely encountered any maids, let alone the princess herself. Furthermore, he exercised utmost caution within the palace, always impeccably attired. Even in slumber, he donned proper nightwear, never daring to expose himself. Thus, it was evident that this rather neurotic princess had erred in her identification. To Zhu Ping'an, this was merely a nonsensical interlude, hardly worth his concern. Upon entering the outer hall of Wanshou Palace, the attending eunuch announced his presence, and soon Zhu Ping'an was summoned, stepping inside. I, the guilty minister Zhu Ping'an, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Upon entering the inner hall, Zhu Ping'an immediately performed the customary 3 bows and 9 kowtows before the judging emperor. The judging emperor had indeed been dining, and remnants of the meal still adorned the table. Why do you refer to yourself as a guilty minister? He inquired, setting down his jade bowl and regarding the kneeling Zhu Ping'an with interest. The guilty minister sought an audience at the palace gates while your majesty was at supper, thus committing an act contrary to protocol. This is my transgression, Zhu Ping'an replied humbly, his forehead pressed against the floor. Zhu Ping'an, you are aware of the breach of protocol, yet dared to approach me during my meal. You are young, yet your audacity is remarkable, the judging emperor remarked, rising and strolling toward Zhu Ping'an with a bemused expression. It is not mere audacity, your majesty, but a matter of great import. I could not afford to delay. Zhu Ping'an replied, his gaze catching the embroidered dragon motifs of the emperor's shoes, which compelled him to show even greater respect. The shoes, adorned with a black and white striped pattern and featuring 10 holes symbolizing the cardinal and intercardinal directions, were favored by the judging emperor, who held a deep reverence for Taoism. Undoubtedly, the figure before him, looking down from a position of authority, was none other than the judging emperor himself. Rise. Speak of this significant matter. I am listening, the emperor commanded, retreating behind his dragon throne. Thank you, your majesty, Zhu Ping'an responded, performing another deep bow before gradually standing upright. I humbly report to your majesty that I have completed the inspection of the grand granary as commanded, and have come to submit my report. After rising, he produced a memorial from his sleeve, holding it aloft with both hands, respectfully presenting it to his head. Huang Jin descended from the side of Emperor Jiajing, taking the memorial from Zhu Ping'an's hands and presenting it to the emperor with both hands. The emperor accepted the document, but did not open it. Instead, he casually placed it upon the dragon table before him and turned to Zhu Ping'an, saying, "Pray tell me, what were the findings of the inspection?" Your Majesty, Zhu Ping'an began, I have been commanded to investigate the treasury of Taizong, focusing on the account books from the past 3 years and auditing the inventory of silver and gold in the treasury. The records indicate a total of 2,127,200 taels of silver and 720,000 taels of gold. However, after several days of meticulous examination, I have discovered a discrepancy of 36,753 taels of silver, which cannot be reconciled with the accounts. Furthermore, upon inventory, the actual holdings in the Taizong treasury amount to only 1,237,250 taels of silver and 316,500 taels of gold. Alarmingly, of the silver, 938,000 taels are not pure silver, and additionally, 125,500 taels of gold are not pure gold. Zhu Ping'an stood respectfully before the throne, delivering his report with solemnity. How much? Emperor Jiajing's countenance darkened as he abruptly rose from his dragon chair, his fury directed at Zhu Ping'an. Upon hearing the figures, the emperor could scarcely believe his ears. The implications of Zhu Ping'an's words suggested that nearly half of the treasury had been emptied. Such a deficit had not occurred throughout the millennia, from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Tang and Song, or even the Yuan. If true, it would constitute the largest scandal in history, unprecedented in ancient and modern times. Emperor Jiajing, who prided himself on being a wise ruler, was taken aback by such deception, realizing that half of the national treasury had been pilfered right under his nose. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. He was already grappling with significant fiscal challenges, facing threats from the north and south, natural disasters, and human calamities, all demanding substantial financial resources. In recent years, expenditures had been unrestrained, compelling the emperor to economize even in his pursuits of alchemy and spiritual practice. One can only imagine the tumult of emotions that surged through Emperor Jiajing upon learning that half of the treasury had been compromised. His fury was entirely understandable. Zhu Ping'an had anticipated the emperor's wrath, recognizing that it was not directed at him personally. Yet, standing before the emperor in the face of such fury sent shivers down his spine. The wrath of the sovereign could lead to the deaths of countless innocents. This was no trifling matter. Your Majesty, Zhu Ping'an continued, the discrepancy in the Taizong accounts amounts to 36,753 taels of silver, with a deficit of 889,950 taels of silver and 400,000 taels of gold. Additionally, 938,000 taels of silver are not pure, and 125,500 taels of gold are not pure. Taking a moment to compose himself, Zhu Ping'an reiterated his findings. Are you certain? How did the accounts become so flawed? Emperor Jiajing's voice emerged between clenched teeth, his expression darkening ominously, reminiscent of the sky before a tempest. I am certain, and I can guarantee this with my life, Zhu Ping'an replied. For instance, the records indicate that the Ministry of War withdrew 108,000 taels in salaries 2 years ago, along with an additional 30,200 taels in rewards, totaling only 140,000 taels. Yet last year, the Taizong accounts recorded that the Ministry of War had drawn 19,900 taels, nearly double the amount. Upon my investigation, I have discerned that last year, the Ministry of War appointed merely 3 new officials. How could their salaries have increased nearly twofold? Such deception is egregious, and there are numerous areas of deficiency. I, as a humble minister, have meticulously reviewed the records, noting the discrepancies and deficiencies therein. Zhu Ping'an raised his head, responding with unwavering conviction, and proceeded to cite an example of a falsified account. He then produced a thick roll of rice paper, meticulously sewn together, and respectfully held it aloft above his head. This stack of paper represented the ledger of the Taizong silver treasury, recompiled using a double-entry bookkeeping method, comprising a substantial number of meticulously detailed tables and annotations highlighting the discrepancies and fraudulent entries. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's example, the Jiajing emperor's countenance darkened with fury, his expression clouded with impending storm. The fraudulent entries alone accounted for an astonishing loss of over 90,000 taels of silver. Such a sum could alleviate the tribulations of drought and flood relief efforts. Huang Jin took the double-entry ledger from Zhu Ping'an's hands and reverently presented it to the Jiajing emperor. The emperor casually flipped to a page, observing a bookkeeping method starkly different from the contemporary practices. At first, he was taken aback. However, being a man of remarkable intellect, he quickly comprehended Zhu Ping'an's system. He soon recognized its advantages, as the fraudulent entries and deficiencies became glaringly apparent. Each instance was more shocking than the last, and as the emperor's scrutiny deepened, his expression darkened further, and the temperature in the room plummeted, rendering the vicinity akin to an icy vault. After perusing the documents, the judging emperor abruptly overturned the table before him, exclaiming with wrath, "I am incensed." Infuriated. This horde of corrupt officials, parasites, betrayers of trust. I am sorely disappointed in my faith in you all. Summon my decree. All officials of the Taizong treasury shall be escorted to the Ministry of Justice, under strict surveillance by the Imperial Guard. Understood, replied a court attendant, promptly departing to convey the edict. Huang Jin, draft the decree. Since my ascension, all ministers responsible for the treasury and the various inspectors have been trusted officials, yet they have colluded and turned a blind eye, failing to expose the corruption and betraying my trust. I wonder if the officials are burdened with guilt. I reproach myself for my ignorance and feel profound shame. I shall instruct the Ministry of Personnel to investigate their names and recommend strict disciplinary action. This case implicates Grand Scholar Yan Song of Huagai Hall, Grand Scholar Su Jie of Wenyuan Pavilion, Minister of Personnel Li Mo, and Minister of Justice He Ao, who will jointly examine the embezzlement case of the Taizong Treasury. All relevant offices, including the Imperial Guard, are to be summoned for verification and prosecution. Every former Treasury official, Treasury inspector, and Treasury guardsman shall be thoroughly examined. All implicated officials, regardless of rank or merit, shall face severe punishment. All high-ranking officials of the third grade and above in the capital are required to attend the hearings. Officials from the Ministry of Revenue below the rank of minister are to recuse themselves. Any violation will be treated as collusion. After issuing this decree, the judging emperor instructed Huang Jin to draft the imperial edict for the Wui Hall to be disseminated to all relevant offices. When the edict reached Wui Hall, the ministers were struck with shock, the impact comparable to that of a grand ceremony, and soon the entire court was abuzz with commotion. Thus commenced the unearthing of one of history's most colossal treasury embezzlement cases. The course of history has taken a remarkable turn here. In the annals of the Ming dynasty, there was no record of such a treasury deficit. Undoubtedly, the treasury faced deficiencies, and it must have been quite severe. Yet this matter remained concealed and unaddressed by various parties until now. However, with Zhu Ping'an's subtle instigation, the lid has been lifted, exposing this significant case to the world. Perhaps, through this incident, the financial shortfall of the Ming treasury will be mitigated, leading to a more prosperous treasury than in historical accounts. In times of natural disasters or calamities, the Ming might possess the financial means to provide relief. During foreign invasions, the Ming could muster the resources to strengthen its military defenses. Perhaps Emperor Chongzhen would not have met his demise at Coal Mountain, but instead would have emerged as a revitalizing leader. Yet, who can predict what the future holds? In truth, when Zhu Ping'an heard the edict from Emperor Jiajing, he felt a twinge of discontent. He was acutely aware that he was ill-suited to adjudicate this case, but upon learning that it would be entrusted to Yan Song, he felt a sense of helplessness. Emperor Jiajing retained his trust in Yan Song. Nevertheless, Zhu Ping'an perceived that this case was deeply entangled with the Yan faction, a fact that could not be denied. Under Yan Song's primary oversight, it was destined not to uncover the root of the issue. Fortunately, Su Jie, Li Mo, and others would also partake in the investigation. Thus, while the deeper truths might evade discovery, some significant figures would not escape accountability. Chapter 781, A Stunning Revelation. Simplicity in the emperor's heart, I take my leave. After the emperor Jiajing dictated his edict, he issued a confidential directive to Huang Jin. Zhu Ping'an, understanding the situation, bowed and exited the inner hall, awaiting in the outer chamber. In the outer hall stood a magnificent bronze cauldron adorned with 4 dragons and the bagua, inside which 3 slender sandalwood incense sticks burned, their vibrant red embers casting a striking glow within the hall. Zhu Ping'an stood before the cauldron, patiently awaiting his turn. While Zhu Ping'an waited, Emperor Jiajing had completed his confidential instructions to Huang Jin. As the director of the Eastern Depot, Huang Jin was deeply trusted by the emperor, making him the most suitable choice for certain matters. Huang, please retrieve the self-reflection box from the hidden compartment in my study. Once the confidential orders were given, Emperor Jiajing instructed Huang Jin to fetch the self-reflection box from the concealed area of his study, named after the adage to reflect upon oneself thrice daily. This box served as the emperor's memorandum, which he frequently consulted to review its contents and ponder upon them. At your command. Huang Jin complied and proceeded to the study partition from the inner hall. Approaching a bookshelf, he pressed the vivid red eyes of a lifelike jade dragon, causing a hidden compartment to open. A sandalwood box emerged from within. Huang Jin carefully retrieved the box, cradling it with both hands, and approached Emperor Jiajing, respectfully presenting it to him. Emperor Jiajing opened the sandalwood box and extracted a piece of exquisite Goryeo tribute paper. This paper, gifted by Korea, was crafted from cotton and silkworm cocoons, boasting a white hue akin to silk and a resilience comparable to that of fine fabric, making it ideal for writing and preservation, truly a noble among papers. Upon seeing the emperor take out this paper, Huang Jin's eyes involuntarily flickered. He was not unfamiliar with this paper, as the box contained only one document made from this very Goryeo tribute paper. After the Jiajing emperor retrieved the paper, without uttering a word, Huang Jin astutely prepared the ink and presented the brush with both hands. The Jiajing emperor took the brush and inscribed the 3 characters Zhu Ping'an on the paper. In addition to these newly penned characters, the paper bore 3 names, Yan Shifan, Gao Gong, and Zhang Jujing. While others were oblivious, Huang Jin was acutely aware of the paper's illustrious reputation, referring to it as the potential candidates list. Any name inscribed on this document was subject to the Jiajing emperor's scrutiny and would receive his focused attention. Furthermore, this paper was destined to become an essential political legacy, passed on to the succeeding emperor. Whether it would be the elder 3rd prince or the more favored 4th prince remained uncertain. Yet it was clear that when one of them ascended the throne, the Jiajing emperor would bestow this potential candidates list upon his successor, establishing the foundation of the new dynasty or the trusted ministers. As for Yan Shifan, there was no need for elaboration. He was renowned as the foremost genius of the Ming dynasty. However, beside his name, a stroke of vermilion ink had been drawn, resembling both an erasure and an indication of heightened scrutiny. Huang Jin understood the profound implications of this mark. Gao Gong's name had also been on the list for several years. Huang Jin could not recall the exact circumstances that led to Gao Gong's inclusion, but he was aware that the Jiajing emperor had been monitoring him closely. Although Gao Gong currently served as the chief lecturer of the Duke of Yu's residence, Huang Jin knew that initially, the Jiajing emperor intended to appoint him as the chief lecturer of the Duke of Jing's residence. However, upon hearing of this, the Duke's mother, the Jing consort, expressed her discontent with the idea of a relatively obscure figure serving in such a prominent role for her son. Through a series of whispered suggestions over the course of a month, she ultimately persuaded the Jiajing emperor to replace Gao Gong with a more distinguished scholar, leading to Gao Gong's subsequent appointment in the Duke of Yu's residence. Reflecting on this, Huang Jin found merit in the saying that a woman with long hair often possesses a short-sighted perspective. Zhang Jujing's name made a profound impression on Huang Jin, as it had only been added to the list at the beginning of the year. However, Zhang had already entered the Jiajing emperor's purview 2 years prior, when he submitted his treatise on current political affairs. Huang Jin vividly recalled that day when the cabinet presented Zhang Jujing's memorial amidst a batch of documents for preview. After reading Zhang's submission, the Jiajing emperor remarked with a smile, calling it naive yet acknowledging the talent within, and even requested Huang Jin to review the memorial. Huang Jin remembered clearly that the treatise imitated the On Political Affairs by Jia Yi of the Western Han Dynasty. In this essay, Zhang Jujing identified 5 significant crises facing the current dynasty, addressing issues related to the royal family, talent, bureaucracy, military preparedness, and fiscal revenue, urging prompt reform to rectify the prevailing malpractices. However, he refrained from proposing any specific measures or reform suggestions in his memorial. Although the Jiajing emperor did not respond to Zhang Jujing's submission, Huang Jin understood that Zhang had successfully captured the emperor's attention. After the memorial was submitted, the Jiajing emperor observed for 2 additional years before resolutely deciding at the beginning of this year to include the name of Zhang Jujing on the list. It can be said that the names of the aforementioned 3 individuals were carefully considered by the Jiajing emperor over several years before being fortunate enough to be inscribed on this esteemed list. However, Zhu Ping'an stands as a complete anomaly, having only entered the officialdom this year after passing the imperial examination. He has been included in the list within a mere 6 months. This revelation left Huang Jin astounded. Reflecting on the events, Zhu Ping'an, having achieved the top scholar title this year, was promoted shortly thereafter, and just months later, he was appointed as a secretary in the cabinet. Now, he finds himself on the esteemed list, and given his accomplishments in overseeing the Taizong treasury, once the case is concluded, he is bound to be rewarded with further promotions, a pace that is simply unprecedented. Young Master Huang, what are your thoughts on Zhu Ping'an? The Jiajing Emperor inquired after inscribing Zhu Ping'an's name. This humble servant believes that although the top scholar is quite young, his abilities rival those of seasoned officials. And what is particularly commendable is his dedication to duty. I have heard that this afternoon, during the inventory of the Taizong treasury, in a bid to demonstrate his integrity and ensure the smooth counting of the funds, he boldly stripped bare in front of dozens of officials and entered the treasury completely unclothed to conduct the inventory. I have been told that the sight left everyone utterly stunned. Huang Jin respectfully responded, specifically mentioning Zhu Ping'an's audacious act. Of course, whether Huang Jin spoke of it or not, the Jiajing Emperor would inevitably learn of Zhu Ping'an's actions. After all, reports from the Eastern Depot regarding the treasury inventory had already reached the Jiajing Emperor. It was merely that the Prime Minister had reported on the matter earlier that afternoon, and the presence of Princess Ning'an had momentarily distracted the Emperor from reviewing the information. Oh, such an occurrence? The Jiajing Emperor expressed surprise, and despite his initial fury, the image of Zhu Ping'an boldly stripping in front of the crowd brought a smile to his lips. This Zhu Ping'an. How commendable that he dares to conduct the treasury inventory in such a manner. If all officials of the Ming dynasty exhibited such courage, ruling would be much simpler for me, the Emperor mused with a smile. Seeing the corners of the Emperor's mouth curve upwards, Huang Jin could not help but internally commend Zhu Ping'an for his audacious act. Indeed, the stripping was nothing short of stunning, having struck a chord with the Emperor's heart. The more straightforward the action, the more it resonated with the Emperor. Huang Jin had seldom witnessed such trust reflected in the Emperor's gaze when he mentioned the name of an official. The audacity of Zhu Ping'an's act had earned him unprecedented trust. Zhu Ping'an, I have high hopes for you, Huang Jin thought to himself. Your Majesty has heard that you have not even had lunch due to your diligent work on the treasury inventory, so he has instructed that you eat here before returning. Furthermore, in consideration of your consecutive days of inspecting the Taizong treasury, His Majesty has graciously granted you a 10-day leave to rest and spend time with your family, Huang Jin said, approaching Zhu Ping'an with a gentle smile. Behind Huang Jin, several maidservants and eunuchs followed, carrying trays laden with delectable dishes, which were set upon the desk closest to Zhu Ping'an, forming an impressive spread. Your servant humbly thanks you for your gracious favor, Zhu Ping'an expressed, his face adorned with gratitude as he knelt in reverence towards the inner chamber. The top scholar should rise and partake in the meal promptly. Huang Jin urged with a faint smile, I must attend to a royal decree regarding the investigation of the assets of various officials at the Grand Warehouse, so I shan't accompany you further. Zhu Ping'an, standing up, clasped his hands in gratitude. Official Huang, please do not let me delay your important duties. Your courtesy is appreciated. Huang Jin replied, after you enjoy your dinner, little Zhua, please escort the scholar out of the palace. He nodded slightly at Zhu Ping'an and instructed a nearby young eunuch to attend to him post-repast. Clearly, one of the secret orders just conveyed by Emperor Jiajing to Huang Jin pertained to asset confiscation. Zhu Ping'an understood well the implications of confiscation. Sighing, he reflected on Zhang Guanku and Jia Longzhong, who deserved their fates, yet he felt pity for their families. In the feudal society of the Ming dynasty, where propriety was paramount, the womenfolk were generally confined to their homes, spending their days playing the guqin, engaging in chess, reading, or painting. Their skills were limited to these pursuits. If their households were confiscated, even if they were not condemned to servitude or forced into the brothel system, being expelled from their residences would force them to fend for themselves. For these ladies, accustomed to a life of refinement, it would indeed be a calamity. To be cast out without a penny, left to wander the streets, how would they survive? Would they resort to manual labor? Even if they could swallow their pride and undertake the most menial tasks for meager wages, they might still face harassment or worse, being trafficked or coerced into prostitution. Without protection, former affluent ladies could become prime targets in the eyes of unscrupulous individuals. Of course, if they had relatives willing to take them in, their circumstances might differ. However, they were not entirely blameless. Having enjoyed the fruits of the people's labor for so long, it seemed they had perhaps not cultivated sufficient self-awareness. They were merely stripped of their wealth. Not being subjected to further penalties was already a fortunate outcome. Lacking vast fortunes, they would merely find themselves on equal footing with the common populace. The dangers they faced were the same as those encountered by ordinary citizens. From another perspective, for them, stepping out of their gilded cages to embrace a different lifestyle and creating a new existence through their own efforts might be a blessing in disguise. Contemplating this, Zhu Ping'an gazed at the sumptuous array of dishes before him, and his appetite was piqued. The exquisite fare on the table consisted of leftovers from the emperor's dinner, untouched by chopsticks, yet comprising a splendid assortment of 17 or 18 dishes. There were delicacies such as shark fin and sea cucumber, along with Westlake vinegar fish, sautéed chicken with mushrooms, yellow braised lamb, beggar's chicken, stir-fried shrimp, crispy fried sound, divine duck soup, and fish head soup, each enticing to Zhu Ping'an, who had fasted throughout the day. Truly, it was the finest of imperial cuisine, and he felt it would be a shame to waste such culinary treasures. Zhu Ping'an sat at the table, utterly engrossed in his meal, savoring a mouthful of Westlake vinegar fish, followed by a bite of oil-splashing prawns, sipping hot tea, and then indulging in a morsel of shark fin soup, relishing each delightful bite. The maidens and young eunuchs standing in the outer hall were drawn in by the sounds of Zhu Ping'an's hearty enjoyment, irresistibly turning their gazes toward him, unable to look away. To them, this scene resembled the modern phenomenon of gluttonous food live streams, akin to those featuring mukbangs from distant lands. How could he eat so heartily? How could he consume so much? Is his stomach a bottomless pit? Goodness, it has only been a brief moment. And the plates of oil-splashing prawns and beggar's chicken were already nearly empty. As the evening descended into a hazy twilight, Yan Maoqing and Su Jie, summoned to the Wanshou Palace to meet Emperor Jiajing, also witnessed Zhu Ping'an's extravagant feast. The 17 or 18 platters of delicacies on the table had been reduced to mere remnants, devoured with fervor. A cultured beast was perhaps their impression. Although Zhu Ping'an exhibited decorum and politeness while dining, his capacity and pace were, in their eyes, nothing short of beastly. Minister Fu, esteemed mentor, Yan Maoqing and Su Jie approached, and only then did Zhu Ping'an belatedly realize their presence, rising to pay his respects while still chewing. Hee. Ziho has quite the appetite, Yan Maoqing remarked with a slight smile and a nod. Su Jie pointed at Zhu Ping'an's mouth, shaking his head with a smile, then gestured for him to continue enjoying his meal. Yan Maoqing and Su Jie were there to pay homage to the emperor, so after exchanging a glance with Zhu Ping'an, they proceeded into the inner hall to meet Emperor Jiajing. Thus, Zhu Ping'an resumed his indulgence. While Zhu Ping'an feasted on the imperial delicacies, Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo awaited outside the West Garden Palace, sitting at a nearby food stall. This stall resembled a modern-day street food market, frequented by officials returning home from their duties at the West Garden, as well as attendants like Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo, who were waiting for their superiors to finish for the day. After all, officials tended to be more discerning, and fewer of them dined at such stalls. The curfew was set for around 3 o'clock in the evening, roughly 8 o'clock at night. With some time left before curfew, business at the food stall thrived. With 8 or 9 tables filled with patrons, Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo sat nearby, easily catching sight of the palace gates, ordering a steamer of large meat buns, 2 bowls of complimentary broth, and several cloves of garlic, while they ate and kept an attentive watch on the gate, listening to the conversations of the other diners. Initially, the patrons discussed various topics, but as officials began to pass by after finishing their shifts at the West Garden, and a group of Eastern Depot guards exited the palace, the discourse gradually shifted to the recent theft at the Taicang treasury. Subsequently, the conversation turned once more to Zhu Ping'an. Just as the guards emerged from the palace, they were heading toward the Taicang theft case. What? You are yet unaware of the National Treasury heist, I see. Just moments ago, Lord Zhang passed by and spoke of it directly, revealing that the treasury in Taicang has been plundered, with an entire half of it emptied out. It is said that the theft was an inside job. I have also heard that this incident was uncovered by a certain Lord Zhu Ping'an. What is this you say? He entered the treasury in the nude? Good heavens, are you jesting? What? Naked? Huh. Is he really stripping down to inspect the treasury? Isn't that akin to exposing oneself unnecessarily? You do not understand. Lord Zhu was left with no choice. It is rumored that the people of Taicang, in an attempt to thwart him, maliciously slandered Lord Zhu, accusing him of harboring contraband within the treasury. When they claimed that the missing silver was due to Lord Zhu's theft, in a bid to clear his name and silence their accusations, he boldly stripped off his garments in front of everyone, exposing himself to the world, and entered the treasury to meticulously audit the state's wealth, ultimately unearthing the nation's vermin. Previously, I was skeptical of claims about the integrity of certain officials, but I place my faith in Lord Zhu. His audacity to inspect the treasury in such a manner truly exemplifies genuine integrity, which other official can boast of such unblemished virtue. The conversations at the food stalls revolve almost exclusively around Zhu Ping'an and the Taicang theft. This is indeed a commendation of our esteemed Lu Mu and Lu Dedao, who exchanged knowing glances while listening intently. As the sun set behind the western mountains and officials from the West Garden began to conclude their day, the food stalls outside the palace grew increasingly bustling, filled to capacity with patrons. With the officials frequenting these stalls, details surrounding the Taicang treasury theft unfolded with greater clarity, and the accounts of Zhu Ping'an's investigation became more elaborate, as if many of the narrators had witnessed the events firsthand, their words vivid and lively. Of course, as these tales circulated, various versions of Lord Zhu's story emerged, each infused with subjective embellishments. As Lu Mu and Lu Dedao savored their steamed buns, they were captivated by the discussions surrounding them, left in a state of astonishment. Lord Zhu's naked inspection of the treasury was nothing short of commendable. Executed with utmost cleanliness and diligence, such officials are a rarity nowadays. Despite being merely a coachman in the service of Lord Lu, I, Old Ma, declare today that my utmost admiration is reserved for the naked Lord Zhu, who bravely scrutinizes the treasury. At a neighboring table, a coachman by the surname of Ma took a hearty swig of wine, chewing on lamb with fervor, his words splattering as he spoke. "Indeed, well said," exclaimed Lu Dedao, his spirits soaring, as if the words were directed at him, making his bun taste all the more delectable. "You all laud Lord Zhu as a diligent and just official, yet I find him rather foolish. Alas, do not look at me with such disapproval. Hear me out. Let us not delve into other matters. Let us focus solely on the Taicang treasury. What a significant place it is. I need not elaborate, for you all surely know it is the treasury of our great Ming dynasty. There is an old adage that says, 'Rely on the mountains for sustenance and the waters for sustenance.' With the treasury at their backs, they certainly feast upon what you all understand. Who among us is unaware of the emptiness in Taicang? Look, initially, there were 5 officials accompanying Lord Zhu to investigate the treasury, with a third-rank officer leading the charge, each one of them holding a higher position than Lord Zhu. Yet, within just 2 days, they all concocted excuses to withdraw, leaving only Lord Zhu behind. One might wonder if Lord Zhu, unlike the others who chose to abandon the duty, was foolish for his relentless pursuit of the truth. In the realm of governance, internal strife and oversight often resemble our light-hearted banter, a commonplace affair where everyone is merely striving to make a living. If one were to truly exert themselves, they would certainly weigh the consequences. However, Lord Zhu was different. He approached matters with utmost seriousness, as if he were a novice, unwavering and resolute. Later, when attempting to enter the treasury, he was informed that only those dressed in the attire of the treasury guards, which consisted solely of a loincloth, could gain entry. Without hesitation, Lord Zhu complied, shedding not just his outer garments, but everything, presenting himself in the nude before all. The officials present were left utterly astonished. How could one display such disregard for modesty and decorum? For it is said that one's body is a gift from one's parents, and a gentleman must not suffer humiliation. Yet, Lord Zhu boldly paraded into the treasury, bare and unashamed, as if proclaiming his innocence to all. In his unclad state, he left no room for suspicion. Thus, with his impeccable integrity, Lord Zhu meticulously examined the accounts and inventory of the treasury, unearthing the hidden malfeasance that had plagued it. One might ponder if Lord Zhu's actions were indeed foolish. Nevertheless, I must assert that the common folk require such seemingly foolish officials. I, for one, have great respect for such officials. At the same table sat a burly man, a fellow traveler named Ma, who, with his chest bared and a tuft of hair visible, appeared to be a robust individual, a warrior perhaps, his side adorned with a hefty cleaver. He thumped the table with his hairy hand, exclaiming boisterously. Interestingly, when this man initially called Zhu Ping'an foolish, Lu Dedao had already set aside his bun. Had it not been for Lu Mu restraining him, Lu Dedao would have confronted the man for his remark. Even while being held back, Lu Dedao shot a fierce glare at him, prompting the man to remark that they need not look at him that way. As the conversation progressed, Lu Dedao, akin to a docile donkey being led, became engrossed in the discourse, and by the time the man reached his conclusion, Lu Dao couldn't help but burst into applause. Such discussions were plentiful at the food stalls. However, as time wore on, the narratives began to deviate significantly from the truth, becoming increasingly absurd. For instance, one particularly outlandish claim suggested that the reason the onlooking officials were so astonished when Lord Zhu disrobed to enter the treasury was due to his impressive stature. The moment he shed his garments, his remarkable physique left the officials in a state of shock. Otherwise, why do you think Lord Zhu is so keen to disrobe? It is confidence. The man spoke with conviction, gesturing to indicate a length, as if he had witnessed the event firsthand. You must be joking. Such lengths are implausible. That is akin to a donkey, a nearby individual retorted in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Dao, upon hearing the remark, inadvertently spewed the mouthful of dumpling he had just taken. Under normal circumstances, with Lu Mu's agility and his understanding of Lu Dao, he would have easily dodged it. However, Lu Mu was caught off guard by the man's words and choked, still reeling from the shock. Consequently, Lu Dao's spittle landed squarely on Lu Mu's face. Coughing, "My apologies. My apologies." Lu Dao clumsily reached out to assist Lu Mu in wiping his face, his efforts almost as if he were trying to spread something evenly. "Never mind. I'll handle it myself," Lu Mu said disdainfully, shaking his head and stepping aside. Meanwhile, the conversation at the food stall had devolved into a heated debate regarding the attributes of Zhu Ping'an's anatomy, with several individuals arguing fervently, their faces flushed. As the discussion progressed, it veered further off course, with outlandish tales of Zhu's exploits becoming increasingly absurd. Yet some spoke with such conviction that it was as if they were recounting facts. Do you know why Lord Zhu needs to strip completely to inspect the treasury? Do you know why his calculations surpass even the most esteemed accountant in Taizong? That accountant? The famed Ghost Hanzhong of our capital. Despite Ghost Hanzhang's prowess, he is merely a man with two hands. Lord Zhu, on the other hand, is not just a man with two hands. Let us not forget, Lord Zhu has disrobed, and his abilities extend beyond mere physical attributes. He can also deftly handle the abacus. Ghost Hanzhong, with his two hands alone, cannot possibly compare to Lord Zhu. Before the accounting even commences, Ghost Hanzhong has already lost. Lu Dao retched again. The young master has emerged. At this moment, Lu Mu, with a keen eye, spotted Zhu Ping'an exiting the palace gates. He grasped Lu Dao, who was eager to confront someone, placed the money for their meal on the table, and urged Lu Dao to approach. "Have you had dinner?" Zhu Ping'an inquired. "If not, let us dine here before returning. I have already eaten at the palace." "We've just finished, young master." "Ah, well, the curfew is approaching. We should hurry back," Lu Mu and Lu Dao urged, handing the reins of the black horse to Zhu Ping'an, anxious that he might enter the food stall and hear those nonsensical tales. "Oh, very well," Zhu Ping'an agreed, not pondering much further. Upon hearing that the two had already dined and noting that it was indeed nearing curfew, he nodded, and the three rode off toward the residence of the Marquis of Liangzhe and Huai. As night fell, Zhu Ping'an, Lu Mu, and Lu Dao arrived at the residence of the Marquis of Liangzhe and Huai just before curfew. Meanwhile, the Baiyun Temple in the western district of the capital was brightly lit, starkly contrasting with the somewhat desolate entrance of the temple itself. The temple gate stands desolate, framed yet devoid of an actual door. Remnants of decayed vegetable leaves and unwashed traces of fruit and eggs lingering upon the threshold. The temple walls bear faint inscriptions proclaiming, "Buddha arises from the heart." With a heart that embraces Buddha, all perceived are manifestations of the Buddha. Yet, when the heart is sullied, all that is seen transforms into excremental symbols, the ink of which remains a mystery, having resisted the cleansing efforts of the monks at Baiyun Temple even after numerous attempts. At the entrance of Baiyun Temple, two warrior monks stand vigilant, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings, ever watchful for the miscreants who defile the sanctity of the temple walls. Following the recent assault on the gate, which is yet to be replaced, the 100 oil lamps offered by devotees on the day of Guanyin Bodhisattva's enlightenment continue to burn brightly within the temple's halls, where several monks sit in meditation, reciting scriptures upon their cushions. These illuminated Buddhist halls are artfully arranged along the central axis of Baiyun Temple, extending into depth, with layers of pavilions and several courtyards surrounding them, varying in width and thoughtfully scattered. Among these courtyards, the one encircling the Great Compassion Pavilion is the most picturesque and well-appointed, embodying the essence of Baiyun Temple. This courtyard serves as both a lodging for lay practitioners and a reception area for esteemed guests. At this moment, the courtyard surrounding the Great Compassion Pavilion is aglow with light, filled with the sound of hearty laughter imbued with Zen spirit. In the main hall of the courtyard, a lavish vegetarian feast is laid upon a table where 6 individuals are gathered. At the head of the table sits a man clad in the robes of a 7th-rank official, appearing to be in his 40s. With an expression of integrity and an air of authority, stroking his beard with a smile that bursts forth into hearty laughter. This gentleman is Liu Dengwen, a renowned 7th-rank inspector from the capital, hailing from a family of officials, or more precisely, from a lineage of inspectors. His father served as a surveillance inspector in Liaodong upon retirement, while his uncle currently holds the position of salt inspector in Changlu. Liu Dengwen's name, Dengwen, is derived from the drum of announcements, symbolizing one of the responsibilities of the inspectors in the 2 capitals. This indicates his father's aspiration for him to follow in his footsteps. Liu Dengwen has indeed lived up to his father's hopes. He achieved the rank of scholar at the age of 25, passed the imperial examination at 35, and attained the degree of Jinshi by 40. By the age of 41, he was appointed as an inspector in Shuntian. Leveraging his father's and uncle's connections, combined with his own diligence, Liu Dengwen quickly gained a modest reputation within the circle of inspectors. He is adept at seizing opportunities, possessing a keen political instinct, and has selectively impeached numerous individuals in the capital, rapidly rising to prominence. Among the inspectors in the capital, Liu Dengwen is counted among the most notable figures. Despite his humble rank of 7th, in a city where a single brick can bring down 2 or 3 6th-rank officials, he wields considerable influence and recognition. One reason for Liu Yushir's significant influence, despite his relatively modest official rank as an inspector in the capital, lies in the considerable powers he wields. He oversees the inspection of the capital garrison, monitors local governance, and has authority over the imperial examinations, military assessments, and the oversight of various governmental departments. Furthermore, he possesses the privilege of directly impeaching officials who engage in misconduct or display incompetence to the emperor himself. Another factor contributing to Liu Yushir's prominence is his extensive network and personal reputation. His connection to Baiyun Temple began 6 years ago when he was 40, having recently commenced his official duties in the capital. At the age of 30, he had achieved the status of a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, and by 40, he had secured a position of authority, marking the pinnacle of his career. Yet, Liu Yushir harbored a lingering regret. Despite marrying at 18, taking a concubine at 20, and remarrying at 25, he remained childless after 2 decades of family life, with not even a daughter to his name. 6 years prior, upon hearing of Baiyun Temple's thriving incense offerings and its reputation for fulfilling wishes, Liu Yushir's wife visited the temple to pray and make vows. She returned not once, but thrice, even fasting for 3 days in front of the statue of Guanyin to demonstrate her sincerity. Remarkably, her devotion bore fruit, as she soon after became pregnant. Although the child was born prematurely, he was robust and healthy. Thus, Liu Yushir developed a strong bond with Baiyun Temple, becoming a frequent visitor and a lay practitioner. Last month, Liu Yushir's wife conceived once more, prompting him to return to Baiyun Temple to express his gratitude. Seated beside him was a fellow official, Wang Dongfang, who, though less renowned than Liu Yushir, possessed a similarly influential network. Both served in the same supervisory institution, fostering a camaraderie characterized by shared literary pursuits and mutual support in their official duties. Opposite Liu Yushir sat the abbot of Baiyun Temple, alongside Master Wenshu, a venerable monk visiting for a ceremonial service, with 2 other temple attendants present. Liu Yushir, stroking his beard and smiling faintly, remarked on the abbot's sign that read "No dogs allowed," reflecting on the need for decorum in the temple. Master Wenshu recited a Buddhist mantra, joining his hands in prayer, and expressed a sense of unease regarding the recent turmoil affecting Baiyun Temple. He quoted, "The Bodhi tree is not a tree, the bright mirror is not a stand. Originally, there is not a single thing, where can dust alight?" The abbot of Baiyun Temple smiled gently, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is I who am attached to forms." Master Wenshu nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of his words. "Master, revered elder, your profound understanding of Buddhist teachings leaves us in awe. Yet, we find it difficult to endure this affront. How can it be that Zhu Ping'an, a learned man, allows such a disgraceful display? The lack of discipline within the imperial court has emboldened a mere woman to lead her servants to wreak havoc upon our sacred Buddhist sanctuary. Not only did they vandalize our temple doors, but they also defaced our walls and the great Buddha hall with vile words, casting insults upon our monastery, proclaimed one of the indignantly aggrieved stewards of Baiyun Temple. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an abuses his authority, relying on his official position to bully us, powerless monks, and insult our faith, echoed another steward, equally incensed. Remember, this is a matter of utmost gravity, interjected a voice, for Zhu Ping'an's brazen misconduct must be met with stern retribution. He has terrorized the monks, besieged the temple doors, and sullied the walls with filth, leaving our once serene sanctuary in utter disarray. He shows no regard for the laws of the court, lamented the astute Inspector Wang, shaking his head in disbelief as he forcefully struck the table in a display of his indignation towards Zhu Ping'an's tyrannical behavior. Ba, a steward from Baiyun Temple, fervently agreed. Your words ring true, esteemed inspector. Zhu Ping'an has gone too far. The henchmen of Zhu Ping'an, menacing and fierce, disregarded the monks' gentle counsel to abandon their violent ways and embrace enlightenment. Instead, the monks were brutally pushed to the ground, enduring physical harm while the devotees trembled in fear, caught in a web of helplessness, sighed another steward, embodying the frustration of the oppressed. Rest assured, venerable masters. Inspector Wang reassured the monks with a comforting smile, exuding the wisdom of a strategist orchestrating victory from afar. This outrageous behavior cannot go unchecked. Upon hearing of this incident this afternoon, my colleague Liu, filled with righteous indignation, composed an impeachment letter, which I have co-signed. We have just submitted it to the Western Garden, and I am certain it has reached the Emperor's desk by now. At this announcement, the two stewards of Baiyun Temple lit up with joy, casting astonished glances at Liu, who sat across from them. Even the venerable abbot, Master Wenshu, known for his wisdom, could not suppress a smile, resembling the serene Buddha who finds joy in the simplest of gestures. In the spotlight, Liu smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement before gracefully lifting his teacup. He savored the fragrant brew, allowing its essence to wash over him before expressing, "This is indeed a remarkable tea." Ba, the abbot remarked, "You have found a fine tea, and the tea has found a worthy drinker in you, esteemed Liu. Pray, may I inquire, master, what is the secret behind this exquisite tea?" Liu humbly sought guidance as he placed the cup down, eager to learn more. This tea originates from Wuyi Mountain, an area that spans 100 miles, adorned with 36 peaks and 99 renowned rocks. Each peak is graced with rocks, and each rock showcases tea, with the tea named after the rock and the rock highlighted by the tea. The venerable Liu Cha-sheng, in his classic of tea, categorized the soil conducive to tea tree growth into 3 tiers. The upper tier consists of decaying stones, the middle of gravelly soil, and the lower of yellow earth. This particular tea is harvested from the summit of Wuyi Mountain, atop craggy cliffs, and is known as Shifan Lancy tea, as the abbot of Baiyun Temple gently elucidated. Oh, how remarkable! Liu Yusher smiled faintly. Not at all, my friend. The true distinction of this tea lies elsewhere, the abbot replied, hands pressed together, shaking his head with a soft smile. Pray, enlighten us, master, Liu Yusher said, bowing respectfully. Your Excellency may not be aware that the tea's excellence is rooted in the water used for brewing. As the saying goes, tea arises from water, and water gives birth to tea. The water for this tea is sourced from the Prajna spring, located at the foot of the sacred Mount Wutai. There flows a crystal-clear spring, named Prajna, whose waters are sweet, pure, and soothing to the spirit, an everlasting flow, revered as holy water within our Buddhist tradition. To brew this tea, one must procure water from the Prajna spring at the Great Hero Hall and chant scriptures in the process. The abbot of Baiyun Temple replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, it is exquisite tea, Liu Yusher exclaimed in admiration. Well said, well said. The esteemed monk Manjushri nodded in approval upon hearing the origin of the tea. The tea is splendid, yet the company is even finer, the abbot of Baiyun Temple smiled. Palms together. Haha, we cannot accept such praise, the attendees humbly responded, their faces illuminated with smiles. However, it was not merely the tea. To honor Liu Yusher and Wang Yusher, Baiyun Temple exerted considerable effort. Each dish on the table, when named, rivaled the tea's quality. This banquet, known as the Illuminated Lamp Vegetarian Feast, was entirely plant-based, yet each ingredient was extraordinary, sourced from renowned mountains and rivers. Even the seemingly unremarkable mushrooms on the table were exceptional. These were moss mushrooms growing atop the 5 peaks of Mount Wutai, prized delicacies harvested by locals who risked their lives to gather them. Their unique fragrance is unparalleled, with locals saying that one household savoring its soup sends the aroma wafting to 10 others. The illuminated lamp vegetarian feast, also referred to as 4-4 to the end, consisted of 4 varieties of cold dishes, 4 stir-fried dishes, and 4 main items, totaling 16 exquisite offerings, its value rivaling that of a full Manchuhan banquet. Thus, Baiyun Temple truly exerted great effort, and it bore abundant fruit. The temple's endeavors were not in vain, as they garnered a memorial from Lu Yushi, delivered to the Western Garden before the curfew. The censors possessed the authority to directly impeach corrupt and incompetent officials before the emperor, with their memorials bypassing the usual channels for immediate presentation. Lu Yushi and Wang Yushi, endowed with this power, naturally did not squander it, and their joint memorial against Zhu Ping'an was dispatched prior to the curfew. With delightful tea, a splendid banquet, and a harmonious atmosphere, all present enjoyed the gathering immensely. At the request of the temple's attendants, Lu Yushi shared the draft of his memorial against Zhu Ping'an for the others at Baiyun Temple to peruse. Lu Yushi's eloquence was exceptional, and his words substantial, earning him great admiration from the attendees at the temple. For instance, Lu Yushi, in his impeachment memorial, remarked that although Zhu Ping'an possessed a commendable talent, his scholarship was flawed. He insinuated that while Zhu Ping'an's academic prowess might be passable, his character was profoundly deficient, thereby mocking Zhu Ping'an as a man of ability but lacking virtue, a sentiment that resonated deeply with the monks of Baiyun Temple. Furthermore, he accused Zhu Ping'an of remaining silent within the court, leading to a decay of moral order, likening it to a hen crowing at dawn and a lion roaring in Hedong. This shameless individual, who clings to branches and leans against walls, colludes with others, creating a facade of mutual support. With accumulated power, he disregards the law, vandalizes temples, defaces their walls, disturbs the populace, and ravages the sanctity of the land. Zhu Ping'an's actions are marked by heinous misdeeds, glaringly evident in the eyes of the public, and the accumulation of his transgressions is so extensive that it could fill volumes. To refrain from punishment would fail to uphold the law of the state and would not pacify the hearts of the people. The memorial enumerated Zhu Ping'an's numerous grave offenses, including his poor character, inability to manage his wife, recruitment of unscrupulous individuals, and his brazen disregard for the law, portraying him as a thoroughly corrupt official. All these allegations struck a chord with the individuals at Baiyun Temple, who praised the contents of the memorial as they read it. As the monks of Baiyun Temple finished perusing the draft of the memorial and returned it to Lu Yushi, a flustered attendant rushed in. This attendant was Lu Yushi's subordinate, who had just been dispatched to the Shiyuan to deliver the impeachment memorial against Zhu Ping'an. The attendant's hasty entrance shattered the festive atmosphere of the gathering. "What is it?" Lu Yushi inquired, his expression tinged with displeasure. "Sir, I just delivered the memorial to the Shiyuan and heard something," the attendant stammered. "What is it? Speak clearly." "The sky will not fall," Lu Yushi replied in a deep tone, embodying the calmness of a mountain unshaken by a landslide. "Yes, sir." Lu Yushi's composure gradually calmed the attendant, who continued, "Just as I was about to return after delivering the memorial, I heard a piece of news. It is said that this afternoon, while inventorying the treasury at Taizong, Zhu Ping'an, in a bid to clear his name and silence his political adversaries, stripped bare in front of everyone and entered the treasury to count the gold and silver, thereby exposing the nation's parasites." "What?" The news struck Lu Yushi like a bolt from the blue, and he was taken aback, staggering back 2 or 3 steps, his complexion first pale, then rapidly flushed with crimson. His chest heaved violently. It dawned on him that while he was impeaching Zhu Ping'an for his misconduct and abuse of power, Zhu Ping'an was simultaneously conducting his inventory in such an audacious manner. One could surmise the consequences with a mere thought. Lu Yushi silently tore the impeachment memorial, which he had intended to use to punish Zhu Ping'an for his arrogance, into shreds. Yet it was too late. Chapter 786. Assisting the court. The summer in the northern Yang region is never short of sunshine, and today is no exception. The radiant sun blazes with fervor, scorching the earth as if it were on fire. Even the shade of the trees offers no refuge from the fervent heat of summer, as sunlight filters through the leaves, casting beams of light and warmth. In the listening rain pavilion of the Liangzhe Marquis's residence, beneath the shade of the trees, there lies a recliner occupied by a youth dressed in an unconventional manner, sporting short sleeves and baggy shorts, with a folding fan shielding his face. At first glance, one might mistake him for a modern youth vacationing by the seaside. Upon closer examination, the youth reclining in the chair sports a short-sleeved shirt and loose shorts that bear a distinct retro charm, setting them apart from modern attire. The fabric possesses an antiquated elegance, crafted from a type of cloth known as jiaobiu, derived from the fibers of banana stalks. This intricate process involves soaking the fibers in warm water mixed with plant ashes to eliminate impurities, followed by painstakingly extracting each strand with a delicate needle, a task far more laborious than silk reeling. The resulting fabric, made from this cloth, is lighter and more breathable than that made from gauze. Echoing the words of Zhu Ping'an from the Western Jin dynasty, banana and rami surpass silk in delicacy. The youth's shorts, a modern adaptation of ancient ku, are shorter than their predecessors, yet longer than contemporary shorts, extending just past the knee. His short-sleeved shirt is a modified version of the ancient baijia, which is a sleeveless, collarless vest with slits that extend to below the knee. The youth's shirt mirrors this design, shortened to the waist, blending retro aesthetics with modern simplicity, resembling a contemporary short-sleeved shirt adorned with an embroidered motif of bamboo and rocks. If one were to glimpse the back, they would discover an embroidered poem, firmly grasp the green mountain, never let go. Its roots reside within the crumbling rocks. Endured through countless trials, it remains steadfast against the winds from all directions. The signature reads, Zhu Ping'an. Lazily reclining on the chair, the youth shields his face with a folding fan while holding a copy of Chuanqi Lu, which dangles half-heartedly at the side of the chair. Beside the chair is a small table, upon which rests a pot of hot tea, a set of teacups, and a plate of seasonal fruits. On the opposite side of the chair sits an embroidered stool, occupied by a chubby young girl, her hair casually styled in twin drooping buns. Clad in a light blue gauzy dress cinched at the waist with a pink ribbon, the girl, affectionately known as Baozi, gently fans the reclining youth with a bamboo-handled embroidered butterfly fan, as a refreshing breeze caresses his cheeks, eliciting contented hums from him that coax a radiant smile from her lips. Young master, did you really undress completely when you were in the silver treasury yesterday? She inquires, her large eyes blinking innocently as she glances at the youth. That marks your third time asking, he replies, resignedly lowering the fan that obscured his face. Revealed is the countenance of Zhu Ping'an, a rare moment of leisure for him. The fanning girl is none other than Huai, the devoted maid of Li Shu. But it's hard to believe, she murmurs, her cheeks flushed, biting her lip, how embarrassing it must have been in front of so many people. Why should it matter? Especially since they were all men? Zhu Ping'an replies nonchalantly, a slight smirk curling at his lips. Indeed, she responds. But you are unaware that among the witnesses was a young lady, a prominent princess of the Ming dynasty. That is indeed a source of embarrassment, she admits, her face reddening further. Have you heard the saying? It's not frightening to wear the same clothes. It's the unflattering ones that cause embarrassment. He remarks leisurely. She responds, her face a picture of confusion, shaking her head and gazing at him with wide, glistening eyes. I suppose I shall understand it in time. Zhu Ping'an smiled faintly as he opened the record of teachings in his hands, quietly perusing its pages. The evening prior, Emperor Jiajing, in consideration of Zhu Ping'an's arduous inspection of Taizong, graciously granted him a 10-day leave, commencing today. Originally, Zhu Ping'an intended to seek out Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen. However, their family visits had concluded just as Zhu Ping'an was engrossed in his duties, and they had resumed their regular work schedules. Thus, Zhu Ping'an's respite would be enjoyed in solitude, though not entirely alone, for Li Shu and others were present as well. At that moment, Li Shu was bathing, having just engaged in a game of throwing pots with Zhu Ping'an, which had left her in a sweat. Being fastidious about cleanliness, she felt uncomfortable and opted for a bath. While Zhu Ping'an relished his holiday, the trial concerning the embezzlement case of the Taizong treasury had commenced. The court was convened in the expansive outer courtyard of the Ministry of Justice, a setting of unprecedented grandeur since the founding of the Ming dynasty. The high-ranking judges included Grand Secretary Yan Song, Grand Secretary Su Jia of the Wenyuan Pavilion, Minister of Personnel Li Mo, and Minister of Justice Hiao. Officials of the third rank and above from the capital were summoned to attend, with civil officials seated on the left and military officials on the right, nearly filling the courtyard with over 100 attendees. The defendants were numerous, primarily divided into two categories, those standing and those kneeling. The standing accused were several dozen in number, all holding official titles, comprising past treasury managers and inspectors. Kneeling before the court were nearly 100 individuals, including former treasury guards, cooks, and accountants. In the court, Yan Song, the chief minister, wore a stern expression, his demeanor grave. He raised his right hand and forcefully struck the judgment wood. To be precise, the judgment wood in his possession should be referred to as the Zhuo Gang, which was larger than the usual court's judgment wood. The size and design of the judgment would vary according to its user, thus differing in name. In the hands of the emperor, it is called Zhun Shan He, in the queen's hands Feng Xia, in the prime minister's hands Zhuo Gang, in the hands of generals Jing Hu Dan, while other civil officials simply refer to it as judgment wood. As the head of the cabinet, Yan Song's instrument should indeed be the Zhuo Gang, with a resonant duong. The sound of the Zhuo Gang echoed throughout the courtroom, plunging it into a sudden silence, the tension palpable. Following this, the court reverberated with Yan Song's furious roar. What you have done is truly unprecedented in history. Upon hearing of this matter, my rage is unbearable. Taizong is a critical location, a cornerstone of the nation. What remains? The rightful revenue and provisions of the state, vital to the stability of the realm and the livelihood of the people. Your responsibilities are immensely weighty. Yet, what have you done? You acted thoughtlessly, yet with audacious boldness. You have betrayed your trust, colluded in deceit, and seized wealth with abandon, akin to treacherous thieves. Chapter 787. Yan Song presides over the trial. We are wronged. We are wronged. As Yan Song's words resonated, the officials of Taizong, the censor, and the kneeling treasury guards, accountants, and cooks in the hall collectively cried out in protest of their innocence. Innocent? How dare you still claim to be wronged? This infuriates me beyond measure. According to the records of the Taizong treasury, there should be a total of 2,127,200 taels of silver and 720,000 taels of gold. Yet, during yesterday's inventory, only 1,237,250 taels of silver and 316,500 taels of gold were found in the Taizong treasury. Why do the figures of silver and gold not align with the accounts? Where have the 88,950 taels of silver and 400,000 taels of gold vanished to? If not from you, did they sprout legs and run away on their own? Yan Song's countenance was ashen, his expression stern, his gaze piercing as he glared at the officials below. His commanding presence intensified, and his voice, cold as ice, sliced through the air like a flurry of daggers aimed at the hearts of those on trial. That was Zhu Ping'an deliberately withholding gold and silver to frame us, declared Zhao Longzhong of Taizong, his neck taut. Elder Guming is indeed the one who has conspired against us. Several others in the hall echoed in agreement. Insolence. Yan Song's anger flared further at their words, and he thundered, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Longzhong and the others. How dare you attempt to quibble at this stage? You are truly oblivious to your impending doom. Accompanying the inventory with Zhu Ping'an were not only the officials of Taizong, but also personnel from the Eastern Depot overseeing the process. Every box of gold and silver was thoroughly inspected and recorded. The final tally was also conducted in collaboration with your Taizong accountants. Such undeniable truths cannot be dismissed with mere fabrications. Elder Gu, please temper your wrath. Zhao Longzhong and the others fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly. Please, Elder Gu, spare us your ire. There may be hidden circumstances surrounding this inventory. Grant your humble servant one day, and I shall have people conduct another thorough investigation. I am confident we can uncover the reason behind this discrepancy, pleaded Zhang Guanku, who had knelt and clasped his hands in supplication. Why the delay? The inventory was completed yesterday, and the evidence of the shortfall is irrefutable. There is no need for you to engage in such futile excuses. Yan Song cast a cold glance at Zhang Guanku and scoffed mockingly. Your servant is filled with dread, Zhang Guanku and the others replied with their heads bowed. Dread? Huh. You should indeed be filled with dread. There is no escaping this blame. Consider the trials our Ming dynasty has faced in recent years, natural disasters and calamities unceasing. Floods in the south today, droughts in the north tomorrow, invasions from northern barbarians the day after, and the southeastern pirates launching assaults soon thereafter. Each of these requires funding for disaster relief and defense. In recent years, our Ming dynasty has seen little substantial income, leaving us in dire straits, relying solely on the reserves accumulated in Taizong. Yet you have squandered the very resources that sustain our dynasty. Even if you had 10 heads, it would not suffice to pay for your crimes. Yan Song, gritting his teeth, addressed Zhang Guanku and the others with heartfelt anguish. Zhang Guanku and the others remained silent, their heads bowed in submission. Moreover, it is noted that among the remaining gold and silver in Taizong, 93,800 taels of silver are not pure silver, and 125,500 taels of gold are not pure gold. The aged official, having summoned the artisans from the silver workshop, discovered a staggering theft of 1,000 taels of silver and 1,000 taels of gold. After examination, it was determined that the actual silver and gold content was less than 90%. The remaining 10% comprised either lead or copper. This revelation implied a staggering loss of nearly 100,000 taels of silver and 10,000 taels of gold. What audacity you possess! The fury of Yan Song rendered him trembling. My lord, please temper your anger. Zhang, the steward, and others knelt with bowed heads. How can I possibly temper my anger? Yan Song nearly spat in their direction. He then gestured towards Lu Yushi, inquiring, Lu Yushi, the annual inspection of the Taizong silver treasury is mandated. Last year, you were responsible for this inspection. How is it that you failed to uncover the deficit? Lu Yushi, kneeling, dared to meet Yan Song's gaze momentarily, searching for a hint of leniency, but was met solely with fury and accountability. He promptly lowered his head again and replied, My lord, during the inventory of the treasury, I did indeed discover a deficit. Nonsensical. If you were aware of the deficit, why did you not report it to the court? Yan Song demanded. Indeed, my lord. While I did discover a deficit, it was minimal, merely a small loss. Moreover, Steward Zhang has been investigating the matter, which is why I did not escalate the issue. Lu Yushi explained, his eyes cast downwards. A small loss? Over the course of a year, a small loss has transformed into a colossal deficit. Furthermore, how do you account for the discrepancies in the Taizong accounts? This is not a matter of 1 or 2 years. It has persisted for a full 3 years. Yan Song forcefully slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice in interrogation. Lu Yushi, nearly bowing his head to the ground, felt the weight of his culpability. As an inspector, your transgression is all the more grievous. Our laws dictate that any inspector who commits a crime shall face an additional threefold penalty, and those who possess ill-gotten gains shall be punished even more severely. Lu Yushi, you are aware of this law, are you not? Yan Song fixed Lu Yushi with a cold stare. I understand, my lord, he replied, his forehead touching the floor. Good, it is best that you do. You all must heed this as well. As the Minister of Personnel, Kong Hao spoke of grave offenses that, while not deserving of death, warranted severe punishment. He cited our laws, which state that those who confess their crimes before they are discovered may be absolved of their transgressions. If a crime is plotted but not executed, and a relative reports it, both the informant and the principal offender may be exempt from punishment. However, if the crime is committed, the principal offender shall not be spared, though others implicated may receive clemency if they confess. Given the gravity of the situation, you should hasten to confess and return the embezzled silver and gold. I shall petition His Majesty for leniency on your behalf, Yan Song remarked, a cold huff escaping his lips. His gaze swept across those present, and with a weary sigh, he appeared to age decades in an instant. As the chief minister, I too bear responsibility for failing to identify the issue in a timely manner. I am ashamed before His Majesty. After this matter is resolved, I shall resign from my position. Lord, you must not. The assembled officials, both civil and military, rose in unison, fervently imploring him. Beside Yan Song, Su Jie, filled with fervor, grasped Yan Song's sleeve, pleading earnestly, My lord, why must you subject yourself to such torment? This is not your fault. In our Ming dynasty, with the 6 ministries, the 6 departments, the censorate, the Hanlin Academy, which locale has not faltered. Should you bear the burden for all? Only you can assist His Majesty in maintaining the court's stability. By resigning, would you not merely add to His Majesty's troubles? On the judge's bench, Li Mo, upon hearing Yan Song's intention to resign, cast a scornful glance at him, then regarded Su Jie with disdain, followed by a haughty look at the numerous officials who had risen to their feet, emitting a derisive snort. In the 788th chapter, titled Departing Young, Returning Old. Yan Song presided over the theft case of the Taitsong Silver Reserve, approaching the matter with utmost seriousness, as if he were prepared to devote himself entirely, even unto death in the courtroom. At noon, he merely sent for a large pancake, tearing it piece by piece into his mouth. Unwilling to waste a moment even on swallowing, washing it down hastily with tea as if it were medicine, before resuming his inquiries. The attending officials expressed their admiration for Yan Song's dedication and earnestness, while his diligent demeanor in court reached the ears of Emperor Jiajing, bringing him great comfort. Yan Song's commitment bore fruit, and reports indicated that the trial was progressing swiftly. It was said that under Yan Song's meticulous logical reasoning and exceptional investigative skills, the truth was nearing revelation. Confessions had been made, and rumors spread that two high-ranking officials had become embroiled in the matter, one of whom was a student of Yan Song. It was whispered that Yan Song had acted justly against Qin and recovered a staggering 120,000 taels of silver. However, none of this concerned Zhu Ping'an. For on his first day of leave, he found himself besieged by the mischievous child, Ruegu, and the little girl, Niao. After their midday meal, having heard of Zhu Ping'an's day off, these two little ones rushed over, refusing to leave. One perched at the head of the bed, the other at the foot, insisting that Zhu Ping'an regale them with tales. Ruegu was particularly enamored with mythological stories, captivated by tales of the Calabash brothers and the investiture of the gods. Listening intently, hardly daring to breathe, while Niao adored stories of the legend of the eagle-shooting heroes and the return of the condor heroes. Though she cherished any tale told by Zhu Ping'an, as the children listened with rapt attention, Zhu Ping'an began to feel overwhelmed. After several days of intense scrutiny at Taitsong, he had only enjoyed a half-day's respite before being pressed to narrate 3 fairy tales, leaving him parched, having nearly consumed an entire pot of tea. Ruegu was unperturbed. However, the sparkling anticipation in Niao's eyes left Zhu Ping'an unable to utter a refusal. Thus, he poured himself another cup of tea and continued, once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain lived an old immortal. Fortunately, someone soon arrived to rescue Zhu Ping'an from his plight. The air was thick with an overwhelming scent as you began to perspire. It would be wise to freshen up. Just then, Li Shu emerged from her bath. Graceful as a swan, her cherry lips naturally flushed, vibrant, and alluring. Her skin, delicate and fair as freshly fallen snow, resembled the smoothness of milk. Dressed in a resplendent crimson palace gown, the hem adorned with exquisite plum blossoms defying frost and snow, a silk ribbon of soft green encircled her waist, tied into an elegant bow, accentuating her slender figure, radiating an irresistible charm. Your scent is rather strong. You should wash up, she teased, as she approached Zhu Ping'an. Taking a seat beside him, her lively presence nudged him closer with a playful push. Her enchanting gaze flicked momentarily to the two little ones before settling back on Zhu Ping'an, her nostrils flaring in mock annoyance, as if to say that without a bath, he would be unceremoniously ousted from his recliner. Come along, brother-in-law. Sister 5-1T let you sleep. I'll take you to Sister 6's bed. It's so spacious and comfortable, and it smells delightful. The little rascal, engrossed in Zhu Ping'an's storytelling, observed Li Shu's playful threat, and, with a pounding chest, indignantly declared, You scoundrel! How can you be so audacious? Yet, your so-called filial piety is nothing but a ruse. Zhu Ping'an, unfazed by the child's boldness, felt the weight of Li Shu's piercing gaze. Before the child's words had fully settled, Li Shu's enchanting eyes had transformed from playful to fierce, as if she were a flower blooming amidst a battlefield. No way. Sister 6 is a restless sleeper. Brother-in-law should sleep in Niao's bed, exclaimed the little girl, Niao, joining in the excitement, her chubby fists shaking in enthusiasm as she proudly puffed out her chest. Zhu Ping'an chuckled softly, reaching out to gently poke Niao's little nose. It's sweltering today. I shall take a refreshing bath. Let us pause the story for now. Seizing on Li Shu's words, Zhu Ping'an stood up, addressing the two little ones. You are quite the coward, brother-in-law, the mischievous child scoffed, crossing his arms in disdain. Indeed, you have seen through me, Zhu Ping'an replied lazily, turning away towards the bathroom. His unexpected demeanor left the child feeling as though he had struck a soft pillow. Momentarily stunned. Come here, Ruegu. Li Shu beckoned from her reclining chair, her delicate fingers curling invitingly, her face alight with a radiant smile. What is it? The child replied, adopting a haughty demeanor as he cast a sidelong glance at Li Shu. I just remembered that uncle will be returning tomorrow, and I am curious if he will ask Rue Gur to recite Homecoming again. Have you memorized it yet? She inquired with a bright smile, her white teeth gleaming like a playful little fox basking in the sun. Of course, I have it memorized, the child boasted, lifting his chin arrogantly in her direction. Last time, when his father had asked him to recite Homecoming, he had nearly faced dire consequences due to an ill-advised prompt from a certain unscrupulous brother-in-law, leading him to falter with the lines, "We meet as strangers," laughing, asking, "Who are you?" Such painful memories, the mischievous child certainly would not forget. He was also aware that his father would return from Nanjing the following day, and he knew all too well that upon his return, his father would once again compel him to recite a particular poem. This had always been the case. Whenever the child faltered or failed to recall the verses, his father would persist in questioning him until he had mastered it. Thus, the child had long since committed the poem to memory with remarkable proficiency. However, I remained skeptical. Li Shu shook her head. "I truly have it memorized," the child insisted anxiously. "Then recite it for me," Li Shu replied, her large, watery eyes blinking with curiosity. "Why should I recite it for you?" The child responded without hesitation, but a moment later, he reconsidered and stubbornly retracted his words. "Ah, what a pity. I was going to reward you for your excellent recitation," Li Shu teased, delicately holding a silver candy, with all the delicious silver-coated candied fruits. "Of course I will recite it, since you are my fifth sister," the child remarked, his eyes fixated on the sweet treat, as if the concept of integrity had vanished from his mind. "How adorable. Then do recite it," Li Shu laughed merrily. Departing from home at a young age. Returning as an adult, the child began to recite. "Wait, isn't it departing from home at a young age? Returning as the second child?" He had only uttered one line when Li Shu interrupted him with surprise. "No, it is returning as the first child. That is correct." Li Shu's doubt caused the child to falter, momentarily engulfed in self-doubt, but he quickly reassured himself. "However, I distinctly heard someone recite departing from home at a young age. Returning as the second child." Li Shu blinked her large eyes. "How could it possibly be the second? Then what happened to the first?" The child shook his head. "The first married into a merchant family." Li Shu blinked her eyes again. The first married into a merchant family? That sounds so familiar. I believe I have recited it before." The child began to doubt himself once more. Li Shu narrowed her eyes, grinning like a sly little fox. "Of course you have. Just a few days ago, I heard you mumbling the song of the pipa, secretly cursing your teacher." No. The line about the first marrying into a merchant family is from another poem, the child suddenly realized. The new teacher must have lost his mind, insisting that he recite the lengthy and difficult the song of the pipa to prove his own teaching prowess. "Oh, so that's the case. Dear Rue, be sure not to confuse departing from home at a young age, returning as the first child with departing from home at a young age. Returning as the second child, and don't mix it up with the line about the first marrying into a merchant family," Li Shu kindly reminded the child, emphasizing her words when mentioning the two lines. "Of course," the child replied with a hint of arrogance. As they continued reciting Homecoming, Li Shu made several reminders to the child. "I will certainly not confuse it with departing from home at a young age, returning as the second child," the child declared excitedly, gazing at the silver candy he had won, waving his chubby hand dismissively. Chapter 789. The Turmoil of the Inner Courtyard. A night of sweet dreams, with aching back and weary limbs. Indulgence in minor pleasures brings joy, while excessive indulgence leads to harm. The principle remains the same. On the following day, as Zhu Ping'an rose from his slumber, he felt a vague soreness in his lower back and noticed the dark circles under his eyes in the mirror. He gently massaged his waist, whispering a reminder to himself to exercise moderation. At that moment, Li Shu was seated at her vanity, meticulously applying her makeup, with her delicate hands dipping into an intricately carved ivory container for lip balm. Her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue, resembling a peach kissed by spring rain. Her face, yet untouched by powder, appeared so dewy and fresh that it seemed as if a single touch would cause it to drip with moisture. "What are you mumbling about? Are you planning to go boating today?" Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's soft muttering, Li Shu paused her actions, her large, expressive eyes blinking with curiosity. Her cherry-red lips resembled petals, and her sweet voice was a melody far surpassing the most beautiful songs in the world. "Small indulgence, great indulgence, boating? You truly possess a flair for words." Noticing Li Shu's innocent and charming demeanor, Zhu Ping'an felt a sudden urge to go boating as well. He quickly recited a mental mantra to suppress the unwelcome thought. Why are you looking at me like that? If you wish to go rowing, we can wait until this afternoon to visit Shikahai. My uncle will be here in the morning. We must at least exchange pleasantries, Li Shu pouted playfully. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Zhu Ping'an cleared his throat and chuckled, shaking off his drowsiness as he dressed. After brushing his teeth and washing up, Zhu Ping'an, though nostalgic for modern toothbrushes and toothpaste, had grown accustomed to using a pig bristle brush and a paste made from green salt and poria cocos. Breakfast, lovingly prepared by Li Shu, was a delightful and abundant feast, complemented by a plate of pickled cucumbers, which could easily add 3 pounds to Zhu Ping'an's frame. These pickled cucumbers had become a sensation at the residence of the Marquis of Liangzhe, largely due to the efforts of the Marquis's matron, who insisted on having them with every meal, often consuming an extra half bowl compared to her usual intake. Consequently, her devoted maid, Zijuang, would express her gratitude to Zhu Ping'an each time they met, just as the king of Chu appreciated slender waists, leading to many a courtier's demise from hunger. The matron's love for this dish soon spread, resulting in its inclusion in the households of others. It was said that the matron of the neighboring Duke Wei's estate, influenced by the Marquis's matron, had also taken a liking to this pickled cucumber dish, finding it the perfect accompaniment to porridge, and had frequently sent someone to request some from the Marquis of Liangzhe's household. After breakfast, Zhu Ping'an habitually proceeded to the study to practice his calligraphy, while Li Shu directed the maids in tidying up the living room. The courtyard was initially bustling with noise, but soon returned to tranquility. Shortly thereafter, the maid Baozi entered, visibly flustered and carrying an inkstone. What happened? Li Shu glanced at the flustered Baozi and inquired. It's those 2 little vixens, Sheer and Yinner. Last time, when the matron intended to assign them as companions for you, you refused, and who would have thought they were still so persistent? They heard that the master was reading in the courtyard yesterday and tried to approach him under the pretense of delivering writing supplies. Thankfully, the master wasn't in the courtyard. Otherwise, those shameless little vixens would have succeeded. The young lady, seemingly oblivious, failed to notice the utter shamelessness of those around her, dressed in sheer and revealing garments that barely concealed their bosoms. The little maid, Baozi, puffed up with indignation, her lips pursed as if to secure a bottle, leaned closer to Li Shu and whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Li Shu's gaze remained unperturbed. She extended her delicate hand, grasped the inkstone from Baozi's grasp through the handkerchief, and raised it to forehead height, aiming it at the marble floor below. With a flick of her wrist, she released her hold, and with a resounding crack, the inkstone shattered into 2 pieces upon impact with the marble. Chiner, take these 2 halves of the inkstone along with Li Mama, Wang Mama, Lu Posi, and Zhang Posi. Inquire of Sheer and Yinner their intentions behind presenting this broken inkstone. Should they confess, beseech grandmother to seek justice. If they deny it, let Li Mama and the others administer a reprimand until they acknowledge their wrongdoing, then approach grandmother again for justice, Li Shu instructed, her enchanting eyes glancing at Chiner, who promptly picked up the remnants of the inkstone and exited. Oh, Baozi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend that the inkstone sent by Sheer and Yinner was whole before being shattered by the young lady. After a brief pause, she nodded vigorously. Those 2 little vixens initiated the provocation, attempting to entice the young master. They deserve a lesson. What crime is it to shatter the master's inkstone? Surely, it merits a punishment befitting a maid sweeping floors or washing clothes. Humph, they brought this upon themselves for trying to seduce the young master. Outside Tingyu Pavilion, disdainful remarks flew about the group of brazen girls within. Look at those shameless hussies. Their own lack of talent prevents them from ascending to greater heights. Yet they begrudge us, one remarked. Indeed, they act as if guarding against thieves, another added. Sheer and Yinner exchanged glances, their expressions sour as they spat in the direction of Tingyu Pavilion. But Sheer, I have heard that the 5th young master is quite serious and not at all like young Master Zhou, who is known for his lecherous ways. If it were someone like Zhou, I could easily ensnare him with a mere beckoning of my finger, yet the 5th young master is far too upright. Yinner whispered conspiratorially to Sheer. Huh, an upright person would strip naked in front of a crowd? Sheer laughed lightly, her bosom heaving enticingly. You mean the 5th young master? Yinner gasped in surprise. Who else could it be? Have you not heard? Just the other day, while on duty, the 5th young master bared himself in front of many. Clearly, he possesses no sense of shame. And my foolish sister, you have no idea. I've heard tales about the 5th young master, Shir leaned closer to Yenner, her cheeks flushed as she whispered and gestured subtly. What? Is that true? How could it be? Yenner's eyes widened, her heart racing like a fawn. Absolutely true. If one could ascend to the fifth young master's bed, a life of endless luxury awaits, fine dining and indulgence. Moreover, he is still young and already holds the esteemed rank of 6th grade. It is said he has accomplished significant feats recently, even catching the emperor's eye. His future is boundless. Shir mused dreamily. Yenna was also filled with yearning. However, I have heard that the red note by the side of the 6th young lady was nothing compared to our abilities. Shir, upon hearing this, pouted her lips in disdain and then became filled with indignation. Humph, it is all the 5th young lady's fault. Clearly, the old lady had designated us to accompany her as a dowry, yet she pushed us away. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through such trouble. Indeed, in the future, we must become good sisters. The 5th young lady is not easy to deal with, Shir remarked as she gazed at Yenner. Of course, Yenner nodded vigorously, and the two exchanged smiles. Chapter 790. A Father's Love, Like a Mountain. Eagerly cheering the ambitious dreams of Shir and Yenner lasted only a few minutes before they were rudely awakened by several slaps from Mama Li and Granny Zhang. They were both second-tier maidservants in the old lady's chamber, but today, even the old lady could not protect them. My grandmother does not trust me, her own legitimate granddaughter, but instead believes 2 mere servants? This was compounded by Shir and Yenner admitting to having broken the inkstone while being sent to Tingyu Pavilion, and a message from Li Shu that thoroughly dispelled the old lady's intention to defend the 2 maids. A quarter of an hour later, the 2 ambitious girls left with swollen faces, tear-stained eyes, and bundles in tow, dispatched by the external affairs steward of the Linghua Marquis' residence to a countryside estate, where they would continue their aspirations, with no hope of returning to the capital. Their departure did not stir the slightest ripple within the Linghua Marquis' residence. The estate was adorned with colorful decorations, and the attendants and maids bustled about with cheerful expressions, creating a lively atmosphere. Today marked the return of Marquis Li Tingzhu to the capital to report on his duties as the river supervisor. He would stay at home for a day before heading to the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Censorate for further reports, only to return to the capital again to oversee the left Navy camp. Around 10 o'clock, Marquis Li Tingzhu arrived at the Linghua Marquis' residence. Zhu Ping'an, enjoying his leave at home, accompanied Li Shu and the old lady to the entrance to welcome him. Upon seeing Li Tingzhu for the first time, Zhu Ping'an instinctively touched his chin and smirked. Given Li Tingzhu's military life as the river supervisor and commander of the left Navy in Yingtian, one would expect him to have grown thinner. Yet, he appeared to be even plumper, his face nearly sporting a double chin. However, everyone has their unique perception of the Linghua Marquis. Son, why have you lost weight? Have you not been taking care of yourself while away? Upon seeing Li Tingzhu, the old lady, her eyes lined with crow's feet, turned red and was nearly moved to tears. Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. However, the Marquis' wife and many of his children echoed the old lady's sentiments, lamenting that the Marquis had lost weight and suffered in the south, incessantly inquiring after his well-being. Lost weight. A child's voice stood out amidst the chorus of concern, akin to the voice in the emperor's new clothes that exclaimed he is not wearing any clothes, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. The Marquis, who had been comforting the old lady in a tender moment, turned pale upon hearing the child's remark. Who said that? Zhu Ping'an, along with the crowd, turned towards the source of the sound, where he beheld the chubby child cradled in the arms of the lady of Linghua. The child, with his round face, gazed innocently at the onlookers, oblivious to the harsh criticisms directed at his father. It was evident that the pointed, skeptical retort had originated from his lips. Observing the child's naive demeanor, untouched by the world's cruelties, Zhu Ping'an could only express sympathy for the little one. Indeed, in the next moment, the child's aunt extended her hands to firmly pinch his plump cheeks, exerting a merciless restraint upon him. The aunt was, in fact, his biological mother. However, in the feudal society of ancient times, children born to concubines were mandated to address the legitimate wife as mother, referring to their actual mother as aunt. While the aunt appeared to be suppressing the child, her actions were, in truth, protective. By controlling the pressure herself, she could mitigate the consequences. Had the child faced reprimand from the Marquis of Linghua or others, the outcome could have been dire. Alas, I am not even thin. The child, undeterred by authority, defiantly upheld his stance, even as his cheeks were pinched. Thus, once again, he bore the repercussions of his innocence. It is worth noting that the child had initially been in high spirits today, as it was his birthday. Typically, on such occasions, he was showered with gifts. Furthermore, he had memorized returning home with great diligence, and even managed to recite the challenging verses of the Pipa song. He had envisioned that his father, the Marquis of Huai, would be pleased upon hearing this, thereby granting him the opportunity to request additional birthday presents. Little did he anticipate that his first encounter with his father would be so unfortunate. Coughing softly, the child uttered, "Children speak without restraint," eliciting an awkward smile from the lady of Huai, who endeavored to smooth over the situation. With all eyes upon them, it was inappropriate for a mother to reprimand her own son. Despite the Marquis's dark expression, reminiscent of a soot-blackened pot, he endeavored to exhibit a demeanor of magnanimity and kindness, reaching out his large fan-like hand to gently stroke the child's cherubic face. "Father, your hand hurts me," the child protested, raising his round face once more, displaying his lack of decorum. In that moment, the Marquis harbored the desire to deliver a swift reprimand to this troublesome offspring, thinking to himself that he had merely applied the slightest bit of pressure. Subsequently, the child felt an overwhelming sense of paternal affection. Upon returning home, the Marquis, having barely settled in without even sipping his tea, commenced an examination of the child's scholarly pursuits. "During my absence, what have you learned?" he inquired, summoning the child before him with an impassive expression. "I studied disciples' regulations and expanded collection of wise sayings under the guidance of the teacher," the child replied, appearing as timid as a mouse before a cat, clearly intimidated by the Marquis. "What else?" the Marquis demanded, his voice rising. The child trembled. "In 300 Tang poems, and I also learned the Pipa song with the teacher." "Why are you shouting? Look at how frightened Ruiger is," the lady of Huai chided, drawing the child into her embrace. "Indulgent mothers spoil their sons," the Marquis huffed in response. "What do you mean by indulgent mothers spoil their sons? My Ruiger is quite clever. He has long since mastered returning home and can recite it fluently. Can't you, Ruiger?" The lady of Huai affectionately patted the child's head, her love evident. The child, despite struggling with the reverse recitation, confidently asserted that he could recite it correctly. He shook his head and then nodded vigorously, his chubby face radiating self-assurance. "Humph, let me see how you manage that," the Marquis of Huai remarked with a scoff. Addressing the child, "Go ahead and recite." Taking a step forward, the child tossed his round face and prepared to begin. "If you can't recite it, just wait and see how I will discipline you," the Marquis added sternly, disapproving of the child's demeanor. Initially, the child was quite confident, but upon hearing the Marquis's voice, memories of past encounters with his palm made him instinctively shrink back in trepidation. "Ruiger, you recited beautifully yesterday. There's no need to fear. Just recite for your uncle," Li Shu encouraged warmly. "Of course, unlike you, who still stumbles over the young man leaves home, the second returns," the child retorted, regaining his confidence. "Recite," the Marquis urged impatiently. However, the child, having just regained his confidence, found his mind blank under the Marquis's stern gaze. Thus, propelled by the Marquis's insistence, he instinctively opened his mouth and recited, "The young man leaves home, the second returns." "The second returns," the Marquis exclaimed, nearly dropping his teacup, his face darkening with rage. "What about the first?" "The first has married a merchant's daughter," the child blurted out in a daze. "What an excellent line about the first marrying a merchant's daughter. You truly recite such fine poetry," the Marquis bellowed, feeling that the child's response was as mocking as the previous encounter with a certain rotund individual. "Such a simple poem, and you cannot recite it correctly? If you can't recite it, it's sheer laziness on your part, but to say the first has married a merchant's daughter, what nonsense is that? If it weren't for your past jests at my expense, you wouldn't have instinctively recited it. You mock me at the door for being overweight. And now you use the merchant's daughter to ridicule me again. It seems I must teach you a lesson." In a fit of rage, the Marquis seized the child and pulled him onto his lap, unleashing a torrent of playful slaps. The child howled, "Madam, oh madam, please spare me," as Li Shu desperately tried to intervene. "Don't stop me. Woo-woo, when I grow up," the child shouted defiantly. "Oh, you wish to wait until you grow up? What will you do then? Seek revenge on me, you little rascal?" The Marquis was on the verge of losing his temper. "When I grow up, I will have a son and beat him up too, and none of you should stop me," the child cried out, sobbing loudly. Chapter 791. A note in the book for the lines: the young man leaves home, the second returns, and the first has married a merchant's daughter. The child nearly faced a severe beating from the Marquis, left breathless and in tears. Once the mischievous child regained his freedom from the clutches of the formidable Liangzhe and Huai Marquis, he hurriedly scampered back to his room. From beneath his bed, he retrieved a small box, opened it, and took out a little notebook. With tears welling in his eyes, he grasped a carbon stick and inscribed profound reflections within the pages. Fifth sister is a villain. She led me to become the second son who left home early, while the eldest married a merchant, nearly inciting my father's wrath. On a summer day at the age of 6, after completing his writing, he wiped away his tears, tossed the notebook back into the box, and closed it, hiding it once more beneath his bed. As the box closed, one could glimpse a page of the notebook that read, "The rustic brother-in-law is a scoundrel. He caused me to carry the saying, though the tortoise is lean. It still has some flesh, first to stew the soup, then to gnaw the meat. Moreover, the children who meet, yet do not recognize each other. Asking the portly boy, 'Who are you?' was also the doing of the rustic brother-in-law, resulting in a beating from my father, on a spring day of the same age." It is evident that if one were to open the child's notebook, they would find it filled with a chaotic array of thoughts. For instance, "The fifth brother-in-law is a good person who took me out to play and even bought me candied hawthorns," though unable to write the term. I replaced it with a sketch of several circles on a bamboo stick. Additionally, there are declarations of the fifth sister being the best sister, who generously bestowed upon me a considerable amount of money. Overall, the notebook serves as a chronicle of the child's fleeting sentiments. Heaven knows how the child will discern between good and evil when the same individual is portrayed as both virtuous and villainous within the same pages. Oh, how delightful is the fifth sister. She is indeed the finest sister in the world. 10 minutes later, the child lifted his cherubic face, his eyes crinkling into crescents of joy. Clutching a 50-tael silver note in his pudgy hand, he resembled an exuberant puppy, affectionately hugging Li Shu's leg and barking with delight. He exhibited an unrestrained enthusiasm akin to the most devoted of fans. His every action and word emanated genuine exuberance. Entirely forgetting the tears he shed a mere 10 minutes ago while denouncing his fifth sister as a villain. Today marks the child's birthday, and he has received a plethora of gifts from various relatives, including the matriarch, the eldest lady, and the second concubine. Among the treasures were exquisitely bound editions of the Analects, the Great Learning, and the Doctrine of the Mean, as well as a precious inkstone, a wolf-howl brush from the northwestern desert, and a stack of exquisite snowflake paper. Upon seeing these gifts, his cherubic face fell into despair, reminiscent of a modern child receiving a set of practice papers from an overly enthusiastic uncle on their birthday. Uncertain of what truly delights Ruiger, fifth sister decided, "How about this? You may choose whatever you like." Li Shu opted for a simpler approach, cheerfully handing the child a 50-tael silver note. This single note ignited the child's joy and elation. Unsurprisingly, upon returning to his room, he would undoubtedly beam with delight and fervently inscribe within his notebook, "Fifth sister is a good person. She gave me 50 taels of silver to buy what I like. Fifth sister is truly the best sister in the world." Zhu Ping'an only learned today of the birthday of the mischievous child, with no gifts prepared in advance. He hastily composed a piece of calligraphy as a birthday present. The elegant strokes read, "Though young in years, the writings multiply. Wait until 15 or 16, and one shall surely pass the imperial examination." However, Zhu Ping'an's gift was met with disdain from the child for quite some time. "Humph, fifth sister. You truly have poor judgment in choosing such a stingy husband," the child whispered to Li Shu. Although spoken softly, Zhu Ping'an, standing close by, heard every word clearly. Upon hearing this, Li Shu gazed at Zhu Ping'an with her big, watery eyes, covering her mouth as she giggled incessantly. "Hee, Ruiger, your brother-in-law's calligraphy, if sold outside, would fetch far more than 50 taels," she said with a bright smile after her laughter subsided. "Really? Hee. Fifth brother-in-law is indeed the best brother-in-law in the world." The child paused, then beamed with joy, akin to winning the lottery, as he carefully folded Zhu Ping'an's calligraphy and tucked it close, unable to contain his grin as he called out, "Hello, fifth brother-in-law." Unbeknownst to Zhu Ping'an, the child seemed to be quite the little money grubber. Observing this, he could only manage a wry smile. "Little girl, what do you wish for? Tell your brother. Whether it's candied hawthorn or sweets, I shall buy you anything," the child declared, thumping his chest, clinging to the little girl Nyo, behaving like a little nouveau riche. In ancient times, although birthdays were not celebrated with cakes or songs, making wishes was still customary. However, instead of blowing out candles on a cake, wishes were made before a deity with incense. The matriarch personally took the child's hand, assisting him in lighting 3 sticks of incense, then guided him to place them in the incense burner, leaving him to kneel alone on the mat before the deity to make his wish. Rui Ger, what wish did you make? The ladies of the Liangzhe Marquis household asked, amused, as they watched the child solemnly kneel and pray. He. Rui Ger must have wished for our ancestor to live 100 years, for the Marquis to have a bright future, and for the madam to remain forever youthful and all wishes to be fulfilled. The second wife of the Liangzhe Marquis chuckled, flattering both the matriarch and the madam while enhancing her own son's reputation. He. I bet Rui Ger wished to achieve high honors in the future, to become a high-ranking official riding a grand steed, teased the 6th miss of the Liangzhe Marquis household, prompting laughter from the others. No, my wish is to marry all the women in the world as my wives when I grow up. The child shook his head, his chubby face earnest. Just as he finished speaking, he shook his head again. No, except for my grandmother. Not quite right. Besides my mother, there are also my aunt, elder sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister. As he spoke, disregarding the astonished crowd, the mischievous child ran before the statue once more, kneeling earnestly to repeat his wish. When I grow up, I hope to marry all the women except my grandmother, mother, aunt, elder sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister. Ultimately, the child's wishes remained unfulfilled. You wretched child, I command you to marry. I command you to be unlearned. I command you to marry. The expression of lordly Tingzhu, the Marquis of Liangzhe, darkened 100-fold compared to the earlier moment. He seized the kneeling child and pulled him over, pressing him onto a chair, delivering a flurry of slaps upon the child's backside. The child's howls echoed, audible several streets away. Chapter 792, Loyal Ministers. The great Ming jade by in the twilight of the capital, the setting sun cast its residual glow, painting the evening sky with fiery hues that enveloped the city in a vast expanse of red, bestowing a sense of hazy poetry upon the bustling imperial metropolis. During the summer, the early morning and dusk are particularly cherished. The morning is refreshing, yet many, due to slumber, miss its allure. Dusk, however, offers a different charm. As the oppressive heat of the day dissipates, allowing those who have toiled or idled to savor a comfortable evening, the already vibrant capital became even livelier, with streams of carriages and throngs of pedestrians. Nestled in the Xiqing district, Zuaxian Lu stands as one of the most renowned taverns in the capital, adorned with jade-carved railings and soaring eaves, resembling a structure soaring into the clouds. A couplet graces the entrance. King Wen of Zhou visited Taigong, discerning flavors and pausing to rest. Han Xiao he pursued Han Xian, dismounting at the scent. Zuaxian Lu has long been a favored gathering place for scholars, literati, and martial artists, a venue for merry drinking and exchange of ideas. Today was no exception. The tavern buzzed with lively chatter, every table occupied by groups of scholars and martial travelers engaged in animated discourse. For those seeking a quieter ambience, the elegant private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors offered a refined and comfortable retreat. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an, Li Shu, Hua Er, the mischievous child, and little Loli were dining in one of the 2nd-floor private rooms. The Marquis of Liangzhe had gone out to visit friends in the afternoon, so Zhu Ping'an took Li Shu and Hua Er for a boat ride on Shikahai. Upon hearing about it, the mischievous child and little Loli Nyonyo cried and clamored to join, prompting Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu to reluctantly take them along. Naturally, Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo accompanied them as well. Drifting on the waters of Shikahai, surrounded by a sea of lotus flowers, was an experience of unique beauty. Fishing, admiring the lotus, they spent an entire afternoon indulging in leisure until returning at dusk. Passing by the tavern, the mischievous child, feeling hungry and enchanted by the aroma wafting from within, insisted on staying, leading Zhu Ping'an to guide them inside for dinner. Li Shu's beauty was striking, and the maidens, Hua Er and Qin Er, were also quite lovely, akin to the radiant moonlight in the night sky, making it impossible to avoid notice. As Zhu Ping'an entered the tavern with Li Shu and the others, they attracted a wave of curious glances, leaving many in awe. Is it possible for such exquisite beauty to exist in the world? It was then that I noticed Zhu Ping'an beside Li Shu, observing the two as they whispered to one another. It was evident that this flower had already found its keeper, given the demeanor of those nearby. As for the less striking figure of Huai, it was clear she was merely a maidservant. In this era, what does being a maidservant entail? To some, a maidservant is merely a subordinate, a possession of the male master to be utilized at will, and they often comply with a smile, even playing the part of a concubine. However, for most maidservants, such aspirations seem like distant dreams, akin to fine cabbages being trampled underfoot. Consequently, the individuals seated in the main hall began to look upon Zhu Ping'an with a mix of envy and resentment. Zhu Ping'an's appearance was unremarkable, his face rather guileless, and he could hardly be considered handsome, which only intensified the feelings of jealousy among onlookers. Were it not for his obviously affluent attire and the formidable presence of Lu Mu, known as Lu Dedeo, standing behind him, their feelings might not have been so pronounced. Li Shu and Huai expressed their disdain for the atmosphere in the hall, and Zhu Ping'an shared their sentiments, disliking the covetous gazes directed at him. Thus, he rewarded the innkeeper with a piece of silver, requesting an elegant private room on the second floor. Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo opted to remain in the hall, and Zhu Ping'an understood that they would be more at ease dining there rather than in the private room, so he ordered a sumptuous meal for them to enjoy. The second-floor private room offered a pleasant ambience, elegantly decorated, reminiscent of a study, yet also of a boudoir, blending sophistication with comfort. A table laden with dishes and a pot of tea awaited them. As they dined, the discussions from downstairs subtly drifted up to them. Indeed, Master Yan is truly deserving of his status as a pillar of the nation, having been commissioned to investigate the theft at the Taicang treasury, successfully unearthing over 100 corrupt officials in mere days, thus generating an astonishing revenue of over 700,000 taels of silver and more than 20,000 taels of gold for our Ming dynasty. Have you heard? Just yesterday, the Jin Guard discovered over 100,000 taels of silver and 10,000 taels of gold at the residence of the former treasury official in Taicang. It was said that a horse was exhausted from transporting such wealth. It is no surprise that so much silver was found in his possession. Everyone knows of his insatiable greed. What truly astonished many was the revelation regarding Inspector Wang. Previously, anyone mentioning him would have praised his integrity, for he is a renowned, honest official of our Ming dynasty, having served in the capital for a decade while still residing in a dilapidated rental. His 10-year-old daughter still shares a room with them, as they struggle to afford a proper home. It was rumored that when the Eastern Factory's agents searched his home, he was there with his wife and child, eating watery rice alongside some wilted vegetable leaves. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the Eastern Factory would uncover 18,543 taels of silver buried in his yard. It has come to my attention that 2 officials in Taicang have tragically taken their own lives out of guilt. Listening to the lofty discussions from below, the little maid Baozi, with her lips pursed in indignation, felt a surge of resentment. Why should this be? It was clearly my master who uncovered the case, the embezzlement and discrepancies in the accounts. My master did the hard work, while that scoundrel, Yan Song, merely plucked the ripe fruit from the tree, taking all the credit for himself. Indeed, I feel the same injustice on behalf of my master, chimed in Chiner, nodding in agreement. Humph, they are merely bullying him. My master has worked so tirelessly these past few days, rising early and staying up late, barely able to eat or sleep, living on nothing but a flatbread. After much effort, he finally uncovered the substantial embezzlement from the national treasury, only to have others reap the rewards without lifting a finger. It is infuriating. The little maid's face was flushed with anger. Once she finished speaking, another wave of discussion arose from downstairs, and upon hearing a particular remark, her furrowed brow relaxed with delight. It seems there are indeed some discerning individuals among them. If you ask me, the true hero in revealing the embezzlement in Taicang is none other than Lord Zhu Ping'an, had he not bravely faced the powerful, even going so far as to strip himself bare to prove his innocence and insist on a thorough investigation. This grand theft would have remained hidden in the shadows. The chatter from below reached the second-floor parlor, causing Baozi to beam with excitement. However, her expression soon soured again as the chorus of praise for Yan Song soon drowned out similar sentiments for Zhu Ping'an. In my view, although Elder Yan's contributions to the investigation cannot be dismissed, the greatest hero of the Taicang embezzlement case remains Lord Zhu Ping'an. Prior to his inquiry, Our Ming dynasty had dispatched censors to investigate the Taizong treasury for 30 consecutive years, yet the treasury had been depleted by half. And not a single censor had uncovered the truth. Who would believe such incompetence? Are these censors blind, or merely ornamental? If not for Lord Zhu's courage to defy authority and risk his own safety, stripping himself before the public to silence his political adversaries, and daring to enter the treasury to conduct an inventory of the gold and silver, this dark scandal might have remained buried for ages. Once again, praise for Zhu Ping'an arose from the crowd below, yet it was swiftly met with derision. It took Lord Zhu 10 days to reveal the embezzlement. While Lord Yan accomplished the same in just 2 days, they scoffed. Clearly, in terms of time, Lord Yan surpasses Lord Zhu. Time. I chuckled, for it seemed this gentleman was unaware of the intricacies involved. My uncle, serving in the Dali Temple, had informed me. Originally, the decree to investigate the Taizong treasury was assigned to 5 officials, including Lord Zhu, all of whom ranked among the 3rd tier of officials. Yet, on the day following the issuance of the decree, both the chief and deputy officials found excuses to withdraw from the investigation. By the 3rd day, the remaining 2 officials followed suit, leaving only Lord Zhu to undertake the investigation alone. Did he not accomplish this Herculean task in less than 10 days? Let us not dwell on the foundation laid by Lord Zhu. Instead, let us consider the matter of numbers. Accompanying Lord Yan in the deliberation of the case are 4 esteemed gentlemen, and the very individual who recently extolled Zhu Ping'an is swiftly met with rebuttal. Consequently, the discourse below has intensified, with many voices joining in to express their opinions. Overall, those who stand in support of Zhu Ping'an represent a minority. Yet their numbers have noticeably increased since the outset, demonstrating a clear upward trend. Dear sir, listen. Someone is praising you again, giggled the maid, Baozi, standing by the window, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as her cheeks flushed with excitement. Dear sir, dear. Having uttered her words, she received no reply and turned to call for him once more. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she froze in astonishment. Before her eyes, Zhu Ping'an was rolling up his sleeves and playfully competing with the mischievous child, Rui Gu for the dish of food. Utterly devoid of the demeanor of one who fears power or disregards personal safety for the sake of the people. Brother-in-law, you've eaten so much already. That large abalone should be mine, the little rascal exclaimed, unable to outmaneuver Zhu Ping'an, who was calmly claiming the larger of the 2 abalones remaining on the plate. You little one, what if you overindulge? Be good, your brother-in-law will help you eat it. Indeed, it is delicious, Zhu Ping'an remarked, transferring the largest abalone to his own plate and savoring it with exaggerated delight. The child, now increasingly agitated, nearly pressed his chubby face against the table. Brother-in-law, haven't you learned the story of Kong Rong sharing pairs? I have, Zhu Ping'an replied, nodding thoughtfully. Then why aren't you following Kong Rong's example? The child protested, his little hands struggling to grip the chopsticks. I have indeed learned, Zhu Ping'an reiterated with a nod. You're lying. If you learned, why don't you let me have it? The child's emotions surged, his round face quivering with indignation. What is the story of Kong Rong sharing pairs? It recounts how, as a child, Kong Rong chose the smallest pair to leave the larger one for his older brother, demonstrating the importance of courtesy and understanding among children. You are younger, and I am older, thus I should have the larger one, right? Zhu Ping'an teased, gently tugging at the child's chubby cheek, his smile radiant as he revealed 8 gleaming teeth. The child was momentarily taken aback, then began to ponder the story of Kong Rong. His teacher had recounted it, explaining how Kong Rong's mother purchased numerous pairs for him and his brother, allowing the younger Kong Rong to choose first. He selected the smallest pair, leaving the larger ones for his brother. The younger should take the smaller, and the elder the larger. It seemed that brother-in-law's reasoning held merit. Yet, something felt amiss. The child pondered for a while, then burst forth, I don't care. I'm still younger, so you must yield to me. Rui Guer exclaimed, asserting that the lessons imparted by their teacher regarding Kong Rong sharing pairs were incomplete, suggesting that the versions of the tale passed down through the ages lacked the full context. Zhu Ping'an gently patted the chubby face of the mischievous child, akin to kneading dough, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he revealed a confident yet gentle expression. Why is it incomplete? The child protested, swatting Zhu Ping'an's hand away defiantly. Incomplete? Little lowly Nyonyo gasped, her mouth agape in surprise. Not complete. The maid Baozi, along with Chiner, mirrored her astonishment. their mouths wide open in disbelief. The tale of Kong Rong giving pears is widely known, and while they had heard of it, Zhu Ping'an's assertion that the current version is incomplete left them bewildered. Li Shu, watching the scene with a smile, cast a glance at Zhu Ping'an, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an extraordinary liveliness. Zhu Ping'an exchanged a brief glance with Li Shu, offering a faint smile before turning to the child and earnestly stating, "The complete story of Kong Rong giving pears goes like this. Kong Rong's mother bought many pears for him and his elder brother, allowing the younger Kong Rong to choose first. He chose the smallest pear, leaving the larger ones for his brother. Consequently, Kong Rong's parents were very pleased and praised him. Isn't that the same?" The child lifted his head to look at Zhu Ping'an, his chubby face perfectly embodying disdain as he curled his lip. "You haven't finished yet." Zhu Ping'an replied with a slight smile. "There's more?" The child was taken aback. Zhu Ping'an nodded and continued. After their parents left, Kong Rong's older brothers affectionately patted his head, saying, "Brother, if you had done this earlier, would we have beaten you like that?" "What?" The child was utterly stunned, his chubby face resembling a bewildered bulldog, appearing adorably foolish. The version told by the rural brother-in-law makes more sense. The maid Baozi also seemed taken aback. Chiner and little lowly Nyonyo paused for a moment before realizing the humor, covering their mouths as they erupted into laughter. Li Shu burst into laughter, finding Zhu Ping'an's rendition of the Kong Rong story, a joke that had become commonplace in modern times, refreshingly novel and amusing to her and the others. "You are truly mischievous," the maid Baozi remarked, finally catching on amidst the laughter, casting a resentful glance at Zhu Ping'an, pouting her lips. Chapter 794. The imperial edict arrives on the third morning of Zhu Ping'an's vacation. The brilliant sun rose in the east, dispersing the mist as the dew on the verdant leaves mirrored the rising sun, awakening the slumbering world. Early in the morning, the maids Baozi and Chiner, their faces flushed with embarrassment, bowed their heads as they carried 2 buckets of hot water into the bathing room, only to emerge with even redder faces, still looking down. "It's all your fault for making me wake up late," they surely thought, stifling their laughter. On the embroidered couch, Li Shu propped herself up with her delicate arms, her fair fingers tugging at the quilt to cover her body. From behind, her face, blushing like a ripe peach, was revealed, her eyes shimmering with a spring-like glimmer that seemed capable of drowning a person. Pouting her rosy lips, she complained to Zhu Ping'an, who was getting out of bed. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an paused in his movements as he got out of bed, his aged face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Just yesterday, he had vowed to exercise restraint. Yet this morning he had indulged in an additional meal. "I shall take my leave to bathe first," he coughed, retreating hastily into the bathroom. "Ah, Zhu Ping'an, I wish to wash first." "Cough, then let us bathe together." "Deceiver, who would wish to bathe with you? Last night, you tricked me into sharing a bath, and you, with your nefarious intentions, took the opportunity to misbehave." "Shaoqing," came the playful exclamation from the bedroom, soon followed by a return to tranquility, save for the faint sound of water. At this moment, the Duke of Liangzhe had already departed for the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel to attend to his official duties. However, just as the Duke rode off to the Ministry of War, a retinue arrived at the Duke's residence bearing a decree. The official, holding a scroll of the tricolored edict with a black axis, was followed by 4 young eunuchs, one of whom also carried a decree, distinguished by its black oxhorn axis. Behind the 5th-rank eunuch followed a contingent of imperial guards, brandishing bright yellow standards. The arrival of this entourage caught the gatekeeper and the steward of the Duke's residence unawares. The steward, unable to inquire further, hastily directed his staff to properly attend to the visitors and promptly dispatched someone to inform the matriarch of the household. Within the residence, there were 2 officials present, the Duke of Liangzhe, who had just returned from reporting to the court, and Zhu Ping'an, who was on leave and may or may not have ventured out. Yet, to whom was this decree being delivered? The matriarch inquired of the steward about the purpose of the eunuch's visit, but the steward was at a loss. She then asked about the nature of the decree held by the eunuch, to which the gatekeeper, relying solely on memory, replied that it was a tricolored edict on a black axis. Upon hearing this, the matriarch felt reassured. A tricolored edict on a black axis was reserved for senior officials of the 5th rank and above. In the days of the late Duke, he had often boasted to her of the edicts enshrined in their ancestral hall, explaining that these decrees symbolized the emperor's authority and the official status. The rank of officials was strictly delineated by the color and material of the decree's axis, Those awarded to first-rank officials had jade axes. Second-rank officials received black rhinoceros horn axes, while third, fourth, and fifth ranks were granted gilded and black oxhorn axes, respectively. The fabric of the edicts also adhered to a strict hierarchy. Those for officials below the fifth rank were uniformly white silk, while those for fifth rank and above featured a spectrum of colors, such as tricolored, pentachrome, and heptachrome, among others. The more colors present, the higher the rank of the recipient official. Naturally, a decree of such significance would be intended for the Duke of Liangzhe. Although Zhu Ping'an was young and accomplished, he was merely a sixth-rank official. Thus, upon learning of the tricolored edict on a black axis, the matriarch rightly concluded it was meant for the Duke and swiftly sent someone to pursue him at full speed. Fortunately, the Duke's ample frame caused his steed to lag, allowing the household servants to catch up with him not far from Gongho Street. Upon hearing of the imperial decree, the Duke urgently spurred his horse to return, causing the animal to froth at the mouth from the exertion. "My lord, the esteemed individuals from the palace have come to convey an edict to the fifth master. The matriarch is concerned that you may miss your duty's timing, and thus she has sent me to inform you that you need not return." However, before the Marquis of Liangzhe could make his way back to the residence, a second wave of his attendants galloped after him. Upon hearing this news, the Marquis found himself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread. Within the Liangzhe Marquisate, upon learning that the palace officials had come to deliver an edict to Zhu Ping'an, the matriarch hurriedly dispatched Zizhuan to the Tingyu Pavilion to seek out Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu. Zizhuan hastened her way to the pavilion, only to learn from the maid Huai that the two parties involved were still bathing. At such an early hour, what business did they have in the bath? The debauchery often associated with the gentry was well known, and Zizhuan, having served in the Marquisate for some time, was no stranger to such matters. Initially taken aback, she soon lowered her head in disdain, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She had previously thought the fifth master was averse to any indulgence, only to discover otherwise. What could possibly take precedence over a royal edict? Zizhuan urged Huai to inform the two in the bath of the palace's arrival. Shortly thereafter, the Tingyu Pavilion was in an uproar. Indeed, the outer courtyard of the Marquisate was also in chaos. While the matriarch felt disheartened that the decree was not meant for her son, Zhu Ping'an was still a member of the household, and thus she, leaning on her cane and mustering her spirits, directed the steward to make haste in preparations, arranging the table, incense stand, and lighting the incense. When Zhu Ping'an, accompanied by Li Shu and their maidservants, hastily arrived from the Tingyu Pavilion to the front courtyard, their hair was still damp, indicating they had just emerged from the bath. Hurriedly dressed, quickly to the front courtyard. "We must not keep the palace officials waiting," urged the matriarch, whose traditional upbringing made her frown deeper at the sight of their wet hair. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an coughed awkwardly, nodding in acknowledgement. The group proceeded to the front courtyard, where a eunuch from the palace was seated in the main hall, sipping tea. The head eunuch was not Feng Bao, who had previously delivered an edict, and the other four eunuchs were unfamiliar faces. However, this was not surprising, as the palace employed thousands of eunuchs, making Zhu Ping'an's lack of recognition perfectly reasonable. Upon hearing the eunuch's arrival to convey the edict, "I have come to receive it, having bathed and changed out of respect for His Majesty. I apologize for any inconvenience caused by my delay," Zhu Ping'an declared, hastening a few steps to perform a deep bow and clasp his hands in apology. The matriarch, upon hearing this, momentarily wobbled her cane. Zizhuan and the other informed maidservants regarded Zhu Ping'an with newfound respect. "Not at all. Master Zhu speaks too highly of himself." The head eunuch replied with a smile, extending his hand to assist Zhu Ping'an to his feet, his demeanor warm and friendly, showing no sign of displeasure from the wait. "Master Zhu, please receive the edict," the head eunuch continued, returning to the matter at hand after their pleasantries. The eunuch from the West Garden commenced his mission to deliver the edict. "Minister Zhu Ping'an, receive the edict. The imperial edict represents the emperor's supreme authority. To behold it is akin to the emperor himself gracing one with his presence, regardless of one's rank. All must kneel to receive the decree as a sign of respect toward the emperor." Zhu Ping'an dared not act out of turn, leading the way and bowing to accept the edict, while the venerable matriarch of the Liangzhe Marquisate, Lady Li Shu, and others knelt in respectful positions to the sides. Once all was in place, Eunuch Jia unfurled the imperial edict, which was mounted on a black ox horn scroll, the surface crafted from exquisite silk brocade in earthy yellow. azure, and blue hues, predominantly adorned in earthy yellow, embellished with auspicious clouds and cranes, flanked by ascending five-clawed golden dragons, lending the edict a resplendent grandeur. The edict was lengthy, measuring over a meter in length and more than 30 centimeters in width, with eunuch Jia extending it to shoulder width, the scroll curving downwards. At the end of the edict, one could faintly discern the square seal of the imperial decree, inscribed in seal script. By the will of heaven. The emperor decrees, I am exceedingly enraged, my wrath cannot be contained. Falsified accounts, embezzlement, and misappropriation of silver. The treasury of Taizong has suffered a staggering deficit of over 150,000 taels of silver and over 50,000 taels of gold. A situation unprecedented in history, inciting my profound ire. You, my ministers, who feast on my bounty yet fail in your duties. Your lack of benevolence shall not excuse me from acting justly. Effective immediately, I shall enforce strict penalties to uphold the law. Any involved in the theft of the Taizong treasury, be they overseers or inspectors, shall face immediate execution, with their wives, concubines, and descendants banished 3,000 li to the marshes of Yunnan. Even those stationed outside the treasury walls, implicated in this affair, shall receive reduced sentences, with their families exiled 2,000 li. All officials guilty of dereliction, negligence, or theft shall be thoroughly investigated and severely punished. From the 20th year of the Jiajing reign to this year, all treasury overseers and inspectors, regardless of their loyalty or integrity, shall be held accountable. Each shall incur a fine of 1,200 taels of silver monthly, with the deceased receiving half that amount. Treasury ministers shall face fines of 5,000 taels monthly, with the deceased also subject to proportional reduction. As eunuch Jia commenced the proclamation, Zhu Ping'an, listening intently, could feel the emperor's wrath radiating through the words. The emperor's fury was not to be taken lightly. As declared in the edict, if you show no benevolence, do not expect mercy in return. Indeed, the edict was rife with a spirit of vengeance and an unmasked inclination toward retribution. Those who bore the brunt of the emperor's ire were undeniably deserving of their fate, having brought it upon themselves. Yet, wait a moment, what relevance does this edict hold for me? It appears to be a decree of punishment aimed at corrupt officials and the pursuit of reparations. Why would the Jiajing emperor choose to have this read to me? Could it be that I am to be commended for my diligence in treasury oversight? However, if that were the case, there would be no need for such lengthy preambles filled with unrelated rhetoric, would there? A sense of unease began to creep into Zhu Ping'an's mind. Indeed, in the very next moment, his apprehensions were confirmed. On the 15th day of the 6th month in the 30th year of the Jiajing era, Wei Iran, the director of the imperial censorate, received an imperial decree from Zhu Ping'an, an academician from the Hanlin Academy, to investigate the granary of Taizong. Although the investigation yielded results, the emperor's words were devoid of jest. Following the stipulated regulations, irrespective of the integrity or capabilities of the censor, penalties were to be uniformly enforced. Zhu Ping'an, having conducted the investigation for 8 days, was liable for a fine of 320 taels of silver, but considering his contributions, the penalty was halved to 160 taels, to be paid within a year without fail. The voice of Lord Jia, as he read the imperial edict, flowed with the usual cadence, yet to Zhu Ping'an, it sounded like a cacophony of discordant notes, rendering even the subsequent words unintelligible. What? Zhu Ping'an was left in a state of disbelief, astonished to the point of exclamation, as if doused with a bucket of icy water in the midst of winter. Every cell in his being protesting against the absurdity. Had the Jiajing emperor lost his senses? Was he driven mad by poverty? Had he been struck senseless by a donkey? A flurry of questions inundated Zhu Ping'an's mind. In that moment, he harbored a plethora of negative sentiments towards the emperor, struggling to suppress his contempt. He had devoted himself to his duties with integrity, uncovering the dark secrets of Taizong, having endured hardships and achieved merit. Yet, instead of reward or commendation, he found himself penalized. Moreover, the sum of 160 taels was no trifling matter. It represented nearly 2 years of his salary. Just recently, he had been penalized for a year's salary due to a previous impeachment submission, and now he was being compelled to forfeit another 2 years of wages. At such a young age, having only just commenced his career, he was now expected to labor without compensation for 2 years. Could the emperor not feel a twinge of conscience? It appeared that the Jiajing emperor was indeed a tyrant at heart. Clarity in reward and punishment is the fundamental quality of a ruler. How could he fail to grasp such a simple principle? This was unexpected. The Jiajing emperor was regarded as one of the few genius emperors in history, adept in political maneuvering and governance. Yet, the truth remained. Zhu Ping'an had stripped himself of all pretenses in his quest for transparency, only to be penalized 2 years' worth of salary. He felt a burning indignation, nearly compelled to protest nakedly at the gates of the West Garden. Beside him, Li Shu was equally astonished, her mouth agape. In stark contrast were the matriarchs of the Liangzhe Marquisate, who initially believed the imperial decree was intended for the Marquis himself, anticipating honors and promotions for their son. To their dismay, the edict was directed at Zhu Ping'an, not their offspring. This revelation initially left the matriarch disappointed, yet soon enough, she felt a wave of relief. After all, this was an imperial punishment, and thankfully not directed at her son, for that would have spelled trouble. Although the fine of 160 taels was negligible for their family, the accompanying disgrace could tarnish their reputation, adversely affecting future prospects in the civil service. In her earlier years, the matriarch harbored disdain for Li Shu's mother. Otherwise, she would not have insisted that Li Shu's father divorce her to marry another. However, to her surprise, he did not heed her command to take a new wife, but instead chose to relocate with Li Shu's mother, further inciting the old lady's ire towards him and deepening her aversion to Li Shu's mother. Consequently, her dislike extended to her granddaughter, Li Shu, as well. The principle of love for the house extends to its crow held true. If she loathed the residence, she likewise detested its occupants. In contrast to other sons-in-law, the old lady held a particular disfavor towards Zhu Ping'an. Upon their first encounter, she regarded the simpleton Zhu Ping'an with a critical eye. Although her attitude shifted somewhat after he achieved the status of a top scholar, her heart still longed for her own grandson, Liangzhe, to have attained that honor. Indeed, at times, she even harbored the notion that Zhu Ping'an had usurped the glory meant for her grandson. Naturally, the astute matriarch concealed these sentiments beneath her exterior. Now, upon hearing the decree that imposed a monetary penalty on Zhu Ping'an, a flicker of secret delight stirred within her. Particularly, the sixth young lady cast a glance at Li Shu, as if to mockingly say, "Fifth sister, let us see you gloat now." Chapter 796. The second imperial edict. The radiant sun poured through the courtyard, filtering through the tree canopy like an umbrella, casting vibrant light upon every corner of the Liangzhe Marquis' estate. In the courtyard, Zhu Ping'an knelt, while Li Shu, the matriarch, and the others formed a semicircle behind him in a slightly lower position. The palace envoy, Master Jia, stood before them, holding the imperial edict at the center of their formation. Zhu Ping'an appeared utterly astonished, and Li Shu behind him gaped in disbelief. The expressions on the faces of the matriarch, the sixth young lady, and the others were far more animated, a blend of relief, secret satisfaction, and a touch of schadenfreude. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Finally, it was Master Jia, standing at the forefront, who shattered the stillness, smiling gently at Zhu Ping'an and softly urging, "Young Master Zhu, receive the edict." Oh, I, Zhu Ping'an, humbly accept the decree. May the sovereign live long and prosper, he replied, snapping back to reality at Master Jia's prompt. Kneeling on the ground, he supported himself with his hands, bowed his head to the earth in gratitude, and then rose with arms outstretched to receive the edict from Master Jia. Li Shu and the other ladies followed suit, bowing in reverence. The matriarch watched Zhu Ping'an accept the decree with immense relief, thankful it was not her son, the Marquis of Liangzhe, facing such embarrassment instead. The sixth young lady of the Marquis' residence cast a sidelong glance at Li Shu, her eyes brimming with malicious delight. Within the confines of the Marquis' estate, she found herself at odds with her fifth sister, Li Shu, whose haughty demeanor irked her greatly. In her eyes, Li Shu paled in comparison to her, in looks, in stature, in every conceivable aspect. Why should Li Shu revel in endless luxuries while she could only count the meager monthly allowance with longing? Why did fortune smile upon Li Shu, who had unearthed a rustic fool from the countryside, only for him to transform into a top scholar in the blink of an eye, while she was left with a frivolous young man of dubious reputation, lacking in ability yet brimming with self-importance? Particularly in recent days, following the news that Zhu Ping'an had successfully handled a significant case in Taizong and had received praise from the emperor, the sixth young lady's disdain for Li Shu intensified. She perceived Li Shu's arrogance to have reached new heights, as if she were on the verge of ascending to the heavens. Now, how delightful it would be to see her so smug. It turned out that the emperor's praise amounted to a fine of 160 taels. She could barely contain her laughter. The sixth young lady's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, her cherry lips curving into a mischievous smile that revealed a glimmer of her small tiger tooth, sparkling under the sun. All grace and favor, both the thunder and the dew, are bestowed by the emperor. Though Zhu Ping'an harbored a myriad of grievances towards the Jiajing emperor, he still accepted the imperial decree with utmost reverence. Just as he was about to rise and respectfully place the decree upon the table for veneration, a customary practice among ministers, save for those facing executions or confiscations, Gong Jia, standing before him, waved his hand with a beaming smile. There's more? Zhu Ping'an and the others were taken aback. The elderly matriarch of the Liangzhe Marquis' household was likewise stunned, feeling a mix of relief and melancholy. Was the penalty insufficient? Did it require further demotion? Although she bore no fondness for her granddaughter Li Shu, nor for her son-in-law Zhu Ping'an, having a top scholar as a son-in-law provided her with ample conversation fodder among her peers. If it were merely a monetary penalty, it would be manageable. However, should her son-in-law face both a fine and a demotion, it would cast a significant shadow over their family, directly affecting her standing among her old friends. Upon hearing that there was still an imperial decree to be announced, the curve of the sixth young lady's lips widened, exposing her small tiger tooth even more. Demote him. Let him be reduced to a commoner. Let us see what pride Li Shu retains in my presence. Gong, please proceed with the decree. As he spoke, Gong Jia, with a flourish, retrieved another identical decree from the tray held by a young eunuch behind him. Minister Zhu Ping'an receives the decree. Zhu Ping'an bowed once more to accept the decree. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Wu Yi, the director of the supervisory office, and Zhu Ping'an, the reader of the Hanlin Academy, have served diligently since their appointments, devoted to the welfare of the nation and achieving notable merits. In the case of the Taizong deficit, all previous officials in charge of the treasury and the ministers dispatched to investigate were close confidants, yet they failed to recognize the malfeasance, thus falling short of their duties. Only Zhu Ping'an, recognizing the challenges, did not disappoint my expectations, rendering significant contributions to the case of the Taizong deficit. From this day forth, the imperial decree was issued, promoting the fifth-rank Hanlin Academy's scholar and reader, concurrently assuming the role of the director of the Bureau of Untrammeled Pleasure, Master Jia. With a tone reminiscent of the first decree, he pronounced it with a measured cadence. To Zhu Ping'an's ears, Master Jia's voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze. He marveled at how magnetic this voice was, suitable for a modern-day host. Thus, Zhu Ping'an thought, perhaps the Jiajing emperor was not entirely a foolish ruler. Though the addition of scholar to his title may seem trivial, it signified that Zhu Ping'an had ascended to the fifth rank, equivalent to a modern deputy department head. He was merely a half rank below the character Qi, the head of the people's authority. Of course, Zhu Ping'an wielded no real power, unlike the influential Qi. But in terms of rank, this was significant. The leap from sixth to fifth rank represented a qualitative transformation. Fifth-rank officials were considered mid-level bureaucrats. Many had struggled through the rigors of the imperial examination for a lifetime, only to find themselves perpetually ensnared at this threshold. It was akin to the transition from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage in a fantasy realm, a formidable chasm, with those below it akin to ants, while those who crossed it soared like dragons. In this light, Zhu Ping'an had entirely forgotten about his earlier desire to protest at the gates of the Shiyuan Palace. Beside him, Li Shu's eyes sparkled, narrowing into crescent moons as she glanced at the elder matron and the sixth young lady, lifting her chin in a graceful arc. The matron of the Liangzhe Marquis' household stared in astonishment, her eyes widening. Her fifth son had been promoted to the fifth-rank Hanlin scholar. He was only 16. Having recently attained an official position, how could he be elevated again? He had only just passed the imperial examination this year, and now he was a fifth-rank official. Even the emperor's own son could not rise so swiftly. The thought of such youth at the fifth rank was daunting. Oh, why wasn't this decree for her own son? The Marquis of Liangzhe? She would gladly pay a fine of over 100 taels, even 1,000, just for her son to receive such an honor. The matron's heart sank further with each passing thought, wishing fervently that the decree had been intended for her son. Meanwhile, the sixth young lady of the Marquis' household gaped in disbelief, her mouth agape, her eyes nearly bulging as the phrase fifth rank echoed in her mind. What was happening? Just prior, the emperor had imposed a fine of 160 taels, and now a promotion? Your Majesty, could you not maintain some principles? Could it be that my brother-in-law is the emperor's illegitimate son? His rise was too swift. How wonderful it would be if you were my husband. Why should she, that rustic girl Li Shu, benefit while I am overlooked? Ah, did Li Shu just glance at me? Is she looking at me again? That insufferable girl. How infuriating. In a fit of rage, the sixth young lady bit her lip tightly, nearly crushing the handkerchief in her grasp. Chapter 797. Is the imperial edict worthless? Today has truly been a day of unexpected twists and turns. In one moment, I was penalized 160 taels of silver, and in the next, I was elevated to the fifth rank. The Jiajing Emperor is indeed a remarkable leader of the Ming dynasty, employing the tactic of delivering a slap only to follow it with a sweet reward. This method is certainly preferable to a mere slap with nothing in return. I, Zhu Ping'an, humbly accept the decree. Long live the emperor. With both hands, I bowed deeply, receiving the second edict with utmost reverence. The womenfolk, including Lady Li Shu, followed suit, bowing once more in respect. After receiving the second decree, I thought to myself that there could not possibly be a third. Thus, I prepared to rise and place both decrees upon the incense altar for veneration. However, the ever-smiling eunuch Jia waved his hand and said, "Oh, dear Zhu, do not be hasty. There is yet another decree to be proclaimed." Wait, there is truly another? Do you wholesale imperial edicts? Upon hearing this, I raised my head in disbelief to glance at eunuch Jia, then bent down once more, ready to receive the decree in proper form. What could this next edict entail? The matriarch of the Ho residence and the sixth miss gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. How could it be that imperial edicts have become so trivialized? Issuing 3 at once. They had never heard of any official receiving such treatment before. The third decree, also inscribed on a black oxhorn scroll, bore 2 soaring golden dragons at its head. However, this edict was more vividly colored, woven from yellow, blue, and red silks, exuding an air of opulence and celebration. As eunuch Jia began to read the decree, he proclaimed, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, the state extends its grace to deserving officials and their families, thus nurturing the foundation of human relationships. Zhu Ping'an, a scholar of the Hanlin Academy, and his wife, Li, who diligently assists him and possesses virtue and merit, are hereby specially conferred the title of Yiren. Cherish this great favor and remain vigilant." Given on the 27th day of the 6th month in the 30th year of Jiajing. This brief decree, consisting of fewer than 100 words, had a far greater impact on the Liangzhe Ho residents than the previous 2. With a smile that could enchant 100 hearts, Li Shu, upon hearing this, sparkled with delight. Her large, expressive eyes glimmered with charm, and her cherry lips curled into a radiant smile, illuminating her delicate, rosy face like a blooming red plum, exuding an air of pride. Her brilliance left the matriarch and the 6th miss of the Liangzhe Ho residence breathless. Yiren, this title is a noble designation. From this day forth, Li Shu ascended to the esteemed rank of Yiren at the 5th grade, a meteoric rise indeed. Though many mistresses of households are referred to as young lady, madam, or mistress, in strict terms, they often lack proper recognition. In the Ming dynasty, the legitimate wives of 1st and 2nd rank officials are addressed as madam, while the principal wife is referred to as Tai Madam. 3rd rank is Shuren, 4th rank is Gongren, 5th rank is Yiren, 6th rank is Onren, and those of the 7th rank and below are called Ruren. Without title or rank, one is simply addressed as daughter. In the hierarchy of the Ming dynasty, titles of nobility commence from the 5th rank, known as Gao Ming, referring to the esteemed madam of Gao Ming. Conversely, those of the 6th rank, termed in Run, and below are designated as Qi Ming. Thus, it is only women of the 5th rank and above who may rightfully be addressed as madam, while those without a title are relegated to the appellation of lady. The adage to be a wife is to rely on a husband's nobility resonates deeply within the female populace of the Ming dynasty, as the elevation through royal favor, conferred upon their husbands, represents the pinnacle of aspiration and honor for them. Possessing such a title bestows a distinct advantage in social gatherings, elevating one's status above peers and inciting both admiration and envy. Yet, within the Ming dynasty, such titles are exceedingly rare. Generally, Only officials of remarkable merit are graced with the emperor's edict of bestowal. Consider the vast estate of the Marquis of Liangzhe, where numerous women reside. Yet only the elder matriarch and the current marchioness bear the title of Gao Ming. The other ladies, referred to as aunts, mothers, and young ladies, remain untitled. Their honors were bestowed as customary upon their husband's ascension to nobility. When the eunuch Jia publicly announced the conferral of the fifth-rank title of Gao Ren to Li Shu, the women of the Liangzhe Marquisate were consumed with jealousy and envy, casting envious glances at the newly adorned Li Shu. Even those who already bore titles, such as the elder marchioness and the marchioness, could not escape feelings of envy. Their titles were inherited, a mere shadow of their husbands' ancestral legacies, not a reflection of their own merits. The distinction between inherited titles and those earned through personal achievement is stark and undeniable. In that moment, they felt akin to noble scions unable to hold their heads high before the successful candidates of the civil service examinations, grappling with their own insecurities. For the maids and attendants in the household, the only response to Li Shu's elevation was envy, perhaps tinged with jealousy, but certainly devoid of malice, as they recognized her inherent superiority and their own fated lack of opportunity for such honors. However, the noble women of the Marquisate experienced a different sentiment. Initially, they had shared a common standing with Li Shu, but now that she had soared to unprecedented heights, feelings of envy and resentment naturally arose. Thus, the most affected among the noble women, besides the elder marchioness and the marchioness herself, were those without titles, particularly the younger generation of ladies, including the sixth, fourth, and third young ladies of the Marquisate. The sixth young lady, in particular, felt the sting acutely. Upon hearing the eunuch Jia announce the emperor's favor towards the family of Zhu Ping'an and the commendation of Li Shu as a virtuous and capable consort, her delicate features twisted in envy and resentment. Her handkerchief bore the marks of her distress, punctured by her nails. A virtuous and capable consort? Has the emperor lost his sight? She thought bitterly. She, Li Shu, is hardly a diligent and virtuous helpmate. She indulges in bathing with milk and fresh flowers, embodying the epitome of a spendthrift. How could one possibly consider her a diligent support? Li Shu perpetually gazes at others with disdain, falsely accusing and bullying her own sisters, even stripping the maid of her garments and forcing her to kneel in public, whipping the poor girl and casting ungrounded accusations against her. Each incident reveals a heart as cold as a serpent's. Where is her virtue and capability? Even at the furthest stretch, she could never be deemed a diligent helpmate. How is it justifiable that Li Shu, an ill-mannered, capricious village girl, should be married for less than half a year and yet be bestowed the title of a lady? Is it merely due to her advantageous marriage? She possesses none of my qualities. How could she be worthy of my brother-in-law? This infuriates me deeply. Chapter 798. The Imperial Edict. Upon reading the edict, Li was instructed to express her gratitude. After the eunuch Jia read the decree, he smiled gently and kindly reminded Li Shu, Lady Li receives the edict. Long live the emperor. Li Shu accepted the decree with a radiant smile, her watery eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, a strand of hair gracefully drifting as she bowed in reverence. The sixth young lady looked at Li Shu with envy and resentment, her large eyes reddening like a little white rabbit. After receiving the edict, Zhu Ping'an thought there would be no further decrees, yet remained uncertain and glanced toward eunuch Jia. Seemingly anticipating Zhu Ping'an's gaze, Jia smiled knowingly and spoke, The decree has been fully announced. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an did not rise, sensing that the smile on Jia's face concealed deeper significance, with unspoken words lingering beneath. Indeed, the next moment, Jia continued, However, the emperor has specifically instructed me to convey a message to Master Zhu. Your servant, Zhu Ping'an, listens attentively to the emperor's teachings. Zhu Ping'an bowed once more. Following this, Jia conveyed the emperor's message, which was both reasonable and compassionate, aimed at soothing the hearts of his subjects with earnest words. Zhu Ping'an, you have conducted an admirable examination of the granary, and your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Not only by me, but by the entire court, your contributions are well recognized. You are my personally chosen top scholar, well-versed in literature, loyal, and capable. You have performed excellently. I understand, Zhu Ping'an, that upon receiving my first decree, you may have felt some grievance regarding my judgments. As subjects, you face your own difficulties, and I too have my burdens. The granary's issues are deeply entrenched. and extraordinary measures must be taken for matters of great consequence. I hope for your understanding. Not only you. Even the grand tutor who taught me for 3 years and the esteemed scholar Gu Zhendong, who has served 3 dynasties, though now retired, was penalized over 20,000 taels due to the granary case. After the incident in Taizong, I was filled with anger, and upon the resolution of the case, my fury only intensified. Each and every treasury official and inspector appointed during my reign were deemed trustworthy, yet none were able to bear the responsibility. There was not a single soul free from greed, nor anyone capable of unveiling the dark undercurrents, thus betraying my trust and expectations. I find myself utterly disheartened by the failure of my officials and inspectors. Are the officials of the Ming so utterly inept? Has the court descended into such darkness? Is there not a single incorruptible official among us? Am I compelled to emulate my ancestors, resorting to extreme measures to find satisfaction? In my contemplation, I feel a profound sense of injustice. In my disappointment, I inquired of the palace guards whether there exists an official who has not succumbed to bribery. The response I received indicated that, thus far, only you have remained untainted, having never accepted a single coin from Taizong, and neither have your servants. Not only do you maintain your integrity, but you also govern your subordinates with strictness. You have performed admirably. Today, due to your diligent oversight of the Taizong treasury, your reputation has grown, and I have witnessed your loyalty and capability. Therefore, I bestow upon you the position of reader in the Hanlin Academy. Cherish this role. Do not underestimate its significance. Though it is merely a 5th-rank position, it serves as a vital pathway for scholars to advance. I have taken note of you. You are still young. Focus on your studies and your duties as an official, so that you may contribute meaningfully to our great Ming in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an felt a wave of confusion. Was the emperor not prone to verbosity? How could he have uttered so many words? The length of the imperial edict was sufficient for a high school essay. Did such a lengthy proclamation truly originate from the emperor? Although the tone resembled that of the emperor's lofty demeanor, how could he, known for his aloofness, speak so extensively? Zhu Ping'an harbored doubts that the edict conveyed by the eunuch, Jia, was not a verbatim account, but rather a paraphrase of the emperor's sentiments, with Jia embellishing the message. If the emperor had indeed spoken so much, how could Jia have memorized it all in a single hearing? Even with his remarkable memory, he could only retain roughly 90% of what he heard, and the eloquence displayed by Jia seemed implausible for any eunuch, regardless of their training. It was likely that the core message was captured, with over 60% of the original words retained, while the remaining 40% was creatively interpreted to align with the emperor's intent. One cannot simply return to the emperor and confess, "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I have forgotten what you just said. Could you repeat it?" Retaining the essence and improvising was the only course of action. After all, no minister receiving an edict would dare confront the emperor directly. Once Jia completed the delivery of the emperor's proclamation, there were no further edicts or messages to convey. After receiving the imperial decree, Zhu Ping'an and his companions rose and instructed someone to place the edict on the incense table for veneration. They clasped their hands in gratitude towards Lord Jia, expressing their deep appreciation for his arduous journey under the sweltering sun to deliver the decree. "You are too kind, Master Zhu," Lord Jia replied with a gentle smile. "It is merely my duty to serve His Majesty. There is no need to mention hardship." The household had already prepared a simple repast, and Lord Jia suggested he rest for a moment and partake in some tea and food before departing. Zhu Ping'an gestured for Lord Jia to take a seat. However, Lord Jia, still bearing the emperor's name, felt compelled to take his leave promptly. With a smile and a shake of his head, he bid farewell, accompanied by a few young eunuchs. Zhu Ping'an escorted them to the back gate of the estate, watching as Lord Jia boarded his palanquin and departed before returning indoors. "Greetings, young master. I pay my respects," said a maid. "Good day, young master," chimed another. At that moment, everyone within the Liangzhe Marquis's residence, from the depths of the back courtyard to the maids sweeping and washing, was aware that Zhu Ping'an had received the imperial decree and been promoted to a 5th-rank official. As he passed by, they all stood along the path, bowing sincerely and greeting him. Once Zhu Ping'an had walked past, they whispered among themselves like a flock of chattering magpies, exclaiming how the young master had glanced at them or nodded in acknowledgement, as if they had received an immense honor. "Dear sister," one remarked, "I have received the decree, yet I lament the lack of a suitable box to hold it. Should we neglect the edict, our entire marquisate would surely face dire consequences. However, I have heard that you possess an exquisite zeton wood vanity box. Zeton is precious and would be most fitting for the decree. Might you assist me in this matter? Upon returning to the main hall, Zhu Ping'an chanced upon Li Shu, who was radiant with joy, conversing with the sixth young lady. Her delicate features were adorned with a charming smile, her voice sweet and melodious, albeit her large, glistening eyes sparkled with mischief. In contrast, the sixth young lady opposite her wore a frustrated expression, struggling to muster a stiff smile, akin to a child coerced into compliance, responding, "As long as my sister is pleased." Chapter 799. Zhu Ping'an, you harbinger of misfortune. On this day, 51 officials, including Zhu Ping'an, received imperial decrees. The remainder were all above the fourth rank. Concurrently, over 200 officials below the fourth rank received joint documents from the Cabinet, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Personnel, and Ministry of Revenue. Furthermore, there were more than 500 soldiers and errand boys who had not received an edict or document, but were instead directly arrested and imprisoned. Without exception, these individuals faced punishment due to the Taizong treasury incident, with penalties ranging from monetary fines to imprisonment, exile, or execution. The fines varied significantly, from several dozen to hundreds of taels, and in some cases, reaching tens of thousands or even over 100,000 taels. Notably, Yan Shifan, the son of the esteemed Yan Song, was penalized 12,000 taels for failing to oversee the treasury adequately on 2 occasions. Additionally, Zhu Ping'an's mentor, the current cabinet minister Su Jie, was fined 6,000 taels for a similar oversight. In a fleeting moment, the capital was alive with the swift silhouettes of the imperial guard, echoing through the streets. It was as if a certain minister, having received the edict condemning him to pay a fine of 8,000 taels, bid farewell with a smile to the eunuch who delivered the decree. Once the eunuch departed, the minister reverently placed the edict upon the incense altar for veneration, only to turn around and unleash a torrent of curses. Zhu Ping'an, you harbinger of doom. One official found his home raided by the guards, his family, including wives, concubines, and children, exiled to the toxic miasma of Yunnan. Accustomed to a life of luxury, the family, under the relentless pressure of the enforcers, appeared haggard and wept profusely as they cast a sorrowful glance back at their residence. The despairing matron could only recall her husband's lament before his departure. Had it not been for Zhu Ping'an's investigation, this calamity would not have befallen them. Thus, on the road to exile, the distraught matron incessantly cursed the instigator of their plight, Zhu Ping'an, and admonished her young children to remember, "Woe upon us! It is all because of a man named Zhu Ping'an." In the grand and resplendent Yan residence, 4 exquisitely unclothed maidens sprawled languidly across a chaise, their bodies entwined in a delicate embrace, forming a gentle seat. The rotund and one-eyed Yan Shifan settled himself upon this gentle seat, cradling a maid who wore nothing but the barest of coverings. His large hand indiscriminately kneaded her form, while his corpulent face, caught between a smile and a frown, jested with his younger brother, Luo Longwan, at the banquet. "In all my years at the Yan residence, we have always received silver. Today, however, it seems we are parting with it." After receiving the edict, Zhu Ping'an found himself intermittently sneezing, and upon another bout, he perplexedly touched his nose, wondering if he had caught a cold. On this day, the most significant case in the Ming dynasty in over a century, the Taizong silver vault incident, drew to a close. The number of implicated officials shattered the records of the Jiajing era. The penalties imposed were unprecedented as well. Although Zhu Ping'an's fine was relatively minimal, his meager resources could not withstand the burden. 160 taels rendered him bankrupt. Ultimately, with the generous assistance of Li Shu, Zhu Ping'an managed to remit the full amount to the Ministry of Revenue. Zhu Ping'an was not the first to settle his fine. That honor belonged to Yan Shifan. When Zhu Ping'an arrived at the ministry to pay his dues, he learned that Yan Shifan had already cleared his obligations and returned to the Yan residence long ago. It turned out that shortly after receiving the edict, Yan Shifan had embarked on a grand sale of several antiquities from his estate, even parting with the cherished ancient inkstone of Yan Song, ultimately amassing 12,000 taels and promptly delivering them to the ministry. Yan Shifan's proactive approach in settling his penalty earned him the Emperor Jiajing's approval, marked by a note of commendation. Following Yan Shifan's exemplary conduct, numerous officials linked to the Yan faction, whether willing or reluctant, flocked to the ministry to pay their fines. As Zhu Ping'an made his way to the Ministry of Revenue to pay his fine, he encountered several officials from the Yan faction, who were also there to settle their penalties. However, none of these officials greeted him with any warmth, subjecting him instead to a barrage of veiled ridicule, leaving him quite perturbed. After paying his fine, Zhu Ping'an proceeded to the residence of Su Jie to express his contrition. After all, it was his efforts that unveiled the dark dealings surrounding the Taizong scandal, leading to the exposure of the theft case, and Su Jie had been fined 6,000 taels due to a lapse in his oversight of the Taizong treasury. By strict reckoning, Zhu Ping'an felt a significant degree of responsibility for this outcome. Nevertheless, Zhu Ping'an harbored suspicions regarding his esteemed mentor Su Jie, believing that his own hands were not entirely clean either. The enormity of the losses at Taizong was glaringly evident, and had a thorough investigation been conducted, it would have been impossible to overlook. Yet, during Su Jie's earlier tenure as a treasury inspector, he had failed to report the discrepancies. The reasons for this omission were manifold and did not, in themselves, implicate him in corruption. However, the lack of reporting constituted a significant oversight. Upon entering Su's residence, Zhu Ping'an found the estate in the midst of an inventory, fervently selling off possessions to amass the needed 6,000 taels. On his way to settle his fine, he had already heard rumors of the Yan family liquidating their assets. So the sight of Su's household engaged in a similar endeavor did not surprise him in the least. The sum of 12,000 taels, theoretically speaking, was utterly insufficient for Yan Song and Yan Shifan, even when considering their regular salaries and additional rewards. Acquiring such a sum would undoubtedly require considerable sacrifice. Likewise, the 6,000 taels was a substantial burden for the Su household. If they could easily produce the fine without selling off their belongings, it would imply a lack of integrity in their official conduct, thus exposing their own misconduct during the Taizong investigation. Consequently, the liquidation of assets was imperative, not only necessary but should be executed with great fanfare, ensuring that the entire city was aware of their plight. Be careful with that. It is my father's favorite bathing tub, passed down from my grandfather. Handle it with care, and take it around the next few streets, making sure to announce loudly that it is not for less than 300 taels, directed Su Fan, the eldest son of Su Jie, who, though barely in his 20s, possessed a robust physique akin to a bull, yet bore an air of charm. He stood atop a table in the courtyard, directing the servants and attendants as they organized the items for sale. "Brother, is my mentor in?" Zhu Ping'an inquired, witnessing this bustling scene as he stepped closer and offered a respectful greeting to Su Fan. Having visited Su Jie several times, Zhu Ping'an was familiar with his eldest son. "Ah, is it Zihu who has arrived? Come in, come in. My father was just speaking of you, expressing concern for your well-being after your recent fine of 160 taels. He worried you might struggle to gather the amount and face further repercussions from the emperor. Thus, he has decided to part with his most treasured bathing tub to spare you 100 taels for your needs." As Su Fan observed Zhu Ping'an entering the residence, a broad smile adorned his face. With remarkable agility, he leaped off the table and warmly draped his arm over Zhu Ping'an's shoulder, leading him into the manor. "Do remember to visit the mobile site," he jested. "In the 800th chapter, Integrity Brings Peace to the World, my esteemed mentor Su Jie is even willing to sell his bathtub to help me pay my fines." How could Zhu Ping'an not feel a sense of trepidation and profound gratitude? "Once a teacher, always a father," Su Fan continued, "by the way. You could consider me half a brother. There's no need for formalities between us." He playfully patted Zhu Ping'an's shoulder, adopting the demeanor of an elder brother. "Ahem. Your words truly astonish," Zhu Ping'an remarked, nearly stumbling in surprise. "How did I suddenly become your half-brother? This slope is too steep. I can hardly keep up. Please, have a seat while I finish this piece of calligraphy." Upon entering Su Jie's study, Zhu Ping'an found him engrossed in writing. Clad in a grayish-white robe and donning a black square cap, embodying the typical scholarly appearance. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an, Su Jie nodded for him to sit, then resumed his writing with focused intent. "Esteemed mentor, please continue your work," Zhu Ping'an said, bowing respectfully as he settled into a chair. "Father, your calligraphy is truly exquisite." Bearing the style of Ouyang Zishi and Yan Maoqing, Su Fan exclaimed, approaching Su Jie and eagerly assisting in preparing the ink, his excitement evident. After glancing at the characters, he began to flatter his father. Su Jie paused, casting a glance at Su Fan, who sheepishly retracted his neck in response. In just a few moments, Su Jie completed his writing, placing the brush on the stand and beckoning Zhu Ping'an to approach. As Zhu Ping'an drew near, he beheld the freshly inscribed couplet, with integrity. The world finds peace. In pure winds, one dreams soundly. Su Jie had penned it in regular script, the characters meticulously aligned, showcasing his exceptional skill, comparable to that of Yin Song. As Su Fan had noted, Su Jie's calligraphy embodied the essence of both Wang Shiji and Yin Jinqing, Yan's structure and Wang's spirit, radiating an aura of righteousness. What do you think of this couplet, Zhu Ping'an? Su Jie inquired as Zhu Ping'an approached. Indeed, the couplet reflects the man. Integrity prevails in the world. The characters exude profound righteousness, capturing the essence of Yin and Wang. Zhu Ping'an replied earnestly. His assessment resonated deeply with the couplet's themes, reflecting Su Jie's integrity and purity, with the calligraphy imbued with the spirit of both masters. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's evaluation, Su Jie chuckled and shook his head. Father, see, even Zhu Ping'an agrees. Su Fan chimed in, his delight palpable. The phrase Zhu Ping'an used echoed his earlier flattery, igniting his excitement. I assure you, I was not merely speaking nonsense. If only you had half of Zhu Ping'an's qualities, my worries would be alleviated, Su Jie remarked, casting a reproachful glance at Su Fan, filled with disdain. Ahem, esteemed mentor, your words leave me feeling utterly ashamed, Zhu Ping'an interjected, his embarrassment evident. Indeed, it is he who should feel the shame, Su Jie said with a slight smile. Su Fan, however, appeared unfazed, likely accustomed to Su Jie's criticisms by now. Very well. It's a sign of affection, whether through reprimand or praise. Zhu Ping'an discerned the underlying sentiments, recognizing that despite Su Jie's outward disdain for Su Fan, he undoubtedly harbored a deep satisfaction for his eldest son. Subsequently, Zhu Ping'an offered a more thoughtful critique of the couplet, yet Su Jie merely smiled and shook his head. The student, feeling somewhat obtuse, humbly requested guidance from his esteemed mentor. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Ping'an shook his head in defeat, candidly confessing, I see now. Ping'an, the conclusion of the couplet is the word peace. Su Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. And he excitedly pointed to the endings of both lines, exclaiming, one possesses righteousness for a peaceful world, two sleeves of clear wind bring peaceful dreams. It was then that Zhu Ping'an noticed the last character of the upper line, Ping, and the last character of the lower line, and, together forming the word Ping'an, subtly embodying his own name. Was this couplet penned by Su Jie specifically for him? Zhu Ping'an gazed up at Su Jie, who, with a slight smile, remarked, You have excelled in your examination of Taizong, far surpassing expectations and bringing honor to my countenance. This couplet was written for you. I intended to send it to your residence, but since you are here, it shall be simpler for you to take it with you. Zhu Ping'an, with a bow, expressed his humility, stating, I am unworthy of such an honor from my teacher. You have performed admirably. Taizong has suffered from deep-rooted issues for many years. It is indeed time for a thorough cleansing. Your investigation into the archives has been incisive, enabling the ailing finances of the Ming dynasty to experience a rejuvenation. Su Jie praised, stroking his beard in admiration of Zhu Ping'an's diligence. Zhu Ping'an, feeling remorseful, replied, I am deeply ashamed. My success in this matter was merely serendipitous, and I have inadvertently caused my esteemed mentor to suffer a penalty of 6,000 taels. I truly feel unworthy to face you. Monetary matters are but external possessions. Whether it be 6,000 taels or my entire fortune, what significance does it hold? What I take is for the benefit of the world. And thus this matter brings mutual honor. Su Jie waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, it is an undeniable truth that the treasury officials and censors have indulged in corruption and personal gain. I have heard tales of such transgressions. However, during the routine examination of the archives, when the South was ravaged by floods, I was dispatched by my mentor, the then Prime Minister Xia Yan, to assist in disaster relief, and was unable to participate in the audit. By the time I returned from the relief efforts, the treasury examination had already concluded. Even so, I bear my share of culpability and deserve the penalty. It is not your fault. Su Jie continued. Indeed, it was true that Su Jie had once held the position of treasury auditor, but before he could commence his duties, a severe flood disaster struck Jiangnan, impacting the home of his mentor, Xia Yan. Given that his hometown was affected by the calamity, Su Jie was entrusted to assist in the relief efforts. Thus, before he could assume his role in Taizong, he was reassigned to Jiangnan. By the time he returned from the relief efforts, the other treasury auditors had already completed their inspections. Therefore, it can be said that Su Jie's current penalty was quite unjust. Ah, by the way, Zhu, you have also been fined over 100 taels. Have you managed to gather the sum? Su Jie inquired with concern as he looked at Zhu Ping'an. Before Zhu Ping'an could respond, Su Jie turned to Su Fan and instructed, Fanner, please withdraw 100 taels from the account for Zihu to take back with him. Thank you, esteemed mentor. I am profoundly grateful. Zhu Ping'an expressed his heartfelt appreciation. However, I dare not further burden my esteemed mentor with worries, for I have successfully gathered everything. Zhu Ping'an expressed his gratitude to Su Jie. Well, it is good that you have managed to collect them, Su Jie nodded. You have achieved great merit this time, yet you have still been penalized. I know it feels unjust. However, do not hold it against the emperor, for this is in consideration of the greater good. Once a precedent is set, the enforcement of such penalties becomes exceedingly difficult. The student understood, and Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement. Chapter 801. Come out. Fast food. After bidding farewell to his mentor Su Jie, Zhu Ping'an returned to the listening rain pavilion of the Marquis's residence. Upon entering the pavilion, he was greeted with a delightful surprise. In the courtyard stood a bathtub, which, at first glance, seemed familiar, and upon closer inspection, was even more recognizable. Oh, this bathtub is none other than the one Su Fan had someone carry through the streets for sale, priced at no less than 300 taels of silver. It is the cherished tub of his father, Su Jie. Cough, cough. When I first entered Su's residence and heard Su Fan proclaiming this, I could hardly contain my disbelief. Pondering who would spend 300 taels on a second-hand bathtub. 300 taels translates to over 20,000 renminbi. After all, the bathtubs of the Ming dynasty are far removed from the high-tech models of today, equipped with massage features. How could a wooden tub be worth 300 taels? Who would ever be foolish enough to purchase a second-hand bathtub? Little did I know, the foolish buyer was none other than myself. Does my lord like it? This was specially purchased by the young lady for you at the cost of 300 taels, chirped the little maid Baozi, appearing like a butterfly from some hidden corner. Her laughter ringing as she flitted to Zhu Ping'an's side. She reached out her chubby little hand to pat the bathtub, her big watery eyes glistening as she looked up at Zhu Ping'an. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an momentarily froze. The prospect of using the second-hand bathtub that Su Jie frequently enjoyed was indeed a formidable challenge. Although he did not possess a particular aversion to cleanliness, the thought of using a bathtub that had been passed down through 2 generations of the Su family gave him pause. Who would want to use a decrepit tub that had been utilized by an old man? It could simply be stored away in a storeroom or tucked into any corner. Out of sight, Li Shu arrived gracefully, clad in a milky white garment embroidered with elegant plum blossoms, her flowing, floor-length crimson skirt adorned with ancient double butterfly patterns, and holding a Su embroidery fan depicting mandarin ducks frolicking in water. Her delicate face was as enchanting as the spring moon, and her sparkling eyes glimmered with mischief as she playfully flicked Baozi's forehead with her slender hand. Lady, that hurts, Baozi complained, clutching her forehead with her chubby hands, gazing up at Li Shu with tearful eyes. Thud. Li Shu playfully flicked Baozi again, laughing. That is how it should feel, with a slight wince. Baozi rubbed her forehead again, this time genuinely feeling the sting. Lady, why must we spend 300 taels on a worn-out bathtub? It is clearly second-hand, she inquired. Perplexed. What a splendid opportunity. Why not seize it? Li Shu replied with a radiant smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Isn't that right, my husband? Very well then. It truly is a pity that this girl does not pursue an official career. Zhu Ping'an offered a wry smile as he rubbed his forehead, pondering that Li Shu was far more suited for a position of authority than himself. Were Li Shu a man, he would undoubtedly excel in his official duties beyond Zhu Ping'an's capabilities. Well, having made the purchase, he might as well consider it his contribution to supporting his mentor. Yet, he found himself indebted to Li Shu for an additional 300 taels of silver. How did he feel? As though he were straying further down the path of dependence. No, he must not allow this. As a man of stature, it was unacceptable to rely solely on Li Shu's finances. It was time to devise a plan for earning his own income. Zhu Ping'an once again entertained the notion of venturing into the tertiary industry. Determined to take action this time around, there would be many expenses to account for in the future. As for his salary, that was out of the question. On one hand, it was meager, and on the other, his entire year's wage had been confiscated by the recent decree of Emperor Jiajing. Thus, he found himself without any financial resources, and if he wished to earn money, he would have to establish himself in the third industry. At noon, Wang Shizhen and Zhang Siwei visited him. Upon hearing that Zhu Ping'an had been fined 160 taels, they came together to offer him financial assistance. Their gesture was akin to delivering coal in the midst of snow. Zhu Ping'an appreciated their goodwill, but declined their silver, as he had already settled the fine with the generous support of Li Shu. Upon learning that Zhu Ping'an had managed to pay the fine, Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen ceased their insistence. Zhang Siwei jestingly remarked that he had already assured Wenxing not to worry about Zihu, for Zihu was the favored son-in-law of the Marquis of Lianhuai, whose father-in-law was quite wealthy. Thus, this fine was a trifling matter. Wang Shizhen joined in the laughter. Zhu Ping'an shook his head in resignation. Although Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen were merely teasing, their words further solidified his resolve to embark on the third industry. After a simple lunch at the Marquis's outer courtyard, Zhu Ping'an bid farewell to his friends, who had to return to their respective offices. The three parted ways at the end of Gongho Street, with Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen heading to work, while Zhu Ping'an ventured alone to the Qihua Gate area in the Eastern District. This locality had caught Zhu Ping'an's eye previously and was the ideal choice for establishing his third industry. It was one of the most bustling areas of the capital, surpassed only by the three main gates, boasting an even greater foot traffic. This location served as a vital artery connecting the Grand Canal to the capital, representing the economic lifeblood of the entire Ming Empire, facilitating the transport of grain and commerce, with officials, merchants, and commoners constantly entering and exiting. The traffic at Qihua Gate was incessant. Zhu Ping'an had already marked this area as promising for his venture, and he had begun to contemplate the type of business he wished to pursue, the food and beverage industry. Given the immense foot traffic in the Qihua Gate area, it was the most suitable choice for such an endeavor. The food and beverage sector is characterized by low entry barriers and high profit margins. Zhu Ping'an initially planned to cater to the common folk and laborers, aiming for a popular dining establishment. He had observed that, in this vicinity, the base of commoners vastly outnumbered that of merchants and officials. Zhu Ping'an, in contemporary times, is akin to an ordinary gourmand. During his school days, he frequented nearly all the fast food establishments and modest eateries in the vicinity, thereby acquiring a profound understanding of the modern fast food industry and affordable dining options. Naturally, compared to upscale restaurants, the investment costs associated with such popular dining ventures are significantly lower. On a previous occasion, Zhu Ping'an took his mischievous child and the little girl Nyonyo to survey this area. Noting considerable potential for improvement in the restaurant's catering to the common folk and laborers, be it in terms of cuisine, service, or marketing, falling far short of contemporary standards. Every pot of tea incurs a charge, dishes are overpriced, especially meat dishes, the speed of service is sluggish, portions are meager, service attitudes leave much to be desired, and the overall environment is far from pleasant. The list of grievances is extensive and disheartening. Zhu Ping'an envisions launching a popular dining venture that promotes healthy eating, offers fair prices, benefits the populace, and simultaneously creates additional revenue streams for himself. Truly, a win-win situation. Chapter 802. The tooth of the house. Zhu Ping'an is an official. Can an official engage in commerce during the Ming Dynasty? The answer is affirmative. The Great Ming Code explicitly prohibits officials of the fourth rank and above from participating in trade. However, Zhu Ping'an currently holds the fifth rank, thus placing him outside the purview of this prohibition. Therefore, there is no concern regarding any breach of conduct should he choose to engage in business. Moreover, such legal constraints have increasingly lost their efficacy. Many officials of the fourth rank and above are indeed involved in commerce, albeit often through proxies who manage the operations on their behalf. This was particularly evident during the reign of Emperor Jiajing's predecessor, his cousin Zhu Hozhao, who, during his rule, rendered the prohibition against officials engaging in commerce virtually meaningless. Emperor Wuzong Zhu Hozhao had three well-known passions. His first was warfare, as he often bestowed upon himself titles such as Duke of State and Grand General, frequently leading campaigns himself. His second passion was the pursuit of women, as he frequently disguised himself to visit the streets and flirt with virtuous women, once even being apprehended by righteous individuals for his transgressions, leaving the local magistrate astounded upon realizing that the offender was the emperor. His third passion was commerce, as he would, in moments of enthusiasm. Establish various shops within the palace, transforming it into a marketplace replete with vendors selling meat, performing tricks, candied hawthorn, garments, and even operating brothels, with palace maids and eunuchs masquerading as merchants and customers. Thus, Zhu Hozhao's antics significantly undermined the prohibition against officials of the fourth rank and above engaging in commerce, rendering it effectively obsolete. Another advantage of commerce during the Ming dynasty was the remarkably low commercial tax. Initially set at 1/30th of the commercial revenue during the Han Wu period, this tax only saw reductions thereafter. Of course, Zhu Ping'an now faces several challenges, the foremost being the issue of securing a storefront. To venture into the fast food industry, the first obstacle to address is the establishment of a physical location without a storefront. Discussions of dining are futile. In ancient times, there were no platforms like Meituan or Ele to facilitate food delivery from home. After a thorough search, Zhu Ping'an found no indication that any establishment was available for transfer. Zhu Ping'an inquired at several establishments, some of which were modestly successful, while others were dismal in their fortunes. Nonetheless, the proprietors exhibited no inclination to part with their businesses. After some consideration, he decided that further inquiries would be futile. Exiting one shop under the proprietor's peculiar gaze, he turned and made his way outside, intending to consult a real estate agent. The adage of seeking an agent for rental properties held true even during the Ming dynasty. In that era, real estate agents were referred to as fangya, a term derived from yishang, which initially described those who mediated transactions in the livestock market, facilitating agreements between sellers and buyers of animals. These agents were adept at assessing the age and health of livestock merely by inspecting their teeth. Thus, they came to be known by their appellation. The process of renting a property in the Ming dynasty differed significantly from modern practices. Today, one may bypass agents entirely, allowing landlords and tenants to enter into contracts or verbal agreements directly. However, in the Ming era, engaging a fangya was imperative for any rental agreement. The regulations governing real estate transactions were stringent, forbidding private dealings. Both parties were required to utilize an official contract for buying or renting property, with the fangya's endorsement serving as a guarantee. They were also obligated to pay transaction taxes, and the agreement would only become valid upon registration with the authorities. Transactions conducted outside this protocol were deemed illegal, incurring penalties ranging from fines to imprisonment. Thus, seeking an agent for rental purposes in the Ming dynasty was not merely a slogan, it was an institutional requirement. Consequently, fangya possessed the most precise and comprehensive information regarding available properties. Like modern agents, they charged a fee for their services, but they also had the additional responsibility of ensuring that both parties adhered to tax regulations at the local authorities. Should any tax evasion occur, the responsible fangya would bear the consequences and face severe penalties. Fangya were classified into official fangya and private fangya, with the former being government-affiliated real estate agents. Zhu Ping'an sought the services of such an official fangya, akin to a housing authority. The office responsible for the Kawaman area was conveniently nearby, and Zhu Ping'an reached it in under 10 minutes. This bustling location exuded an air reminiscent of an official office, but lacked the austere atmosphere typically associated with such establishments. Instead, it thrived with activity, as numerous individuals sought services from the official fangya. The presence of these agents indicated the burgeoning capitalist spirit of the Ming dynasty, which exhibited a notable degree of commercial prosperity. At the office, 5 official fangya were occupied with their duties, and upon Zhu Ping'an's arrival, approximately a dozen individuals were already gathered around them. The agents were overwhelmed, leaving no one available to attend to Zhu Ping'an. Among the waiting crowd, 5 or 6 individuals engaged in conversation. Some were there to register properties for rent or sale, while others awaited opportunities to lease or purchase. Should mutual agreements be reached, they could promptly approach the official fangya to complete the necessary procedures, significantly enhancing efficiency. Fortunately, the official fangya maintained a commendable level of efficiency. After a brief wait, one of the agents became available to assist Zhu Ping'an. As the official inquired about Zhu Ping'an's requirements, he produced a registration book for Zhu to fill in. "Wait, you are Zhu Ping'an, Lord Zhu. Please, take a seat." Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an's name inscribed in the book, the official's expression transformed into one of astonishment, akin to that of an admirer encountering a beloved idol. His exclamations drew the attention of nearby officials. To Zhu Ping'an's surprise, These officials, upon hearing his name, abandoned their current tasks and rose in unison to pay their respects to him. Am I truly so renowned? Zhu Ping'an found himself momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Someone, bring tea for Lord Zhu. As the tea was served, the 5 officials displayed an enthusiasm that left Zhu Ping'an utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? After a while, Zhu Ping'an grasped the reason for their excitement. It was due to his investigation into the treasury, which had precipitated the outbreak of the Taizong treasury scandal, resulting in a significant number of officials facing confiscation and asset liquidation, leading to a substantial influx of properties into the market. This development greatly benefited the housing officials of Xinhua Gate, who had been facing a scarcity of available properties. Suddenly, they found themselves with over 100 new listings in the area they oversaw, each gaining a share of 20 or so properties. The housing officials, akin to skilled cooks, were reliant on the availability of rice, in this case, properties that translated to income for them. Thus, their excitement upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's name stemmed from a profound sense of gratitude towards him. Chapter 803, Precious Land in the Capital Once Again. They invited him to sit and serve tea, with 5 housing officials designating 2 specifically to attend to Zhu Ping'an's needs. In that moment, Zhu Ping'an felt akin to a VIP client at a bank, enjoying the exceptional service provided by the housing officials. Lord Zhu, what brings you to our office? Rest assured, if you seek to lease or sell a property, we will ensure your satisfaction. The first official to welcome Zhu confidently promised him. I must trouble you. Zhu Ping'an replied with a respectful gesture, conveying his intention to rent a suitable establishment for a dining venture. Considering his financial circumstances, Zhu opted for leasing rather than purchasing. Whether in modern times or during the Ming Dynasty, acquiring property was no simple feat, although property prices in the Ming Dynasty were significantly lower than those of today. One would need over 100 taels of silver to secure a decent commercial space. It is worth noting that Hai Rui, still serving as a county magistrate in the south, would need to toil for another 18 years before, at the age of 58, he could afford a home in the outskirts of Beijing. Thus, for Zhu Ping'an, who found himself in a state of bankruptcy, the prospect of buying a well-located commercial property was utterly implausible. Regarding the shop, please hold on, Lord Zhu, the housing official said, reaching for a ledger and a rental map from a nearby shelf. This rental map, meticulously crafted by the official, categorized the available rental properties in the Xinhua Gate area into residential and commercial spaces, marking them clearly, much like the land maps produced by the government. Esteemed Lord Zhu, behold, all the shops available for rent around Xinhua Gate are laid out before you. The landlord unfolded the fish scale chart upon the table, meticulously pointing out each rental opportunity to Zhu Ping'an. Leaning closer to follow the landlord's finger, Zhu Ping'an observed the chart closely. My lord, what do you think of this particular shop? It is located approximately 30 paces west of Xinhua Gate, surrounded by numerous merchants and bustling with foot traffic. Whether one wishes to open a tea house, a restaurant, or a tavern, this is indeed a rare and advantageous location. The landlord gestured to a specific shop on the chart, addressing Zhu Ping'an. Indeed, it is an excellent location. Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement, recalling the shop's proximity to the city gate, alongside the canal, with residential areas in the back, ensuring a steady flow of customers. What is the rent? He inquired. My lord, as per our records, this shop has a frontage of 3 bays, with a taxable area of 25 paces and 2. The monthly rent is 18 taels and 5 cash of silver. If it is your lordship who rents it, we can negotiate with the landlord. And I estimate we could secure a discount of 5 cash, bringing the rent down to 18 taels. The landlord retrieved the relevant information from the ledger and presented it to Zhu Ping'an, assuring him of a reasonable price while offering to negotiate on his behalf. However, even with this practical and favorable offer, the monthly rent still reached a staggering 18 taels. Indeed, prime real estate in the capital is worth its weight in gold. Although he felt a twinge of dismay upon hearing the rental price, Zhu Ping'an remained composed. To speak candidly, the rents of shops in the Ming Dynasty's capital are considerably more affordable than those in contemporary times. The taxable area of this shop is 25 paces and 2, meaning the building covers approximately 70 square meters, since 1 pace is equivalent to 28 square meters. The monthly rent of 18 taels translates to roughly 10,800 renminbi. While this sum appears exorbitant, it is, in fact, a bargain compared to modern prices. In today's Beijing, a shop of 70 square meters would cost around 50,000 400 renminbi per month, equating to approximately 84 taels of silver, based on data from a 2014 report. Despite the historical context rendering this price nearly 5 times cheaper than modern rates, Zhu Ping'an still found it beyond his means, as a single month's rent would consume several months of his salary. Furthermore, our landlord's customary fee is based on a system of 3 for 2. However, for your lordship, I can take the liberty to reduce it significantly, charging only half of the running costs, the landlord added, extending yet another concession to Zhu Ping'an. The term fangya refers to the substantial reduction of the agency fee given to Zhu Ping'an, charging merely 0.5%. This concession reflects considerable respect towards Zhu Ping'an. Whether in leasing or sales, fangya, as an intermediary, undertakes the laborious task of liaising between both parties, which is time-consuming and demanding. Moreover, handling bureaucratic procedures incurs costs. Thus, fangya cannot toil in vain and must naturally charge a reasonable fee. In the customs of the Ming dynasty, the commission structure is known as Cheng Sanpei Cheng signifies the seller or lessor, indicating a successful transaction, while per refers to the buyer or lessee, denoting the expenses incurred in purchasing or renting. Cheng Sanpei implies that upon the completion of a transaction, fangya collects a 3% commission from the seller or lessor and a 2% fee from the buyer or lessee, totaling a 5% commission. This rate is slightly higher than modern standards, but the discount extended to Zhu Ping'an is indeed generous. Typically, the fee for the lessee is 2%, but Zhu Ping'an is charged a mere 0.5%, akin to covering only the minimal costs incurred by fangya. Thank you, Zhu Ping'an coughed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, I find the rent to be a bit on the higher side. Oh, how about this shop? Fangya suggested, pointing to a store slightly further away. Approximately 50 paces, albeit with a smaller area, measuring 20 paces too. The monthly rent for this shop is 13 taels of silver. After hearing this, fangya pointed out another shop to Zhu Ping'an. This one was over 10 square meters smaller and located about 60 to 70 meters inward, with a price reduced by 5 taels of silver. Nonetheless, it still fell short of Zhu Ping'an's expectations. Fangya continued pointing out options, while Zhu Ping'an periodically shook his head. Ultimately, he chose to move from the prime location near Xinghua Gate to Santanku, and then further to Sitanku, avoiding the bustling districts. Eventually settling in the disorganized unloading and storage area known for its chaos, specifically in the eastern part of the wall, he finally selected a newly registered shop. Situated in an unfavorable location, with an area of approximately 70 square meters and a monthly rent of only 8 taels. Fangya requested Zhu Ping'an to wait a day while he communicated with the lessor to finalize the arrangements before notifying Zhu Ping'an to sign the contract and proceed with the tax formalities. Chapter 804. An unexpected delight. Zhu Darren. The shop we looked at yesterday has been approved for transfer by the owner, who has also graciously offered to reduce the rent by an additional tael of silver per month. We can proceed to sign the contract now. Early the next morning, Fangya arrived at the Liangzhe Marquis's residence, beaming with excitement as he conveyed the good news to Zhu Ping'an. Such fortunate news? Zhu Ping'an, having emerged from the inner courtyard to the outer courtyard, was initially taken aback by Fangya's revelation. Is it truly possible for someone to voluntarily lower the rent in this day and age? Then, with a smile, Zhu Ping'an nodded, securing his money pouch at his waist, and followed Fangya out of the Liangzhe Marquis's residence. In the distant courtyard, the little maid Baozi peeked out from behind a cluster of blooming roses, her petite head emerging cautiously. Her large, sparkling eyes darted about, and her cherubic face, brimming with youthful curiosity and trepidation, resembled that of a young woman caught in a moment of infidelity as she observed the direction in which Zhu Ping'an had departed. The young master had just borrowed 100 taels of silver from the young lady without so much as a question from her. What if he had been led astray, indulging in revelries or frequenting questionable establishments? The word around the Ho residence was that the young master had become the youngest 5th-rank official in the Ming dynasty, with an illustrious future ahead. Many maids cast him glances that spoke of unspoken emotions, and even the elder maid beside the matriarch, Zijuan, seemed to exhibit unusual behavior of late. Such a sum, 100 taels, should have elicited concern from the young lady. If the young master were to cavort with others, surely the young lady's heart would be shattered. No, I must follow and keep an eye on him, Baozi resolved, determined to safeguard the young lady's interests. With a sense of duty akin to that of a healer, She nodded her small head decisively and clumsily trailed behind Zhu Ping'an and Fanya from a distance. Despite her lack of stealth, the distance was sufficient for Zhu Ping'an to remain oblivious to her presence. Fortunately, Lu Mu, known as Lu Dideo, had departed early to the city gate to fetch Lu Dachui, leaving the young master unaccompanied. Otherwise, Baozi's rudimentary tracking skills would have been discovered long ago by the seasoned hunter Lu Mu. By now, it was past 8 in the morning, and the gates of Xinghua were wide open, bustling with traffic as carts and crowds flowed like a river, a scene of thriving prosperity. Fanya walked a step behind Zhu Ping'an, both heading towards the gate to meet at a shop where they were to finalize a contract. This establishment was laid out with a front shop and a rear courtyard, where the proprietor resided. The previous afternoon, Fanya had negotiated the terms with the landlord, agreeing to meet this morning for the signing. With the contract soon to be secured, Fanya's spirits soared as he walked alongside Zhu Ping'an, regaling him with tales of the nearby shops. For instance, the proprietor of one shop was notoriously miserly, not only withholding wages from his staff, but also frequently shortchanging customers. It was imperative to be cautious when patronizing such establishments. He recounted a recent robbery at another shop where even the vases had been stolen, leaving the place utterly bare. Furthermore, he mentioned a newly opened tavern that had invited several voluptuous dancers from the frontier who performed barefoot, exposing their midriffs in a scandalous display that was 100 times more indecent than the tavern girls of the eastern city. Yet, as Fanya spoke, Zhu Ping'an could see his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard, clearly captivated by the memory of the dancer's performance. Zhu Ping'an nodded in response, contemplating the notion of the dancers, likely akin to the belly dancers of the western regions, a style steeped in the alluring traditions of the Middle East. Even in modern times, such sensual and captivating dances easily evoke thoughts of intimacy, and it was not surprising that they were deemed scandalous in ancient society. At the opening, a Huji dancer was invited to perform, revealing that ancient taverns were also well-versed in certain marketing strategies. However, it still lacked refinement. It seems it is time for you to witness the essence of true marketing. Zhu Ping'an subtly curved his lips in a smile and stepped forward. Beneath the sun, the radiant smile of the youth nearly dazzled the eyes. This was the street where the shop was to be established, flanked by various establishments including taverns, inns, cloth shops, tea houses, and stationery stores. In front of the shops, vendors peddled their goods, selling agricultural produce, fruits, and candied hawthorns. Despite their modest stalls, the fortune-tellers and seers attracted a steady stream of customers. In the heart of the capital, vitality thrived. The streets were bustling with a diverse crowd, with faces reflecting a shared yearning for a better life. Adjacent to the street flowed the Grand Canal, leading into the inner city, its broad surface bustling with boats. The boatmen shouted their calls while rowing, and on the banks, the haulers sang as they pulled their loads. The makeshift docks were piled high with goods, as laborers worked diligently to unload. Before the dock area stood a stone arch bridge spanning the inner city river, connecting both banks. Though less grand than the Zhaozhou Bridge, its height and width were sufficient to allow boats to pass without hindrance. The bridge was crowded with pedestrians, while boats traversed beneath, resulting in a significant flow of people on this side of the arch. Just after crossing the bridge, Fanya pointed to a shop, reminding Zhu Ping'an, "Sir Zhu, look, this is the place." Zhu Ping'an paused, following Fanya's gesture. Before him stood a shop with a frontage of 2 rooms, approximately 60 square meters in size. It was a pastry shop. The sweet aroma wafted from a distance, reminiscent of the Fukulan pastry shop near his university. This was a classically styled pastry shop, adorned with antiquated decor, and the shelves were filled with a variety of pastries, including sweet steamed cakes, osmanthus-flavored steamed chestnut cakes, and auspicious fruits. However, despite the assortment, the shop's business was rather lackluster amidst the bustling scene near Xinghua Gate, appearing somewhat out of place. Zhu Ping'an observed the wooden price tags nestled among the pastries and began to understand the reason for the shop's poor sales. The prices were exorbitant. Each pastry cost more than mutton or beef, clearly catering to the upper echelons of society. Yet, the streets were filled with ordinary folk, laborers, and porters. With only a handful of wealthy merchants passing by, the target demographic was misaligned. In Beijing, the East City was affluent, the West City prosperous, and Xuanwu impoverished, while Chongwen was dilapidated. If this pastry shop were located in the affluent neighborhoods of the East or West City, its fortunes might have been vastly different. Zhu Ping'an shook his head slightly, following Fanya as they passed through the shop's main entrance and stepped into the tranquil courtyard via a side door. The courtyard was adorned with flowers, grass, and a cluster of bamboo. Upon entering, a splash of red caught Zhu Ping'an's eye. Chapter 805. The problematic young lady draped in a resplendent red gown reminiscent of a bridal attire. The young lady exuded an air of audacious elegance that captivated Zhu Ping'an the moment he stepped through the door. The vibrant red belonged to a maiden adorned in an extravagant long dress, intricately embroidered with a golden phoenix in flight, while silver threads delicately traced the contours of ethereal clouds. The neckline of the gown dipped slightly, yet offered no concern for indecency, as a swath of white satin enveloped her youthful form, hinting at graceful curves. Her long, lustrous black hair was elegantly parted down the center and gathered at the back, fashioned into a refined and sculptural updo. A pair of flamboyant golden hairpins, shaped like birds in a courtship dance, were placed on either side of her coiffure, with cascading pearl strands that shimmered under the sunlight, accentuating her regal demeanor, making her appear both unattainable and exquisite. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her complexion glowed like the dawn. Upon noticing Zhu Ping'an's entrance, the young lady let out a disdainful huff, raising her delicate eyebrows and curling her lips into a derisive smirk. Could this haughty girl be the landlord? She bore no resemblance to the one described as being amenable to reducing the rent. Rather, she seemed to harbor a vendetta. Zhu Ping'an felt an unsettling tension as he registered her cold snort and the mocking smile that followed. "How dare you, insolent dog servant? Who granted you the audacity to gaze upon this princess?" The young lady's eyes narrowed in distaste as she noticed Zhu Ping'an's unwavering gaze, and with a petulant finger pointed at his nose, she launched into an unrefined tirade. Good heavens! Is this a princess or a lunatic? Upon hearing her scathing remarks, Zhu Ping'an's expression darkened, and he shot her a glance, retorting in a low voice. "Are you out of your mind? Who would remain in good spirits after being accosted upon entry? Out of my mind. How dare you suggest such a thing?" The maiden, incensed by his words, resembled a cat whose fur had been ruffled, stamping her foot in frustration. "You have the audacity to insult me, Zhu Ping'an. Beware, for I shall inform my father and have you imprisoned." Zhu Ping'an furrowed his brow once more at her bizarre declarations. She incessantly referred to herself as a princess and her father as the emperor. It was implausible that a princess would wander outside the palace. Surely, the Jiajing emperor would never permit such liberties. The strict protocols of the royal court dictated that unmarried princesses remain within the palace confines, as they were noble-born and their countenance was not to be seen by commoners. As for tales of time travel or romantic escapades in ancient narratives, where a male protagonist encounters a wandering princess and embarks on a series of flirtations, such notions were utterly laughable. One ought to familiarize themselves with the court's regulations before penning such superficial stories. In the palace, for instance, Zhu Ping'an had recently paid a visit to the Jiajing emperor and encountered a princess who whimsically labeled him an exhibitionist. Under those circumstances, one could accept the royal claim and offer the appropriate reverence. However, outside the palace walls, he remained unconvinced. As for her awareness of her name, Zhu Ping'an, it is hardly surprising. Yesterday, Fanya must have informed her during their preliminary discussion about the rental situation. However, one might wonder how Fanya conducted that initial conversation. Zhu Ping'an turned her gaze towards Fanya, silently inquiring about the peculiar behavior of the landlord, who seemed rather unhinged. Fanya, too, appeared perplexed, standing there like a wooden statue, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. As for the young lady claiming to be a princess, Fanya remained skeptical. Although the Forbidden City was merely a stone's throw away, true princesses were raised within its inner sanctum, governed by strict protocols. "Hey, Zhu Ping'an, how dare you disregard me? A princess, come forth and pay your respects." The girl opposite began to fume, her anger palpable as she berated Zhu Ping'an, waving her hand imperiously. Zhu Ping'an cast a glance at her, filled with a sense of compassion for the mentally challenged, and then completely disregarded her. "How dare you ignore me?" The girl, feeling insulted by Zhu Ping'an's indifference, resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her delicate face flushed with indignation. "Ahem, pardon me, miss. May I inquire about the whereabouts of the shop's proprietor?" "The gentleman with whom we discussed matters yesterday," Fanya interjected, clearing his throat. "How dare you address me? You dog servant," the girl retorted, exuding an air of authority that was quite formidable. Fanya, taken aback, felt a shiver run down his spine. While he hadn't felt particularly intimidated when she directed her ire at Zhu Ping'an, facing her directly now made him acutely aware of the pressure she emanated. He began to question whether this girl truly was a princess. Under the weight of her presence, Fanya instinctively contemplated kneeling in apology. "Sister, do not act recklessly." At that moment, a male voice resonated from the entrance, followed by a young man with a robust beard stepping inside. He appeared not much older than Zhu Ping'an, adorned in a modest yet luxurious outfit, emanating the aura of a wealthy heir. Four attendants accompanied him, their keen eyes betraying their exceptional capabilities. "My royal brother, you've arrived. Look at these dog servants. They dare to be disrespectful to me. Please teach them a lesson," the girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing the young man. Seemingly oblivious to his earlier remarks, she glided forward, linking her arm with his, half playfully, half commandingly. "Sister, do not act recklessly," the young man gently chided, ruffling the girl's hair. Then, turning to Zhu Ping'an, he bowed slightly and said, "My apologies, brother Zhu. My sister has been spoiled at home, accustomed to speaking without a filter. I hope you can forgive her." Meanwhile, Fanya found himself overlooked by the young man. "Not at all, it's quite all right. One must simply remind the young lady to be mindful of her manners," Zhu Ping'an replied graciously, returning the gesture. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. And since the young man had taken the initiative to apologize, it would be ungracious to respond with bitterness. Having heard the young man's explanation, Zhu Ping'an felt a sense of relief. It was no wonder the girl fancied herself a princess. She was merely a misguided girl indulged by her family. However, in ancient times, to self-proclaim oneself as a princess and refer to one's father as the emperor was a forbidden act. Should it fall into the ears of those with ill intentions, it could lead to significant peril. Thus, Zhu Ping'an subtly cautioned the young man. "How audacious! How dare you lecture me and my royal brother?" The young girl shot Zhu Ping'an an indignant glare before forcefully shaking off the young man's arm. Her cheeks puffed in anger as she exclaimed, "Royal brother, why must you apologize to a mere dog servant? It is one thing for you not to assist me in reprimanding him, but why must you side with an outsider?" "Ahem, thank you for your reminder, brother Zhu. My surname is Huang, so my younger sister calls me brother Huang." "Ahem, Huang Mei, you must not be rude," the young man awkwardly explained, his expression somewhat unnatural, while discreetly signaling the girl to be mindful. "Humph," the girl huffed disdainfully, turning her back on the young man in a sulk. "Ahem, please forgive me, brother Zhu." The young man, seeing the situation, shook his head with a resigned smile and clasped his hands in apology to Zhu Ping'an. "Not at all." Zhu Ping'an returned the gesture, acknowledging that although it was somewhat peculiar to refer to them as brother Huang and sister Huang, he chose not to dwell on it. Chapter 806. A poem for parting. Despite the young girl's blatant disregard for Zhu Ping'an, rolling her eyes and refusing to acknowledge him, the atmosphere in the pastry shop's backyard was relatively amicable under the enthusiastic mediation of the lad, who introduced himself as Huang San. Zhu Ping'an chose to overlook the troublesome girl, engaging in pleasant conversation with the youthful Huang San. "Oh, right, brother Zhu, you wish to lease this shop, correct? No problem at all. We can sign the contract right away. I can authorize a reduction of 1 or 2 silver coins in the monthly rent." After some pleasantries, Huang San remarked to Zhu Ping'an, "How could I possibly accept such generosity?" Zhu Ping'an politely declined. "You feel embarrassed standing here? If you are embarrassed, then leave. No one is forcing you to rent it," the troublesome girl interjected with a mocking laugh. Zhu Ping'an, taken aback by her words, began to cough. "Royal sister." Huang San looked at the girl with a mix of helplessness and then bowed slightly to Zhu Ping'an in apology. "Ahem, I apologize, brother Zhu. My sister simply enjoys jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Royal brother, I am not jesting. Why must you apologize to him?" The girl puffed her cheeks in discontent, directing her ire towards Zhu Ping'an, glaring fiercely at him with her large eyes. "No harm done, no harm done. She is but a child," Zhu Ping'an said with a slight smile, casting a glance at the troublesome girl, embodying the demeanor of a courteous gentleman, as if she were merely an ignorant child unworthy of his consideration. Zhu Ping'an's condescension struck deeply at the girl's heart. Throughout her life, she had always been adored, cherished, respected, and feared, never having heard a harsh word nor encountered anyone who dared to regard her with such disdainful eyes. Yet this Zhu Ping'an, this shameless dog servant, had the audacity to look down upon her, to declare her childishness. This was intolerable, utterly intolerable. How outrageous! Zhu Ping'an, Should you continue to regard me with such disdain, I shall have someone gouge out your eyes." The irate young lady pointed accusingly at Zhu Ping'an, her delicate face suffused with indignation. Her captivating gaze fixated upon him as if he had inflicted a grave affront upon her. "Ah, here we go again." Zhu Ping'an believed his temper was sufficiently tempered, yet being repeatedly berated by this troublesome girl stirred an undeniable ire within him. Initially, out of respect for her brother, he had chosen not to stoop to her level, but her incessant provocations were wearing thin his patience. There exists a timeless adage: if bitten by a rabid dog, one should not retaliate. Indeed, one should refrain from such actions. But what if the dog continues to bite, relentlessly, without respite? "Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning?" Zhu Ping'an turned to the girl, flashing a radiant smile that revealed his 8 pearly white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. "What do you mean?" The young lady was momentarily dazzled by his brilliant smile, failing to comprehend. After a brief pause, she realized he was mocking her rudeness and bad breath. "Zhu Ping'an, you are insufferable." Incensed at the audacity of being ridiculed for her breath, the princess was nearly beside herself with fury. Chaos ensued, and Huang San, the young man, exerted considerable effort to restore order, though the young lady's resistance only intensified. "Zhu Ping'an, leave. You are not welcome here." She glared icily, pointing toward the door. Huang San, with an expression of helplessness, placed a hand on her shoulder. "Sister, I cannot intervene. This establishment is partially mine, and I refuse to lease it to him. I would sooner rent it to a dog than to Zhu Ping'an." The young lady pouted, casting another fierce glare at him. "Huang Ge, since the shop's opening, we have incurred losses daily," Huang San implored earnestly. "I refuse to rent. I am certain I can turn a profit. Please, let me operate it." She tugged at his sleeve, her demeanor much more endearing than when she had been imperious. Huang San gazed at her with exasperation. "Did you not agree to the rental yesterday?" "I only wished to wait for him to arrive so I could personally inform him of my decision," she retorted, gesturing toward Zhu Ping'an. How outrageous! Zhu Ping'an was rendered speechless, realizing that the girl had no intention of leasing to him from the outset. Her agreement the previous day was merely a ruse to deny him in person when he came to finalize the contract. "Zhu Ge, I sincerely apologize for this unexpected turn of events," Huang San said awkwardly, glancing at Zhu Ping'an, unsure of how to explain the situation. "There is no need for such apologies, Huang Ge. Transactions are inherently uncertain." Zhu Ping'an waved his hand dismissively, offering a faint smile. "Why do you apologize to him?" The young lady rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath. The young Huang San cast a glance at the girl with troubles, prompting her to cease her incessant chatter. However, the rolling of her eyes suggested her disdain was far from abating. As Zhu made to seek out a shop, he opted not to intrude further and bid farewell. Zhu Ping'an disregarded the troubled girl, clasped his hands in farewell to Huang San, and turned to depart. "You possess some discernment," realizing your presence was unwelcome, and departed promptly to avoid further embarrassment, he mused. The troubled girl, observing Zhu Ping'an's exit, wore a triumphant expression akin to a victorious hen, strutting forward 2 steps and mockingly elongating her tone as she pursued his retreating figure. Zhu Ping'an's departure momentarily faltered. He turned back with a warm smile directed at the girl, exuding the demeanor of a gentleman. "Though business may not have been conducted, there exists a bond of goodwill in our meeting. Such innocence and exuberance in you, dear lady, inspires me to share a verse." Without awaiting her rejection, he returned to the table prepared for contract signing, seized a brush, and with graceful strokes, penned a poem titled "Lying Spring." In hidden scents, dark plum blossoms bloom. Reclining branches harbor sorrow's gloom. From afar, whispers of water's embrace, easily revealing spring's verdant grace. The banks shimmer green, translucent and bright, like dark jade beneath the sun's golden light. Crafted effortlessly, the entire poem was completed in less than a minute, and with a flick of his sleeve, he departed, cloaking his merit in anonymity. Who would care for your trivial verse? By the time the troubled girl grasped the meaning of lying spring, Zhu Ping'an had already vanished from sight. In the 807th chapter, on the headlines, Zhu Ping'an had initially intended to gift the troubled girl a poem entitled 3 Lotus Floating on the Green Pond. However, he deemed the language overly extravagant and anticipated that even after a century, no one in the Ming dynasty would comprehend it. Without understanding, the essence of gifting poetry would be lost. Hence, he chose to adapt a piece from Han Han Stone Lying into Lying Spring. Though the poem might be commonplace in modernity, It was novel in the context of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Ping'an found a certain amusement in envisioning the girl's struggle to unravel the true meaning of lying spring. With a smile at the thought of her exasperation, he sauntered out of the pastry shop's courtyard. Upon exiting the establishment, he spotted a familiar figure across the way, an awkward girl attempting to obscure her face behind a half-eaten sesame pancake. It was none other than Huai, the loyal maidservant of Li Shu. "May the young master not see me," she fervently prayed, her chubby little hands clutching the pancake tightly, striving to conceal her plump, collagen-rich visage behind it. Her tightly shut eyes quivered, and her small mouth incessantly murmured prayers. This scene evoked in Zhu Ping'an a comparison to the ostrich burying its head in the sand to evade danger. "Indeed, you possess quite the talent," he chuckled to himself. "The sesame pancake is scarcely larger than a palm, and you attempt to hide your entire face behind half of it? How foolish. What are you doing here?" Zhu Ping'an approached with amusement, gently lifting the pancake from her face, and inquired with a smile. "Young master, you must have mistaken me for someone else. The little maid, Baozi, has finally showcased her acting skills. Unfortunately, her intelligence appears to be absent. Despite calling him young master, she feigns ignorance, claiming to have mistaken him for someone else." "Oh, mistaken, indeed," Zhu Ping'an replied with a nod, pretending not to see through Baozi's ruse. Hearing this, Baozi believed her performance had successfully deceived Zhu Ping'an, her heart swelling with joy as she silently thanked the heavens for granting her wish. When Zhu Ping'an acknowledged the misunderstanding, her small face eagerly nodded in agreement, affirming his statement. "What did you just call me?" Zhu Ping'an casually inquired. "Young master," Baozi blurted out without a second thought. Zhu Ping'an smiled gently at her. A second passed, then two. Under Zhu Ping'an's gaze, it took Baozi a moment to react, and when she did, her chubby cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe peach. "Ah, so you are the young master," she stammered, her face burning with embarrassment as she lowered her head, playfully sticking out her tongue, her little hands fidgeting in front of her. She shyly twisted her body, elongating her words in a bashful manner, overwhelmed by her own shyness. Su Jima once described such tenderness in a lowered head as akin to a water lily shyly facing a cool breeze. Perhaps this encapsulates her bashfulness perfectly. Zhu Ping'an chuckled softly, noting her newfound recognition of him. "Of course I recognize the young master," Baozi exclaimed, her cheeks still aflame as she rubbed the back of her head. "What brings you here?" Zhu Ping'an asked again. "I came, to buy pancakes, yes." "I came to buy pancakes," she replied, reflecting on her purpose, then proudly raised the pancake in her hand as if it were a trophy. "You traveled all this way just for pancakes?" Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but laugh at her drawn-out reasoning. Yes, the pancakes here are delicious. They are my favorite," Baozi declared, hastily stuffing the pancake into her mouth like a rabbit devouring a carrot. However, she soon found herself choking, patting her ample chest until she finally swallowed. Miss, you haven't paid yet," the shopkeeper interjected, prompting another wave of embarrassment. Baozi wished for a hole to hide in, feeling utterly mortified, especially in front of the young master. I was worried the young master might not have brought any money, which is why I followed," she mumbled, her head hanging low, adding hastily, "I wasn't stalking the young master." "Weren't you just saying you came to buy pancakes?" Zhu Ping'an teased. I came to buy pancakes on the way," Baozi murmured, her head bowing even lower, nearly buried in her chest, her voice barely audible, resembling a buzzing mosquito. Zhu Ping'an smiled, choosing to remain silent. "Alas, it seems I cannot conceal my presence from you, dear son-in-law. I have secretly followed along." The little maid, Baozi, appeared to realize that her excuse was rather childish, to the point that she could hardly believe it herself, and thus she blushed and confessed. "Next time, I shall accompany you openly," she declared. Zhu Ping'an offered a gentle smile. "Truly?" Upon hearing this, Baozi's face lit up with joy, her dimples becoming apparent. Initially, she had feared a reprimand from her son-in-law, yet not only did he refrain from scolding her, but he also encouraged her to join him freely. Akin to a child who, after carelessly scribbling on the wall, is not chastised by their parents, but rather praised for their artistic talent. "Dear son-in-law, we need not rent that impudent young lady's shop with the eyes atop her head," she remarked while swinging a bag of sesame cakes as they walked home, speaking absent-mindedly. "Indeed, we shall not rent," Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement. "There is no need to rent," Baozi corrected him. "Oh, why is that?" Zhu Ping'an inquired casually. "Because we already have a shop on this street. Just a few days ago, The young lady acquired several shops, and I recall one of them is right here. That shop is still vacant, and yesterday the young lady was pondering what business to establish there. Baozi nodded earnestly. That shop seems quite spacious. Oh, is this what they mean by encountering unexpected opportunities after traversing through difficulties? Zhu Ping'an felt as though a pillow had been offered just as he was growing drowsy. Gradually, the two figures, one tall and one short, vanished into the bustling crowd. On this day, although Zhu Ping'an did not manage to secure a house with the assistance of the housing officer, the word of his endeavor to rent a property for business had spread far and wide, thanks to the housing officer's mouth, from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Zhu Ping'an, having faced financial penalties that left him bankrupt, was compelled to engage in business to support his household. This situation quickly became a topic of jest. Among the officials in the government offices, the most popular topics of idle chatter, aside from the likes of Yan Maoqing and Su Jie concerning their dealings and fines, revolved around Zhu Ping'an's misfortune of being forced into entrepreneurship. In fact, the gossip surrounding Zhu Ping'an was even more fervent than that of Yan Maoqing and Su Jie, making it the most talked-about subject of the era, akin to a trending topic in modern times. One official, who had been fined and was consumed by worry and loss of appetite for days, upon hearing this news, joyfully indulged in 5 extra bowls of rice. Had it not been for his family's intervention, he might have devoured an entire pot of rice. Chapter 808. A beautiful essence from that day forth. When officials arrived at the government office, the first inquiry was no longer "Have you eaten?" but rather "Have you heard?" The news of Zhu Ping'an's financial ruin and his forced venture into business would resurface repeatedly. What a jest it is! If he were to sell calligraphy or paintings, he might earn a modest sum, but to engage in business, rumor has it he is to open a food establishment. I can assure you, Zhu Ping'an will be left with naught but the tattered remnants of his wealth. Confucius once remarked that education knows no boundaries, and the pursuit of knowledge should not be confined by social status. However, when it comes to the culinary arts, one must question the insights of Zhu Ping'an, a mere rustic who, in his naivete, believes that the simplistic dishes of a humble village eatery can yield fortune, as if the same would apply in the capital. The establishments in the capital hold a standard far beyond that of his rural counterparts. The notion that he might profit from such ventures is nothing short of folly. It seems Zhu Ping'an is not in his right mind, for while the classics proclaim the existence of beauty and wealth within their pages, he chooses instead to wallow in the sordidness of commercialism, abandoning the noble pursuit of scholarly endeavors. I dare say the emperor's punishment was far too lenient. Oh, the youth are often blinded by their impetuousness, refusing to heed wisdom until they face the wall of reality. Business acumen and academic study are entirely distinct realms. Alas, the young often disregard counsel. One cannot help but chuckle at the thought of his culinary aspirations leading him to tears of loss. Yet who knows? Perhaps Zhu Ping'an might indeed find success, though I would turn my name upside down in disbelief if he did. The prevailing sentiment among the populace leans heavily towards skepticism regarding Zhu Ping'an. One might say that 9.5 out of 10 voices echo a dismal forecast for him, with the remaining half silent, not out of optimism, but rather from a cultivated restraint that masks their true sentiments. A chorus of derision ensues, with Zhu Ping'an becoming the subject of much mirth, claiming a significant share of the court's humor and providing relief to many. Within the depths of the imperial palace, the fragrant smoke of incense wafts through the air, as a group traverses the golden Ocelot Bridge, making their way to the inner sanctum. Had Zhu Ping'an been present, he would have recognized the youth clad in a 4-clawed python robe as the same bearded lad he encountered earlier at the pastry shop as courtyard. Yet now, the boy's visage is unblemished and clean, devoid of any facial hair save for a light fuzz upon his lips. This young man is none other than Zhu Zaiho, the 3rd prince of the Ming dynasty. Following closely behind him is a lively and headstrong maiden, adorned in a resplendent red phoenix dress, her hair embellished with jewels, her countenance radiating pride and disregard. In her delicate hand, she holds a piece of Xian paper, rolled into a tube. Had Zhu Ping'an been here, he would also recognize this girl as the earlier inquisitive maiden from the pastry shop as courtyard. To wander freely within the palace signifies her distinguished status. She is none other than Princess Ning'an, Zhu Luchan, the beloved eldest princess of Emperor Jiajing. Brother, why not stay in the palace for a few days? Princess Ning'an implored, tugging gently at the sleeve of Prince Yu, her tone dripping with affection. Startled, the prince paused momentarily, then shook his head, a shadow of sorrow etched upon his face. Dear sister, you know well I have established my own household. Remaining here is not an option. Moreover, our father has always preferred my absence from the palace. Today, I am only here to visit our mother, as she is unwell. It is all that old Tao's fault, spouting nonsense about dragons not crossing paths. Deceiving our father and preventing me from entering the palace, she lamented. Princess Ning'an spoke with evident irritation. The palace maids and eunuchs behind the two stood quietly, heads bowed and hands at their sides, as if rendered mute, enveloped in an oppressive silence. Sister, choose your words with caution, remarked Prince Yu, a look of concern flickering across his brow as he glanced furtively around. He leaned closer to Princess Ning'an and whispered, be mindful that walls have ears. Master Tao enjoys our father's utmost trust, and should he learn that you are disparaging Master Tao, it would not bode well. What is there to fear? These are loyal servants whom I trust. Should any of them dare to gossip, they would be dealt with harshly, Princess Ning'an retorted, casting a glance at the palace maids and eunuchs behind her, pursing her lips as she delivered a stern admonition. You shall not dare, came their quivering reply, as they knelt in reverence, their tones imbued with humility and respect. Rise, she commanded. As long as you remain dutiful, I shall not neglect you. She continued. If the Empress Dowager inquires, what will you say? The princess was in the Qingyi study, transcribing scriptures and praying for the concubine. They answered in unison. Pleased. Princess Ning'an nodded, her lips curving into a beautiful smile. Prince Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. As they continued onward, the princess inquired, what do you think of Zhu Ping'an's rather bold poetic offering? Upon mentioning Zhu Ping'an's poetry, the smile on Princess Ning'an's face gradually faded, replaced by a frown as she tilted her head in disdain. What does his poetic folly have to do with my carefree existence? Forcing his verses upon me, Who does he think he is? I hardly covet his mediocre poetry. Yet, despite her disdainful words, a hint of pride flickered across her features, akin to a schoolgirl receiving a love letter from a boy. Whether she tore it apart or discarded it, the joy of being admired lingered, feeding her vanity. I am undeniably beautiful, talented, and endearing. I did not grant Zhu Ping'an a kind glance, yet he still offers me poetry. Imagine if I were to show him a shred of kindness. He would certainly presume upon it and attempt to curry favor in even more obsequious ways. Who needs that? Before Prince Yu could respond, she softly recited to herself. Lying in spring dark, plums faintly scent the flowers, boughs of sorrow bear the weight of grief. From afar, the water lies still, easily revealing the verdant hues of spring. The banks seem green. The banks appear translucent green. The banks present a deep green hue. Finishing her recitation, Princess Ning'an shook her head in disdain. What a dreadful poem. The imagery may be commendable, but the verses lack rhyme, the structure is awry, and there are repeated words. It baffles me how he achieved the top scholar rank. Indeed, this poem is quite peculiar. It violates the fundamental rules of rhyme and structure. Yet its essence is undeniably beautiful, Prince Yu gently remarked. Brother, later, when I visit the Rongfu Palace to pay my respects to Consort Du, do not be in haste to depart, Princess Ning'an instructed, waving her small hand as they parted ways before the Changchun Palace. The Changchun Palace is the residence of the esteemed Lady Shun, the Empress Dowager. When Princess Ning'an was merely 3 years old, her mother, the late Empress Chao, fell victim to the treachery of the court and was executed under the pretext of a palace coup orchestrated by Empress Fong. Subsequently, Princess Ning'an was adopted by Lady Shun and has since resided in Changchun Palace. Now, please return and do not forget to convey my regards to Her Highness. Prince Yu remarked with a nod, watching as Princess Ning'an and her entourage entered the palace. Once she had crossed the threshold, Prince Yu and his companions continued onward, traversing a garden until they arrived at Rongfu Palace. His Highness the Prince has arrived. Do inform Her Highness immediately. The atmosphere in Rongfu Palace, once tranquil, became animated as the palace maids and eunuchs, upon sighting Prince Yu, rushed to share the news, bringing life to the halls. Standing at the entrance, Prince Yu gazed at the familiar yet foreign landscape of Rongfu Palace, momentarily entranced. The sunlit corridor, where he once cherished reading as a child, warmed him with its gentle rays. He recalled a day from his youth, engrossed in a book within that very corridor, when his father, the emperor, praised him for his diligence. A fine steed may leap forward, but a slow horse cannot gallop 10 paces. The merit lies in perseverance. The ancient tree root on the foam mountain was still there, a reminder of a childhood mishap when he had slipped while climbing, narrowly avoiding injury by clutching that very root. The garden, too, held memories of playing hide-and-seek with his siblings, Zhan and Ning'an. Yet, despite the familiarity, everything felt oddly alien. The flower bed, once abundant with peonies, the favorite of his mother, was now devoid of them, replaced by an abundance of chrysanthemums. Not that I have any particular fondness for chrysanthemums. Once this flower has withered, there are no more blooms to admire, though chrysanthemums have their own charm. When did his mother's taste shift? As Prince Yu was lost in thought, a young woman clad in a blue palace gown approached with haste. In her early 20s, she was both gentle and capable. She bowed deeply before him and, with a face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you, Aunt Jinyu." Seeing her, a smile graced Prince Yu's face as he returned her greeting with a respectful gesture. "Your kindness is overwhelming, dear maid Jinyu." She gracefully sidestepped, avoiding the formality. In his youth, he had caused quite a stir, and more than once, Jinyu had shielded him from the repercussions of his mischief, while others could not bear the consequences. Jinyu always did. "By the way, dear aunt, wasn't mother particularly fond of peonies? When did she change her preference to chrysanthemums?" Prince Yu, having grown up alongside Jinyu, spoke to her with a warmth that contrasted sharply with his demeanor towards others. As Lu Jing and Yu Wen pondered the reason for the flower bed's transformation to chrysanthemums, a slight furrow appeared on their brows. Just as they were about to articulate their thoughts, the voice of concubine Du Kong echoed from behind, prompting them to swallow their words. "Hauer is here. Quickly, let the empress see my Hauer." Concubine Du Kong called out, pushing aside the maidservants who were assisting her, and briskly approached, clutching a golden silk handkerchief adorned with phoenix patterns, dressed in an exquisite pink palace gown embroidered with a golden phoenix. Her skirt billowed like the petals of a blooming peony. Her raven hair was elegantly styled into a celestial bun, adorned with a delicate hairpin embellished with small, lustrous pearls. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Prince Yu, radiating an aura of majesty despite her evident excitement. Though she had surpassed her 30s, concubine Du Kong maintained her beauty remarkably well. Not a trace of age marred her features, and her elegance remained intact. "Mother," Prince Yu hurried to greet her, concern etched on his face. "Why are you not resting indoors, especially since you are unwell? Exposure to the wind could be detrimental." Giggling, "I see my Hauer has grown up and learned to be considerate of me," concubine Du Kong teased playfully. "Mother, I have long since matured," Prince Yu replied, his face flushed with embarrassment as concubine Du Kong jested before the gathered maidservants and eunuchs. Attempting to divert the conversation while simultaneously holding the two maidservants accountable, he inquired, "How have you been caring for the empress? Why did you not encourage her to rest?" "Your Highness, forgive us." The maidservants bowed their heads in apology. "It is not their fault. Enough of this jesting. To speak truthfully, the empress is quite well." Concubine Du Kong waved her hand dismissively, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Prince Yu paused, his eyes filled with skepticism. "The empress merely missed you dearly, which is why she feigned illness. Otherwise, how could your father permit you to enter the palace to see me?" Concubine Du Kong winked, her amber-like eyes shimmering with clarity. "If you do not believe me, just ask Jingyu." She gestured towards the maidservant Jingyu standing nearby. Under the watchful eyes of Prince Yu and concubine Du Kong, Jingyu nodded slowly. "See, is that not so? Jingyu never speaks falsely." Concubine Du Kong beamed, then reached for Prince Yu's wrist, guiding him toward the palace just as she had during his uncertain first steps in childhood. As they passed the flower bed, concubine Du Kong extended her delicate hand, pointing toward the chrysanthemums. "Hauer, behold this cluster of crimson blooms, grand and magnificent like peonies, known as ink peony. Over there, you see the pure white ones, resembling ethereal fairies, called white peony. And here, though it is but a single plant, it is the most precious of all. It was presented to your father by a century-old floral lineage from Lingnan, and your father bestowed it upon me. There are fewer than 100 of these in the entire Ming dynasty. It is named Jade Phoenix of Yao Terrace. Observe how the white petals gracefully encircle the golden heart. Does it not exude a regal beauty, akin to a celestial maiden? Truly, its name is well-deserved." After introducing the final chrysanthemum, her eyes shimmered with warmth, and a bashful blush graced her cheeks, resembling that of a newlywed. She softly remarked to Prince Yu, "Thus, it is evident that the emperor holds me in high regard." As the young Prince Ouyang ascended the newly established palace, he was reminded to diligently attend to the responsibilities assigned by his father, the emperor, without burdening his mother with worry. Following behind the noble Du Kongfei and Ouyang was the palace maid Jin Yu, who, upon hearing the words of Du Kongfei, felt her eyes well up with tears. Hastily, she wiped them away, forcing a smile and agreeing, "Indeed, Your Highness. The emperor is very considerate of the empress." The Ouyang nodded under the watchful gaze of Du Kongfei. At this, Du Kongfei's smile blossomed even more beautifully, as she took Ouyang's hand, ascending the steps and gracefully entering the palace. Chapter 810. The Prince Jing as Du Kongfei led Ouyang into the inner hall of the Rongfu Palace, a young prince of the Ming dynasty. Prince Jing Zhuzaizhan arrived at the neighboring Zhaoyang Palace, situated merely 2 arrows' distance away. Zhaoyang Palace served as the residence of the prince's mother, Liu Jingfei, who had entered the palace during the 9th year of the Jiajing era, much like how esteemed film academies today boast of their proud classes. The Jiajing Emperor's harem also had its illustrious ranks, with the 9th year of Jiajing being particularly notable. In that year, along with Liu Jingfei, 9 distinguished ladies entered the palace: the Fang, Zheng, Yan, Wang, Shun, Du, and Wei families, famously known as the 9 consorts. Among them, Fang was the former Empress Fang. Zheng was the foremost of the 9 consorts, Zhang Xianfei. Had it not been for Zheng's early demise, her favored status and capabilities would have surely placed her as empress rather than Fang. Yan was Yan Huanggui Fei, who bore the emperor's firstborn son, yet tragically, the child passed away early, and Yan herself succumbed to illness shortly thereafter. The Jiajing emperor mourned deeply for both mother and child, and in the year of Yan's death, he conferred titles upon all consorts who had borne children, benefiting Liu Jingfei and Du Kongfei in their elevation to higher ranks. Wang, the current Wang Guifei, was the mother of the late Prince Zhuangjing Zhuzai Li, the emperor's most cherished son. During Prince Zhuangjing's lifetime, the emperor lavished affection upon Wang Guifei. However, since the prince's passing the previous year, Wang Guifei's status in the harem had plummeted, and her health had deteriorated significantly due to her grief. Shun was the present Shun Huang Guifei, who had consistently enjoyed the emperor's favor. Du was the current Du Kongfei, mother to Ouyang, who, despite recent neglect from the emperor, remained strikingly beautiful and possessed great potential, especially with Ouyang by her side. Wei was Wei Huipin, a steadfast presence in the harem for over 2 decades, earning respect from all. Although Liu Jingfei's rank was not the highest, second only to the Guifei, her level of favor surpassed that of others, with only the recently emerged Shang Meirun standing alongside her. Yet, Liu Jingfei perceived the emperor's interest in Shang Meirun as a fleeting whim, predicated on youth and novelty. Once the emperor's curiosity waned, Shang Meirun would inevitably return to being just another face among the multitude in the harem, perhaps not even gracing the emperor with her presence for an entire year. Liu Jingfei, in the imperial harem, harbors both trepidation and disdain towards consort Dukong, for they are the only 2 who bear princes. It is evident that the heirs to the throne will undoubtedly be the sons of one of them. However, Liu Jingfei, with a countenance brimming with triumph, now holds the upper hand in her rivalry with consort Dukong, a victory that appears assured. The frequency of their nights spent with the emperor speaks volumes. Consort Dukong has not shared his bed for several months, while Liu Jingfei has enjoyed his company no less than 6 times in the past month alone. Last night, she was in the Emperor Jiajing's embrace, and although his roughness and penchant for domination left her sore and unable to sit comfortably today, her blushing demeanor resembled that of a blooming peach blossom, indicating a bittersweet joy. The arrival of the 4th prince has transformed the atmosphere within Zhaoyang Palace into one of festivity, with palace maids and eunuchs rushing to share the news of his presence. Their affection for him is genuine, as evidenced by the familiar title of 4th prince, which conveys a sense of intimacy. In contrast, the maids and eunuchs in the nearby Rongfu Palace refer to the crown prince as Your Highness, a title imbued with respect but lacking the warmth that accompanies the 4th prince's designation. The 4th prince is known for his humility and grace, his kindness and generosity, his empathy towards the common folk, and his approachable nature. He is talented yet never boasts of his gifts, and his handsome appearance is complemented by a perpetual smile. To the palace maids, no amount of praise seems excessive when it comes to the 4th prince. He embodies all that they admire. Li Gonggong, Xiao Zhang Gonggong. Wang Gugu, Xiaolong Gugu, with your care for Mother Empress in Zhaoyang Palace, this prince feels at ease. Upon entering Zhaoyang Palace, the fourth prince greeted each maid and eunuch with a smile and a respectful nod. He even remembered the names of the unassuming maids who swept the courtyards, treating them with the same courtesy. At the moment their names were spoken, every individual in Zhaoyang Palace felt a surge of pride, standing a little taller, invigorated. The knowledge that the fourth prince looked after both Zhaoyang Palace and Lu Jingfei filled the palace maids and eunuchs with an ardent loyalty. They would fiercely defend him against any criticism. This sentiment truly encapsulates the saying, "A scholar dies for a worthy friend." After exchanging pleasantries with the courtiers, the fourth prince gracefully entered Zhaoyang Palace, his stature commanding and his steps exuding confidence. A blend of stability and vitality that instilled a sense of security in those around him. Within the inner chambers of Zhaoyang Palace, upon receiving the news from the maids, Lu Jingfei could hardly contain her joy. Her originally triumphant and delicate features now radiated even more vibrancy, akin to the most resplendent blooms of spring, as she hurriedly exited, instructing the maids to prepare the fourth prince's favorite delicacies. Zhener has arrived, yet no one thought to inform Mother Empress in advance, Lu Jingfei remarked, her voice exceptionally gentle. Despite having crossed the threshold of 30, her beauty remained undiminished, illuminating the room with her charm. In comparison to the enchanting Du Kongfei, Lu Jingfei may possess a slightly lesser beauty. However, she undeniably exudes a far greater allure. To put it succinctly, while Lu Jingfei may not be crowned the most beautiful woman in the realm of desirability, she undoubtedly surpasses Du Kongfei by a considerable margin. The Empress Mother, upon seeing the crowned prince, greeted him with respect, bowing and explaining that the palace has its own rules, which her son must not defy. Dear child, why must you be so dull? I still prefer the mischievous little boy who used to climb trees and catch birds. Lu Jingfei remarked with a gentle smile directed at the crown prince. If mother enjoys it, I could certainly climb trees and catch birds again. He replied with a slight smile, rolling up his sleeves and mimicking the act of climbing. Lu Jingfei playfully scolded him, while the palace maids and eunuchs nearby chuckled quietly, filling the Zhaoyang hall with an atmosphere of joy. As the crown prince voluntarily extended his wrist for Lu Jingfei to lightly support herself while they entered the Zhaoyang hall, he suddenly paused, his gaze drawn to a garden by the path. There, peonies flourished amidst lush greenery, their blossoms, red, purple, and pink, unfolding like graceful noble women twirling their skirts, exuding an elegance that was both regal and breathtaking. Particularly striking were two peonies, one half deep purple and the other half a blood-red hue. This familiar sight evoked cherished memories of childhood, when he played hide-and-seek with his third royal brother in Ning and in the Rongfu Palace garden. He recalled how his brother had accidentally trampled a peony of the same striking coloration, causing the noble Du Fei great distress for a long while. What troubles you, dear son? Lu Jingfei inquired. Mother, if I recall correctly, these peonies belong to the noble Du Fei's palace, do they not? The crown prince asked affirmatively. Indeed. You remember well, but that is no longer the case, Lu Jingfei replied, her gaze shining with pride as she admired the peonies in the garden, her smile curving like a perfect crescent moon, captivating all who beheld it. The peony, being the king of flowers, symbolizes the sovereign of the harem. How could the Du Kongfei possibly deserve a peony garden? Mother favors begonias, while Du Fei loves peonies. These blossoms are not to your mother's liking. So why should she covet what others cherish? The crown prince gently shook his head. Who are you born of? To not only disregard your mother, but also speak in favor of that vile woman? Lu Jingfei shot him a reproachful glance. Mother, I have recently developed a fondness for peonies. Is that unacceptable? Besides, I merely mentioned my admiration for them. It was your father who had them transplanted from the Rongfu Palace. How could that be construed as me coveting what belongs to others? Seeing this, the crown prince could only shake his head with a wry smile. The Rongfu Palace housed a study, adorned with elegance, featuring an ancient guqin, a writing desk, and an air of feminine grace. Elder brother, do you understand? Princess Ning'an sat at her writing desk, resting her chin on one hand while her delicate fingers idly tugged at a corner of the xian paper, tracing lines back and forth. This xian paper was familiar. It was the very sheet on which Zhu Ping'an penned the poem Lying Spring. Opposite her, Prince Yu held a brush, diligently copying the poem, his gaze fixed on the work before him as he pondered deeply. This meticulous habit stemmed from his childhood, a lesson imparted by Emperor Jiajing. During one New Year, the emperor whimsically decided to teach Prince Yu and the Crown Prince, as well as Prince Jing, a verse of elegant poetry. While the Crown Prince and Prince Jing quickly grasped the meaning, Prince Yu struggled to comprehend it, repeatedly questioning the emperor. Frustrated, Emperor Jiajing ordered Prince Yu to transcribe the poem 100 times, admonishing him that through repetition, understanding would naturally arise, and suggesting that perhaps through diligent copying, he might eventually grasp the essence. Gradually, this practice of transcription became a means for Prince Yu to enhance his comprehension. Upon hearing Princess Ning'an's inquiry, Prince Yu furrowed his brow and slowly shook his head. Hee, has the sun risen in the west today? Is it not true that you become dizzy at the mere sight of poetry and prose? How is it that you seek your royal brother's counsel on poetry today? Lady Dukong said with a beaming smile, teasing the princess. Lady Dukong, do you think I am truly so unlearned? Princess Ning'an replied. Her cheeks flushed as she placed the poem on the desk and scampered over to embrace Lady Dukong's arm, playfully seeking affection. Hee, I fear your father, the emperor, may soon have cause for concern, Lady Dukong remarked with a sudden laugh. Why? Princess Ning'an lifted her small face, puzzled. Hee, because our little Ning'an is not only blessed with beauty, but now also possesses knowledge and grace. What sort of prince could possibly be worthy of her? Surely, only a top scholar would suffice, Lady Dukong said, covering her mouth with a handkerchief as she giggled. I have no intention of marrying that lewd man surnamed Zhu. Princess Ning'an huffed, turning away in annoyance. At the mention of a top scholar, her mind wandered to a certain exhibitionist who had once made a spectacle of himself in public, sending a shiver down her spine. Every cell in her body rebelled against the thought, and she instinctively blurted out her disdain. Upon meeting Lady Dukong's inquisitive gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She turned away, embarrassed and indignant. All right, I shall cease my teasing, Lady Dukong said, smiling reassuringly. Princess Ning'an then turned back. Lady Dukong, you mustn't jest with Ning'an in such a manner again. Very well, Lady Dukong nodded, though her agreement seemed insincere. Once the atmosphere settled, Prince Yu appeared to have gleaned some insights, and he spoke slowly. This poem, if we disregard its rhythm, is indeed a remarkable piece. Perhaps it is a poem that does not adhere to conventional meter, influenced by Liu Zongyuan's critique of parallel prose, while also embodying the essence of Su Dongpa and Liu Yongzong lyrics. It flows effortlessly, making it easy to recite and sing, seemingly representing a new form. The description of the dark plum blossoms is exquisite, capturing their essence beautifully. Furthermore, the phrase from afar, the blossoms smell like water, employs the sense of smell to evoke a visual image, a brilliant technique. From a distance, the blooming plum trees resemble a serene lake of crimson. The shore appears verdant, a translucent green, and a deep green, which is indeed splendid. Since time immemorial, autumn has been associated with desolation. However, I assert that autumn days surpass the spring dawn. While most use green leaves to accentuate the red blossoms, this poem defies convention by employing red flowers to highlight the green leaves, emphasizing the richness of spring's essence. The imagery is truly exquisite, rivaling that of Spring River. Flower Moon Night. Is the work of that exhibitionist truly so remarkable? I am not the least bit interested in his mediocre poetry. After hearing Prince Yu's interpretation, Princess Ning'an extended her delicate hand to grasp the rice paper, only to disdainfully slap it upon the table. So he writes so well, does he? Even so, I remain unimpressed. Do you think that just because you painstakingly craft a fine poem, I will regard you with newfound admiration? Perhaps you've indulged in too many theatrical tales, dreaming away. How absurd. Of course, despite Princess Ning'an's inner disdain, her vanity was nonetheless gratified. What poem is so extraordinary? Let me see. Dark plums faintly scent the flowers, resting on branches that bear the weight of sorrow. From afar, the water seems to linger, effortlessly revealing the verdant hues of spring. As Duchess Dukin recited the lines softly, she initially found herself perplexed, but upon a second reading, a glimmer of understanding sparked in her eyes. She immediately returned to reread it, slowly murmuring the lines again, her cheeks flushing with warmth, nearly unable to suppress her laughter. Covering her mouth with her delicate hand as her shoulders quivered, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Seeing this, Prince Yu gazed at Duchess Dukin, utterly bewildered. Princess Ning'an shared his confusion. Observing their perplexed expressions, Duchess Dukin, still covering her mouth, could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter that made her tremble. Nearly breathless with amusement. "Mother, what is the matter?" Prince Yu asked, staring at Duchess Dukan, his face a mask of confusion. "Indeed, Duchess Dukan. Why are you laughing like this?" Princess Ning'an inquired, astonished by the sight of Duchess Dukan, who had always been the epitome of elegance, maintaining her composure, now laughing uncontrollably. It was the first time Princess Ning'an had witnessed such a loss of poise from her, thus her astonishment. "Ha ha ha. It is because of this poem that Duchess Dukan is in such fits of laughter." This poem? Prince Yu and Princess Ning'an were further baffled. Was it truly so amusing? Not only was it not funny, but it was also devoid of humor altogether. They exchanged glances, bewildered, questioning how this poem could possibly be associated with laughter. "Read it aloud and see for yourselves." Duchess Dukan made a valiant effort to stifle her laughter, but as she finished speaking, she erupted into giggles once more. "Read it aloud." Prince Yu pondered, unsure whether a simple reading would unveil the secret. Very well." Princess Ning'an hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Softly reciting resting in spring. Dark plums faintly scent the flowers, resting on branches that bear the weight of sorrow. From afar, the water seems to linger, effortlessly revealing the verdant hues of spring. The shore appears verdant, a translucent green, and a deep green. Princess Ning'an's voice was melodious, her intonation rising and falling gracefully as she softly recited Lying Spring. Initially, concubine Dukong had managed to stifle her laughter, but as she listened to Princess Ning'an's rendition, she found herself unable to contain her mirth once more. Prince Yu, who had been attentively focused, eager to uncover the poem's secrets, was soon distracted by concubine Dukong, who was covering her mouth in a futile attempt to suppress her giggles. With a touch of exasperation, Prince Yu rubbed his forehead. Concubine Dukong, with her tone elongated and her lips slightly pursed, expressed her displeasure. "How can you laugh like that when she is reading so beautifully? Is it that Ning'an's reading is lacking?" Princess Ning'an's thoughts raced in response. He, haven't you realized?" Concubine Dukong struggled to contain her laughter, her face flushed, revealing dimples as her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with amusement. "Realized what?" Prince Yu and Princess Ning'an exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads in confusion. "Ah, little Ning'an, this poem was gifted to you by someone. Have you perhaps offended them?" Concubine Dukong inquired with a playful glint in her eye. "How do you know that?" "Your Highness?" Princess Ning'an paused, her large eyes turning towards Prince Yu as if questioning whether he had divulged the information to Concubine Dukong. Prince Yu shook his head innocently. "It's not that I said it. One can discern it from the poem." Concubine Dukong chuckled. Princess Ning'an looked skeptical. "Read it a few more times and see." Concubine Dukong urged, blinking playfully. Hesitantly, Princess Ning'an read Lying Spring again, carefully reciting it twice more. Dark plum blossoms faintly scent the air. Lying branches bear the weight of sorrow. From afar, it seems like water, easily revealing the verdant spring. After reading it twice, Princess Ning'an shook her head. Concubine Dukong smiled silently, urging her with her eyes to read once more. "Read again." Princess Ning'an pouted, her mood souring slightly, and she read with an off-key tone. Lying Spring. Dark plum blossoms faintly scent the air, lying branches bear the weight of sorrow. From afar, it seems like water, easily revealing the verdant spring. Observing this, Prince Yu chuckled and shook his head. "Wait, something feels off. I think I might have grasped something." Suddenly struck by realization, Prince Yu froze. The phrase "from afar, it seems like water, easily revealing the verdant spring," took on a new meaning. Had it not been for Princess Ning'an's deliberately off-key reading, he might never have uncovered this secret. Who am I to ask? A great foolish donkey. He pondered, astonished. Surely not. Prince Yu was flabbergasted, unable to believe his ears. His previous perception of the poem as profoundly beautiful had been completely overturned. Meanwhile, Princess Ning'an continued with her playful tone. "The bank seems green. The bank seems translucent green. The bank seems a deep green." To Prince Yu's ears, it transformed into, "I am a donkey. I am a big foolish donkey." Unable to suppress his embarrassment, Prince Yu's face turned crimson, and as Princess Ning'an finished her reading, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Princess Ning'an was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was her royal brother laughing so heartily? What on earth had occurred? Could it be that I misread something? In a moment of confusion, Princess Ning'an directed her gaze, half threatening and half playful, towards Prince Yu, displaying her small fangs. "Sister, it If you read it again in the same tone as before, you'll understand. Prince Yu struggled to contain his laughter, yet it escaped nonetheless. Princess Ning'an looked at him with suspicion. Prince Yu nodded in affirmation. Thus, Princess Ning'an softly resumed reading aloud. Lying spring. Dark plum blossoms faintly scent the flowers, lying on branches, the source of sorrow. This time, as she read, Princess Ning'an paid particular attention, critiquing Zhu Ping'an's poetry in her mind. Lying spring? What a ridiculous title. It makes me sound foolish. Huh, wait a moment. Am I foolish? Having read but a single line, she abruptly halted, her face darkening. Turning back, she quietly read it again, her complexion growing increasingly sullen with each line until it nearly resembled the bottom of a pot. Lying spring, I am foolish. Dark plum blossoms faintly scent the flowers. I lack culture. Lying on branches, the source of sorrow. I possess little intelligence. I faintly hear the water lying, if you ask who I am, easily perceiving the green of spring, a great foolish donkey. The shore is green, I am a donkey. The shore is faintly green, I am a donkey. The shore is faintly dark green, I am a foolish donkey. Although the term intelligence was somewhat obscure to Princess Ning'an, she understood it to signify wisdom. However, the phrase foolish donkey was all too clear to her. In contemporary terms, culture often refers to knowledge, implying a lack of education or depth. In ancient times, however, being deemed uncultured carried far graver implications. The text Shiyunjiwu states that the rise of martial prowess stems from discontent, suggesting that without cultural refinement, one might face dire consequences. Ancient Central Plains people often referred to minority groups as barbarians, mocking their lack of culture and education. Thus, the opening line I lack culture in Zhu Ping'an's poem struck Princess Ning'an with profound impact. How infuriating. You are the one lacking culture. You are the true foolish donkey. It turned out that Zhu Ping'an, the audacious one, had crafted this poem to humiliate her. How vexing. She had assumed that the scoundrel toad wished to court the swan. She realized she had been overly sentimental, which only fueled her anger further. Zhu Ping'an, you scoundrel. You are the one lacking culture. You are the foolish donkey. I shall report to father and demand that he remove your head, you great foolish donkey. The more she pondered, the darker her expression became, nearly driving Princess Ning'an to the brink of madness. Her teeth gritting as her voice threatened to shatter the roof of Rongfu Palace. Chapter 813. Zhu Ping'an and the Lottery of Fate. Zhu Ping'an? Are you saying that this poem was penned by Zhu Ping'an? Upon hearing the name Zhu Ping'an, the long lashes of concubine, Dukong fluttered slightly, her eyes sparkling with surprise, as she involuntarily exclaimed in astonishment. Pray tell, Your Highness, have you heard of Zhu Ping'an? Ah, indeed, he is this year's top scholar. However, do not be deceived by his reputation. That Zhu is a charlatan, a fraud of the highest order. Princess Ning'an, noticing the intrigue in consort Du Kang's eyes towards Zhu Ping'an, hastened to besmirch his character with a litany of insults. A fraud, you say? Consort Du Kang's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, Princess Ning'an nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, before dousing Zhu Ping'an in a torrent of disparagement, claiming his reputation was utterly tarnished. Oh, Consort Du Kang responded softly. It is true, Your Highness. You may not have ventured beyond the palace walls. I have heard whispers. Yes, whispers indeed. As she spoke, Princess Ning'an cast a knowing glance at Prince Yu, prompting him to grasp the implications. She continued with a tone laden with hearsay. It is said that he is quite shameless. There was an incident where, in broad daylight, he disrobed entirely before the public eye. The vivid memory of Zhu Ping'an's audacious act flickered in Princess Ning'an's mind, causing her cheeks to flush as she spat disdainfully and added, and that is not all. It is rumored that he possesses a deplorable character and shows little respect for his teachers. He is a greedy man, using his influence to bully others. The only reason he penned that acrostic poem for me was because I refused to lease my shop to him. In her fervor to defame him, Princess Ning'an laid every baseless rumor at Zhu Ping'an's doorstep. Yet, observing Consort Du Kang's serene smile, it was evident that her efforts were in vain. Consort Du Kang was already aware of Zhu Ping'an's public disrobing and understood that Princess Ning'an's assertions were incomplete. For Zhu Ping'an's act of undressing was not one of disgrace, but rather one of nobility. It was a moment that would etch his name in history. Future chronicles would undoubtedly record with great emphasis the incident wherein, at the tender age of 16, Zhu Ping'an, the inspector of Taizong, shed his garments before the public to thwart the slanders of his political adversaries. thereby exposing the greatest embezzlement case since the founding of the Ming dynasty. This incident alone demonstrated Princess Ning'an's discontent with Zhu Ping'an. Thus, when she later claimed his character was lacking and that he disrespected his mentors, consort Du Kong remained unconvinced. Regarding the acrostic poem, consort Du Kong was also well informed. She had previously heard that Hoi and Ning'an had been struggling with a shop outside the palace, which seemingly yielded no profit and even incurred losses. Given Hoyer's cautious nature, it was likely he would seek to cut their losses by selling the shop, though Ning'an would surely oppose this. Consort Du Kong was well aware of Ning'an's temperament, suspecting that when Zhu Ping'an approached to take over the shop, he had been met with a scathing reprimand from Ning'an, prompting him to retaliate with a poem. I am quite confident that the matter unfolded just as I surmise, Consort Du Kong thought. For she had watched both Prince Yu and Princess Ning'an grow, knowing them intimately. As for the sensitivity surrounding the name Zhu Ping'an, it is essential to trace back to the recent emergence of the card-flipping system within the imperial harem. This system has gained popularity over the past month. The prevailing consensus among the denizens of the harem is that this innovative practice originated from the hands of Feng Bao. Having taken charge of the documentation concerning the concubine's nightly assignments in the writing room, Feng Bao found himself increasingly pressured and tempted by the noble women of the harem, making his existence there increasingly precarious. Each passing day brought new challenges as he navigated a treacherous path, living in constant fear for his own safety. However, in an unexpected turn of events, after a month of grappling with adversity, Feng Bao ingeniously devised the card-flipping system, which dramatically transformed his fortunes. Through this system, he not only extricated himself from his dire situation, but also solidified his position within the harem. Furthermore, he gained favor in the eyes of the emperor, establishing considerable influence and authority thanks to this innovative process. It is undeniable that the card-flipping system perfectly aligns with the dynamics of the harem. Each concubine is represented by a card, detailing her specialties and lineage. Before retiring for the night, the emperor is presented with these cards by Feng Bao. Should the emperor take a liking to a particular card, he simply flips it over, thereby indicating his choice of concubine for the evening. Subsequently, Feng Bao would promptly inform the selected concubine in her palace. Thus, what was once the most arduous and perilous task in the writing room has now transformed into a highly sought-after and secure position. Feng Bao has undoubtedly reaped the greatest rewards from this system. While many remain skeptical about Feng Bao's authorship of the card-flipping system and seek to uncover the true mastermind behind it, Feng Bao has remained tight-lipped, consistently asserting that he introduced this system to alleviate the emperor's burdens. Nevertheless, Du Kong Fei is privy to the truth, aware that the concept originated from Zhu Ping'an's suggestion. Feng Bao has a close companion in the palace, a maid who is akin to a soulmate, with whom he shares an unofficial marital bond. Unknown to many, Du Kong Fei had once saved this maid's life before her entry into the palace, and since then, the maid has served as Du Kong Fei's secret informant. The revelation that the card-flipping system was conceived by Zhu Ping'an came to light when Feng Bao, inebriated, disclosed this information to the maid, who subsequently relayed it to Du Kong Fei. This is why Du Kong Fei is particularly sensitive to the name Zhu Ping'an. Having not engaged in the emperor's affections for quite some time, Du Kong Fei, despite lacking any significant physiological urges, understands that for the sake of her son, she must partake in the emperor's nightly favors. Only through such participation is there a chance of gaining favor. The dynamics of two princes, one favored and one neglected within the harem, are starkly different. Why does the Ministry of Revenue dare to withhold the benefits due to her son? Why not impose the same on the favored Prince Jing? It is simply because Liu Jingfei is in the emperor's good graces while she herself has been left in the shadows. In the days of my former favor, let us see who would dare diminish the welfare of Hor. The differential treatment between Hor and Prince Jing, as evidenced by the Ministry of Revenue, reveals how tumultuous Hor's circumstances outside the palace truly are. As one rises, another descends. If this continues, Prince Jing will draw ever closer to his position, while Hor will drift further away from it. Therefore, for the sake of Hor's future, I must fulfill my duty in the royal chambers. To do so, I must start by winning favor through the selection process, and since this process originates from Zhu Ping'an, none would know it better than he. This is why concubine Du Kong is so sensitive to Zhu Ping'an's name. Chapter 814. The acting monarch Princess Ning'an, standing nearby, spewed accusations against Zhu Ping'an with fervor. In her words, He became a villain of the highest order, a hypocrite, and a scoundrel. While concubine Dukong listened, her thoughts had already drifted towards the selection process. The radiant sunlight streamed into the Rongfu Palace, illuminating Princess Ning'an and gracing concubine Dukong's visage, creating a beautiful tableau reminiscent of a vibrant lily and an opulent peony, respectively. This picturesque scene was soon disrupted by the arrival of Prince Jing, bringing an end to Princess Ning'an's tirade against Zhu Ping'an. Jin'er paid her respects to concubine Dukong. Having heard of her ill health, she had specially chosen the finest medicinal herbs to offer her well wishes for a swift recovery. After greeting her imperial brother and sister, Prince Jing remarked on how much more beautiful his sister had become in their brief separation. Accompanied by several palace maids and eunuchs, he visited Rongfu Palace bearing gifts and supplements, respectfully inquiring after concubine Dukong's well-being, then smilingly greeting Prince Yu and complimenting Princess Ning'an's newfound beauty. "Your Highness, you are too kind. No need for formality. Please, take a seat." "Swayer, serve tea to His Highness," concubine Dukong said with a gentle smile, instructing a maid to present the tea. "Fourth brother has arrived." Prince Yu greeted Prince Jing with a smile, albeit somewhat stiff, feeling the pressure of competing with such a capable and ambitious sibling. In contrast, Princess Ning'an's demeanor towards Prince Jing was far from cordial, even more disdainful than her attitude towards Zhu Ping'an. "What are you doing here? You are not welcome," she said coldly, her delicate face dark with displeasure, indicating with a small finger towards the door, suggesting he should leave. From Ning'an's actions, it was clear that her attitude towards Prince Yu, her brother, was warm and affectionate, whereas she regarded Prince Jing as an unwelcome guest, exhibiting considerable hostility. "Huh, who has dared to offend our Ning'an? Tell the emperor brother that I shall avenge you," she declared. Despite Ning'an's coldness and rudeness, Prince Jing remained unfazed, his handsome countenance softening into a warm smile. "Enough, fourth brother, can we drop the pretense? While you may act for others, why maintain such facades among family? Aren't you weary of wearing a mask all day long?" Ning'an rolled her eyes, pouting as she mocked Prince Jing. Even though Ning'an openly mocked Prince Jing, he remained unfazed, wearing a gentle smile that radiated warmth and indulgence, reminiscent of an older brother doting on a capricious younger sister. The princess was deeply provoked by his gaze, akin to a matador facing a red flag. Prince Jing uttered not a word nor made a single move, yet his mere look nearly drove her to the brink of madness. "I am truly intimidated by you. Fourth brother, must you continue this charade? While it may not tire you, it exhausts me. With father absent, who are you putting on this act for?" Princess Ning'an crossed her arms defiantly, casting a disdainful glance at Prince Jing before tilting her head skyward at the Hall of Righteousness, presenting him with a scornful chin lift. "Huh, dear sister, you jest," Prince Jing chuckled, shaking his head with a smile. "Huh." Princess Ning'an rolled her eyes with a scoff, her exquisite face etched with sarcasm. "Fourth brother, you mimic second brother in speech, imitate him in action, even walk like him, and now you aspire to smile like him. Are you not weary? No matter how closely you replicate him, you are still yourself, and will never become second brother." For a brief moment, it was as if Prince Jing had been paused, his smile unwavering yet momentarily halted. However, he quickly resumed his gentle demeanor, as though the brief interruption had merely been an illusion to outsiders. How can I accept such high praise from my esteemed sister?" Prince Jing replied with a slight smile. "Please, do not flatter yourself. Who has praised you?" The princess glared at him, exasperated. "Did you not just say I emulate second brother in all respects? One should strive to be virtuous, and second brother will always be our model. If I could achieve even a fraction of his greatness, I would awaken from my dreams with a smile." Prince Jing beamed brightly. "Attempting to emulate a tiger only to resemble a dog is futile. Stop dreaming. Second brother is inherently kind, a being of celestial grace, while you shall never attain even a fraction of his essence," Princess Ning'an retorted, giving him another fierce glare, accompanied by a cold huff. "The journey ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge in every direction. In truth, I do not only learn from second brother, but from all wise individuals. As the saying goes, in a group of three, there must be a teacher among them. Continuous learning is the path to self-perfection. Your confidence and courage, dear sister, are indeed qualities I aspire to emulate." Prince Jing's smile remained warm and gracious, highlighting the increasingly willful and spoiled nature of Princess Ning'an. How hypocritical! Father should not have bestowed upon you the title of Prince Jing, but rather that of King Pretender, she scoffed as she rolled her eyes. The second brother they referred to was the late Crown Prince Zhu Zitong, who had passed away the previous year, born of the favored consort Wang. Crown Prince Zhu was the only heir formally recognized by Emperor Jiajing. The previous eldest son, Zhu Ziji, had died merely a month after birth, posthumously honored by the emperor. Only Crown Prince Zhu was officially designated as the heir by Emperor Jiajing. Upon his birth, he was exceptionally beautiful and charming, resembling the emperor closely. It is said that upon a mere glance, Emperor Jiajing declared him to be imbued with celestial aura, as if a divine being had descended to the mortal realm. Prince Xuanjing did not disappoint Emperor Jiajing. As he matured, he increasingly resembled the emperor, becoming even more handsome. His demeanor and conduct were extraordinary, marked by kindness, gentleness, and a sunny disposition, often accompanied by a smile. He held the emperor in great esteem, serving him with utmost reverence, once stating, "A son does not dare to raise his hand in the presence of heaven above." Emperor Jiajing could not have been more pleased. Not only did he revere Emperor Jiajing, but Prince Xuanjing also cared deeply for his royal siblings, including Prince Yu, Prince Jing, and Princess Ning'an. Moreover, Prince Xuanjing was wise and capable, possessing remarkable decisiveness and exceptional political acumen, garnering unanimous support from ministers both within and outside the court, making him the ideal heir in Emperor Jiajing's eyes. Thus, despite the admonition that the two dragons should not meet, Emperor Jiajing still appointed Prince Xuanjing as crown prince in the 18th year of Jiajing, when Prince Xuanjing was merely 7 years old. Furthermore, when Prince Xuanjing turned 17, a grand coming-of-age ceremony was held, during which he was officially bestowed with the golden seal of the crown prince, with intentions for him to oversee the state while the emperor devoted himself to alchemy and asceticism. However, unexpectedly, just 3 days after the ceremony, Prince Xuanjing succumbed to illness. From that moment on, Emperor Jiajing became even more convinced of the adage regarding the two dragons' separation and adhered to it strictly. Consequently, Prince Yu and Prince Jing were ordered to relocate from the palace and establish their residences outside. If one were to ascertain which of Emperor Jiajing's sons he favored most, it would undoubtedly be Prince Xuanjing. Had Prince Xuanjing lived, the prospects for Prince Yu and Prince Jing would have been bleak. Indeed, even if the eldest prince were alive, it is likely that Emperor Jiajing would still have named Prince Xuanjing as his successor. Chapter 815, Narrow Paths of Enmity at Dawn. The roosters strode forward. Their tail feathers fanned out, flapping their wings as they soared to the treetops, greeting the pale light of the eastern horizon with resounding calls, banishing the stars and heralding the rise of the sun. The Kiwaman faced the eastern factory, perfectly positioned to welcome the first rays of sunlight into the capital. As the initial glimmer of dawn appeared, 2 regiments of armored soldiers marched in formation through the arched gate adorned with grain motifs, opening the city gates. The streets bustled with activity, the tranquility of the night giving way to vibrant life once more. The inner city river also became lively. Cargo ships laden with grains, vegetables, and meats navigated towards the docks, where porters unloaded their goods for distribution to the morning markets of the capital, eventually appearing on countless dining tables. The docks were abuzz with voices. The shouts of porters and haulers echoed, making it the busiest location around Kiwaman. On the streets adjacent to the docks, the flow of people increased. Early risers ventured out to buy groceries. Maids and servants procured ingredients. Small families set out for breakfast. Elderly gentlemen strolled with bird cages, and men returned home after a night of revelry. Shops opened their doors early to welcome their patrons. Princess Ning'an's delightful bakery was among them, opening its doors to showcase an array of fragrant pastries. Princess Ning'an was determined to make her pastry shop thrive, amassing wealth to impress her elder brother. "I shall never lease it out, especially not to that lewd fellow with the surname Zhu. Absolutely not. I intend to use this shop to affirm my worth." Princess Ning'an sat within, clenching her fists with determination. Delicious pastries for sale. 2 maidservants, donned in simple attire, endeavored to attract patrons from outside. However, the regulars who frequented this street merely cast a glance at the shop before turning away. They were aware of the exorbitant prices. The pastries were far costlier than meat, far beyond their means. Nevertheless, the maidservants were lovely and sweet-voiced, and the delightful aroma of the pastries still held some allure. A few curious passers-by were drawn in, but upon inquiring about the prices, They all shook their heads and departed. By early morning, only a single packet of pastries had been sold, and that was the least expensive osmanthus cake in the shop. Delicious pastries for sale. Sweet and fragrant, crispy and soft pastries. The lackluster sales took a toll on the maidservants' spirits, their calls becoming feeble. It was no wonder, after shouting all morning, their throats were parched. And yet they saw no results. How could they muster any energy? What an insurrection. You all seem to have eaten well this morning. So why are your voices so faint? Do you harbor grievances against this princess? Princess Ningyan, frustrated by her dismal fortunes, found an outlet for her vexation in the maids' waning cries, unleashing her frustrations upon them. The two maidservants, frightened like quail, lowered their heads and quickly acknowledged their faults, their voices growing considerably louder. However, it was evident that this did little to change their fortunes. The ebb and flow of pedestrians rarely paused in front of the pastry shop. Rather, many seemed captivated by the renovation of a store directly across the street, gathering to observe, even forming a crowd. What is the allure of a decrepit establishment that has been closed for over half a month? Princess Ningyan, seated within the pastry shop, cast a discontented glance at the shop undergoing renovations across the way. She recognized it as a former apothecary that had failed to thrive and closed down 2 weeks prior. Rumors suggested the establishment was cursed. This was no idle talk. Over the past 2 years, the shop had changed ownership 3 times. Each new venture ending in failure, transitioning from a cloth store to a sundry shop, and then to an apothecary, yet each time, it succumbed to losses. How ignorant these people are, neglecting the exquisite pastries crafted by the imperial chefs to show interest in a shop destined for failure. It is utterly incomprehensible. The pastries made by imperial chefs. Were it not for this princess, you could burn incense for 8 lifetimes and still not be graced with such fortune. Princess Ningyan seethed with indignation. In stark contrast to the pastry shop's desolation, the establishment across the street was evidently livelier, not due to thriving business, but simply because of the number of people. Typically, crowds are drawn to spectacles, but not every commotion warrants attention. What is there to see in a shop's renovation? Yet this particular shop was an exception, its renovation style markedly distinct from the other establishments on the street. From the exterior, the windows of this establishment are twice the size of those found in nearby shops, and their design stands apart, exhibiting a simplicity that harmonizes beautifully, providing a visual comfort. Peering inside, the interior is predominantly painted in a clean and cheerful off-white, accented with bold red, creating a striking contrast that captivates the eye. Within the shop, 2 carpenters are diligently laying down wooden flooring, while 3 others are engaged in crafting furniture outside. Having already completed a unique set of tables and chairs that diverge from conventional designs, emphasizing simplicity, yet showcasing innovative forms that invite one to take a seat. From the inside out, the space is imbued with a modern minimalist aesthetic, delivering a powerful visual impact to onlookers. This shop is one of those acquired by Li Shu, as recounted by the bun maid. After repeating the tale to Li Shu, she waved her hand, and thus, this establishment transformed into the Zhu's fast food. An experimental venture by Zhu Ping'an in the tertiary industry. The modern minimalist decor of Zhu's fast food is, of course, the brainchild of Zhu Ping'an himself. Early this morning, Zhu Ping'an arrived at the shop with Lu Mu, Lu Dadao, Lu Dachui, and 3 others, orchestrating the renovation with the carpenters and masons they had arranged the previous day. To emphasize the unique character of Zhu's fast food, Zhu Ping'an adopted the universally recognized modern minimalist style prevalent in contemporary fast food establishments. Although renovations had just begun, this distinctive style had already drawn considerable attention from passers-by. "Hey, princess, isn't that the person who came to rent a room yesterday?" When Zhu Ping'an stepped outside to inspect the exterior renovations, he was spotted by a palace maid promoting business for the pastry shop across the street, prompting her to gasp in surprise and point him out to Princess Ningyan. "It truly is that exhibitionist," Princess Ningyan exclaimed upon recognizing Zhu Ping'an, her face darkening with rage as memories of the poem he had gifted her resurfaced, igniting her indignation. "How dare you show your face here?" She felt an overwhelming urge to confront Zhu Ping'an, to scold him vehemently, while summoning her covertly stationed guards to chastise him as well. However, recalling the counsel from Empress Du and her elder brother, she restrained her impulse. Chapter 816. The gloating Princess Ning, and while she might disregard her brother's words, she held Empress Du's advice in high regard. After all, Empress Du had been particularly fond of her during her childhood. With that thought in mind, Princess Ning'an suppressed her desire to reprimand Zhu Ping'an. Yet, as she observed him confidently directing the renovations across the street, he resembled a victorious general commanding his soldiers to clear the battlefield, further stoking her ire. The more exuberantly Zhu Ping'an presented himself, the more intense her frustration grew. It was becoming unbearable. In Princess Ning'an's eyes, Zhu Ping'an's confident demeanor was a deliberate provocation aimed at her. Why? From the very location of his establishment, one can discern the intentions of this exhibitionist, this arrogant scoundrel, who has deliberately chosen to set his shop right across from my pastry store. His actions are intentional. He seeks to retaliate for my prior refusal to lease him a space, mocking me by selecting a location that directly confronts my own. What purpose does his ostentatious decor serve, if not to impress himself? That self-satisfied demeanor of Zhu Ping'an seems to mock me, as if to say, thank you for not renting to me before. Thanks to you, I have secured a larger and better shop. Surprised, aren't you? Much appreciated. This wretch. The more I gaze upon him, the more my ire ignites. Princess Ning'an nearly loses her grip on her belongings, almost letting them crash to the ground. In this moment, her desire to see Zhu Ping'an's establishment engulfed in flames, to break his spirit, is palpable. The two palace maids, tasked with drumming up business, sensed an abrupt drop in the shop's temperature, as if a chill had descended upon them. Turning to investigate, they beheld the twisted countenance of Princess Ning'an, which sent shivers down their spines. Realizing the source of her fury was Zhu Ping'an, they exhaled in relief, redoubling their efforts to attract customers. Fearful of becoming collateral damage in her tempestuous wrath, enveloped in her anger, Princess Ning'an remained oblivious to the maid's subtle reactions. Had she noticed, her temper would surely have unleashed their innermost fears. Amidst her fuming, a spark of inspiration ignited within her mind. It appeared as though she had received an epiphany. For her face, once contorted with rage, suddenly blossomed into a smile, the corners of her mouth curling with a sense of gratification and schadenfreude. Zhu Ping'an, oh Zhu Ping'an, the heights of your current pride will be matched only by the depths of your future despair. How audacious of you to mock me by renting a shop right across from mine. Little did you know, the fortune of that location is dire, exceedingly so. Every business that has operated there has met with ruin. 3 establishments have collapsed within 2 years, and with yours, it will soon be 4. Revel in your arrogance while you can, for your time of lamentation will surely come. I can envision Zhu Ping'an, toiling tirelessly to establish his shop, burdened by debts incurred for extravagant renovations, only to find his grand opening marked by a dearth of customers, leading to a desolate storefront. Why, oh why, do I find my thoughts drifting to this exhibitionist, this despicable buffoon? I shudder at the image of his barefaced folly. What am I thinking? Princess Ning'an shook her head vigorously, as if to expel those distasteful images from her mind, but to no avail. The visions only grew clearer, driving her further into a frenzy. The princess cannot possibly be mad, can she? Princess Ning'an's sudden actions rendered the 2 little maidservants in the shop increasingly anxious, as if treading on thin ice. Across the street, Zhu Ping'an was observing the carpenters skillfully crafting tables and chairs, nodding in satisfaction. One must admit that the craftsmanship of carpenters in this era is remarkable. He merely sketched a few designs reminiscent of the simple 4-person tables and chairs found in modern fast food establishments like KFC. And the carpenter was able to replicate them in such a short time, nearly identical to his imagination. The tables and chairs created according to Zhu Ping'an's design were not only elegant and durable, but also utilized materials that were over 30% more efficient than typical furniture, allowing for the production of 3 sets of these tables for the price of 2 ordinary ones. At first glance, this set of furniture appeared quite simple, yet the more one gazed upon it, the more it revealed its understated beauty. The carpenter, with an ink brush tucked behind his ear, praised Zhu Ping'an's design profusely. Indeed, the master's skills exceeded my expectations, Zhu Ping'an mused with a slight smile. When it comes to craftsmanship, my old Zhang is not exaggerating. My woodworking skills are certainly among the best in the capital. The carpenter, upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's compliment, rubbed his hands together in delight, as though he had found a kindred spirit. However, his 2 apprentices, hearing their master reminisce about the past, felt a flush of embarrassment. They knew very well that their master's skills were not as esteemed as he claimed. If they truly ranked among the best in the capital, he would not be crafting furniture for small shops, but rather creating exquisite pieces for the emperor or the nobility. Zhu Ping'an patiently listened to the carpenter's boastful recounting of his achievements, nodding with a smile before gently inquiring, "With your skills, how long would it take to complete 30 sets of such tables and chairs? Others might take 4 or 5 days to finish, but for me, old Zhang, 30 sets can be completed in just 2 days, and I assure you, each set will surpass this one in quality," the carpenter confidently declared. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an's 2 apprentices exchanged wry smiles, realizing they would have a busy night ahead. "Well then, I appreciate your efforts, Master Zhang. And to the 2 of you as well. When the work is complete, I shall prepare a generous red envelope for you, in addition to your wages." Zhu Ping'an replied with a smile and a respectful nod. The 2 apprentices, who had initially appeared resigned, brightened at the prospect of receiving a substantial reward. Chapter 817. Preparations for Opening, Part 1. With only 3 days left of the holiday granted by the Jiajing Emperor, Zhu Ping'an felt the urgency to expedite matters regarding the shop. After overseeing the renovations for a considerable time in the morning, he left a design blueprint for Lu Mu, along with instructions on the important details to attend to during the renovation, ensuring Lu Mu would supervise the work. Lu Mu was the most meticulous and reliable among Lu Dadao and his companions, and with him in charge of the renovations, Zhu Ping'an felt utterly at ease. The shop is set to open, and aside from the renovations, it is essential to recruit staff, primarily chefs and waiters. In terms of the culinary aspect, Lu Mu and Lu Dadao unanimously recommend Old Man Lu, the esteemed chef from Yunming village. He narrowly escaped a calamity when Zhao Dang unleashed chaos. As he was fetching water at the time, Old Man Lu is renowned in their village for his culinary prowess, having cooked for half a lifetime. His culinary skills are spoken of with admiration among neighbors and relatives. Those who have tasted his dishes invariably give a thumbs up. Even the head chef of the local tavern speaks highly of Old Man Lu's craftsmanship. For festive gatherings in the surrounding villages, it is considered an honor to have Old Man Lu as the head chef. His presence elevates the significance of any banquet. After returning to Yunming village with the heads of the elders, Lu Dadao and his companions consulted with Old Man Lu and brought him back to the capital. The other 5 hunters, who had been imprisoned, settled at the graves of the village elders, pledging to mourn for a year before reuniting with Lu Dadao to express their gratitude to Zhu Ping'an. In their eagerness to return to the capital, Lu Dadao and his companions rode swiftly, their youth and vigor propelling them forward, though Old Man Lu's frail limbs could hardly endure the jarring journey. Upon their arrival at the residence of the Duke of Huai, he rested. Zhu Ping'an visited Old Man Lu yesterday. Though he is over 50, he is in good health, albeit visibly fatigued. The hurried pace left him feeling akin to a horse in distress. Zhu Ping'an felt both moved and speechless at Lu Dadao's relentless haste. Old Man Lu, unable to sit idly, insisted on coming to assist from the break of dawn, but Zhu Ping'an insisted he take another day to rest at the residence. Thus, Old Man Lu will indeed be the chef, complemented by Lu Daqiang, who has volunteered to serve as his assistant. Lu Daqiang has often helped Old Man Lu in Yunming village, earning the informal status of his apprentice, adept at washing, chopping, and simple frying, earning Old Man Lu's approval. Naturally, should business prove busy, additional assistance will be sought for Lu Daqiang and Old Man Lu. Next on the agenda is the procurement of equipment, a task entrusted to Lu Daqiang and Lu Dafu. Lu Daqiang is well versed in the essentials of pots, bowls, plates, and cutting boards, having frequently assisted in the town with arrangements for banquets, haggling, and procuring supplies with great expertise. Thus, Zhu Ping'an provided Lu Daqiang with 15 taels of silver for him and Lu Dafu to acquire the necessary equipment and to source cooking spices, particularly emphasizing the need to purchase a greater quantity of the exotic pepper imported from the South Seas. The exotic pepper, known as chili, has no definitive record of its introduction to China. However, it is generally accepted that the earliest documentation of chili was by Gao Lian in the Ming dynasty in his work Zunxing Beijian, 1591, which notes, "The exotic pepper grows in clusters, with white flowers and fruits resembling the tip of a blunt pen, spicy in flavor and red in color, quite remarkable." Based on this record, it is commonly believed that chili was introduced to China during the late Ming dynasty. Initially, Zhu Ping'an harbored similar beliefs. However, reality proved otherwise. It is now the 30th year of the Jiajing era, 1551 AD, and chili peppers have already emerged in the bustling markets of the Ming dynasty. Having established themselves as a seasoning of the time, albeit their culinary exploration pales in comparison to modern standards. In fact, during his childhood, when Zhu Ping'an first encountered the young Li Shu in a southern town, he observed that the local steam bun shop had already begun to blend chili powder with vinegar to create a sauce. Indeed, it would be prudent for him to write a few pieces akin to Gao Lian's works, such as Ping'an notes or poetry, to leave a literary testament indicating that the consumption of chili peppers predates the late Ming era. However, that is a matter to be addressed at a later time. For now, he must procure ingredients. In this epoch, vegetables and meats are entirely organic, cultivated from fertile soil, assuring an impeccable quality that inspires confidence. Zhu Ping'an, accompanied by Lu Dachui and Lu Dagong, ventured to the nearby vegetable market, intending to compare prices and quality and to familiarize themselves with the market trends. If feasible, they would establish a long-term supply agreement with the vendors to facilitate direct deliveries to their shop. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at the nearest vegetable market. Known as Kaishizi, this market bears some resemblance to contemporary markets, yet it boasts stricter management, with 2 officials seated at the entrance, sipping tea beside their whips to maintain order. Inside, the market buzzed with activity, bustling with both vendors and customers, yet it remained orderly amidst the commotion. Zhu Ping'an guided Lu Dachui and Lu Dagong into the market, which was divided into 2 distinct sections, one for vegetables and the other for aquatic and meat products. They first visited the vegetable section, where an array of common and exquisite vegetables awaited, including radishes, asparagus, cabbages, scallions, garlic, spinach, and various greens. Upon inquiring about prices, they found that the differences among vendors were minimal. However, bulk purchases could yield reductions of a few coins per pound, generally accompanied by home delivery services. While the apparent uniformity among vendors suggested little variance, substantial orders revealed considerable disparities in quality, freshness, and origin. The nuances of this marketplace were manifold. The excellence of a dish in different restaurants hinges not solely on the cooking techniques, but significantly on the quality of the ingredients. After considerable deliberation, Zhu Ping'an found himself at a loss, unable to discern the superior ingredients. He resolved to return with Lu Laobua and Lu Dagong for a more informed decision. As they possessed greater expertise in such matters, they then proceeded to the section dedicated to aquatic and meat products. In truth, Zhu Ping'an had come to the market primarily for these items, specifically in search of pork, with a particular interest in offal such as pig hearts, livers, stomachs, kidneys, and intestines. It appears he ought to extend an apology to those modern tales that mock the consumption of pig offal, as his perspective had shifted. In ancient times, people had a predilection for consuming beef and lamb, while pork was relatively less favored, particularly before the Song dynasty. Although the Ming dynasty saw the rise of pork consumption, it remained an inferior choice, often unworthy of grand feasts. Pork was deemed a staple of the common folk, predominantly consumed by the impoverished and the less desirable parts, such as pig offal, were hardly sought after. While pig hearts and livers were somewhat acceptable, items like pig intestines were virtually ignored. Their prices so low that they could be considered virtually free, often discarded by butchers. The primary reason for this disdain was the ancient people's lack of knowledge on how to properly prepare pig offal. In modern times, however, these parts are regarded as delicacies, with renowned dishes like braised pork offering tantalizing flavors. As a humble food enthusiast, Zhu Ping'an, when faced with a tight budget yet an insatiable appetite, would often indulge in a serving of braised pork, pairing it with a plate of cucumbers and a cup of hot tea, devouring it all with fervor, leaving no trace behind, much to his delight. Possessing the basic refinement of a true Epicurean, Zhu Ping'an was well versed in the preparation of pig offal and the art of braising meats. Chapter 818, Preparations for Opening, Part 2. The area dedicated to seafood and meats in the market was somewhat smaller than that of vegetables, yet it boasted at least 30 stalls of varying sizes. The more prosperous vendors occupied shops, while those with lesser means rented stalls. The variety of meats available was extensive, featuring lamb, fish, pork, chicken, duck, goose, and pigeon, ensuring that nearly every notable meat, save for beef, could be procured here. A few stalls even offered shark fins, one of the 8 culinary treasures. What kind of meat is this? It resembles a dagger, Lu Dadeo remarked as he followed Zhu Ping'an around, intrigued by the shark fins. Lu Dachui shared the same curiosity, having encountered bear and deer meat before, yet never having seen shark fins. Zhu Ping'an explained, This is one of the 8 treasures known as shark fins, derived from the fins of a fish called the shark, which can grow as large as a house. A fish as large as a house. Surely you jest, exclaimed Lu Dedeo and Lu Dachui, their mouths agape in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. Indeed, some sharks can exceed the size of a house, while others are slightly smaller. I shall take you to see them one day. Zhu Ping'an assured them with a serious nod. This young master is truly well informed, the shopkeeper interjected with a smile, praising Zhu Ping'an. Our shark fins here are renowned in the capital. Would you care to purchase a few pounds to take home and savor? Li Shu tailored garments for Zhu Ping'an that exemplified understated luxury, aligning with Zhu Ping'an's preference for subtlety and Li Shu's affinity for opulence. Thus, they reached a harmonious consensus on a style that embodied understated luxury. To those with discerning eyes, Zhu Ping'an's attire would suggest that he hailed from a prominent noble family. The proprietor of the fish maw stall at the market had undoubtedly honed his keen eyesight over time, instantly discerning that Zhu Ping'an's garment was crafted from the most exquisite floating light silk, a fabric renowned as the soft gold among textiles. A mere foot of this silk would command a price of several taels of silver. Floating light silk is made from superior quality silk, steeped in a special concoction of herbal juices, then blended with a variety of precious medicinal materials and iron-rich riverbed clay, before being exposed to the scorching summer sun for several days. This process is repeated multiple times over several months, involving more than 30 meticulous steps. The resulting fabric, imbued with mineral mud, provides a refreshing sensation when worn, dries quickly upon contact with water, and resists fraying and wrinkling. Moreover, thanks to the infusion of various herbal essences, this silk possesses therapeutic properties, including heat-clearing, blood stasis-resolving effects, as well as insect-repelling, mold-preventing, antibacterial, and deodorizing capabilities, thus epitomizing the pinnacle of green textiles. Families capable of adorning themselves in floating light silk are invariably descendants of affluent and distinguished officials. Fish maw is sold primarily to such clientele. Wealthy individuals generally take pride in their status. Hence, the shopkeeper felt confident in his business acumen, assuming that Zhu Ping'an, being a man of means, would surely purchase at least half a caddy, even if he couldn't afford several. Alas, it was a pity. However, as soon as the shopkeeper's words fell, Zhu Ping'an lifted his head, smiling as he shook it gently, his pearly white teeth glistening in the sunlight. It was a jest. He had been unable to afford fish maw even before his bankruptcy, let alone now in his current state. Zhu Ping'an's straightforward and natural refusal left the shopkeeper momentarily dumbfounded. How could a wealthy man so casually utter the words too expensive without concern for appearances? Just as Zhu Ping'an declined, the voice of Lu Dedeo interjected, inquiring, "How much per caddy?" "The young mistress has instructed the steward to pay us our monthly allowance, 2 taels of silver." With a jovial demeanor, Lu Dedeo approached the proprietor, embodying the spirit of someone who had just received their wages and was not lacking in funds. However, Zhu Ping'an had suffered a deduction of a tael from his wages for 2 years, along with a fine of 100 taels imposed by the emperor, a fact that had become common knowledge within the Lianzhe Marquisate. Lu Dedeo and his companions frequently accompanied Zhu Ping'an, fully aware of his recent financial constraints and the need for assistance from his wife. Consequently, Lu Dedeo wished to purchase 2 caddies of fish maw for Zhu Ping'an to take home and share with the young mistress, a gesture of their goodwill. The shopkeeper raised 2 fingers, gesturing before Lu Dedeo. 21 per caddy? Well, that is a tad pricier than pork, but not excessively so. I'll take 10 or 8 caddies. Lu Dedeo assumed the shopkeeper's gesture indicated 21 per caddy and smiled, generously requesting the purchase. The shopkeeper, however, looked at Lu Dedeo with a bewildered expression, as if turned to stone, and slowly shook his head. "Oh, that is 201 per caddy. Indeed, that is rather steep. Let us go with 5 caddies then." Lu Dedeo, upon realizing the price exceeded his expectations, swallowed hard, his earlier bravado now diminished. The shopkeeper shook his head once more, returning Lu Dedeo a gaze mirroring the earlier one, filled with disbelief. "Is it 2 taels of silver per pound?" "Not 201 per pound." Lu Dedeo inhaled deeply, lifting his head to inquire, his expression one of utter astonishment. "No, it's not a pound. It's a chien." The shopkeeper, rendered speechless, provided the price directly, not allowing Lu Dedeo the chance to speculate further. "What? 2 taels of silver for a chien? That is hardly enough to fill a tooth gap." Upon hearing this, Lu Dedao's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief, scarcely able to trust his ears. He took a deep breath and, after a prolonged moment, finally exhaled. Well, yet another instance where poverty has constrained my imagination. In truth, when Zhu Ping'an first heard of the price of shark fins, his expression was not much better than Lu Dedao's, equally taken aback. Ahem. I now understand what you meant by too expensive. This is simply exorbitant. Perhaps I should seize the opportunity in the future to hunt a whale myself, procure its fins, and present them as a gift to the young master and young mistress. Lu Dedao coughed, somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. Indeed, Lu Dazhu nodded in agreement, noting that their combined monthly wages would scarcely suffice to purchase even a single fin. Very well, I have taken note. Let us proceed to inspect the pork. Zhu Ping'an smiled gently, nodding. Rest assured, young master, I will certainly hunt a great whale in the future, Lu Dedao declared, thumping his chest in assurance while following Zhu Ping'an. The shopkeeper behind them wore an expression of disbelief, watching them depart, bemused by their bravado. Chapter 819, Preparations for Opening, Part 2. Not far from the stall selling shark fins stood a pork stall, featuring a moderately sized meat counter. Behind it was a rack secured by wooden posts, measuring around 1.6 to 1.7 meters in length, adorned with various cuts of pork. On the gleaming, greasy counter, 2 pig heads rested. A wooden sign hung from the posts, reading Zhang Fei Meat Shop in large, elegant characters, crafted in an ancient script that clearly indicated the handiwork of a master artisan, instantly capturing Zhu Ping'an's attention. This sign had been passed down through generations. Now reaching the third, legend has it that the proprietor's ancestor had encountered a stroke of fortune when an official, having forgotten his money while purchasing meat, used this very sign as a barter for the meat. With both fat and lean, health and longevity await. Lean meat for stir-frying, fostering marital bliss. Bone broth for vitality. Behind the counter stood a bare-chested butcher, embodying the classic image of an ancient slaughterer. A round face, large ears, and a bushy beard, a towel draped over his shoulder. Wielding a knife in each hand, one for boning and the other for chopping, he energetically solicited business, his laughter ringing out cheerfully amidst his conversations. Zhang Butcher. I'd like 3 pounds of pork belly, wrapped in lotus leaves. Today is my father-in-law's birthday, and I must take it home for the family gathering. A man in his 40s approached the meat stall, 2 fish in hand, addressing the butcher. Zhu Ping'an smiled at the revelation that the original owner of the Zhang Fei Meat Shop indeed bore the surname Zhang, pausing to stand before the stall. Ah, very well. Lu Gu visits often to support my business. Today, I shall cut you an extra 2 tails as a token of my appreciation. The butcher Zhang responded promptly, engaging in conversation with the man surnamed Lu while deftly slicing a piece of pork belly. Once the cut was complete, he weighed the meat with precision, confirming it to be exactly 3 jin and 2 liang, neither more nor less, just perfect. He then skillfully wrapped it in lotus leaves, binding it with fine hemp twine before handing it to Lu. I shall express my gratitude to you on behalf of my father-in-law, and I will return to purchase meat from you next time, Lu said as he accepted the meat with thanks. That is splendid. I appreciate your patronage, Lu. Zhang replied with a smile as he bid Lu farewell. My good sir, what type of meat do you seek? Zhang inquired warmly, turning his attention to Zhu Ping'an and his companions who stood before the stall after Lu had departed. What are your prices for pork? Zhu Ping'an asked. Pork belly is 21 per jin, while the front and hind leg meat is 18 per jin. If you require a larger quantity, I can offer a discount of 1 or 2 per jin, Zhang explained. Zhu Ping'an nodded slightly, finding the prices comparable to his understanding. The cost of pork belly roughly equated to 12 yuan per jin, while the leg meat was around 11 yuan, significantly cheaper than modern-day prices. However, the pricing of pork cuts in ancient times diverged considerably from contemporary standards. In modern times, pork belly is less expensive, whereas leg meat tends to be pricier. In antiquity, however, the reverse was true, with pork belly costing more than the leg cuts. This indicates that in ancient times, fatty cuts were more valued than lean ones, whether it be pork, lamb, or beef. The Water Margin recounts an episode where the Ruan brothers, dining at a tavern with their strategist Ouyang, inquired about appetizers. The waiter responded that there was freshly slaughtered yellow beef, rich in fat. Upon hearing of the fatty meat, Ruan Shower excitedly slammed his hand on the table, commanding the waiter to cut a large piece, 10 jin, please. Furthermore, The palace archives detail the culinary preferences of emperors and consorts, which predominantly featured fatty chicken, lamb, duck, and goose, signifying that renowned imperial meals were largely centered around rich meats. Additionally, the Book of Rites states the etiquette of hosting guests, indicating that in winter, one should present fish with a plump belly facing the guest, while in summer, the fish's fin should be oriented towards them, emphasizing the value placed on fatty portions. Such records abound, illustrating the ancient preference for fatty meat. This inclination stemmed from dietary habits that differed significantly from modern practices. The ancients favored fatty meats, perceiving them as more precious. This was closely linked to their living standards, as the lower quality of life and scarcity of resources meant that most common folk were preoccupied with mere subsistence, seldom contemplating the nuances of health and weight management. From a flavor perspective, fatty meat is generally more aromatic and satisfying, thus favored by the ancients. In terms of caloric content, fatty meats provide greater energy. Consuming a pound of fatty meat yields more calories than a pound of lean meat, effectively staving off hunger. Moreover, the ability of fatty meat to build muscle contributed to its desirability, and as market dynamics dictated, fatty meats commanded higher prices. All right, I would like 4 pounds of pork belly and 1 pound of hind leg meat, Zhu Ping'an affirmed with a nod. Please offer a discount. Lu Didao promptly addressed the butcher Zhang, stating, "We shall be regular customers in the future, so if you provide us with reasonable prices, we will certainly support your business." "Certainly," Zhang the butcher replied readily. "I can offer you a reduction of 1 penny per pound on the pork belly and 2 pennies on the hind leg meat." "How does that sound?" "That's acceptable," Lu Didao casually responded. "The pork belly is priced at 19 pennies per pound. For 4 pounds, that amounts to 76 pennies. The hind leg meat is 16 pennies per pound, bringing the total to 92 pennies. Since this is your first time catering to my needs, I will waive the small change, so it will be 90 pennies." Zhang the butcher, though somewhat slow at calculations, was remarkably accurate, and he graciously deducted an additional 2 pennies. Upon hearing of the further reduction, Lu Didao expressed his satisfaction, assuring Zhang, "We will continue to support your business." Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement, smiling. "Thank you," Zhang the butcher exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He then turned to the hanging meat and skillfully cut a sizable portion of pork belly, followed by a piece of lean meat. After weighing the cuts, he turned the scale towards Zhu Ping'an and his companions, confirming the accuracy. Once verified, Zhang expertly wrapped the meat in lotus leaves. Just as Zhu Ping'an was about to take it, Lu Didao and Lu Dachui swiftly interceded, cheerfully asserting that they would handle the heavier tasks. With no other customers at the meat stall, their conversation posed no hindrance to business. Lu Didao praised Zhang's skillful knife work, to which Zhang proudly responded that he had honed his craft over 20 years of cutting meat. While Lu Didao and the others engaged in conversation with Zhang, Zhu Ping'an observed the stall. A pile of large bones lay atop the counter, stripped of meat, while beneath the stall, discarded lotus leaves held a collection of pig offal, evidently carelessly discarded. "How much for those large bones?" Zhu Ping'an inquired, gesturing towards the bones on the counter. "They're not worth much. I usually consider them as throwaways since there's no meat on them, but they can be used for broth. Given that you've purchased so much from me, if you fancy those bones, please take as many as you like. I 1T charge you a penny," Zhang the butcher replied with a wave of his hand. "Just a few 1T suffice. Broth made from those large bones is quite delightful, and there will be a high demand at the fast food establishments," Zhu Ping'an remarked. "I desire a substantial amount and shall return frequently. I cannot take advantage of you. How about this, sir? If you plan to return to my stall for meat, you can have all the large bones for just 10 pennies, Zhang proposed. "That is agreeable," Zhu Ping'an responded, pleased with the offer. 10 pennies for all those bones was a remarkable deal, significantly less than what it would typically cost. Of course, Zhang the butcher would also gain a modest profit, as bones that were originally considered throwaways would now yield him 10 pennies. While it may not be a large sum, it would accumulate over time, providing a steady source of income. 10 pennies? Let us make it even cheaper, Lu Didao interjected from the side. Zhu Ping'an was quite pleased with Zhang the butcher's proposal, yet he did not rush to express his approval. Casually glancing at the offal beneath Zhang's meat stall, he inquired nonchalantly, "How much do you sell the pig offal for?" "Well, how about this? I shall part with a set of pig offal for 15 won, and in addition, all the large bones from my butcher shop will be yours free of charge. To speak frankly, the pig liver and heart are somewhat more desirable. They can be sold relatively easily. However, The pig intestines are exceedingly troublesome to clean, and even when meticulously prepared, they still carry an unpleasant odor, rendering them largely unsellable and often discarded. Zhang the butcher pondered before responding. Zhang, you are not being straightforward. The price you ask for pig offal rivals that of pig hind leg meat. What is the appeal of pig offal? The liver and heart lack flavor. And as for the intestines, who would dare consume them given their pungent aroma? Lu Dideo shook his head. Look, brother, if that's the case, let me offer you the pig offal for 10 won, and I'll still give you all the large bones from my stall for free. How does that sound? Zhang the butcher smiled bashfully before continuing. Lu Dideo was about to negotiate further, but Zhu Ping'an was already quite satisfied. It had exceeded his expectations. The mere 10 won would suffice to support a meat dish for a quick meal. There is plenty of profit to be made for everyone, he thought, as he found Zhang the butcher to be a promising partner for future collaborations. Very well, Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement. With a beaming smile, Zhang the butcher bundled the large bones with twine and wrapped the prepared pig offal in lotus leaves, securing them once more before handing them over to Zhu Ping'an and his companions. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Zhu Ping'an suggested that they establish a formal contract in the presence of a local official at the market entrance. Zhang the butcher readily agreed, as this would safeguard his interests and ensure he could sell the previously unsellable pig offal. Thus, both parties, in the presence of the official, formalized an agreement for 10 won per set of pig offal along with a complimentary supply of large bones, with a special clause granting Zhu Ping'an the right of first refusal. Chapter 820. Zhu's fast food, my lord. If that fellow is in need of money, he should speak up. We could pool our resources and buy enough ingredients for nearly a month, Lu Dideo suggested, while holding a string of pig offal in one hand and a bundle of large bones in the other. However, if we are to open our establishment and use these pig offals to deceive the patrons, it may not be prudent. Though they appear inexpensive, no matter how well they are prepared, they still retain a certain odor, making the dish unpalatable. If no one is willing to eat it, we shall not profit. Will we, my lord? As they walked, the offal emitted a strong scent, intensified by the heat of the day. Of course, this offal was fresh and not spoiled. Rather, it was the natural aroma of the raw ingredients that was so potent. Passers-by held their noses and hurried past, casting sidelong glances. The expressions they wore made Lu Dideo feel as though he could not afford a meal, yet he was inexplicably tempted by the offal he carried. Lu Dideo harbored doubts about the culinary potential of pig offal, suspecting that Zhu Ping'an resorted to such ingredients due to financial constraints. While unsold vegetables were a minor concern, tarnishing the reputation of a young master was an entirely different matter. Thus, Lu Dideo felt compelled to caution Zhu Ping'an. Indeed, my lord, pig offal is scarcely consumed in our countryside. Lu Bo's culinary skills are quite commendable. However, during a time of famine in our village, when hunger drove us to extreme measures, he prepared a wild boar, including the offal, under the misguided belief that any meat would suffice. The taste was overwhelmingly strong, and had we not been desperate, we could hardly have swallowed it. I believe that offal is generally avoided in rural areas, let alone here at the emperor's feet, where there is no famine. Thus, I fear that this dish may not sell well. Lu Dachui, holding both pig offal and bones, nodded in agreement as Lu Dideo's words resonated. Rest assured, I possess a method for preparing pig offal that eliminates any unpleasant odor, resulting in a delectable dish. Zhu Ping'an proclaimed, a confident smile gracing his lips. The thought of modern braised dishes featuring pig offal crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but smirk. Delicious offal? Lu Dideo was taken aback by Zhu Ping'an's assertion, and his astonishment deepened as he noticed Zhu Ping'an's salivating expression. Are you truly craving pig offal? He pondered, suddenly feeling queasy as he gazed at the pungent offal in his hands. My lord, you jest. The inherent foul smell of pig offal cannot possibly be masked. Lu Dachui interjected, his expression rife with skepticism. Return with me, and you shall witness whether I jest or speak in earnest, Zhu Ping'an declared confidently, grasping a package of lotus leaf-wrapped pork and striding towards the direction of the shop. Lu Dideo and Lu Dachui followed closely behind Zhu Ping'an, parading the pig offal as they garnered the attention of passers-by along the way. The market was not far from the Zhu family's fast food establishment, and soon they encountered the shop sign, which appeared to have attracted an even larger crowd than before. As the sign for Zhu's fast food was delivered, Lu Mu, having overseen the renovations, had promptly hung it outside the shop. With the sign now displayed, the number of curious onlookers multiplied. What is fast food? People expressed great interest in this novel concept, as it was their first encounter with the term. Indeed, this marked the inaugural appearance of fast food in the world. Originally of foreign import, the term emerged alongside sandwiches and hamburgers in the Western world, known in English as quick meal or fast food. Upon its arrival in China, it was translated into Chinese, infusing it with local culinary significance, essentially referring to meals that could be consumed swiftly. However, from this moment forth, fast food would be synonymous with a restaurant called Zhu's fast food, originating from the Ming Dynasty in China. As for when the term quick meal or fast food was translated in the West, that is a matter of historical inquiry. Fast food likely connotes the notion of speedy service. Some people interpret it literally, as the name suggests. Quick service. Ah, how delightful. The most frustrating aspect of dining out is the interminable wait for dishes to arrive. Once the establishment opens, let us observe how swiftly Zhu's fast food delivers its offerings. It may be worth a try. If the service proves to be excruciatingly slow, I shall dismantle their sign and see how they dare to maintain the label of fast food. Thus, a mere sign ignited considerable interest among the public. Many expressed their intent to visit Zhu's fast food upon its opening, eager to ascertain just how fast this fast food truly is. A sign can serve as an advertisement, capturing the attention and curiosity of numerous passers-by. Zhu Ping'an could not have anticipated that a sign in this modern era, so commonplace, would yield such unexpected delight. The reason is quite simple. The term fast food resonates with many. Most people have experienced the frustration of waiting for dishes to arrive at a restaurant, either watching the neighboring table feast while their own orders languish or enduring the scenario where only 2 out of 4 ordered dishes appear, leaving them to finish their meal while the remaining 2 never materialize. Countless diners have had their appetites and moods soured by sluggish service. Now, witnessing someone boldly championing the fast food sign, how could they not be intrigued? Observing the throngs gathered outside Zhu's fast food and hearing their enthusiastic declarations of future patronage, Princess Ning'an, in her establishment, fumed at the onlookers, berating them for their foolishness. How could a mere sign wield such allure? Was it not absurd? Fast food. What audacity! How many chefs can you possibly recruit? Can you surpass the number of chefs in a grand dining establishment? They boast a dozen or more cooks, yet dare not call themselves fast food. You, a small shop, can muster at most 3 chefs. How brazen to claim such a title. Just wait and see. When the service lags, let us see how many signs will be shattered by disgruntled patrons. In her mind, Princess Ning'an reveled in the imagined scene of Zhu Ping'an's restaurant suffering from slow service, with customers venting their frustrations upon his sign. Nevertheless, gazing at the bustling Zhu's fast food, even before its opening, she felt an irritation akin to swallowing a fly, envisioning Zhu Ping'an's smug countenance. Chapter 821. The birth of the world's first advertisement. What is that odor? Who lacks civic virtue and disregards the business of others? In the midst of her vexation, Princess Ning'an suddenly detected an unpleasant scent and instinctively covered her delicate nose with her small hand. Raising her head in disgust to identify the source of this inconsiderate aroma, determined to chastise them thoroughly. To her astonishment, upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Zhu Ping'an accompanied by Lu Dadao and Lu Dachui at her shop's entrance, only to see them carrying pig entrails. Pig entrails? Although Princess Ning'an had never tasted pig offal, she had seen it before. Once, during her childhood, she had secretly accompanied her 3rd brother to the imperial kitchen, where she witnessed the butchering of pigs. Her brother was so frightened that his legs went weak and his face turned pale. However, Princess Ning'an was unfazed and watched with great interest from beginning to end. At that time, the kitchen discarded the offal, declaring it dirty and unpalatable. To her surprise, Zhu Ping'an had now brought back 2 servings of pig offal. Zhu's fast food. Could it be that Zhu Ping'an intended to prepare dishes using pig offal? The offal was notorious for its strong odor and unappetizing taste. Who would be willing to eat dishes made from it? It was truly a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Who would have thought that Zhu Ping'an was willingly courting disaster? With so many eyes watching outside, it was evident that he would soon become the talk of the town. And it seemed that even before the grand opening, Zhu Ping'an had already tarnished the reputation of his establishment. How remarkable, indeed! At this thought, Princess Ning'an's eyes sparkled with delight, and her cherry lips curved into a cheerful smile. Looking again at the pig offal Zhu Ping'an had brought back, it appeared increasingly charming, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Oh, by the way, Everyone had yet to notice that Zhu Ping'an had returned. For the sake of shared joy, Princess Ning'an blinked her large, glistening eyes and approached the door. Peeking out, she cupped her dainty hands around her lips and, with spirited exuberance, called out, "The owner of Zhu's fast food has returned with ingredients." After her proclamation, Princess Ning'an swiftly retreated into the pastry shop, concealing her achievements and fame. Her resonant voice, both piercing and alluring, immediately captivated the attention of the crowd. In an instant, Zhu Ping'an, Lu Dachui, and Lu Dadao found themselves exposed to the public gaze, along with the pig offal and large bones they carried. What a youthful owner. Wait, what is that smell? Are they really carrying pig offal? A collective gasp filled the air as the crowd's expressions shifted from curiosity to disdain. Hidden behind the shop's window, Princess Ning'an watched the unfolding drama with glee, covering her mouth and giggling like a mischievous puppy. Why not a fox? Because her laughter resembled that of a golden retriever rather than a cunning fox. Humph. Let's see how you handle this. You flaunted yourself. Zhu Ping'an, you might be the foolish one here. Your shop hasn't even opened yet, and it's already facing ruin. How pitiful. The more Princess Ning'an observed, the brighter her smile became, as if she were savoring a fine vintage. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Dadao and Lu Dachui felt an overwhelming urge to devour the pig they were holding. They noticed that when the spectators had glimpsed the pig, their expressions were filled with disdain, and their interest in Zhuji fast food had waned significantly. They felt like sinners. Indeed, dear townsfolk, I am the young master of the Zhu family fast food establishment that is currently undergoing renovations. Zhuji fast food, as the name suggests, emphasizes speed. I assure you that once you place your orders, you will be served warm meals in no time at all. Zhu Ping'an greeted the gathered townsfolk with a respectful bow and, with a genuine smile, briefed them about Zhuji fast food. Warm meals served in no time? Queried a skeptical voice from the crowd. Is that truly possible? Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's assurances, the onlookers erupted with laughter. Of course, if your meal is not served within that time frame, it will be free of charge, Zhu Ping'an promised with a smile. Anyone can make grand claims. But if the time exceeds your promise, who will hold you accountable? Came the laughter of disbelief from the crowd, expressing skepticism towards Zhu Ping'an's guarantees. Well, that's a valid point. Promises must be substantiated, Zhu Ping'an acknowledged, contemplating their words seriously, nodding thoughtfully. Wait, are you genuinely considering this? Laughter erupted once more. And amidst the chuckles, the crowd's fondness for Zhu Ping'an grew, finding him endearingly sincere. Let me craft a sign to hang at the entrance. With black ink on white paper, everyone will find assurance. Regardless of whether I am present, you need not worry about Zhuji fast food reneging on its promise. Zhu Ping'an, taking a moment to ponder from the perspective of the crowd, suddenly had a moment of inspiration. He looked up, beaming at everyone, his honest face shining in the sunlight, his bright white teeth nearly dazzling the onlookers. Are you serious? The crowd was once again taken aback by Zhu Ping'an's earnestness, and their admiration for him surged anew. The goodwill was palpable. As the renovations were ongoing, there was no shortage of wood or brushes for drawing. After finishing his thought, Zhu Ping'an sourced a piece of wood from the ground, adjusted his clothing, squatted down, dipped a brush into ink, and with one hand pulling up his sleeve, he began to elegantly inscribe, Zhuji fast food, 6 won for a full meal, 10 won for a hearty one. Meals served in a moment, healthy and delicious. Late arrivals eat for free. This catchy sign was completed in an instant, flowing effortlessly from his brush. A promise, or rather, an advertisement. Once finished, the ink quickly seeped into the wood, and Zhu Ping'an handed the board to Lu Dadao, instructing him to hang it at the shop's entrance. The first advertisement in the world was born. Well done. Your calligraphy is exquisite. As the sign was hung, applause erupted. And as they read the contents of the wooden board, an excited buzz of chatter filled the air. Can anyone read? Please, do read it to us. Amidst the gathered crowd, those unable to read grew anxious, urging their literate companions to decipher the inscriptions upon the wooden board. Chapter 822, Acknowledgement. Beneath the scorching sun, in the heart of the capital, the city thrived with bustling activity. Not far from Kawaman, a bustling alley bordered the canal, teeming with passers-by. Close to an arch bridge stood a shop undergoing renovations, named Zhuji Fast Food, which attracted an especially large crowd outside. The throng encircled Zhuji Fast Food, drawn precisely to a newly hung sign. Beside the sign stood a neatly dressed young lad, his demeanor humble yet amiable. pointing at the sign while gazing at the onlookers with a warm smile. His dark eyes, as clear as the sky, radiated sincerity and candor. The curious bystanders, unable to read, frequently urged the literate individuals within the crowd to unveil the contents of the sign. The inscription read, Zhu Ji fast food, 6 to satisfy. 10 for a feast, dishes served with a cup of tea, healthy and delicious, free if delayed. Under the persistent prodding of the illiterate crowd, a modestly dressed teacher, exuding an air of calm, adjusted his navy robe and stepped forward. With a slight lift of his chin, he regarded the gathering with the pride of a learned individual, then pointed to the sign, articulating each word for the eager, yet unlettered onlookers. The sign's message was straightforward and easily comprehensible. However, upon completing his reading, the teacher's professional impulse took over, and he felt compelled to elaborate, explaining that at Zhu Ji fast food, one could dine satisfactorily for merely 6 won, and for 10 won, one could enjoy a hearty meal. After placing their orders, patrons would receive their dishes within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The food was not only delectable but also nourishing, and should there be a delay beyond that time, the meal would be complimentary. Yet, before the teacher could conclude his explanation, the enthusiasm of the onlookers had already ignited, spreading like wildfire, prompting everyone to voice their opinions. Is it true? 6 for a full meal? A single one buys only 1 large steamed bun. To fill up, most need 2, and those with bigger appetites, like myself, require 3 or 4. If this establishment guarantees satisfaction for 6 won, one must question the quality of their food, remarked a burly man, rolling up his sleeves with a chuckle. Indeed, it seems too good to be true, another chimed in. 6 won for a full meal. Surely that must mean an endless supply of buns. And 10 won for a feast? The proprietor certainly has the audacity to claim such. They laughed. If what the proprietor asserts holds any truth, I would dine here daily. Many joined in, echoing similar sentiments, convinced that the prices at Zhu Ji fast food were so remarkably reasonable that doubt was nearly impossible to contain. Nonetheless, some voices of dissent emerged. Not necessarily. Food establishments often have their margins. A relative of mine runs a food business, and I know a thing or two about it. For instance, when it comes to steamed buns, if the shop makes them in-house, a single win's worth of flour can yield 3 buns in profit. In our daily lives, we have all purchased vegetables. A single cucumber is hardly worth a penny, yet if one were to order a dish of smashed cucumber at a restaurant, it would certainly cost no less than 6 cents. The price has multiplied several times over. You raise a valid point. But why then do the dishes at these establishments carry such exorbitant prices? How is it that this little shopkeeper offers such reasonable rates? Is the shopkeeper merely masquerading as a vegetable seller while actually running a steamed bun business? The conversation grew ever more fervent, igniting a sense of urgency in Princess Ning'an, who watched from behind the window of the dessert shop across the street. Feeling a pang of exasperation akin to the frustration of seeing iron that cannot be forged into steel, she longed to step forward and awaken them with a sharp reprimand. Such short-sighted commoners, easily swayed by a mere trifle from the one surnamed Zhu, had lost sight of their own purpose. Are we really straying from the point? It's about pig offal, a gaggle of fools. As Princess Ning'an listened with increasing agitation, she could no longer contain herself and leaned out of the window, her voice rising in a playful accusation. Is it because you serve us pig offal that your prices are so low? After her outburst, she quickly retreated behind the bed, concealing her presence. Humph. If you think you can divert the topic, you are mistaken. I shall not let you achieve your aim. You may deceive others, but you cannot fool me. Dear commoners, let us see how you fare when your establishment flounders before it even opens. Our esteemed scholar truly possesses remarkable wit. With her cheek pressed against the window, she listened eagerly to the unfolding events outside. Upon hearing the crowd shift their focus to the topic of pig offal, her face lit up like a playful puppy. Under her subtle guidance, the people seemed to awaken to the essence of the matter, as if struck by a sudden realization. Indeed, one might feast on 6 or 10 pennies worth, but surely you are not truly using pig offal in your dishes, are you? Please, no? That abominable substance carries an unpleasant odor. I tried it once and have no desire for a second encounter. It is indeed plausible. Look, the little shopkeeper is carrying nothing but pig offal. If that is the case, I shall pass. My stomach cannot endure it. In an instant, an air of trepidation swept over the crowd outside Zhu's fast food establishment. Upon mentioning pig offal, their expressions changed as if they had encountered a tiger. their initial enthusiasm doused like a flame by a sudden downpour. While not entirely disheartened, the onlookers found their spirits considerably diminished. In the meantime, Princess Ning'an, hidden behind the window, clenched her fist in excitement, her little face alight with joy, silently cheering for the crowd. Observing the shift in sentiment among the people, Lu Dao and Lu Dachui were filled with anxiety, their foreheads slick with sweat. However, Zhu Ping'an remained unaffected. Beneath the sun, his smile appeared even more radiant. He glanced over at the dessert shop across the street and noticed a glimpse of red fabric peeking from behind the window, which only served to brighten his smile further. Though Princess Ning'an was speaking in a hushed tone, Zhu Ping'an recognized her voice immediately, confirming his suspicions. Isn't it appropriate for me to offer her some form of compensation? In the midst of the crowd's astonished murmurs, Zhu Ping'an stepped forward with an innocent smile, bowing slightly to capture everyone's attention. Curiosity stirred amongst the onlookers. Could it be that Zhu's fast food indeed utilized pig offal in their dishes? Under the scrutinizing gazes, Zhu Ping'an, still smiling benignly, posed the question. The crowd nodded in unison. Meanwhile, Princess Ning'an, peering from behind the window of the delicious residence, couldn't help but extend her neck in intrigue upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Zhu Ping'an nodded slightly, his demeanor candid, as if responding to an inconsequential query. Did he just admit it? He audaciously acknowledged it. Princess Ning'an's mouth fell agape in disbelief as she rubbed her eyes, struggling to trust her senses. She had anticipated a clever retort from Zhu Ping'an and had prepared to expose any deceit at a critical moment. Never did she imagine he would brazenly concede, wearing a look of pride as if it were an honor. Such shamelessness. Princess Ning'an harbored a newfound contempt for Zhu Ping'an's audacity. Yet, what did it matter? No amount of bravado could save him now. Just wait for the doors to close. Chapter 823. The etiquette of dining begins with food. As events unfolded, they aligned closely with Princess Ning'an's expectations. Upon Zhu Ping'an's acknowledgement, the crowd outside Zhu's fast food erupted with fervor, akin to a mighty river that had suddenly breached its banks, surging forth with an overwhelming roar. Is this really how your establishment operates? How could you serve us dishes made from pig offal? The pungent odor is unbearable, they exclaimed. Is this your idea of a bargain? Regardless of the price, the stench is intolerable. Smell it. The aroma is overwhelming. How can one ruin food in such a manner? In mere seconds, a torrent of grievances echoed through the air. Hiding behind the window, Princess Ning'an listened to the discontented voices, her small face blooming with delight. What will you do now? She thought, rising once more to peer out the window, eager to witness Zhu Ping'an being torn apart by the furious crowd. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded before her eyes, causing her mouth to form in astonished and her large eyes nearly to pop from their sockets. Before her, Zhu Ping'an, who had just nodded in affirmation, now began to shake his head side to side. Is he shaking his head? In her astonishment, Princess Ning'an accidentally bumped her forehead against the window, wincing in pain as she mentally berated Zhu Ping'an once more. Not only was she taken aback, but the onlookers surrounding Zhu's fast food were equally flabbergasted by his antics. How could he nod in agreement, then shake his head in denial? Did he think them fools? In an instant, the crowd's spittle nearly drowned Zhu Ping'an. Esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, I nodded earlier to acknowledge that our establishment indeed employs pig offal in our cuisine. Yet I shook my head to clarify that it is merely one of the many dishes we offer. Our menu boasts a plethora of options: meat and vegetarian, sweet and spicy, salty and sour, chicken, duck, fish, and pork, among others, ensuring there is something for everyone's palate. With a gentle smile, Zhu Ping'an respectfully elucidated to the assembly. Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd's fervor gradually subsided. Indeed, it is reasonable to assert that no tavern would limit itself to a single dish. Who would dare to open an establishment with merely a dozen offerings? The principle of catering to diverse tastes is well understood by all. If one does not fancy pig offal, there are other alternatives to savor. While the crowd's agitation eased, Princess Ning'an's emotions surged with greater intensity. Shameless Zhu Ping'an, such a master of sophistry. A bunch of uneducated commoners, easily swayed by his ruse. Observing the harmonious scene before her, Princess Ning'an was on the verge of exasperation. She had noticed upon her arrival that the elders hesitated upon seeing the pig offal we carried, and with a knowing chuckle, she understood their unfavorable perception: pungent and foul, unappetizing. Zhu Ping'an addressed the crowd with a modest smile, continuing, "However, I must emphasize that this pig offal is a signature dish of our establishment, both delectable and affordable." Following his words, the audience expressed their bewilderment, shaking their heads in unison and pressing him with inquiries. "If you acknowledge that pig offal is foul and unpalatable, why then present it as a specialty? Are you attempting to deceive us? Is this not detrimental to your reputation? Do you, esteemed elders, believe pig offal to be particularly unsanitary?" Zhu Ping'an countered rather than responding directly. "Of course, pig offal is indeed filthy, pungent, and unwholesome. If it were not, what could possibly be considered dirty? The very scent is enough to ruin one's appetite." The crowd replied unanimously, instinctively agreeing that pig offal was repugnant, thus fostering their aversion. Zhu Ping'an nodded thoughtfully before posing another query. "Might one assume that all offal is equally unclean? What of lamb offal or beef offal? Do you partake in beef or lamb tripe?" The crowd hesitated at this point. Truth be told, is beef offal and lamb offal truly dirty? Yes, but not irreparably so. Once properly cleaned, they are devoid of any unpleasantness. Many have indulged in beef and lamb tripe, and they are generally well-regarded delicacies, often considered gourmet ingredients that most cannot easily afford, with prices exceeding that of pork. Indeed, by this reasoning, is there not an essential similarity between pig offal and both beef and lamb offal? The crowd began to waver in their convictions. Observing their uncertainty, Zhu Ping'an continued with a smile, "I wonder if any of you have heard of the dish known as golden grilled sausage?" Without waiting for a response from the crowd, Zhu Ping'an continued, "This dish is surely familiar to everyone. It is a staple found in most eateries, including the renowned Liangzhe Tower in the capital, which features it prominently on its menu. The dish is prepared using sheep intestines. The minced lamb is seasoned and stuffed into clean sheep intestines, which are then hung in a ventilated area to dry for a week. Once dried, the intestines are cut into segments, skewered with bamboo sticks, and grilled over charcoal, while being brushed with egg yolk. When cooked, the dish takes on a golden hue and emits an enticing aroma." Indeed, the audience nodded in agreement. The dish known as Zhijianchang became a popular delicacy in the Song dynasty and reached its zenith during the Ming dynasty. The contemporary perception of Zhijianchang among the people of the Ming era was akin to how modern individuals regard dishes such as spicy sour shredded potatoes, poached meat slices, or twice-cooked pork. Isn't sheep intestine a type of offal? Isn't it unclean? Yet, during the Song dynasty, Zhijianchang was a common dish served in the imperial court. The Dream of the Eastern Capital, Volume 9, mentions pairing it with sheep meat pancakes, highlighting its status as a royal delicacy. In addition to sheep offal, other dishes like fried duck gizzards and stir-fried tripe were also considered imperial cuisine. Zhu Ping'an then proceeded to elevate the status of offal in the eyes of the audience. To shift the collective mindset, Zhu Ping'an cited examples of beef and lamb offal, followed by instances of sheep offal, duck gizzards, and tripe as royal fare, further transforming the group's perspective on offal. "You claim offal is dirty, yet it is used in royal dishes. Surely, the imperial court would not be careless in their selection." Gradually, Zhu Ping'an raised the audience's perception of pork offal. However, the young shopkeeper interjected, "That's not quite accurate. Cleaned beef and lamb offal lack any distinct flavor, making them palatable, but pork offal is different. It retains a strong odor even after processing. Indeed, beef and lamb are regarded with care, and their offal is manageable and devoid of strong scents. However, pork is another matter entirely. It is notoriously unclean, with a foul stench that permeates its offal, making it nearly impossible to cleanse completely." Though the audience's perception of pork offal had improved, they remained hesitant to accept it, believing it to be inherently tainted with a foul odor that rendered it inedible. But what if pork offal could be thoroughly cleaned, devoid of any unpleasant scent? Much like beef and lamb offal. Zhu Ping'an smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Cleaned thoroughly?" The crowd paused at Zhu Ping'an's words, pondering that if it could indeed be cleaned, it would present a different scenario altogether. After all, pork, beef, and lamb offal are all offal. What distinction could there be between them? At the outset of propriety, all begins with food. As the ancestral figures of culinary enthusiasts, ancient people had a remarkable acceptance of food, rivaling that of modern individuals. What is there that I would not dare to eat? Chapter 824. Invitation to taste testing, but can you truly cleanse pork offal? If it could be cleaned, it would have been done long ago, and we wouldn't be having this conversation today. Indeed, young shopkeeper, Pork offal is not the same as that of beef or lamb. It cannot be cleaned effectively. Once, seeking to save some money, we attempted to clean pig offal by the river for an entire morning. It was scrubbed to an immaculate state, yet the odor persisted. After boiling a pot, we ultimately discarded it, for it was simply inedible. Not only did we waste a considerable amount of firewood, but the pot itself required 3 days of cleaning, and still, the smell lingered. As the small proprietor boasted about his grand aspirations, the crowd fell silent momentarily before shaking their heads in disbelief. If pig offal could be thoroughly cleaned, they would undoubtedly partake. However, the crux of the matter was their utter skepticism towards Zhu Ping'an's claims of purification. They argued that if pig offal could be processed as effectively as beef or lamb offal, it would have long been embraced, rather than being scorned and discarded as it is now. The crowd's reaction was anticipated by Zhu Ping'an. Centuries of entrenched beliefs cannot be altered by mere words. However, this skepticism played into his hands, for he understood that the more they doubted, the greater the impact would be when the fragrant pig offal and braised dishes finally graced their tables. This stark contrast would serve as the finest advertisement for Zhu's fast food establishment. As for the apprehension regarding the inability to properly clean pig offal or to prepare it deliciously, Zhu Ping'an harbored no such concerns. In contemporary times, many neighborhoods feature vendors selling cooked pig offal, and restaurants near schools offer mixed liver soup, constantly bustling with satisfied patrons. The renowned braised dishes of Beijing are a testament to this culinary trend. These delectable foods, which gained popularity in the latter half of the Qing dynasty and have stood the test of time, are the foundation of Zhu Ping'an's confidence. In fact, the more people doubt, the better it is for him. A faint smile graced his lips as he bowed to the crowd, declaring with unwavering conviction that his establishment could indeed cleanse pig offal. Without such expertise, he would not dare to undertake such a delicate task. To be candid, he continued, this is a skill passed down through generations. Is that true? Surely not. I've never heard of anyone successfully cleaning pig offal, they murmured. It's been impossible for ages. Don't be swayed by the small proprietor's flattery. Yet, when it came to ancestral secret recipes, the crowd's skepticism wavered. Generally, such recipes yield commendable results. And perhaps the small proprietor truly could cleanse pig offal effectively. As Zhu Ping'an spoke, the audience was filled with doubt and intrigue. The mention of ancestral craftsmanship conjured thoughts of secret formulas, often shrouded in confidentiality. But could pig offal truly be purified? For centuries, no one had achieved this feat. This was an immutable fact. Thus, the prevailing sentiment among the crowd remained one of skepticism, casting doubt on Zhu Ping'an's claims of a secret recipe. Today, as the little shop undergoes renovations, I find it necessary to prepare lunch for the diligent craftsmen at work. Fortunately, I have procured an ample supply of ingredients. If the esteemed villagers do not mind, I cordially invite you to join us for a taste at noon. Of course, it shall be complimentary. You shall determine the cleanliness and flavor of the pork offal for yourselves. If it pleases your palate, indulge freely. If not, you stand to lose nothing, do you not? Zhu Ping'an gestured graciously to the crowd, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his dark, spirited eyes shimmering with fervent enthusiasm. Free? A tasting? How could one refuse such an offer? There exists no reason to decline. I remain skeptical about the proper handling of pork offal. Thus, I shall partake in this lunch to witness the proprietor's skill firsthand. Count me in. I wish to behold the legacy of the young master's craftsmanship. My participation is not for mere food, but for the pursuit of truth. I too shall join, but is it truly all complimentary? Surely. They one tea tell us the dishes are free while charging for buns and tea. Will they? Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's invitation for a complimentary lunch featuring pork offal, the crowd eagerly accepted, unable to resist his earnest appeal. Even those who firmly believed that the offal could not be properly cleaned found themselves swayed by his sincerity. Passers-by and locals alike, upon learning of the Zhu family's offer, flocked to the scene, creating a bustling atmosphere outside the Zhu's fast food establishment. This spectacle ignited a fury within the proprietor of the neighboring establishment, Princess Ning'an, whose frustration reached a boiling point. A group of unrefined commoners. Is it merely a lunch that elicits such fervor? Were they not disdainful of the pork offal's odor? Yet, upon hearing of the free offer, they conveniently forget their own words. Pathetic. Go ahead and indulge. A pot of foul-smelling offal won't kill you, but it may well disgust you. Princess Ning'an seethed. Envisioning a scenario where Zhu Ping'an served a pot of putrid offal, the greedy patrons taking a bite only to retch in unison, resulting in a vengeful assault on his establishment. The renovations would be for naught, and the shop would falter before it even opened. Yes, it would unfold just like that. Thus, her spirits lifted slightly as she listened to Zhu Ping'an's distant voice reassuring the crowd. Esteemed villagers, rest assured that all offered at noon is indeed complimentary. Though supplies are limited, so arrive early to secure your portion. If, after dining, everyone still desires more, they shall have to wait for several days until the little shop opens. Of course, by then, there will be charges. However, as the sign proclaims, one can eat to fullness for 6 coins and enjoy a hearty meal for 10. By that time, even more enticing discounts will be introduced. Princess Ning'an rolled her eyes, scoffing at the notion that this exhibitionist still thought of opening in a few days. You are certainly overestimating the situation. By noon today, I fear your yet-to-open establishment will already face closure. What ancestral secret recipe are you trying to peddle? It seems you can only deceive those simple-minded commoners for now. Let us see how you handle serving a pot of foul-smelling pig entrails by noon. Chapter 825. A Culinary Fame Awaits. Part 1. In the sweltering summer, the sun poured down, turning the entire capital into a furnace, leaving people gasping for breath. Zhu Ping'an saluted the crowd outside, extending another invitation for them to come back at noon to sample the offerings, before turning to enter Zhu's fast food. Lu Dedao and Lu Dachui followed closely behind, carrying pig entrails into the shop. In the heat of summer, the odor of pig entrails was quite pronounced. As Lu Dedao and Lu Dachui entered the establishment, the lingering scent wafted around the onlookers outside. Could they truly clean it properly? With the foul stench in the air, questions abounded among the crowd. Well, we shall see by noon whether it's a mule or a horse, someone chuckled. After all, it's free, we can't suffer any loss. Indeed, that makes sense. If it's tasty, we'll have found a place to enjoy good meals at a bargain. If it's not, we simply won tea return. Others nodded in agreement. Zhu's fast food had a layout of a front shop with a backyard, where accommodations could be made, and there was even a well in the courtyard. Young lad, bring me another basket of bricks. Daqiang, have you mixed the mud well? Don't forget to add some straw. Let us set up a simple stove by the kitchen while they continue their work there. As Zhu Ping'an stepped into the backyard, he heard Lu Laobua's robust voice and spotted him, now dressed in fresh attire, rolling up his sleeves as he constructed the stove, which was already taking shape. Lu Mu was placing items into a basket, while Lu Daqiang and Lu Dedao were busy mixing mud, and Lu Dagong was washing pots and utensils by the well. No wonder he hadn't seen Lu Mu and the others earlier. They were all engaged under Lu Laobua's direction in the backyard. Old master, why aren't you resting more at the estate? We can manage here, Zhu Ping'an said as he hurried over, expressing concern. Young master has returned. Lu Laobua stood to greet him, as did Lu Mu and the others. No need for that. Please remain seated, Zhu Ping'an quickly urged, assisting Lu Laobua back into his seat, then gesturing for Lu Mu and the others to continue their tasks. After settling Lu Laobua comfortably, Zhu Ping'an sighed with a smile. After such a long journey, why don't you rest at the estate for a few more days? We can keep an eye on things here, and you can emerge when the shop opens. Rest assured, young master, Lu Laobua replied with a chuckle. Our bodies are in fine condition. In my youth, I once ventured into the mountains to hunt bears, traversing the rugged terrain for 3 days and nights without a care. This distance is but a trifle. If I lie down any longer, my body will surely rust. Cough, cough. Old Lu, attempting to assert his vigor, patted his chest, only to set off a fit of coughing, turning his face quite red. Lu Mu and the others exchanged amused glances. What's that smell? Lu Dachong remarked, detecting a rather pungent aroma, his nose twitching in surprise. Indeed, it resembles the scent of pig offal, Lu Degang added, taking a sniff. Cough, cough. It is indeed pig offal, Lu Dedao announced, raising the piece of offal in his hand, while Lu Dechui shook his own in agreement. What on earth do we need so much pig offal for? It's difficult to clean. Lu Dachong shook his head in disbelief. Young master, are you not aware? How did you come to acquire so much pig offal? Lu Mu questioned Lu Dechui and Lu Dedao. Exactly. You've all had it before. Lu Dachong chimed in. Cough, cough. This is for me to buy, Zhu Ping'an interjected, scratching his nose and coming to the defense of Lu Dedao and Lu Dechui. Perhaps the young master is unaware, although pig offal is inexpensive, it is notoriously hard to clean, and the end result is often unpalatable, Lu Dachong explained. What Lu said is true. during times of famine. I once attempted to clean it, much like handling lamb offal, and even after several rigorous cleansings, the foul odor remained overwhelming. Had it not been for sheer hunger, the villagers would not have been able to force it down, old Lu recounted, shaking his head. Rest assured, old Lu, if it were not cleanable, I would not have purchased this pig offal, Zhu Ping'an replied with a smile. Can the pig offal truly be cleaned? Lu Dachang and the others were taken aback by this assertion. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an affirmed, nodding vigorously. Our family possesses a time-honored secret recipe that can thoroughly cleanse pig offal. To bolster his credibility, Zhu Ping'an decided to invoke the allure of the ancestral recipe once more. Under the guise of this secret, he directed Lu Dao and the others on how to process the pig offal. Initially, Zhu Ping'an had intended to take a hands-on approach, but old Lu Mu, and Lu Dao were adamantly opposed. With no other option, Zhu Ping'an resorted to verbal guidance. Curious about the cleaning process, old Lu urged Lu Dichui and Lu Mu to continue manning the stove while he joined in to assist with the pig offal. Different parts of the pig require varying methods of preparation. The pig's heart is relatively simple. Most people merely cut it open, clean it of blood, and remove the white tendons. The pig's lungs, having a milder flavor, are typically washed several times before cooking. However, their texture and taste leave much to be desired. As the lungs are one of the organs responsible for detoxifying the pig, containing a fair amount of impurities that must be thoroughly cleaned. By observing a few key steps during the cleaning of the lungs, the texture and flavor can be significantly improved. First, trim away the fat attached to the pig's lungs. Then fill the trachea of the lungs with fresh water until it is swollen. Proceed to slap and squeeze the lungs to expel the blood and water inside. Repeating this process 3 or 4 times until satisfactory. After this, they are ready for cooking. When placing them in the pot, ensure ample water is added. And position a basin beside the pot. Immerse the lungs into the pot, ensuring that the end of the trachea, which contains more water, rests in the basin. Once the pot reaches a vigorous boil, a considerable amount of foam will rise from the trachea. When the foaming ceases, introduce the trachea into the pot. When the lungs have fully changed color, they can be retrieved. Zhu Ping'an, while guiding Lu Dao and others in cleaning the pig's lungs, elaborated on the essential precautions for boiling them to Lu Lao and Lu Daqiang. After extracting the lungs, slice them and place them in cold water, adding ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, and cooking wine. Once the water boils, a significant amount of foam will appear. Then reduce the heat and continue cooking for a while before turning off the heat. Retrieve the lungs and rinse them thoroughly with clean water until all foam is eliminated, thereby ensuring the lungs are properly cleaned. Chapter 826, A Notable Boil, Part 2. Cleaning pig liver is also straightforward. The blood can be washed away for consumption. However, to achieve a healthier and more delectable taste, one must soak and rinse it in lightly salted water, changing the water repeatedly. Once the water runs clear, add a spoonful of white vinegar, approximately 1 spoon for every ½ kilogram of liver. Soak for about 15 minutes, then remove and rinse thoroughly. Zhu Ping'an observed Lu Laobua and Lu Daqiang as they processed the pig offal, continuing to guide them in handling the liver and pig intestines. Indeed, among the pig offal, the intestines are the most challenging to clean and possess the strongest odor, a task that many struggle to accomplish. Zhu Ping'an pointed out the intestines, acknowledging their difficulty. You are right. The pig's intestines are indeed the most odorous and difficult to clean. While pig hearts and livers are consumed, the intestines are largely avoided due to the persistent odor, Lu Daqiang remarked, lifting the intestines from the basin with a frown. Similar to lamb intestines, once cleaned, pig intestines can be quite delicious, Zhu Ping'an responded with a slight smile. How do we clean the pig intestines? No matter how we wash them before, they never seem clean, Lu Daqiang inquired. Cleaning the pig intestines can be rather troublesome. First, we need a few pairs of scissors, Zhu Ping'an explained. We have scissors. We just bought 5 pairs, Lu Daqiang replied, retrieving them from near the well. Begin by using the scissors to cut away the fat and impurities from the outer layer of the intestines. This step is crucial, as failing to remove the fat will result in inadequately cleaned intestines. After removing the fat, rinse the intestines with fresh water. Then, invert the intestines as if rolling up sleeves, ensuring the insides are turned outwards. Then drain the water and place them in the basin. As Zhu Ping'an demonstrated this technique, he was promptly interrupted by Lu Lao and others. Lu Mu even referenced the saying about gentlemen keeping their distance from the kitchen. He chuckled softly. noting that the noble man should keep his distance from the kitchen. This initially referred to King Liang Hui, who was reluctant to take a life, prompting Mencius to advise King Xian of Qi to practice benevolence. Zhu Ping'an smiled gently and observed that Lu Mu and the others were resolute in their approach. Thus, he chose to guide rather than intervene physically, continuing to instruct. After controlling the water, add flour and salt to the basin. And feel free to be generous with the quantities. The purpose of the salt and flour is not for flavor, but to cleanse the pig's intestines. With the flour and salt, vigorously rub and wash the pig's intestines repeatedly until a substantial amount of intestinal fluid is produced, until your hands become greasy. After a bit more kneading, you may rinse them clean. Once washed, add white vinegar and a small amount of water, ideally a touch of cooking wine as well, and massage them once more, finally rinsing thoroughly. Having detailed the cleaning process for the pig's offal, Zhu Ping'an settled to the side, watching Lu Daqiang and the others as they washed the pig's intestines, occasionally offering a word of encouragement. Uncle Lu, a seasoned chef, quickly grasped the essence of the method, and Lu Daqiang and his companions adapted swiftly as well. After half an hour, the two sets of pig intestines were impeccably cleaned. Indeed, following the young master's method, the offal has lost its pungent odor, Lu Daqiang remarked, holding a piece of fatty intestine to his nose and inhaling deeply, delighted to find that the previously strong stench was now entirely absent. I never expected that this ancestral technique from the young master would be so effective. Uncle Lu sniffed the pig's intestines and then the lungs, and the wrinkles on his forehead smoothed out, his weathered face blooming with a simple smile, reminiscent of blossoms on an ancient tree. For an elder, learning and personally applying a method to handle pig offal brought more joy than discovering treasure. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Daqiang and the others, his previously cheerful demeanor turning serious. Daqiang, you must remember, this is the young master's family secret. You must guard your tongues and refrain from indiscretion, or don't blame your old uncle for disowning you. Uncle, rest assured, we understand the gravity of this matter. Lu Mu and the others assured him, promising to keep their lips sealed. In truth, there was nothing particularly secretive about the method of cleaning pig offal. It was abundant, and if everyone learned it, it would prevent waste. Moreover, the process of cleaning the offal was labor-intensive, and most households were too lazy to undertake it. Furthermore, while cleaning was one aspect, cooking pig offal was another entirely. Zhu Ping'an smiled nonchalantly, noting that in modern times, the method for cleaning pig offal was almost universally known. Yet most families preferred to buy ready-made pig offal dishes rather than purchase raw offal to prepare at home. Cleaning pig offal was quite cumbersome, requiring multiple washes with clean water, several rounds of scrubbing with flour and salt, and soaking in vinegar for over half an hour. Most people lacked the time and perseverance for such tasks, often opting instead for cooked products or simply avoiding offal altogether. The young master possesses good intentions, yet one must remain cautious of deceitful individuals. It is essential to recognize that while one should harbor no malice towards others, vigilance against potential threats is paramount. There are numerous dining establishments nearby, and with the current low prices for pig offal, one cannot dismiss the possibility of envy arising among competitors. It is imperative that for at least the first couple of years after the restaurant opens, discretion is maintained. Lu Mu vehemently cautioned against recklessness. He had spent the past few days diligently investigating the local market and had uncovered considerable insights. Despite the simplicity of the surrounding streets, there are no fewer than 10 eateries, many of which are backed by formidable forces. Rumor has it that one establishment is under the influence of a eunuch from the palace, who reportedly holds a notable position there. Several others also boast connections to officials. Additionally, there are numerous establishments whose affiliations remain undisclosed. However, any business operating on the street surely possesses a significant background. Young master, while your intentions are noble, one must be wary of treachery. In a few years, once our restaurant has established itself on this street, it would be more prudent for you to extend your goodwill. Lu Dadao and his companions quickly moved to dissuade Zhu Ping'an. It was only when they saw Zhu Ping'an acquiesce that they breathed a sigh of relief. After the pig offal was thoroughly cleaned, Lu Dajua and his team had also completed the construction of a double stove. The two stoves, one large and one small, were effectively combined. Initially, while preparing the pig lungs, they had simply erected a few bricks in the courtyard to support a small pot of boiling water. Now, with the stove adequately built, Lu Dadao and Lu Dajua placed a large iron pot, over a meter in diameter, on the big stove. and a smaller iron pot on the small stove. This setup allowed for steaming, boiling, and frying. Once the kitchen was fully refurbished and equipped with these 2 pots, there would be a total of 4, ensuring the restaurant could meet the demands of its operations. As time progressed, the scorching sun ascended higher in the sky, casting an intense heat that enveloped the streets like a steamer, rendering the ground unbearably hot, with only the shade of trees offering a semblance of coolness. In front of Zhu Ji fast food, 2 ancient trees with lush canopies provided ample shade, where dozens of people gathered, some squatting and others standing, engaged in light-hearted conversation while keeping a watchful eye on the restaurant's activities. The most discussed topic was the restaurant's offer of free tastings at noon. A laborer passing by, having heard the news, hurried back to share it with his coworkers, quickly drawing 7 or 8 more men in short shirts to the shaded area beneath the trees. Can Zhu Ping'an truly cleanse that foul-smelling pig offal? One wondered aloud, recalling his claims of a family secret recipe. Meanwhile, in the sparsely frequented pastry shop, the palace-maid Shi'er fanned Princess Ning'an while curiously observing the crowd gathering outside Zhu Ji fast food. If he is able to do what even the palace chefs cannot, then surely he must be exaggerating. A family recipe? That only serves to deceive the naive onlookers outside. Just watch. Their current excitement will soon turn into disappointment when they are served a pot of putrid pig offal. Princess Ning'an rolled her eyes disdainfully at the scene before her, unable to suppress her laughter at the thought of the impending spectacle when, come noon, a pot of foul-smelling pig offal would be presented. As for the ancestral secret recipe that Zhu Ping'an spoke of, Princess Ning'an is utterly unconvinced. An ancestral secret recipe? It must be some rustic method from the countryside. Can one truly trust such rural practices? I've heard that country folk, in times of hunger, resort to eating leaves and gnawing on clay. Their palate, As time passes and noon approaches, Princess Ning'an's gaze across the street grows ever more playful, as if she awaits a splendid performance. In truth, it is not solely Princess Ning'an. Numerous onlookers on this street are also paying attention to Zhu's fast food, eagerly anticipating the noon spectacle that Zhu's establishment will present. Naturally, the most concerned and attentive are fellow competitors, such as the nearby Zhihai restaurant, the somewhat distant Shirley Fragrance, and Xian Kelly. Upon hearing that a new eatery was undergoing renovations on this street, these establishments of varying scales and statuses became alert. Initially, they were rather apprehensive. As rivals are always wary, the opening of another eatery would inevitably siphon away a portion of their clientele, robbing them of their share of the pie. However, when word spread that the proprietor of Zhu's fast food had returned with 2 portions of pig offal and proclaimed that it would be their signature dish, their worries dissipated entirely. Zhu's fast food actually intends to feature pig offal as its main offering. Who doesn't he know that pig offal is notorious for its strong odor and uncleanliness? The thought of preparing dishes with pig offal is laughable. Zhu's establishment is practically courting disaster. Initially believing themselves to be rather unscrupulous, they were astonished to find that the proprietor of Zhu's fast food was even more so, attempting to profit from the seemingly free pig offal. Indeed. I've heard that the owner of Zhu's fast food is a minor official. It seems that those in power can be even more ruthless. Do you think that just because one holds an official position, they can excel in business? The nuances of commerce are far more complex than those of governance. Take, for example, the great merchant Lu Buwei from the spring and autumn period, who skillfully maneuvered to become a high-ranking minister. Yet that exalted minister does not necessarily possess the acumen to be a remarkable businessman. Only a bookish fool could conceive such a breathtaking idea as cooking with pig offal. To establishments like Zhihai Restaurant, Shirley Fragrance, and Xian Kelly, Zhu's fast food is nothing short of a jest. Hey, Lao Qian, have you heard? Zhu's fast food is serving pig offal for lunch. I just heard. I initially thought we had a worthy competitor, but it seems they're digging their own grave. Perhaps they might actually manage to prepare the pig offal into a delicious dish. You never know, they chuckled. Delicious dish? If they can make pig offal palatable. I'll eat this slop for lunch today. That is what you said. Yes, I said it. Let the statement stand. Thus, they are not only unperturbed, but also find their spirits inexplicably lifted. They settle on stools outside their establishments, pour themselves a cup of tea, grab a handful of peanuts and sunflower seeds, and leisurely banter with their neighboring competitors about Zhu's fast food, all while awaiting the noon spectacle with great anticipation. Long before the onlookers anticipated a spectacle, the backyard of Zhu's fast food was bustling in an orderly manner. Zhu Ping'an stood nearby, offering guidance. While old Lu and Lu Dechong were responsible for the rudimentary task of chopping the pig offal, and Lu Dao and Lu Dechui tended to the fire. "Young master, do you think the bone broth is ready?" inquired Lu Dao. "Yes, it is," Zhu Ping'an replied, nodding at the bubbling broth in the pot. With no aged marinade available, they had to first extract the essence from the pig's bones to create a rich broth, ensuring that the resulting offal would be more fragrant. Just like the century-old braised meat shops in modern Beijing, which preserve their old broth, this method would enhance the flavor and delectability of their dishes, guaranteeing that even if others attempted to replicate their offal, it could not surpass the taste of Zhu's creations. The offal and seasonings were added, and the cooking commenced. Notably, Zhu Ping'an had concocted this seasoning according to the recipe from a renowned modern braised meat establishment, a fortunate coincidence that he had encountered. The fire caressed the pot's bottom as the broth gurgled. As noon approached, the patrons outside Zhu's fast food grew impatient. Why is there still no sign of progress? Didn't the young shopkeeper claim that Zhu's fast food is famous for its speed? One murmured. Surely, the young shopkeeper isn't trying to fool us? Another speculated. We are not easily deceived. If he fails to deliver on his promises, we shall have reason to retaliate. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps they are just setting up the stove, came the reply, as the crowd outside continued to wait, growing increasingly restless. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with surprise, closing their eyes and inhaling deeply against the wind. What is that delightful aroma? Do you smell it? Where is that fragrance coming from? After taking a deep breath, they confirmed their suspicion, their voice dripping with anticipation. Indeed, there is a uniquely enticing scent wafting through the air. Just the smell makes my mouth water. Soon, others joined in, captivated by the alluring aroma. I can't take it anymore. This fragrance is driving me wild, and my appetite is awakened, one lamented. Rapidly, more people began to detect the increasingly potent scent. Some swallowed hard, patting their stomachs in frustration, uttering exclamations of hunger. Chapter 828. The fragrant surprise of the crowd in the backyard of Zhu's fast food. A large iron pot, over a sturdy stove, simmered with pig offal, its clean and vibrant essence floating amidst the broth. Although the meat was yet to be fully cooked, the rich aroma had already begun to permeate the air, wafting outside. I can't bear it any longer. That aroma is simply irresistible. Where is it coming from? Another exclaimed. What a delightful fragrance. Which establishment is cooking? It resembles the preparation of some exquisite delicacy. It can't be anything less than the most sumptuous dish. This must be the work of a skilled chef preparing dragon meat nearby. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such an alluring aroma of meat. As the scent wafted beyond the courtyard, an increasing number of individuals gathered beneath the shade of the trees outside Zhu's fast food, drawn by the tantalizing fragrance. The sound of people swallowing their saliva echoed, seemingly infectious, creating a chorus of eager anticipation. Where could this delightful aroma be emanating from? I wonder if it is coming from Zhu's. Someone followed the scent, gazing in the direction from which it came, and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, I too perceive that this enticing fragrance is wafting from Zhu's fast food, and it grows more enticing by the moment. Soon, others chimed in agreement. Well, there is only Zhu's courtyard nearby emitting smoke. It can only be from Zhu's establishment. What could Zhu's be cooking to produce such a delightful scent? What else could it be but pig offal? We have been observing since early morning, and aside from the pots and utensils, only the young proprietor and his men have entered with a piece of pork and some offal. Pig offal. How could it possibly smell so divine? Surely, the young proprietor hasn't secretly concealed exquisite delicacies in the backyard to simmer? Exactly. How could offal be so aromatic? There is no reason for doubt. Zhu's is right here. Let us inquire and discover the truth. Why rush? The young proprietor has invited us for lunch. It is nearly noon. When he presents the meal, we shall know the truth. Under the spell of the meat's intoxicating aroma, the people waiting beneath the trees appeared as if they had taken a potion, growing increasingly agitated. You swallow. I swallow. Voices clashed with various opinions. Some appeared so restless they could hardly remain still, while others, unable to contain themselves, ventured into the blazing sun to peer inside Zhu's fast food. Princess, look. What is happening over there? A maidservant, fanning Princess Ning'an at the delightful pastry shop across from Zhu's, suddenly noticed the commotion among those waiting in the shade, and out of curiosity, shared her observation with the princess. Let me see, Princess Ning'an replied, intrigued, rising to peer outside. She beheld the agitated crowd. some pacing fervently and others peering eagerly into Zhu's fast food, seemingly embroiled in animated discussions. Observing their flushed faces and fervent energy, her eyes sparkled with delight. And she covered her mouth with her delicate hand, breaking into a soft, melodious laugh. Look at them, their faces red as rabbits. They must be quite impatient. Indeed, noon is upon us, yet that fellow Zhu has made no move. How could they not be anxious? Just wait until he serves a pot of foul-smelling pig offal. They will be even more excited. As Princess Ning'an spoke, she could not help but giggle. Already envisioning Zhu Ping'an being overwhelmed by the irate crowd and plunged into the stench of the offal. The princess was delighted, and naturally, her two maidservants shared in her joy, cupping their small faces and laughing along with their mistress. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the delicious residence pastry shop was filled with an air of joy, with laughter ringing like silver bells, ceaseless and melodious. What is that delightful aroma wafting through the air? A little palace maid, who had been following her master with a carefree grin, was suddenly captivated by an enticing scent, one so exquisite it made her mouth water. Unable to contain her surprise, she exclaimed, "Ah, how fragrant! It reminds me of the aroma from the imperial kitchen when they prepared the braised bear paw, but this seems even more enticing." Another little maid, also enchanted by the fragrance, wrinkled her nose and remarked in a voice laced with longing. Prompted by the two maids' comments, Princess Ning'an caught a whiff of the alluring scent that danced around her, intoxicating her senses. It was indeed delightful, a fragrance that beckoned with a subtle allure, as if it had tiny hands that reached from her nostrils down to her throat, and from there to her stomach, teasing her appetite and igniting a desire to draw closer to it. Influenced by the Emperor Jiajing, Princess Ning'an, though occasionally indulging in meat, generally preferred vegetarian fare and was not particularly fond of meat. Yet, overwhelmed by this captivating aroma, she felt an impulsive urge to indulge in a meat dish for lunch today. Indeed, it is quite fragrant. The princess nodded in approval, then gestured to the maid Shir, instructing her, "Go and find out which establishment has concocted such a delightful dish. It is simply irresistible. Bring a portion back for us to sample. If it tastes as good as it smells, we must take several portions back to the palace for father, mother, and concubine due to enjoy." "At your command, princess. Rest assured, I shall see to it diligently," replied Shir, her round face lighting up with joy at the prospect of bringing back a taste of the enticing dish. With a vigorous nod, she dashed out the door, her heart brimming with excitement. Shir was a bit plumper than most girls, a result of her love for food. Growing up in a poor family with many children, she often went hungry, but when she was selected to serve in the palace, she quickly transformed from a mere sprout into a cherubic little maid. As she stepped outside, the delectable scent intensified, and Shir wrinkled her nose to ascertain its source, instinctively following the aroma. After only a few steps, however, she halted abruptly, as a crowd appeared ahead, those whom she and the princess had previously looked down upon, eagerly waiting outside Zhu's fast food for free pig offal. Determining that the source of the tantalizing scent lay just before them, Shir couldn't help but cover her mouth with her chubby hand. Could that direction be Zhu's fast food?